Chapter 501 The Storm Blows. Naxxramas, which had been silent all this time, suddenly moved. This aerial city with terrifying power captured the Light's Hope Cathedral with thunderous force, showing its terror to the world with the blood of the Silver Dawn. And now its war front is pointed at the hand of Tyr. In Stormwind Fortress, Varian, Grand Duke Bolvar, Countess Prester, and Marshal Windsor all had serious faces. Little Anduin, who was standing next to his father, also had a worried look on his face. Naxxramas actually moved. The Holy Light's Hope Chapel was destroyed, and the Silver Dawn was destroyed. This news dropped a bombshell in this already unstable world. Varian called everyone together to discuss how to deal with this matter, because the Hand of Tyr's request for help message had been sent to him, and the sender was none other than Queen Scarlet of Arathor. After receiving the news, Varian naturally could not sit idly by. But rescue was not as simple as words. It required practical actions. To rescue others, you must have an army. It is not easy to send an army to support others in just 2 or 3 days, including the preparation before the war and the time spent on teleportation. The only troops we can teleport to Tyr's hand in less than 3 days, except for the guard troops and palace guards in Stormwind City, are in the first place Expeditionary Force and the 9th Army on the frontline battlefield. Windsor was worthy of being a marshal, and he knew the situation of the kingdom's army very well. He just thought for a moment, and said that the kingdom could support the troops of Tyr's hand. Time is indeed pressing. From the time the message is received to the start of the battle for Tyr's hand, it will not take more than 3 days. There are too few troops that can be mobilized to Tyr's hand in such a short period of time. Even if Wary is given 1 more day, and Nang had to choose several times more troops. So why were they so stretched? The battle situation in Arthi Highlands will not change significantly. Sylvanas cannot provoke a war at this time. Let the 9th Legion and Link of Dun Motor be prepared. Windsor, you can start from Ma. I selected 10,000 people from the Royal City Guards of Kos, and another 3,000 people from the Palace Guards, led by me. Rush to Tyr's hand. Varian was going to the hand of Tyr himself this time, and the name Kel'Thuzad stimulated him. As long as Kel'Thuzad dared to leave, he would seize every opportunity to kill the Great Lich. When Arthas personally killed King Tyrrhenus in order to resurrect Kel'Thuzad, this was what Varian could not forgive the most. Varian, who had lost his parents since he was a child, had a feeling of admiration for Tyrrhenus, and already regarded the wise king as his father in his heart. This can be seen from his firm support of Tyrrhenus' decision not to kill the orcs after the orcs were defeated, because the orcs were the culprits that caused the destruction of Varian's country and family when he was young. And he saw with his own eyes the orc assassin Garona's death. His father died. In fact, Varian's fate is also tragic. God does not give him any preferential treatment just because he is the 2nd-generation king. When he was a child who was ignorant of the world, he witnessed the tragic death of his father, who was stabbed and his heart was dug out. And not long after that, he watched his kingdom being razed to the ground by orcs. But he had to escape in embarrassment under the protection of Anduin Lothar. The destruction of the kingdom forced him to live in the courts of other countries, and grow up with the children of King Tyrrhenus Menethil of Lordaeron. This situation lasted until the orc tribe was defeated by the human alliance and the destroyed Stormwind City was rebuilt. During this period, he lost Lothar, the legendary hero he regarded as his adoptive father. His closest friend Arthas turned into a bastard who harmed the world. The 1st general and the 3rd general under Nazul when they grew up. The 2nd Lich King. This shows that Varian has experienced ups and downs. But it is these sufferings that have created Varian, and made him the greatest warrior and king in human history. Your Majesty Varian, let me lead the army there. It's too dangerous there. Varian wanted to go to the hand of Tyr in person, and Bolvar stopped him immediately. The strength of Naxxramas was too terrifying. Even with the strength of the hand of Tyr, even with the reinforcements from Stormwind City, it was still at an absolute disadvantage. The kingdom of Stormwind finally succeeded. How can we allow Varian, the master, to be personally involved in danger if he is brought back? Danger? Do you think I mobilized the army to ask them to pay for my vacation? But, no need to say any more. Bolvar, no one can change what I have decided. Kel'Thuzad and Arthas, these 2 bastards, I must kill them with my own hands. Needless to say about Arthas, the phylactery for Kel'Thuzad to become a lich was made from the bones of King Tyrrhenus. Varian's hatred for Kel'Thuzad was no less than for Arthas. Seeing Varian's expression, Bolvar knew that he could not persuade him. But he would not let Varian take risks alone. So he said firmly, if you insist on going, Please allow me to go. Follow you. No. Stormwind City cannot be guarded by strong men. Varian shook his head. If Bolvar left, the newly suppressed Presto family would probably resurgence. Bolvar did not remain silent when he was rejected. Perhaps most of the subjects of the Kingdom of Stormwind did not dare to take a breath in front of Varian, the powerful king. But there was no Bolvar among these people. With Archbishop Stormwind, everything will be fine. I believe the Archbishop will do a better job than me. You? Varian glared at Bolvar, who looked at him firmly. Finally, Varian sighed. Okay. Everyone else wisely remained silent while Bolvar and Varian were talking. Onyxia, who transformed into the Countess of Presto, said nothing. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Varian and Bolvar, it was great that Val trusted Benedictus so much. When the Kingdom of Stormwind mobilized its troops, other places were not calm. In Ironforge, the dwarf King Magni Bronzebeard and the great craftsman Mechatork immediately put down their hands after hearing that Naxxramas was approaching Tyr's hand. The matter came together to discuss. Although they were eager to conquer Gnomeregan, Kel'Thuzad had to take action against such a big thing as Tyr's hand. A dwarf army of 20,000 and nearly 10,000 warriors newly trained by the dwarfs were gathered. Stand up. The night elves continued their silence. The Tauren were busy with themselves, and there was no response from the Undercity. Thrall of Orgrimmar would like to send troops to support the Hand of Tyr. But the problem is that the Orc army has been sent out before that. They are helping the Tauren to clean up the resurgent centaurs. It is too late in such a short period of time. Send troops. Fortunately, Wajin used the Troll Empire's divine sword Suses to gather many warriors of the Troll tribe during this period. Otherwise Leo and the others would really not be able to get reinforcements from the tribe in this battle. Warriors from all over the world are gathering at the Hand of Tyr, where they will engage in a fierce battle with the Scourge led by Kel'Thuzad. A fierce battle that can affect the trend of the world. The storm of war is blowing. But the Hand of Tyr, who is the center of the storm, seems very calm at this time. The soldiers of the Scarlet Crusade and the Silver Dawn are being integrated. Marlin and Karen are arranging Tyr according to Scarlet's orders. Hand's defense line. Bettina led the dwarf warriors and blood elves to guard the teleportation array, guarding against possible saboteurs. Leo was very worried now. He didn't know if it was his illusion or something else. He always felt that Passonia was hiding something from him. Thinking about the two battles at Tyr's hand, Passonia actually didn't make a move and entered stealth. She seemed to have some scruples afterwards. But there was nothing she could do if she didn't tell Leo. With Passonia's temperament, if she didn't want to tell others, Leo wouldn't get an answer even if she asked. Passonia, what happened? Leo frowned with a troubled look on his face. His expression caused Liadrin beside him to misunderstand. And the Blood Elf Countess mistakenly thought that this was an expression of dissatisfaction to her. It's not that Silvermoon City doesn't want to send more troops. But Zul'jin's Amani trolls have made some changes. In order to prevent them, Silvermoon City has to send heavy troops to the Sun Temple. It's enough to be able to draw out an army of 30,000 people. It's our limit. Waving his hand to show that he understood the Blood Elves' difficulties, Leo did not explain to Leodrindo. He talked about other things. I'm not too worried about Kel'Thuzad and Sapphiron. I'm just worried that that guy will show up. Is there any way for Silvermoon City to contact Prince Kael'thas now? That guy? Liadrin thought for a moment, and knew who Leo was talking about. A look of confusion appeared on her face at first, and then she nodded affirmatively. This is indeed very possible. The betrayal of Godek and Anubrakan is indeed attractive enough. Not to mention Scarlet, a female paladin of the Lothar family. The Scourge has already regarded her as a second, but it's not that easy to contact Prince Kael'thas. So I can only give it a try. What Leo said made Liadrin realize the seriousness of the situation. The Hand of Tyr is now attractive enough, and is very likely to attract the other party. If such a thing really happens, they are not prepared. It would be terrible if he was caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. Go ahead and give it a try. If possible. Leo looked at Liadrin, and after the latter nodded to him knowingly, he continued, that would be the best. Liadrin turned towards the teleportation formation. After reaching a certain distance, she suddenly turned around. I heard that you are investigating a hermit in the Plague Land? Leo looked at Liadrin in surprise. The Blood Elves' intelligence capabilities were really not weak, and they even knew about this matter. Yes, I heard that there is a strong man living in seclusion in the Plague Land, and I am preparing to find him to come out to fight against such a powerful enemy as the Scourge Legion. It would be good to get more help. Is it really that simple? Liadrin didn't believe it. The more understated and vague Leo spoke, the more interested she became. In the eyes of the Blood Elf Countess, the hermit was by no means an ordinary strongman, because she was really dissatisfied with Leo's behavior. Too clear. What's the name of that hermit? Leo scratched his face under Lydron's gaze, with a thoughtful expression on his face. It seems to be Tyrion Fordring, Lord of the Silver Hand. Lydron's eyes condensed, and then a smile that made flowers hide their faces in shame broke out on the face of the Blood Elf Countess. There are always surprises when I am with you. I am becoming more and more confident in this battle. Leo. Chapter 502. Why is this so? On a secluded mountain ridge in the upper right corner of the Western Plaguelands, a small wooden house stands quietly. The appearance of this small wooden house is really strange in this land where the undead disaster is raging. Tyrion Fordring stood on the mountain and looked at the Sodera River that separated the East and West Plaguelands and couldn't help but sigh. He already knew the news of the Scarlet Crusaders' defeat at the Ebon Blade Fortress, although he had no idea about this man who had already deviated from the Holy Light. The organization of the Tau has been very disappointed, but Fordring's attention to it remains undiminished, because his son Tyrion is a member of the Scarlet Crusade. The Scarlet Crusade is newly defeated, and the Scourge will not miss this good opportunity. I wonder if Tyrion can hold Hearthland. Mograine, the great lord of the Black Wind Knights. My old friend, have you really fallen completely? Fordring thought and sighed. His former comrades have now become the lackeys of the Lich King. The founder of the Scarlet Crusade has actually become the executioner to annihilate them. Nothing is more bizarre than this. There are actually people here. Just when Fordring was filled with emotion, a cry of surprise suddenly reached his ears. An elf knight wearing heavy armor and an undead knight holding a big sword entered Fordring's sight. An elf and an undead. How did they come together? Fordring looked at the visitor, feeling suspicious. I originally wanted to find a remote place to deal with you, but I didn't expect there was someone here. Thessarian, you are so lucky. The elf knight was only surprised by Fordring's existence for a moment, and his murderous intent was undisguised as he charged towards the undead knight. The undead knight named Thessarian did not react much to the murderous intent of the elf knight. He just tried to persuade the other party with a distressed look on his face. Faltola, our personal grudges can be resolved later. The top priority is to rush to Hearthland. Hearthland. Fordring, who originally didn't pay much attention to the two strange knights, was moved when he heard the name of this place. And he paid special attention to the two of them. Ektoz and Polician have already rushed over. As long as the human named Tyrion is careful, he will not die. With them protecting Isenlian, they will not be able to kill him and Demetria. Fartora said. A heavy sword appeared in his hand, and the tip of the sword was pointed at Thessarian. Today I want to make an end with you. Thessarian was very troubled by Faltola's entanglement. He had no idea where this elf's strong hostility towards him came from. Well, it seems that you have to fight me today. In this case, I am not someone who avoids fighting. It's just that I want to figure out one thing. Why do you have such deep hostility towards me? Thessarian summoned a skeleton war horse, which Leo gave to him when he saw that he had no mount. Under Leo's kindness, Thessarian refused but had to accept. But he did not know that this skeleton horse was Leo's test subject. Faltola snorted coldly when he heard this. Thessarian's words made his emotions fluctuate. He was angry. Thessarian, you are really forgetful. Since you have forgotten, let me remind you. I met you when you followed Arthas to invade Silvermoon City. I am Faltola, brother of Temple General Kaltira. I still remember clearly the scene when your rune sword pierced my chest. Follow Arthas to invade Silvermoon City? Is this undead knight a member of the Scourge Legion? But judging from the behavior of this undead knight named Thessarian, it seems that he has escaped the control of the Lich King. Fordring narrowed his eyes. He was not angry at Faltola and Thessarian's behavior of ignoring him. In fact, in this world where the strong are respected, it is very common for the weak without power to be ignored. Don't look at Fordring. Ding used to be the powerful lord of the Silver Hand, but now he is just an old man who has lost the power of the Holy Light. Naturally, the two knights with legendary combat power will not take him seriously. Oh, it's you, Thessarian exclaimed. He finally knew why Faltola was hostile to him. It turned out that he had killed him. Have you remembered? Speaking of which, I would also like to thank you. If it weren't for you, how could I have met Master Leo? And how could I have been in this situation now? Faltola said a move, and a ghoul broke through the ground and stood next to him. This scene made the old Fordring who was standing aside couldn't help but look at him. Summoning ghouls to assist in battle is a unique skill of the Death Knight. This elf knight is actually a Death Knight. But why does he have the aura of the living on him? A living Death Knight. Interesting. Fording became interested. He didn't expect to encounter a being like Voltola, originally planning to avoid it. He decided to stay and watch the development of the situation. Marshal Leo asked us to work together because he wanted to use this opportunity of cooperation to eliminate the hostility between us. I originally had the same idea, but now it seems that one of us must lie down. The Sarian sword shone with the light of runes, and bits of frost condensed on the swords. Another Death Knight. Fording found that he was becoming more and more interested. The showdown between two Death Knights with legendary combat power was not something he wanted to see. Fording wanted to see a high-level duel, but someone refused to let him get his wish. Just when the momentum of Voltola and Thessarian was rising and the battle was about to break out, a thunderous roar came from the sky. A green dragon with a body length of about 700 meters flew towards this unknown mountain. Voltola, Thessarian, what are you two doing? The roar of the green dragon stopped the fight between the two. He turned into a green-haired man and stood between the two. Thessarian and Voltola couldn't fight even if they wanted to. Parisian, why are you back? Voltola seemed surprised by the appearance of the green dragon. If I don't come back, you two will start fighting in the nest. Voltola, you know that the master hates this kind of thing the most. Why do you still do such stupid things? Resolving personal grudges is not considered internal fighting. Voltola snorted coldly, but from the action of putting away his heavy sword, it seemed that he was not planning to fight with Thessarian. Seeing that Voltola was no longer entangled with him, Thessarian looked relieved. If he didn't want to fight Voltola according to his wishes, it would be best if someone stopped him now. Politian, are things going well in Hearthland? Seeing that the two had put away their fighting formation, Politian's expression softened a lot. He answered impatiently to Thessarian's question, don't mention it. It's also the Scarlet Crusade. Hand of Tyr. It's nothing compared to Hearthland. If it hadn't been for the Master's orders, Ectorts and I would have razed it to the ground. It was a big deal for this green dragon to raze Hearthland to the ground. But if his companions were of equal strength to him, he could really do it. Fording set his sights on Politian after he landed. The dragon, which is about 700 meters long, is already a powerful existence among green dragons. Ordinary dragons are not his opponent at all. Such dragons are all the arrogant master. But now, he has surrendered to a man named Leo. Fording is very curious about Leo, whom he has never met. Is it the human named Tyron who doesn't believe you? Isn't there another Demetia? Voltola mentioned Tyron again in his words, and Fording listened attentively when he heard his son's name. It's not that the human named Tyron doesn't believe us, but that guy named Isenlian is too bastard. Ectors and I told him that we wanted to find Tyron and Demetia, but he actually commanded those humans to attack us. Attack? When Politian said this, Fording, who was listening in, couldn't help but feel nervous. He had seen the changes in the Scarlet Crusade in recent years, and he also felt deeply wrong about Tyron joining the Scarlet Crusade. However, thinking of after all, Tyon was the master of Martinhold, so he wasn't too worried, as he didn't want something to happen today. Two green dragons said they wanted to see Tyron and Demetia, but they were attacked by Isenlian. This clearly shows that Isorian has controlled Hearthland. Otherwise, how could he command the army there to attack? Want to meet the green dragon of Tyron? It seems that Isenlian already knows that his crime of colluding with the dread Lord Balnazar has been exposed. Judging from the encounter between you and Ektoz, he has already taken control of Hearthland. Thessarian said, and Politian asked, what about Tyron and Demetia? Marshal Leo asked us to keep these two people no matter what before setting off. Isenlian colludes with the dread Lord Balnazar. Isn't this Death Knight named Thessarian talking nonsense? Fording was stunned by the news. As Isillian, he actually colluded with Balnazar, who worked for the Burning Legion. This news shocked the old Fording like thunder on the ground. The woman named Demetria is very smart. She saved herself and Tyron. The two have now escaped from Hearthland, and Ektoz is looking for their traces. Politian's words made Fording breathe a sigh of relief. It was good that Tyron was fine. Otherwise he really didn't know whether he could bear the pain of losing a son in old age. Why don't you go help Ectors find someone to come to us? The paladin named Tyron was seriously injured in a sneak attack by Isenlian. Demetia couldn't go far with him. It's enough to leave Ectors there to search. I came to you because I have something to ask. Discuss with you. Politian's face became serious as he spoke. From what I understand, the paladin named Tyron was very seriously injured. If you want to save his life, you need a powerful paladin. If you are willing to take action, Your Majesty Scarlet can do it. But she is preparing to face the attack of the Scourge at the hands of Tyr. This cannot let her strength be weakened. Master Leo is in retreat again. We must find someone strong enough within 2 days. Paladin, do you have any good suggestions? Tyron was seriously injured by Isekai and was in danger. And it took a powerful paladin to save him. Fording was heartbroken when he heard the news. His son was seriously injured and dying. But he couldn't help. Why would he be like this if his power of holy light was still there? Chapter 503. A green dragon with a body length of 600 to 700 meters slowly landed. Dozens of people wearing Scarlet Crusader uniforms got off its back. Only then did the green dragon transform into a human form. This green dragon is Ektas. The people on its back were Demetia and Talai and their loyal warriors. Also injured, Demetia could still move on her own. But Tylon had to be carried down. Although there were no wounds on his body after being treated by holy light spells. The mental injuries were the most difficult. Judging from how angry he was, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Fording felt his heart twisting when he saw Tyron's appearance. And he was extremely angry with Isekai. This guy really thinks I'm dead and dares to harm my son. I swear I won't let you go. Fording, who was in pain, didn't have any scruples. He strode to Talon's side to check. No one came to stop him during the whole process. After all, Fording is the great lord of the Silver Hand, and a paladin who has experienced many things. Maybe he didn't think of it at the beginning. But his reaction was not slow. After the initial shock, he calmed down. He guessed that Faltola and the others were targeting him. These people want to use their son Tyron to make him admit his identity. Perhaps they have another purpose, which is to stimulate him and want him to restore the power of the holy light that was eliminated by Uther. Fording was angry that he was being plotted and that his son was used to plot against him. But another voice in his heart told him that this was also an opportunity for him. An opportunity to regain his former strength. After rescuing Eitrig, Fording, who had been eliminated from the power of the holy light by Uther, had driven the holy light under certain emotions and pulled the Orc Sword Master back from the gate of H.L. This made him understand that Uther, this old comrade, was merciful to him. And instead of completely blocking his power, he opened a back door. It's just that Fording has not tried to restore his power for many years. And now, when Tyron is seriously injured and dying, and in urgent need of treatment by a powerful paladin, Fording has to regain the power of the holy light. The people of the Scarlet Crusade stay, and the others go back and forth wherever they go, because he knew that he was being plotted. Fording was in a bad mood. He waved his hand and swatted away Faltola and the others like flies. Expulsion order. Go back and tell that guy named Leo that I will go find him after dealing with Talon's matter. Fording wanted to drive them away, but Faltola and the others might not be willing to leave. The Sarian stepped forward and said to Fording, Lord Fording, Kel'Thuzad drove Naxxramas and captured the holy light. May the great chapel, now this city in the sky controlled by the undead scourge, is heading towards the Hand of Tyr. And now the warriors of the Silver Dawn and the Scarlet Crusade are preparing to fight in the Hand of Tyr under the leadership of Marshal Leo and Her Majesty Scarlet. Beat the scourge. The Holy Light's Hope Chapel was captured by the scourge. Kel'Thuzad has a weak soul. After hearing the news, Fording didn't chase anyone away. He looked like he was going berserk. Fortunately, he was still sane and didn't go crazy. Yes, all the remaining personnel, including Baron Maxwell, were killed under the attack of Sapphiron's Frust Dragon Legion. Faltola took a step forward at this time and told Fording the news that made Fording completely furious. According to the information we received, the Scourge of the Undead dug up the tomb under the chapel after occupying the Holy Light's Hope Chapel. As soon as these words came out, Fording was so angry that he was shaking all over. And the angry breath emanating from him made Faltola and others couldn't help but take a few steps back. The Scourge has dug up the tomb under the chapel. These damn souls are targeting the thousands of heroic souls of my Silver Hand. They have disturbed the hero's sleep. The more Fording thought about it, the angrier he became. He could hardly imagine meeting the 1,000 Silver Hand paladins who were turned into undead by the Scourge on the battlefield. These heroes who dedicated their lives to the cause of light should have received eternal rest. Natural disasters, the Legion allowed them no rest after death. And they deserved to die. In the name of the Holy Light, Kel'Thuzad, Arthas, I will bring justice to you. Fording looked up to the sky and roared, golden light escaping from his body. At the beginning, there were little light spots that were so weak that they were almost invisible. Then these light spots became more and more numerous. And they became brighter and brighter. Finally, the small light spots connected into lines and became wisps of golden light. And the golden light connected again. It became a noodle, wrapping Fording's entire body in the dazzling holy light. The golden holy light soaring into the sky contained powerful power. This power frightened Falto, Salian and others with legendary combat power. Polition and Ektoz were even more frightened. The two dragons discovered that judging from the power Fording was exuding at this time, even if they joined forces, they might not be this human's opponent. Fording's holy light is very different from Scarlet's holy light. Although both of them are paladins, and although they both use the power of holy light, Scarlet's holy light is different from other paladins. The essential difference is that they are as blazing as flames, giving people the feeling of burning away all impurity, while Fording's, although equally dazzling, can make people feel its softness and tolerance, as if it can dissolve all things in it. Water. This paladin named Tyrion Fordring is really different. No wonder the master has repeatedly told us to deal with it carefully. Ektoz and Polition quietly exchanged glances. Fording's holy light, which was different from other paladins, attracted both parties' attention. They felt that although Fording's holy light was soft, the power contained in it was contrary to that, even more terrifying. Congratulations to Lord Fording for regaining the power of the holy light. Tyrion is now saved. A slightly weak female voice intervened at this moment, and the person speaking was none other than Demetia, known as the Blood Sage. After what she said, Fording, who was furious with what the Scourge had done, immediately realized that his son was still in danger, and he hurriedly put away his emotions and went for treatment. The powerful power of holy light enveloped Tylon. Under the warmth of this power, Talon's breathing, which was originally breathless, gradually stabilized, and his breath was increasing. Seeing that Talon's injury improved, Fording's worries were relieved. He continued to use the power of holy light to treat Tylon and said to Faltola, "Your goal has been achieved. I have regained my strength. I will take part in the battle at Tyr's hand. With you joining us, we will be even more confident in our fight against Kel'Thuzad." Seeing that he had completed the task assigned by Leo, the big stone in Falto's heart fell to the ground. He was really afraid that Fording would not be willing to help the Hand of Tyr because he saw that he had been tricked. Now it seems that the Lord of the Silver Hand, we will not delay important events because of personal feelings. How could I not go to the battle at Tyr's hand? There is the stronghold of the Holy Knights of the Silver Hand, and the one who comes to attack is the natural disaster force led by Kel'Thuzad, a soulless man. How can I let this sinner who blasphemed the holy light and disturbed the hero's sleep? In addition, I can also take a look at how capable that Leo guy is. Leo, who was in Tyr's hands, didn't know that he had been taken care of by Lafayette, while Scarlet and others were busy integrating the troops. He was driving to the inheritance of the Rune Master in his temporary residence. It was not the first time that Leo had done this to output the entered inheritance information. But in the past, he had given the entered information to others. But now, he had given it to himself, since he didn't know what would happen if he imported the inheritance to himself. Out of caution, Leo asked Viri to lead the dragon-blooded bodyguards and Leorisa to guard his residence layer by layer, and no one was allowed to approach. It was the first time I entered inheritance information for myself, so I was really nervous. Leo laughed at himself at his nervousness. After laughing, his eyes became firm. He stretched out his right hand and pointed his index finger between his eyebrows. He extracted the message of Rune Controller Crystal, and it entered his spiritual world along the index finger of his right hand. The inheritance of the Rune Controller is opened, the blood law is being input, the rune language message is being input. Goldfinger's voice sounded in Leo's mind, and Leo couldn't help but feel happy when he heard the word law. The blood law was indeed included in Crystal's inheritance message. If he could understand it, he would definitely benefit a lot. There is a saying that one can see the whole thing by looking at one spot. Although there are thousands of laws that make up a world, they are said to be inseparable from their origins. As long as Leo masters one of the laws, he is qualified to trace its origin. Say no. You can definitely understand other laws on your own. There is a saying that extreme joy brings sorrow. As soon as the joy climbed into Leo's heart, the painful feeling attacked him. It was the pain of the soul, the groan of the soul being overwhelmed. Law. That is the original power that makes up the world. And the information it contains is completely different from the power that Leo has come into contact with before. Leo, who introduced the blood law into his own spiritual world with the intention of absorbing it, has already reached the limit of his soul load at this time. At the limit, facing the wave of information that surged like a tsunami, Leo only felt like one of the bamboo rafts. Even if he fought against the tsunami, he would not be able to save himself. Just a blood law has already made Leo unable to resist. What's even worse is that the inheritance of rune words has begun to be recorded again. The rune words that can compete with gods and demons have no less information than the blood law. 2 huge messages entered his spiritual world. And Leo felt that his soul was almost torn apart. If his mental power hadn't been strong enough, he would have been torn apart and turned into a madman. Damn it. I didn't expect the Rune Master's inheritance message to be so terrifying. What should I do? Knowing that his will alone could not last long, Leo kept turning his thoughts while enduring the torment, trying to find a way to get through this difficulty safely. At this moment, the abyss crown worn around Leo's neck like a necklace began to feel cold. This treasure was activated after sensing that the current wearer's mental power was too high. With its help, Leo's the pain was reduced by half. And although it was still painful, Leo was able to persevere. After a long time, a voice sounded that made Leo feel like he was receiving an amnesty. The blood law input is completed. The rune language message is input. The host successfully obtained the inheritance of the Rune Master. Chapter 50 for the Great Lord of the Silver Crusade. As time goes by, the Scourge is approaching, and warriors from all races enter Tyr's hand day and night. The Hand of Tyr, which seemed empty a day ago, is now crowded with elites. The arrival of reinforcements such as the Stormwind Kingdom army brought by Varian, the Troll Hunters led by Vol'jin, the Blood Elves troops led by Lydran, the Dwarf Warriors led by Bettina, and the Dwarf Artillerymen led by Sargas made the number of troops in your hands exceeds 100,000. Warriors from all races put aside their past grievances here temporarily, and under the leadership of the leaders of each race, work together to form the Hand of Tyr's defense line to fight against the Scourge led by Kel'Thuzad. In the temporary council house at Tyr's hand, Scarlet had a headache and rubbed her eyebrows. Although everyone had a common enemy like the Scourge, the long-standing conflicts could not just be put down, because the Alliance camp and the Horde camp had a stalemate due to disagreements over how to deploy defenses. I won't agree to our backs being handed over to the tribe. Varian had a completely non-negotiable look on his face. And Vol'jin, who was sitting opposite him, snorted coldly. It seemed that the leader of the Dark Spear Trolls was not interested in the King of Stormwind Kingdom. Sargas, who was sitting next to Varian, remained silent. No one knew what he meant. However, given the relationship between Ironforge and Stormwind City, his silence showed that he supported Varian. The dwarf's attitude was also indirectly representing the attitude of the dwarf. Bettina shrugged her shoulders and expressed her helplessness at the look in Scarlet's eyes, as she had a headache coordinating the two parties. King Varian, chief of the Vol'jin clan. The most important thing now is to fight against the Scourge. The warriors of the Blood Elves will be deployed on the first line of defense of the Hand of Tyr under the leadership of Frelling. Under the command of Hawksbill, the Silver Moon Rangers will provide support in the rear. And I will lead the priest team to treat the wounded in the rear. Seeing that the two sides were in a stalemate due to mutual distrust, Lydran had to come out to smooth things over. At least there was still some friendship between the Blood Elves and the Kingdom of Stormwind. I trust the High Elves army, but who knows if these trolls will hold us back. I will not joke with the lives of my soldiers on the battlefield. Varian has no objection to the Blood Elf troops joining forces with his own army. He knows the combat power of the High Elf army, but he is still unwilling to let the Dark Spear Hunters stand in the rear and turn their backs in the war. It wasn't Varian's style to give it to people he didn't know well. And the other party was the Horde's army. Human, you will soon learn how powerful the trolls are. As Vol'jin spoke, a dark spear appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this, Varian also drew out the Salamini swords tied around his waist, and the momentum of the two began to rise. Enough. When the Scourge was about to arrive, our own side was going to stage an internal strife. Scarlet would not allow such a thing to happen. She shouted to stop Varian and Vol'jin. And the Ashkandi sword burned with blazing holy light. The entire parliament was dyed with a layer of gold. Your Majesty Varian, Chief Vol'jin, and other warriors from all races, we are gathered here today to fight against the undead Scourge, not to continue the racial vendetta between the Alliance and the Horde. I hope that everyone can put aside their hatred and work together. It's not about mutual distrust or even infighting. Seeing Scarlet getting angry, Varian and Vol'jin restrained themselves. After all, this is her place, and there is such a powerful enemy as the Scourge. So internal fighting is really inappropriate. Of course, although these reasons are important, they will not let them stop immediately. When it comes to prestige, Scarlet cannot scare them. And Grand Duke Lothar is about the same. The reason why the two stopped here was because they saw Malin running in a hurry. Her action shocked everyone in the parliament. Could it be that something unexpected happened when Malin was in such a hurry? Could it be that the Scourge had arrived in advance? Your Majesty Scarlet. Marshal Leo's residence has changed. Scarlet had already rushed out of the parliament before Marlin finished speaking. She had to turn around and follow her out in the middle of her words. What happened to Leo? Liadrin and Hawksbill exchanged glances. The Countess of the Blood Elf led the Ranger King and Frelin out of the council house closely behind Marlin. Behind them were Bettina and the dwarves of the dwarf tribe. Sargas of the clan. Varian and Valjean glared at each other. And the two sides temporarily suppressed their tempers and did not start a fight. They were the last two groups to walk out of the council chamber. Standing in front of Leo's residence in the Hand of Tyr, Scarlet seemed at a loss. At this time, Leo's residence was shrouded in a huge layer of blood-colored light. The female knight once tried to rush in, but she failed. Viri, what happened? Unable to enter Leo's room, Scarlet turned her attention to Willie. It was Willie with his dragon-blooded personal guards, who was responsible for guarding Leo after his retreat. If the female knight didn't ask him, who would she ask? Willie seemed very distressed by Scarlet's question, because he didn't know what was going on. He had been waiting outside the house, and only saw a blood-red light suddenly spreading from inside the house until it enveloped the entire house. So far, during this period, he had tried to contact Leo, but he had not received a single reply. Your Majesty Scarlet, please don't worry. These bloody lights are related to the Master. I wonder what the Master has learned in retreat that caused such a vision. I feel a lot of power from these bloody lights. Liadrin opened her eyes with surprise after sensing it for a moment. The Countess of Blood Elf found that she could not see through the bloody light at all with her ability. After hearing Liadrin's exclamation, Varian, Bettina and others circled around the bloody light with great interest, apparently studying its weirdness. Even Bolvar was no exception. Valjean, who was walking at the end, narrowed his eyes. The blood-like light that reflected in the eyes of the Dark Spear leader reminded him of his and Leo's secret plan against the Gurubashi troll. Could it be that Leo's plan to deal with the blood god Haka has something to do with the ability he is currently comprehending? An orc suddenly walked out of the blood-colored light. He was wearing heavy armor and holding a big axe that braved the cold air. He walked up to Scarlet and bowed in front of everyone's eyes. Korok salutes you, Your Majesty Scarlet. Master Leo, please don't worry. He is fortunate enough to have touched the law and is comprehending it. Law. This news shocked everyone. The law is the key to breaking through the legends and becoming a demigod or even a god. Even if you only understand a little bit of it, it is enough to put you on the top of the world. Without saying anything, Liadrin quickly closed her eyes and used her mental power to explore the red light. The same thing she did was Varian, Bolvar and others. Since this red light was related to the law, naturally no one would let it go. If you have the opportunity to study it, you must know that the opportunity to touch the law is rare. If they miss this opportunity, they may not be able to have close contact with the law in this life. Whaley, keep this place safe. Scarlet did not do the same thing as Liadrin because the law was difficult to find. In her heart, Leo's safety was the most important, and all the power of the law had to be put behind. Willie nodded solemnly. He knew the importance of this matter. Under his command, the Dragon Blood Guards formed 3 human walls, surrounding the bloody light group tightly. To understand the law is to peer into the mysteries of the world with the power of one person. The risk in this process is not small. If you succeed, there will be no bottlenecks under the demigods. If you fail, you will be counterattacked by the law and be shattered to pieces. And, thinking of this, Scarlet sighed quietly, and she began to worry about Leo. Your Majesty Scarlet, Master Leo also asked me to remind you that this is the best time to integrate the power of Tyr's hand. Just when Scarlet was worried about Leo's safety, Croc's voice rang in her ears. The Orc Death Knight looked around and told Scarlet Leo's second order. You have already expected that there will be disputes among the reinforcements from various races. You asked Korok to deliberately reveal that you were studying the law in order to hold back Varian and the others so that I can make arrangements. When they wake up, the deal is already done, and you will not object again. It's too late. Rather than letting the Horde and the Alliance waste time quarreling because they don't trust each other, it would be better for me to make arrangements for them. I understand what you mean, Leo. Scarlet took a deep look at the hut that was glowing with blood, and then she turned around and left with Croc and the awakened Marlin. Since Leo had created such a good opportunity for her, she would certainly not waste it. Marlin, in the name of the Silver Crusade, tell the incoming reinforcements that the warriors who come here, whether they are the Alliance or the Horde, must obey the arrangements and fight hard against the Scourge. Silver Crusaders? After hearing Scarlet's order, Marlin looked at Scarlet with confusion. She didn't understand for a moment. The division of the Knights of the Silver Hand has lasted for too long since the death of Lord Uther. It is time to regain its past glory. The Silver Dawn and the reborn Scarlet Crusade will form a new organization. The Silver Crusade. I, the High Lord of the Silver Crusade, will lead you against Kel'Thuzad in the land of Tyr's hand. And let the Scourge feel our wrath. Scarlet turned around and looked at Marlin. Karen, who came with a group of Silver Dawn warriors, happened to hear her words. The group of people looked at each other for a few times, and then knelt down to Scarlet with their swords in hand with joy on their faces. The latter plugged the sword of Ashkandi into the ground. Place your hands on the hilt, and accept the allegiance of Marlin and others. Scarlet Lothar hereby swears in the name of the High Lord of the Silver Crusade that my heart is toward the light. I use my sword and shield to protect the weak, and I use the holy light to drive away the darkness. Justice and compassion are engraved in my heart. I treat others with humility and honesty, and I defend with sacrifice honor. Bravery and spirit are added to me, and wherever there is darkness, the Silver Crusaders fight. Chapter 505 Secret Weapon. Lord of the Silver Crusade? Fording looked at Scarlet. The first thing that old Fording saw when he was carried by Ektoz to Tyr's hand was Scarlet commanding Ridding to unite warriors from all races including humans, trolls and elves. With her orders one after another, the defense line of the Hand of Tyr is being quickly established. One person's first impression of another person is very important. In terms of first impression, Scarlet got high marks from old Fording, and Scarlet made a good start. Fording had no intention of stopping Scarlet's idea of unifying the Silver Dawn and the Scarlet Crusade. Originally, he was extremely disappointed with the Scarlet Crusade, which was moving further and further away from the path of the Holy Light, and he almost gave up. Now that someone can save these people, he is naturally happy to see it happen. Seeing Scarlet behave like this, Fording couldn't help but think of Tyron, who was still in a coma. The Lothar family had a successor. But what about him? Tyron's previous performance was far worse than this little girl from the Lothar family. I only hope that he can make some progress after he wakes up after experiencing the incident in Hearthland. Fording secretly sighed in his heart. He really didn't know what to say to Tyron, the king of Mardenhold, who actually let Isenlian completely ignore him. This child was too innocent. Salute to you, Lord Fording. Seeing Tyr's hand, all the troops entered the designated area one after another. Scarlet, who had roughly built a defensive line, turned around and said low to Fording, putting public before private. Scarlet did a good job at this point. Fording nodded. There's no need to pay tribute. I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, Tylon would be in danger. Fording said this very sincerely, although he knew that Scarlet and the others had their own plans. It was a fact that Tyron and Demetia were saved with their help. If it weren't for the green dragon named Ektoz after bringing Tylon over, he had to taste the feeling of a white-haired person sending a black-haired person. You're welcome. As the Lord of the Silver Hand, it's our honor for you to fight alongside us. Before Scarlet and Fording could continue to be polite, a voice came over, and there was obvious joy on Scarlet's face, because this voice was so familiar to her. The female knight followed the direction of the sound, and saw a group of people approaching. A man with black hair and black eyes among the group was looking at her with a smile. Who else could he be if he wasn't Leo? Seeing Leo appear in front of her safe and sound, a relaxed smile appeared on Scarlet's face. This smile made Leo feel warm in his heart, and it felt good to be cared about. Seeing these people, Fording had a relaxed look on his face. There was no one in this group who was easy. They would not be able to fight against the Scourge led by Kel'Thuzad in terms of top combat power in the hands of Tyr. Suffer. Smiling back at Scarlet, Leo walked towards Fording. Lord Fording is the Lord of the Silver Hand, and Her Majesty Scarlet is the Lord of the Silver Crusade. I suddenly thought of something. Leo walked to Fording and bowed slightly. There are talents in every generation. New people replace old people, and the current of history rolls forward between the old and the new. There's something in this guy's words. A flash of light flashed in Fording's eyes. What is the new person, and what is the old person? Doesn't it refer to Scarlet and Fording? After all, this world belongs to you young people. I, an old man, can only do my best. My experience may be helpful to you. Fording heard the meaning of Leo's words, but did not feel dissatisfied at all. In his opinion, it is a good thing for young people to be ambitious, especially when fighting against the Scourge. This is better than just asking for help from the older generation and expecting others when in trouble. The help from them is much better. All I have to do is to follow them, and watch them grow, and not let them go astray. The smile on Leo's face brightened. Fording's words were equivalent to telling others that he would not interfere with Scarlet's leadership of the Silver Crusade. To be honest, this is what Leo was worried about when he took over Fording. With Fording's prestige, if he felt that Scarlet was not capable enough to lead the Silver Crusade, it would be a big trouble. Fortunately, such a situation did not occur. Varian, Lydron and others watched as the young and old were fighting. Leo was hinting at the younger generation's determination to take power and fight, while Fording showed that the older generation was happy to see them. It is gratifying for young people to be motivated. This is Leo, the Baron of the Kingdom of Stormwind and the Marshal of Aratha. Scarlet introduced Leo's identity to Fording. She knew that it was the first time that the two met, and she was afraid that something unpleasant would happen. Fording's face showed an expression that it was indeed him. He had already guessed Leo's identity when Leo said that a new generation was replacing the old one. Now Scarlet's words undoubtedly confirmed that his guess was correct. I have heard about you. You are a very good young man. At the same age, my achievements are far worse than yours, Fording said and patted Leo's shoulder. Very hard. It seemed that he was still a little unhappy about Leo's previous calculations and his aggressive attack on him just now. Leo curled his lips in frustration. Despite his age, Lafayette was very strong. These few pats made half of Leo's shoulders numb. Leo calmly took a small step back and escaped from Fording's clutches. He gave the former a cruel look, but Fording responded with an appreciative look. Fording knew very well how much power he used. Even many warriors might not be able to withstand the force of his blow, not to mention the casters. However, Leo took it several times as if nothing had happened. This shows that he is training the body of the magic word. Strengthening has not fallen behind either. Leo retreated, and Varian and Bolvar walked up to talk to Fording. Varian and Bolvar were no strangers to the Silver Hand Lord Varian and Bolvar. They were naturally happy to see Fording at this time. Extremely, Fording has another high-end combat capability against the Scourge led by Kel'Thuzad. Scarlet pulled Leo aside. The female knight had already sensed Leo's state before, and found that he was not at all. After that, she completely put down her worries. What's this? Pointing to a red energy blob floating behind Leo, Scarlet asked. This, Leo said with a long voice. He spread his hands, and the red energy ball floated into his palm, and quickly got into it. It completely melted into Leo's body and disappeared. Leo flicked his fingers, and found another ball of red energy under Scarlet's probing eyes. He said mysteriously, "This energy creature is called the Oak Sage. He is my secret weapon against Kel'Thuzad." Secret weapon? Against Kel'Thuzad? Hearing this, Scarlet and Marlin beside her couldn't help but look at the Oak Wise Man, apparently trying to figure out what qualifications the Oak Wise Man had to become Leo's secret weapon. Oak Wise Man. This is one of the equipment skills that Leo brought over when he traveled through time. Its function is similar to that of the Devil Imp. It is to bless people's physical fitness and make people's physical fitness better. However, because the blessing range of Oak Wise Man is very finite, Leo had abandoned it long ago. If he hadn't suddenly understood the law of blood, the Oak Wise Man might not have been remembered. The Rune Master Crystal built a blood pool in the Forgotten Tower, the last stronghold of her family. This blood pool filled with blood was originally intended to provide her with enough strength to fight against the demons of H.L. However, as if Crystal joins the Hell Legion, the blood contained in it will be of no use. If it weren't for the magic patterns carved around the blood pool that kept it alive, the blood pool would have dried up long ago. Leo learned from the blood law he obtained that the ancestors of the Crystal family were indeed great beings. The blood pool they created was very special. As long as the blood pool does not dry up, Crystal's mana will never be exhausted that day, and a full pool of blood can stay full for a full decade. Everyone knows what having endless mana means to a mage, especially a powerful mage who has mastered many advanced fire spells. Leo will not go to the blood pool to absorb other people's blood into his own body. He has obstacles in his heart. Besides, even if he wanted to, he couldn't create it with his current ability, even if he had inherited the rune controller for himself. There is no way to build a blood pool. It is not difficult to build a pool. The difficulty lies in inscribing a magic circle with tens of thousands of magic pattern circuits in the pool. Leo could only express his helplessness in this situation. Fortunately, without the blood pool, he could use other things as a substitute. Crystal's family built the blood pool so that the heirs of the family could have a source of mana. As for whether virgin blood is virgin blood or not, it is not too important. This is mainly a personal preference. Speaking of the mana source, Leo thought about it, and thought of a way. He summoned the Oak Wise Man. In Leo's opinion, there is no pure energy creature like the Oak Wise Man that is more suitable as a mana source. And its energy is very peaceful. It is safer and more effective to absorb than dark energy creatures like Void Walker. The blood red light that Varian and the others saw before they completely enveloped Leo's house was the vision he had when he used his newly acquired power on the Oak Wise Man. Unfortunately, they really thought they could get it from that blood. Peep the secrets of the law in the red light. Oak Wise Leo can be summoned at will, and its existence is equivalent to giving Leo a mobile source of mana. The 5 fingers tightened inwards, and Leo clenched his right hand into a fist. The Oak Wise Man and the blood law made him no longer worry about mana. Scarlet, who was standing next to Leo, clearly noticed that Leo's aura had changed after the energy creature called the Oak Sage entered Leo's palm. Although this change was very subtle, Scarlet still felt it. However, she was not prepared to pursue the matter to the end. She was smart enough not to explore Leo's secrets, because she knew that Leo would tell her what she should know without asking. And he wouldn't even ask what he shouldn't know. There will be results. Everyone has their own secrets. While protecting your own secrets, you should also respect the secrets of others. When did you change your belt? Scarlet found that Leo's dress was a little different from her impression, and she quickly found out why Leo wore a conspicuous golden belt around his waist. You mean this cave troll belt? I will give him a big surprise when I deal with Kel'Thuzad. I hope he can bear it. Chapter 506 and only. High in the sky directly above Tyr's hand, a quarrel was going on without anyone noticing. An angry questioning voice first sounded, Sanori. That human warlock named Leo has seriously distorted the normal process of the world. Why haven't you taken action to stop his behavior? I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Chromie, I think you better go back and repair the time wormhole. Aren't those space-time worms enough for you to do? The owner of the questioning voice was answered by a slightly lazy voice. Since both parties could only hear the voice but not see the person, it was inferred from the voice alone that the owner of the voice seemed to have just woken up. She should be the person mentioned by Chromie. Sanoli. Don't change the subject. Sanori. The space-time borer is just a small problem for this human being. Now you have to answer my question. Why don't you stop this human being when he distorts the process of the world? Chromie was very dissatisfied with Sonori's inaction, and it could be heard that she was very dissatisfied with her clan members who had neglected their duties. Chromie's constant questioning made Sonoli angry, and she just snorted and asked, the process of the world? Are you sure you are not joking? Chromie? Since the Burning Legion tried to return to the past, it will be since the resurrection of Sargeras. Even King Nozdormu has had to enter the eternal torrent of time to find the real-world process due to the changes in the chaotic world of time and space. Under the interference of the Endless Dragon, even as powerful as the king, he has to search the truth. How can you, Chromie, conclude that everything this human named Leo did is wrong? What is happening now is completely different from the course of the world as we know it. That human named Leo changed it. Chromie roared angrily. If it weren't for the soundproof magic barrier at the hand of Tyr below, Leo and others would have been alarmed by her roar. Change. Chromie's anger was replaced by Sonori's sneer. Even King Nozdormu has to enter the torrent of time to find the truth. But you Chromie can see the correct process of the world. I don't know when you became so capable, and could do things that even the king is still looking for answers to. Sonori's ridicule aroused Chromie's real anger, and its angry roar sounded in the air. Don't make excuses for your laziness. You are in charge of this human being. If anything goes wrong, you have to bear it yourself. It's your responsibility. I've warned you, but you didn't listen. With the sound of flapping wings in the sky, Chromie left in frustration after being mocked by Sanori after trying to persuade her to no avail. Leave now? It's so boring. Sanori was unaware of Chromie's anger and just listened to her continue. Don't think that I don't know what your plans are. I just did what you wanted. It's just something you don't dare to do. If you want to put aside your responsibilities and tell me directly, why do you use these boring tricks? Can't I see through it? This time Chromie didn't answer. She just accelerated her departure, and it didn't take long for her to completely disappear. He wants to do things, but is afraid of taking responsibility. Chromie is really not cute at all. What future would our Bronze Dragon family have if they were all like her? I'm afraid that sooner or later, they will end up with the same fate as the Blue Dragon clan. Sonori's attitude towards Chromie was not friendly. The Blue Dragons of Malygos ended up in their current situation because they were too conscientious. The Blue Dragon Queen Sindragosa became the leader of the Scourge Legion's Frost Dragons. The Blue Dragon Strawman Sapphiron became the leader of the Frost Dragon Legion. And the Blue Dragon Prince Arigosa's whereabouts are still unknown in order to resist the Encourage bugs. The other tribesmen were almost wiped out and ended up being enslaved by the Lich King after death. The Frost Dragon was transformed from the bones of the Blue Dragon tribe. If Maligos, the King of Magic, was not still alive, the Blue Dragon clan could have been declared extinct. Only the 4-color dragons of the 5-color dragons that guard the world are now left. Knowing that the future will be unfavorable to my Bronze Dragon clan, why do we still let the world continue to develop according to this process? It is extremely stupid to not even understand the principle of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. It is a waste of the time and talent of my Bronze Dragon clan. Sonoli, not a stubborn idiot. When Chromie left, Sonori's sneer sounded in the sky. It was just the Blue Dragon King Maligos and his Blue Dragon clan. Sonori didn't want her race to end up with the same fate. The king was driven mad and was besieged and eventually fell. Human, I'm very optimistic about your ability to cause trouble. Don't let me down. Leo didn't know that he had been targeted by the Bronze Dragon for a long time. And that he was targeted by a very different type of Bronze Dragon. The Bronze Dragon named Sonori did not change what the Bronze Dragon knew about Leo. In the process of the world, she carried out her accusation and made so-called corrections to Leo's behavior, but instead deliberately allowed this situation to happen. I really don't understand why the Bronze Dragon clan let an irresponsible clan member like Sonoli be in charge of things related to Leo. Do they not know Sonoli's character, or is this premeditated from the beginning to the end? Meeting Sonori was a blessing or a curse for Leo. Because without Leo knowing, he had already been involved in the dispute between the 5-color guardian dragons. Or was he related to an existence at the level of the Dragon King of disputes? Leo, who likes to let Dracolic hide in the air with illusions to observe his opponents, did not expect that there is a more powerful hider watching his every move in secret. He is now busy solving the troubles within the Hand of Tyr. Whether it was Varian, Vol'jin or Lydran, Sargas all expressed dissatisfaction with Scarlet's practice of giving orders to his soldiers without their consent. In their view, Scarlet's behavior is disrespectful to them, and they need an explanation. Today we are gathered here to fight against the scourge of the undead. Not for the grudges between the Alliance and the Horde. I sincerely hope that everyone can put aside their prejudices, unite in front of the scourge that brings death, and fight together regardless of each other. When Scarlet had something to do, Leo was naturally the first to stand up. As he spoke, he looked around the audience, his eyes lingering on Vol'jin, Lydran, and Bettina for a moment. Under his gaze, the Dark Spear clan leader, the Blood Elf Countess, and the Dwarf Warrior leader were silent for a few seconds, and then stepped aside. The three of them finally revealed the matter. Fording, who was standing aside, noticed this situation. The Silver Hand Lord couldn't help but be surprised by this scene. He didn't expect Leo's face to be so great. As a dwarf from the Alliance race, it was easy to understand why he gave him face. But the proud High Elves of Quel'Thalas and the Dark Spear Trolls of the tribe are actually like this. The breadth of Leo's friendship really surprised old Fordring. This young man is quite capable. As a human being, it would be great if he has a certain influence in the tribe. In this way, there will be one more person who can mediate in the fight against the undead natural disaster, making it easier to the forces of the two camps gathered together. Fording is less disgusted than you about the relationship between Leo and the tribe, as some people do, or even shout to kill. On the contrary, he thinks this is a good thing. Under the threat of the Burning Legion that can destroy the entire world, and in the face of the Scourge Legion that spreads plague and death, how can the various races in this world continue to fight among themselves? The final result is that everyone will be destroyed together. Brainless racial vendetta is the most unreasonable thing. Wise behavior. Fording is not willing to see such a situation happen. Fording didn't know that Leo was not so proud that the three of Wajin had to buy it, but that their entangled interests made the three unwilling to conflict with Leo. Needless to say, Lydran, every cooperation between Silverman City and Stromgarde has brought huge benefits to both parties since they formed an alliance. The mutually beneficial relationship between the two parties has been heating up. Under this situation, how can the Blood Elves really? They were not willing to offend Leo and Scarlet, but they were not willing to lose such a good ally. Although Bettina's dwarfs have only cooperated with Leo a limited number of times, Leo not only solved the problem of the dwarfs' physical weakness, but also gave them hope of regaining Gnomerigan. There is deeper collaboration. As for the deeper entanglement of interests between Vol'jin and Leo, He still hopes to continue to plot against the Garubashi troll and the Sand Fury troll together with Leo. If these two things go wrong, the Dark Spear who experienced Zalazane's rebellion will help the tribe develop rapidly. Cooperation of interests is sometimes more efficient than relationships maintained by emotions. Leo was fortunate that the Scourge Gate incident had not happened at this time. Although Varian had a strong prejudice against the tribe, he did not blindly resist their cooperation regardless of the situation. His expression after Scarlet's persuasion slowly calming down. Sargas saw that his two allies accepted the established facts and no longer expressed objections. In the eyes of the dwarves, the strength of the quarrel is not as good as drinking a few more sips of strong wine, so as to have enough energy before the battle to start the war with the Scourge. There is a word called unexpected, which means that something happens that you didn't expect. Not long after Leo and the others resolved the internal disputes in the Hand of Tyr, the teleportation array inside the Hand of Tyr lit up with a dazzling light again. This was a sign that someone was going to teleport to the Hand of Tyr. From the light judging from the brightness and the violent fluctuations in magic power when the teleportation array was operating, there were not many people teleported this time. Could it be that anyone besides us would join the war at Tyr's hand at this time? Varian and others looked at each other for a few times, and doubts arose in their hearts after they realized that the hand was not the opponent's. They set their sights on the teleportation array. Under the probing eyes of everyone, dwarf warriors holding iron warhammers emerged from the teleportation array one by one. When I walked out, I saw that there were about 3,000 to 4,000 people. Chapter 507 Bad News. Is there a second batch of reinforcements in Iron Forge? Why didn't Magni divide his army into one place and teleport it together with the dwarves? Everyone was confused. No one knew what Magni Bronzebeard was trying to do. A dwarf warrior holding 2 iron sledgehammers took the initiative to help them solve their problems. They heard him asking. Leo shouted, "How can we deal with the Scourge without our Wildhammer warriors? You are not a friend enough, Brother Leo." Only after the dwarf mentioned it did the others realize that this dwarf army was not from Iron Forge, but the Wildhammer dwarves from Eagle's Nest Mountain. No one would have thought that the Hand of Tyr could get help from the Wildhammer tribe. They stayed in the Eagle's Nest Mountains of the hinterlands, and would hardly join in the war outside. It's no wonder that everyone had misunderstandings. "It's you, little bastard, Brannigan." Before Leo could reply, Frelin stood up with a surprised look on his face. He and Blarani Gambin had an old relationship. At this time, the ancients thought that they didn't care about other people's opinions. The face of Brannigan, who was called the Stinky Dwarf, immediately dropped. The word "I'm unhappy" had already appeared on his face. The Wildhammer dwarf waved the warhammer in his hand and shouted at Frelin, "You fake bitch. Want to fight? Then boy?" The dwarf's words almost made Leo laugh out loud. Brannigan's reply was really powerful. A violent elf warrior like Frelin was actually called a transvestite by him. I never expected that the word transvestite would appear in other worlds. "What? You still don't admit it?" Brannigan flirted with Frelin, and continued calmly in the latter's murderous eyes. "Look at you. You don't even have a beard. And you still have dare you say you're not a pussy? Only women don't grow beards. What else would you be if you don't have a beard and are not a fake pussy?" Pulling out the heavy sword on his back, Frelin looked at Brannigan maliciously and said, "Beard? It will soon become a beautiful memory of yours." The iron warhammer in his hand clashed several times, and with the clanging sound of gold and iron, Brannigan raised his head at Frelin, with an expression that said, "If you have the ability, come and try it." Full of provocation. "It is the east wind that blows the drums of war. Who is afraid of whom in this world?" Leo rubbed his brows quite depressedly. He was really depressed by having these troubled comrades on the street, just after solving a troublesome new problem. A new problem appeared immediately. It was really not easy to worry about. It's an honor to fight side by side with the warriors of the Wildhammer tribe. Thank you very much for stepping forward at this time and giving us another comrade in the fight against evil, Brannigan. Leo naturally couldn't let it go. If the Wildhammer dwarves and Frelin really fight, even if it is a friendly competition between the two, it will not work, because it is not clear whether it is a friendly competition between the warriors in the distance. He changed the topic as he said, "If you really want to compete, what will happen? I have an idea. The Wildhammer warriors and the Blood Elf warriors will be divided into one place. When the Scourge arrives, they will fight together to see who can deal a greater blow to the Scourge. What do you think of this method of competition?" Leo's meaning is obvious. Instead of fighting with each other, you guys should vent your energy in the battle against the undead. What's the use of just being in a nest? You don't know if it's a mule or a horse. Yet, if you want to prove that you are stronger than others, Use the bones of your enemies on the battlefield to prove it. That's a good idea. Brannigan and Frelling agreed very much with Leo's proposed method of disdain. In fact, it was not just the two of them, but all the warriors in the series who didn't want to prove their martial prowess. As the saying goes, everyone has the desire to compare. Leo stopped the duel between Frelling and Brannigan. Scarlet immediately welcomed the arrival of the Wildhammer dwarves as the High Lord of the Silver Crusade, and took this opportunity to greet Sargas, who was watching the show. He was dragged out and allowed the dwarves of Iron Forge and the dwarves of Eagle's Nest to meet, in order to divert the attention of Brannigan, who was still playing a staring game with Frelin. This transfer of assistance was very effective. Sargas was a descendant of Andalmar, the king of the mountains, and had a high status among the dwarves. Brannigan immediately abandoned Frelin and turned to Sargas after learning his identity. Urga started talking. Another problem solved. Leo breathed a sigh of relief, and Lydrin leaned into his ear and whispered in a slightly constricted tone, "Do you feel a headache?" After giving the Blood Elf Countess a blank look, Leo curled his lips with a depressed expression. He was not just having a headache now. He was completely distressed. The Hand of Tyr was just a small gathering of forces from all races, and it was already so troublesome. If the Dark Portal were to be opened in the future to expedition to Draenor Outland, and set foot on the Northrend realm to rectify Northrend, the scope involved would be dozens or hundreds of times more than it is now, and all kinds of grievances and disputes would be even greater. It's incredible. I don't know how many brain cells will be exhausted if I get involved in it. It is simply impossible for ordinary people to play around in such a situation. But then again, why should I be so troubled? This kind of coordination of various matters should be bothered by the person in charge. As long as Stromgarde doesn't take the lead, wouldn't it be okay? Thinking of this, Leo felt a lot more relaxed. However, things in the world are always unsatisfactory. It is so easy for him to want Stromgarde to play a role that contributes little, but can gain benefits in major events. The development of world affairs may not be able to as he wished. Several black shadows were galloping in the sky. They were the scouts of the War Eagle Knights of the Blood Elves. Their return made the entire Hand of Tyr uproar, because these Eagle Knights were sent by Lydrin to spy on the march of the Scourge. But now they are returning with injuries. Do you need to ask what this means? The War Eagle Knights dispatched 30 knights to serve as scouts, but only 6 returned to Tyr's hands. This meant that 24 War Eagle Knights died, and all 6 of the returned were seriously injured. The 500 War Eagle Knights lost 1/20th of their endurance just for reconnaissance. It is conceivable that there must be very few of the newly formed War Eagle Knights left in Silvermoon City after the Battle of Tyr's Hand. Lydrin's face turned ugly. I got more than 8,000 War Eagle eggs from Zolomon. How about I give you some of them after this battle? Leo's words made Lydrin's face look much better. The Blood Elf Countess was used to life and death. She could still bear the deaths of dozens and hundreds of her people. Her face was ugly before because she was worried about the Eagle Knights of Silvermoon City. Regarding the development of the regiment, without these 500 War Eagles, the development of the entire War Eagle Knights will inevitably be greatly hindered, which is very detrimental to the development of the Blood Elves. It would be another matter if we could get enough War Eagle eggs from Leo to cultivate War Eagles. If you can give me 1,000 War Eagle eggs, the War Eagle Knights will fight to the death. Lydrin stated her conditions. It was not that the Blood Elf Countess thought that the lives of her people were cheap. A War Eagle Knight was only worth 1 egg, in terms of overall strength development. If she could really get 1,000 War Eagles, the Egg Blood Elves actually made a lot of money. When Silvermoon City's War Eagle Knights want to develop, having 500 War Eagles and having 1,000 War Eagles at the beginning are completely different concepts. The different base numbers in the early stages of development have a profound impact. 1,000 War Eagle eggs. The conditions are not harsh. The deal is done. Leo rubbed his chin and quickly agreed. Anyone else would be in pain if he acted like this. His conditions were too low. Otherwise Leo wouldn't agree so happily. But Lydrin wouldn't, because she knew 1,000 War Eagles were already close to Leo's bottom line. And even if he asked for more, he wouldn't give it to him. While the two were talking, a War Eagle Knight with the least injury was helped over. This knight who needed help even walking was still the least injured. The other War Eagle Knights were in bad condition, and the severity of their injuries could be imagined. Upon seeing this, Lydrin quickly cast spells to treat him. The golden holy light continued to shine on the War Eagle Knight, and his injuries gradually improved. Seeing that he was able to walk on his own, Lydrin stopped. She asked the Eagle Knight, who came forward, "What happened? Why did so many people lose?" "The speed of Naxxramas is faster than expected. The Scourge will arrive at Tyr's hand after nightfall. The undead Scourge is tireless, and not afraid of night battles. It is very likely that they will launch an attack during the night. Lord Earl, please prepare early. The War Eagle Knight breathed hard for a while before he had the strength to continue. The brothers suffered heavy losses because they were attacked by the Frost Dragons. Although the War Eagle is fast, it can't get rid of him. If it weren't for the captain and others, human sacrifices can't even bring us back. He actually used a Frost Dragon to deal with dozens of scouts. Should we say that Kel'Thuzad was making a fuss out of a molehill, or was he bullying? Leo rolled his eyes, and Lydrin gritted her teeth in hatred. Have you ever found out how many troops the Scourge has? The War Eagle Knight who was asked this question had a palpitating look on his face, and heard him reply, filling the field of vision. Boundless. Countless. The faces of Varian and others on the side darkened when they heard this. The scouts of the War Eagle Knights must have been flying at an altitude of 1,000 or 2,000 meters, or even higher during the investigation. They actually used the boundless field of view with such a broad field of vision to describe the army of natural disasters. How many undead natural disasters were brought by Kel'Thuzad? Leo frowned. The situation faced by Tyr's hand was very serious. Everyone knew that the Scourge would use the Sea of Undead tactics. However, what Leo didn't expect was that Kel'Thuzad would be so generous. With War Eagle, judging from the scene described by the Scout of the Knights, the number of the natural disaster army attacking Tyr's hand this time is no longer a battle of hundreds of thousands, but a large-scale battle with millions as units. Kel'Thuzad was worthy of being the Great Lich who commanded the entire Plague Land, and his boldness in taking action was far beyond that of ordinary natural disaster warriors. Chapter 508 kicks off. When the Scourge arrives at the teleportation array at the hands of Tyr, even if it is fully powered and stretched to death, it can only bring the number of troops here to 200,000. 200,000 troops sounds like a lot of people, but compared with the number of Kel'Thuzad's Scourge army really don't want too little. Let me tell you some good news. Kel'Thuzad's army will arrive here after nightfall. The Scourge army is likely to attack us overnight, and what we have to do is very simple. That is to defeat them. As long as we defeat Kel'Thuzad's Scourge, everyone here in the army can pat their chests and tell others that we fought against the Scourge at the hand of Tyr, and we were 1 against 100 warriors. Leo used a loudspeaker to let the entire hand of Tyr hear what he said. As he expected, the entire hand of Tyr made a huge noise because of his words, announcing the imminent arrival of the natural disaster army. This aroused the fighting spirit of the soldiers, and many of them were waiting for a battle with the undead natural disasters. However, not all soldiers are like this, and some quick-thinking ones are not so optimistic. Fighting 1 against 100 warriors sounds very unfair and very desirable, but the words clearly reveal a meaning. Kel'Thuzad's natural disaster army is dozens or hundreds of times larger than them, or even far more than this number. Turning a deaf ear to the noise of his own soldiers, Leo shrugged. He was not afraid that his own soldiers would know that the natural disaster army was large in number. Instead of knowing about this situation after the undead natural disaster arrived, it would be better to tell them in advance so that they could be mentally prepared. Leo, you don't have to worry. The soldiers selected to participate in this battle are all veterans who have been on the battlefield and will not be intimidated by the large number of enemies. Others saw the intention of Leo's previous words. They did not think that their soldiers would be in trouble in the face of the massive undead natural disaster. Before they came, they knew about the Naxxrama's battle against Kel'Thuzad. It would be very cruel. So how could it be possible to send a rookie to die? Leo did not dwell on this issue. He just wanted to be prepared. He brought the topic to the defense of Tyr's hand, in terms of the number of troops. We are far behind the natural disaster army. We want to protect Tyr from their attack. Your hand cannot rely solely on the bravery of the soldiers. Some foreign objects are still worth borrowing. Leo said that a bunch of bombs strung together with fuses appeared around him. The foreign objects he mentioned were weapons made by engineering. When it comes to the personal space for placing items, Leo's space is surprisingly large. Under the astonished gazes of Varian and others, a string of engineering bombs gradually piled up around Leo. It looked like there were not tens of thousands of them. Huge. Bettina and others were startled by the tens of thousands of engineering bombs that appeared in front of them. Everyone looked at Leo like a monster. They knew that the appearance of so many bombs was either because Leo had a powerful space item, or because Leo was the space it opens up is amazing. Under the gaze of everyone, Leo spread his hands without any pressure. With his current strength, it didn't matter even if others knew about the huge personal space he had. I think so many engineering bombs will surprise Kel'Thuzad. Don't you think it is important to discuss the placement of these bombs now? After all, we only have one afternoon left. Leo's current engineering bombs are several times more powerful than those he used to fight against the Defiler Legion in the Refuge Valley. The destructive power of tens of thousands of such bombs is very terrifying. This terrifying power can not only cause natural disasters, the Legion can cause damage and accidentally injure friendly troops. Without reasonable arrangements and unified planning, it is inevitable to blow up one's own cup. No one wants to see such a thing happen. Everyone was aware of this situation, and they didn't say much nonsense now that time was running out. A magical image of Tyr's hand appeared here, and Varian and others gathered around and began to discuss where to bury the engineering bomb, how the various units should coordinate their advance and retreat during combat. As the leaders' discussions continued, orders were passed on one by one, although the messengers kept rushing around. Tyr's hand, which had more than 100,000 soldiers, and the number was still increasing, became quiet. Both soldiers and officers were there. Silence has a feeling that the storm is about to come. When the sun disappeared into the sky with its last ray of light, night began to fall on the earth, and the whole world gradually entered darkness. Tyr's hand seemed unusually quiet. If the light of the teleportation array hadn't been flashing, it would have been impossible for outsiders to see it. There are still people. Just as the soldiers were waiting intently, there was a muffled sound in the distance, and the earth began to tremble continuously with the muffled sounds, as if there was an ancient giant beast moving in the darkness in the distance. And his every step made the earth groan. Kel'Thuzad's Scourge army is coming. Everyone became nervous. From Tyr's hand to Leo Scarlet, the commanders down to the ordinary soldiers had actually been on the battlefield. Of course they knew the origin of the tremors in the earth, and the muffled sound in the distance. This was the presence of troops. From the noise of the march, it was inferred from the momentum they created that the number of troops in the natural disaster army far exceeded 1 million. A little firelight appeared in the distance, and the ever-increasing floating firelight in the darkness would have frightened a timid person to the point of peeing his pants. Fortunately, the soldiers of Tyr's hand were all veterans who had seen blood. Although many of them, the drumming in their hearts did not affect their fighting spirit to fight against the undead natural disaster. Ready to fight. Passwords rang out from the hands of Tyr. This was the officer commanding the soldiers, asking them to cheer up and prepare for battle. Experienced officers all know that those firelights floating in the darkness in the distance are not real firelights, but the sole fire of the lowest and most common cannon fodder skeletons in the natural disaster army. Many people took a breath when looking at the almost continuous fire that completely illuminated the darkness in the distance. How many skeletons are needed to achieve such an effect? There are a lot of low-level undead, but cannon fodder is cannon fodder. Seeing that there are so many people, they are actually vulnerable. I will open the record in this battle. Leo curled his lips disdainfully. He knew what Kel'Thuzad was planning. The Scourge army, which had an absolute advantage in numbers, already had people and people. But Kel'Thuzad was not satisfied. This Scourge army member, the Great Lich, once again allowed his army to occupy the natural disaster. It didn't matter to the night battle. But the soldiers of Tyr's hand were completely different. Their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced at night. It's not just the end of occupying Tionshur. Renha. Now Kel'Thuzad is actually playing psychological warfare tricks again, intending to create a terrifying scene to weaken the morale of the soldiers of Tyr's hand. As his enemy, Leo is sincerely against. He was unhappy. Between the friction between his thumb and middle finger, he made a crisp snap, and 60,000 points of light lit up on Tyr's hand, seemingly in response to the soul fire of the undead skeleton. Boom boom boom. As the magic bullets pierced the night sky, the skeleton tanks let out their own roar. The 60,000 light points were exactly the reaction of the magic cannon at their front as they gathered energy. 30,000 skeleton tanks fired a salvo of 60,000 magic bullets. With the light emitted by these magic bullets, the soldiers could see clearly the situation of the natural disaster army. There were at least 100,000 undead skeletons attacking in this wave. Just the first batch of cannon fodder. If 100,000 natural disaster skeletons really wanted to fight, they would be able to consume part of the physical strength of Tyr's hand soldiers. However, with Leo's skeleton tank, the 100,000 skeleton cannon fodder was bombarded before they even set foot on the land of Tyr's hand. The 30,000 skeleton tanks eliminated them all with 2 volleys. But this was just the beginning. Now that the Scourge Legion's attack had been launched, how could it end so easily? The first batch of 100,000 skeletons were bombarded by skeleton tanks before the soldiers of Tyr's hands could cheer. The second group of natural disaster cannon fodder came up again. Their number was still around 100,000, And these cannon fodder were still skeletons. Amidst the roaring bombardment, the Scourge Legion once again lost 100,000 men. 200,000 people had been killed before they even set foot in Tyr's hands. The other troops would have collapsed long ago. But the natural disaster army was still unaware of it. The magic bullets after the skeleton tanks SH led the second wave of skeleton cannon fodder. Before the light dissipated, a third cannon fodder unit consisting of 10 skeletons came forward again. They were greeted by a merciless bombardment by 30,000 skeleton tanks. Sargas, have your people prepare. If we deal with the next wave of my chariots, we will need to replenish our magic energy. When SH Ling the third skeleton 100,000 troops, Leo reminded Sargas on the side that the energy of the 30,000 skeleton tanks was almost exhausted under the continuous salvo fire, and they would need to be replenished for at least an hour before they could recover again. Combat strength. If you want to continue to maintain a strong long-range offensive against the Scourge, prevent them from setting foot on the land of Tyr's hand, and reduce the pressure on the soldiers at the front, you have to rely on the 20,000 dwarf artillery brought by Sargas. Don't worry. Just leave it to us. Sarga's answer was full of confidence. The artillerymen he brought were the elite of the Iron Forge army. Even though they only numbered 20,000, they were no better than Leo's 30,000 skeleton tanks in a real fight. Weak. Just after Leo's skeleton tank eliminated the fourth wave of natural disaster skeletons, Sargas asked the dwarves of Iron Forge to take over their squad. The banging sound of artillery replaced the magic cannon of the skeleton tank and continued to block the Scourge's attack on Tyr's hand. After all, artillery is different from magic cannon. The magic cannon of the skeleton tank has no other effects except broken bones on the ground after bombardment. But artillery is different. How can artillery not ignite fire after bombarding people? After the dwarf artillerymen took over the skeleton tanks and became the main force in the long-range attack on the Scourge, the blazing fire gradually burned in the smoke after the SH Ling. The flames ignited, and the darkness was driven aside under the light of the fire. Kel'Thuzad's battle to conquer Tyr's hand began in this darkness and fire. Chapter 509 Appetizers. SH Ling. SH Ling. The roaring bombardment. Cannon fodder. Cannon fodder. Endless cannon fodder. 3 hours. 3 whole hours. 3 hours have passed since Leo let the skeleton tanks bombard the natural disaster army. During these 3 hours, the sound of SH Ling from the hand of Tyr has not stopped for a moment. Leo's skeleton tanks and the tanks commanded by Sargas the dwarf artilleryman took turns to go into battle, and the intensive bombardment blocked the Scourge army from Tyr's hands. How many cannon fodder were killed by the natural disaster army in such a long time? Leo couldn't answer. He only knew that the number of corpses in the Golden Finger was constantly rising as he continued to absorb it. At this time, the number was already approaching 800,000. Estimating the ratio of 10 or even 20 to 1, when low-level undead are transformed into corpses, the damage caused to the natural disaster army during these 3 hours of bombardment is staggering. Other forces would have collapsed if they had lost so many soldiers in such a short period of time. But the Scourge Legion was completely different. Those killed by the bombardment were low-level undead such as skeletons and zombies. Kel'Thuzad didn't care how many of them died. The cannon fodder troops, who only consumed the opponent's combat power, still rushed towards the hand of Tyr without any reduction. Low-level undead are too easy for the Scourge. To put it bluntly, hundreds of skeletons can be summoned anywhere in the Plague Lands, and they will be killed by skeleton tanks and dwarf artillerymen. Those low-level undead are just consumables temporarily summoned from the ground by the natural disaster mages on their way to kill Tyr's hand. No one cares how many of them die. It was this attitude of the Scourge Legion that gave Leo the opportunity to make a fortune silently. As the battle progressed, he who was worried about the number of corpses not long ago no longer had any need to worry about it. It was foreseeable that the battle would later. Leo's army of skeleton machines will expand to an astonishing number. No more. Our artillery must be cooled down. Sargas had a sad look on his face. Although the dwarf artillerymen had tried to extend the use time of the artillery, the long-term high-intensity use had also reached the limit of the artillery. If accidents such as explosion of the barrel were not to occur, the temperature of the artillery must be cooled down. Even with the help of magic, it would be impossible to handle it without half an hour. Half an hour's firepower gap is enough for the undead and natural disasters to kill dozens of times. It's time for the soldiers at the front to stretch their muscles and practice their hands with these low-level undead. I think they are feeling uncomfortable right now. After the war started, because the long-range strikes of Tyr's hand were too powerful, the natural disaster army never attacked. This resulted in the outermost warriors of Tyr's hand not even touching an enemy. This situation lasted for 3 full hours. Everyone would feel bored. Now that the dwarf's artillery needs time to cool down, and there is a gap in the fire blockade, the front warriors have a chance to perform. Brothers, destroy these damn undead natural disasters. When the rumbling cannon stopped, the officers of Tyr's hand rang out the shouts. Under their leadership, teams fought out one by one. Their target was the natural disaster army on the opposite side. The cry of killing rang out the moment the team rushed out. And as they fought against the undead natural disaster, the cry of killing became even more intense. The soldiers in the front are fighting hard. And the mages and archers in the rear are not idle either. The mages' various spells and the archers' sharp arrows pass over the heads of their own soldiers and fall into the rear of the natural disaster army, causing the undead natural disasters offensive to have interruptions from time to time, giving the warriors in front some time to catch their breath. Don't look at the screams of killing at the entrance of Tyr's hand. In fact, everyone knows that this is just an appetizer before the real battle. No one like Leo and the other strong men participated at all. And the natural disaster army did not do it because of Tyr. The hand soldiers took the initiative to attack. And there was a change. They still dispatched cannon fodder composed of low-level undead to attack. The entire situation remained like this until the dwarf's artillery roared again half an hour later, and the rumble of cannons echoed through Tyr's hand again. The soldiers who were getting ready to fight reluctantly retreated. The low-level undead were vulnerable to these selected elite soldiers. They could often kill an enemy with just one slash of the sword. This was like the thrill of killing a small one with a big one. It's very addictive. Seeing that his own soldiers had not made the slightest change until they retreated from the natural disaster army, Leo could see that the opponent was determined to take advantage of the sea of undead and use massive cannon fodder to consume the hand of Tyr's combat power bit by bit. Dropped, which he welcomed without any hesitation. The more losses he suffered from the natural disaster army, the greater the benefits he gained. The number of corpses approaching millions made him feel unable to calm down. With 1 million corpses, Leo's current ability is enough to form an army of 10,000 skeleton generals. If he can get enough raptor eggs, with the financial resources of Stromberg, he can immediately have an army of 10,000 raptors. If such a force can be formed, just thinking about how powerful it would be is exciting. Not to mention that Leo is no longer what he used to be, and the Velociraptor egg is just a defective product in his eyes. It seems that the main force of the natural disaster army has not arrived yet. What is coming is just a group of cannon fodder. Just leave one person here to observe. There is no need for everyone to stand around. Kel'Thuzad wants to use this to kill our fighting spirit and energy. But he can't let him get his wish. Leo yawned, looking like he was sleepy and wanted to sleep. Fighting often relies on blood to keep one's fighting spirit high, and blood will gradually calm down as time goes by. The natural disaster army first sent cannon fodder not only to consume the combat power of Tyr's hand, but also in order to wear down the blood of the soldiers. Leo bet that the main force of the Scourge would not arrive before dawn, and Naxxramas would not show up. The period before dawn is the darkest time, and the soldiers who have fought all night are also the most tired. The undead of the Scourge can ignore the laws of biology, but the soldiers of Tyr's hand cannot. Kel'Thuzad will mention when the hand's combat power is low. It launches a real offensive. After seeing through the other party's plan, Leo naturally would not continue to stay here to waste energy. The most correct thing to do is to recharge his batteries and face Kel'Thuzad's army in the best condition. Besides, he has gained nearly 1 million new soldiers. The plan that Corpse Leo had not been able to implement before now has the conditions. Millions of corpses can make very interesting things. I will give you a surprise, Kel'Thuzad, when the time comes. Leo twisted his neck, listening to the friction of his neck bones, and turned around and walked towards his residence. Sargas looked at the 30,000 self-propelled skeleton tanks with envy. If the dwarf artillerymen could be as easy to command as these mechanical chariots, he would be able to rest. Unfortunately, this is just a good wish. I also asked my men to bombard the natural disaster army. Why did I have to work so hard while he could just ignore everything? Sargas was depressed. He didn't understand how Leo allowed the mechanical chariot to judge the situation on its own to determine whether to launch an attack. What else is he trying to do? With Leo's current strength, he wouldn't feel trapped even if he stood here for 3 hours or 30 hours. The excuse he made looked very bad to everyone present. Seeing him suddenly leading Liadrin and Wajin had doubts in his mind. They had cooperated with Leo several times, and they knew something about this human warlock. They knew that Leo could not really go back to sleep at this time, but was going to arrange something. Liadrin's body moved, and she wanted to follow, but finally stopped. If Leo wanted to arrange something secretly, and didn't want others to know, she wouldn't be able to find out if she followed him. In that case, why bother asking for trouble? Disappeared. After Leo left, Pesonia's figure quietly appeared around everyone, with her head slightly lowered and a thoughtful look on her face, as if she was troubled by a certain problem. What's wrong? Scarlet came to Pasonia and asked quietly. She heard Leo mention Pesonia's situation, and knew that there was something wrong with this powerful human female thief since she came to Tyre's hands. She had nothing to do with Pasonia. Scarlet, who has already established a friendship, cannot be indifferent to her friend's anomalies. It's gone. That feeling of being watched is gone. Pasonia did not answer Scarlet's question, but looked at the direction Leo left in a daze, muttering something to herself. Being spied on? Scarlet's heart suddenly trembled, and she asked nervously, "Someone is spying on us secretly. Could it be someone from the Scourge?" Everyone, including Fording, was shocked when they heard the female knight's question. It was too serious to be spied on when they were about to confront Kel'Thuzad without even realizing it. Whether the person snooping is a natural disaster of the undead is terrifying. I don't know. Pasonia shook her head in distress, with deep confusion on her face. Ever since I met Leo again, I had a feeling that something was watching him, especially after the battle at the Holy Lights Hope Chapel. This feeling of being spied on became more obvious. I originally thought it was just my illusion, but the closer I got to Leo, the more obvious the feeling became, even though I couldn't find the secret. That peeper. But I'm sure Leo has been targeted for some time, and he just doesn't know it. Someone has been eyeing Leo a long time ago. Who could it be? Scarlet thought about it, and she did not doubt Pesonia's words. As the actual person in charge of MI7, Pasonia was the authority among authorities in terms of spying and counter-espionage. Since she said someone was hiding in secret, then there won't be anything wrong. That guy's hiding skills are very good. I can't find out. Fording had a look of helplessness on his face, and Varian Liadrin and others also showed the same expression as Fording after using various methods. None of them found the snooper hiding in the dark. It's really annoying to feel like you know someone is secretly there, but you can't find them. That human female thief has pretty good abilities. She won't have any problem advancing to legend. In a certain barrier above the Hand of Tyr, Sanori whispered softly. Chapter 510, Destroying the Seedlings and Encouraging Them. In Leo's hut at the Hand of Tyr, Sinisarea and Dragonakos stood behind Leo. The two giant dragons in human form were waiting for their master's instructions, but Leo did not speak to them. He was lying on the recliner with his eyes closed, seemingly falling asleep. If someone could see what was going on in Leo's personal space, he wouldn't think the kid was sleeping. The dummies made by engineering abilities are being placed in order next to the skeletons. There is a dragon egg near each dummy. When everything was ready, Leo opened his eyes, and a light of excitement and expectation flashed in his eyes. Knuckles, Sinisarea, give me this. 2 red gems, one large and one small, appeared in the hands of Dragonakos and Sinisarea respectively. These 2 red gems were very special. Layers of flowing water like luster flashed on them from time to time. It looked like there were what kind of liquid is flowing inside. Looking through the red color of the gemstone, this layer of liquid looks like flowing blood. So red it is dazzling. Taking the red gem from Sinisarea and Dragonakos, a bloody aura hit his face. Leo couldn't help but take a deep breath. But then he realized that his behavior was inappropriate. He quickly held his breath. Being entered into the law before advancing to legend is not entirely a good thing for me. The blood law is affecting my behavior. Leo knew the root cause of his abnormal behavior. He knew that this was because the power of the blood law was too great, and his mental strength was not enough to control it. With Leo's current ability, it would have been impossible for him to accept the blood law. If the Abyss Crown hadn't shared most of the pressure for him, he would never have succeeded in inheriting Crystal's Rune Master. You are right. These 2 rubies are not gems at all, but blood essence. The blood essence of Dragonakos and Sinisarea. Ever since Leo asked the Twilight Dragon Prince to use blood to strengthen all his dragon blood guards and greatly increase their strength, Leo immediately began to realize how powerful the dragon blood of Dragonakos' level was. To collect his blood, after bleeding bit by bit, while ensuring that Dragonakos' body was not affected, and then using magic to compress and fuse it, the blood essence in Leo's hand was created. Even though Dragonakos is so powerful than him, the Black Dragon Queen Sinisarea cannot escape the fate of bloodletting. Fortunately, Leo knows that the Black Dragon Queen has not recovered her strength after resurrection, and does not ask for more. This is also the reason why the blood essence of the Black Dragon Queen is smaller than that of the Twilight Dragon Prince. Leo originally planned to select a group of warriors, who could guarantee loyalty to expand the scale of the Dragon Blood Guard. Who would have thought that the blood essence originally prepared for the Dragon Blood Guard would be put to other uses? Taking the blood essence into the space, Leo closed his eyes, and the room fell into silence again. Leo, who was lying with his eyes closed, looked the same as a sleeping person. But compared to the calm appearance, some drastic changes were taking place inside. The two dragon blood essences that were taken into the space under his control separated into hair-like red thin lines. Each of these thin lines corresponded to a dragon egg. Don't be fooled by their slender appearance. The barbed edge, L, which was as hard as a rock, was as soft as a piece of paper in front of these red threads. And the threads penetrated easily, counting the Twilight Dragon eggs left by Leo before. The total number of dragon eggs in his personal space is close to 1,000. None of these 1,000 dragon eggs are defective velociraptor eggs. They are all giant dragons. Eggs that can hatch into real dragon eggs. There are 1,000 red thin threads and 1,000 giant dragon eggs. After these red thin threads break through the edge, L, and enter the dragon egg, the whole thin thread begins to squirm monotony. Just like countless small insects are walking along, the red thin threads crawl from the blood essence into the dragon egg. And the scene was extremely strange. As the red thread squirms, the volume of the blood essence gradually shrinks. This is clearly the blood essence transporting dragon blood full of powerful energy into the dragon egg. Leo is going to give birth. In fact, these dragon eggs can be hatched a long time ago. And there are already baby dragons inside the eggs. The reason why they did not break out of the SH.L but chose to sleep inside is because they are not strong enough. The baby dragons must accumulate enough energy to be able to escape after breaking out of the SH.L. It grows from the incubation stage to the juvenile stage in the shortest possible time, and has a certain ability to protect itself. What Leo has to do now is to provide enough energy to the young dragons in these dragon eggs, so that they can break out of their SH.Ls. This is his method of inducing birth. The advantage of this method of birth is that it allows Leo to obtain a large group of giant dragons in a short period of time. The disadvantage is that compared to other giant dragons, these dragons are relatively fragile, and have low intelligence because they are not born normally. The lifespan is also very short. The good ones can live for more than 10 years, while the bad ones will die in half a year. There is a price to pay for violating the laws of nature, which is very obvious in the baby dragons that are spawned. If you want to get a normal dragon army, you have to take your time. But does Leo need this? Does Leo, who can create bone dragons and Dracolix, really need to wait? The answer is naturally no. No! When Leo didn't get the blood law, he couldn't do the method of spawning a giant dragon. After becoming a rune master, spawning a giant dragon would naturally no longer be a problem. Click, click, click. With the influx of a large amount of energy, each dragon egg began to react. Fine cracks climbed up the edge.L of the dragon egg. Amidst the sound of breaking eggs, one by one the young dragons broke out of the SH.L. Judging from their size, there is no way to connect it with giant characters, because the largest one among the 1,000 baby dragons is no bigger than a 3-year-old human child. After the young dragons break out of their SH.Ls, their bodies expand rapidly, and their sizes are getting bigger. This is the process when the young dragons use the energy accumulated in their bodies to enter the larval period. During this period, a giant dragon is the weakest since birth. At any time, if they are attacked, they will be killed without any ability to resist. At this time, they must have a safe environment. This is why there are dragon guards in the dragon's lair, because the dragon cannot stay in the lair all the time. And the role of the dragon guards is to guard the lair for the dragon. Generally, the baby dragons are only about 10 meters in length when they first enter the juvenile stage. These forcibly given birth to baby dragons will be even smaller. This size obviously cannot meet Leo's requirements. So Zenisarea and Dragona, the blood essence of Koth, continues to work. Leo, who controlled the law of blood, continued to pour energy into the young dragons through the blood essence. The bodies of the young dragons who had received enough energy did not stop growing after entering the infancy stage, and they continued to grow. 10 minutes later, the two blood essences disappeared after exhausting the last trace of energy. Those blood-red thin lines also turned into subtle energy and entered the bodies of the young dragons. At this time, the bodies of these 1,000 young dragons had grown to 50 meters long. Its strength reached an epic level. reaching the level of Pollution, who had just been conquered by Leo. It took less than 20 minutes after birth to possess epic level strength. If it were a normal growing dragon, this would definitely be a great thing. But for these young dragons who were encouraged by Leo, it would be a life-threatening talisman. The lifespan of the young dragon has been greatly reduced after being forcibly spawned. On this basis, a relatively huge amount of energy was injected, and the young dragon's lifespan was weakened to the extreme. After the blood essence disappeared, the young dragon's body stopped growing and whined less than half a minute later. It sounded in Leo's personal space, and if there was a dragon present, he would know that it was the sound that the dragon would make when it knew it was about to die. Don't blame me. In this troubled world, if I'm not cruel enough, I will be the one who dies. But I don't want to die. The wail of the young dragon made Leo sigh. Facing fierce enemies, he could kill without any guilt even if he slaughtered 10,000 people without changing his expression. He felt a little guilty in front of these little beings who had no ability to resist. This trace of guilt shows that Leo has not become that kind of cold-blooded and ruthless person. After picking up his mood, Leo discovered that some of the baby dragons had died, and started the creation of Dracolic. The dead baby dragons one after another were transformed into Dracolic. As Goldfinger announced the completion of the Dracolic transformation, the number of Leo's Dracolic army gradually increased. An hour later, when the last dead baby dragon was successfully transformed, Leo opened his eyes. Seeing Leo sitting up from the recliner, Sinisaria took a small step forward and called softly, "Master." Waving his hand, Leo stopped the Black Dragon Queen. He did not tell Sinisaria what he had just done. After a few seconds of silence, he turned to Sinisaria and said, "Tell Aoni. She did a great job. But the number of dragon eggs needs to be increased. Ask her to prepare 2,000 more dragon eggs, and you can pick them up later." The only thing that saved Onyxia's life in Stormwind City was the dragon eggs. As the Black Dragon Princess, Onyxia naturally has a status in the Black Dragon clan. Ordinary black dragons cannot afford to offend her, and dare not disobey her demands. Although Sinisaria is the Black Dragon Queen, her identity cannot be exposed. If the news of her resurrection reaches Neltharion's ears, Leo will be in big trouble, if he does not have enough strength to face the threat of death. Wing was not a wise choice, so she couldn't ask for it directly from the Black Dragons. But with Onyxia, she no longer had this concern. The Black Dragon who was asked for the dragon egg would only think that Onyxia was playing some trick, and would not associate it with Sinisaria. Leo's request could not be refused by Sinisaria. It was difficult for others to obtain a dragon egg. As the Black Dragon Queen, Sinisaria only had to move her mouth to get swarms of giant dragons rushed to deliver it to her. It is an honor for Oni to serve the master. I will let her prepare everything in the shortest possible time. Chapter 511 Death Breath. Pasonia was very strange. She didn't know what Leo wanted to do specifically to ask her for the 2 devil strikes. It was true that her devil strikes were given by Leo, but since Leo had already given them to her naturally, it belongs to her. Pasonia, a strong man's weapon, is the continuation of her life. Now Leo asks Pasonia if she wants these 2 weapons. If someone else had made such a request, Pasonia would have given him a knife that would have made him burp in the face. However, facing Leo, the female thief handed him the devil's strike without thinking, which shows her trust in Leo. After Leo received the devil's attack, 12 finger-sized gems appeared in his palm. These gems floated in midair under the control of Leo's magic power. Pasonia discovered that these gems actually emitted fluctuations of power. I couldn't help but look at it carefully. At this glance, I immediately discovered what was special about the gems. It turned out that they had been engraved with strange symbols. It was the existence of these symbols that gave the gems, which were originally only used as ornamental objects, some kind of ability. This discovery surprised Pasonia. The method of burning symbols on ordinary gems to give them power was very different from the jewelry enchantment she knew. Pasonia couldn't figure out how Leo did it even after thinking about it, because she tried to draw it twice but to no avail. After comparison, she found that the symbols she drew were exactly the same as Leo's too, without any distortion. Is this a new kind of jewelry enchantment? Leo? Not having a clue, Pasonia took the least labor-intensive method and asked Leo directly. Pasonia believed that Leo would not hide anything from her. Facts have proved that Pasonia's idea was correct. Leo didn't hide it from her. He pointed at the strange symbols on the gems and said, "These are the words of runes. Burning them on the gems will have a magical effect. Once they are put on the gems, they will have a magical effect. When they are combined in certain sequences, something more magical happens. It has similar functions to the magic circle, but it seems that the rune language is more convenient. Pasonia defined the language of runes. In her opinion, these special symbols are indeed magical. They actually have the effect of replacing the magic circle. She doesn't know if Leo made them himself or got them from other places. The language of runes is also called the language of divine runes. Engraving the language of runes on a gem can add magical power to the gem. The effectiveness of a single rune word is not very great, but if the rune words are spliced and combined in a certain order, additional power can be obtained. This power is far more powerful than ordinary people imagine. For example, now Leo is going to combine the 12 runes for Devil Strike. Each of the 2 Devil Strikes will be divided into 6 gems inscribed with rune words. This will completely change the ability of Devil Strike. Drastic changes. Sister Pasonia, come and see. This is the rune 26 Vickers. This is the rune 15 Hell. And this is the rune 1 L. If I splice them together in a certain order, and then supplement it with rune 2 Ed, rune 33 Sod, and rune 5 Ace can give Devil Strike additional abilities after receiving the blessing of 6 runes. As Leo spoke, he used magic power to arrange the runes in the order he said. The 12 gems with runes on them were arranged in 2 rows in the air. After Pasonia looked at them carefully, Leo urged them to move toward the Devil Struck away. Although gems are hard, Devil Strike is sharper. Cutting gems with epic quality Devil Strike is not much more difficult than cutting tofu. Is Leo going to destroy them by letting the gems collide with Devil Strike? Leo was not that bored after he carved the rune words on the gems, and then destroyed them after explaining them to Pasonia. The 12 gems that collided with the 2 Devil Strikes in Pasonia's surprised eyes were like liquid from a sponge after touching these 2 epic quality daggers, and were absorbed in an instant. Only 6 colorful spots the size of rice grains were left. These small dots added a bit of color to Devil Strike, making it no longer a monotonous silver gray. After inlaying 6 gems inscribed with rune words into Pasonia's Demon Strike, Leo silently checked them to make sure there were no problems before handing them back to Pasonia. With a look on his face, a mysterious smile, Pasonia took the Devil Strike and turned her fingers quickly. The Devil Strike danced out a brilliant silver light under her fingers. 2 gorgeous flowers bloomed in the silver light. It was 12 o'clock. Colorful spots the size of rice grains are formed under high-speed movement. The whistling silver light suddenly converged, and Pasonia's eyes flashed with disbelief as she looked at the Devil Strike in her hand. The Devil Strike, which was inlaid with 12 gems by Leo, did not increase in weight. Not even a little bit. The 12 gems seemed to have no weight at all, which was enough to surprise Pasonia. A master like her is very sensitive to weapons, because even a milligram change in the weight of the weapon she uses will have a great impact on the lethality and speed of her shots. Originally, Pasonia thought it would take some time for her to become familiar with the devil's attack that was driven into the gem, but now it seems that there is no need to do so. But that's not the point. The point is that the demonic strikes that Leo punched into the rune language fed back a force to her when she swung them, allowing her to use them with less effort, and her attack speed became faster. Saving effort can make her burst of combat power last longer, because saving effort means less physical energy consumption. As for the increased attack speed, this is even more terrifying, because Pasonia found that her hand speed when dancing the dagger actually increased. More than double. What is the concept of doubling or even more hand speed? For example, Pasonia can deliver 100 stabs in 10 seconds. With the help of these 2 Devil Strikes, she can deliver 200 or more stabs. In this way, the masters, who were able to keep pace with her before, became vulnerable in front of her under the attack frequency. The sudden increase in strength is as unreal as a dream to Pasonia. She never dared to think about this kind of thing before. It is really surprising that a few gems with strange symbols engraved on it can bring such strong abilities. People can't believe it. Compared with a crazy increase in hand speed, the attribute bonus brought by those 12 gems to Pasonia is not worth mentioning. Leo, can such rune gems be equipped on a large scale? After understanding the powerful blessing effect of rune language, Pasonia immediately realized its importance. She quickly asked aloud, if this kind of thing can equip the entire human race on a large scale. No, Leo will not let it spread throughout the entire human race. It should be that the strength of Stromgarde will make a qualitative leap. Facing Pasonia's question, Leo showed a reluctant smile on his face. I also think about large-scale equipment. If mass production can be achieved, even a fool can imagine how much our strength will increase. But the problem is I have to burn these runes myself, and I have to pay a certain price. It is destined to be something only a few people can enjoy. I see. That's such a shame. A look of regret appeared on Pasonia's face. If Leo's rune words could be produced on a large scale, it would be a blessing to the whole world. Unfortunately, this idea is just a beautiful wish. Pasonia didn't doubt Leo's words. Besides, she had done the experiment herself. The runes she carved on the gems were exactly the same as Leo's, but had no effect at all. Although it cannot be equipped on a large scale, there is no problem in arming elite strongmen. This is enough to increase our military strength by several levels. Leo didn't lie about his explanation that he couldn't create large quantities of gems with the effect of rune words. After creating an army of 1,000 dragon liches, Leo tried a new ability, which was to create runes. The power of runes is magical, and the combination of runes is even more magical. But the cost of making runes is high. First, not inscribing rune words on anything can be effective. With Leo's current ability, he can only do this on gems with better quality. And the value of gems with good quality is not low. Second, the rune language can only be effective if it is burned by Leo himself. This alone makes mass production impossible. Leo has many things to do, and cannot spend too much energy on it. As he said, as long as it is enough to ensure that elite strong men have the words of runes. Thirdly, the reason why burning the words of runes requires Leo himself to be effective is because the burned runes absorb Leo's upgrade energy before they can be activated. Otherwise, no matter how standard they are, they will be ineffective. It's useless, which is why Pasonia failed. These 3 points are enough for Leo to confidently say that rune language cannot be manufactured on a large scale or popularized on a large scale. Sister Pasonia, with my rune language, your strength has been greatly enhanced. Seeing Pasonia's fingers gently sliding on the devil's strike, as if exploring its hidden secrets, Leo smiled proudly. He was very satisfied with the shocking effect that the appearance of the rune language brought to Pasonia. You created the rune language. It's impossible for you not to know its effects. Tell me. Each rune has its own function. With your ability, I believe you can figure out this function in a short time. I'd better talk about the additional effects of combining them. Leo he raised his fingers one by one. As you can sense, it can make your hand speed faster and provide certain ability blessings. And its attack has 3 times the killing effect on undead creatures. The weapon blessed by it will prevent the person it attacks from recovering from injuries for a certain period of time. The fact that it cannot recover injuries has a special effect when dealing with non-undead creatures. If the scratched wound cannot be closed and bleeds, the person will die. This thing is really a must-have item for killing and stealing people's blood. Leo, since even the individual runes have names, then their combinations must also have names. Tell me, what is the name of this set of runes blessed with Demon Strike? Leo smiled brightly, but there was a hint of coldness in his tone. The breath of death. Chapter 512 Necromancer has arrived. In Leo's opinion, the language of runes is actually a disguised form of enchantment. But this kind of enchantment is much more powerful than the original enchantments in this world. After all, humans in the sanctuary world have to face the invasion of the demon god and the world. The enemies that need to be faced are very different in quality. In the dilemma of life and death, the potential of human beings is extremely terrifying. It is inevitable that the effect of rune words exceeds that of enchantment. Using mortal power to deal with the devil. How could it be possible without something rogue? Because he understands this. Leo is quite calm about the effects of rune language. But this does not mean that Leo is very calm about everything. Just like now, he was in a daze looking at the number of corpses stored in the golden finger. With the generous contribution of the Scourge's cannon fodder, who were not afraid of sacrifice. The number of corpses stored by Leo finally passed the 1 million mark. After spawning dragon eggs to create an army of Dracolic. Although 100,000 corpses were used, there was no impact. Leo caused too much impact. So why did he look at the number of corpses in a daze? It turned out that Leo discovered a cheating thing. That is, the number of corpses he owned suddenly decreased by 10,000. This 10,000 was so unexpected that Leo was not mentally prepared at all. He had no idea why there was one. The number of corpses decreased by 10,000. And he didn't know the whole story until Goldfinger's reminder sounded in his head. The host is making rune words, breath of death. Activating energy extraction. The existing energy is insufficient. The corpse is being transformed. Leo was helpless. Goldfinger was a vampire. No, an energy sucker. After putting the rune language together into a set, it actually cost extra energy to activate it. Leo really wanted to give it a middle finger. Activating the rune language requires Leo to input energy, which is actually another layer of restrictions imposed by Goldfinger on the rune language. This restriction is not aimed at Leo, But at other people, this is equivalent to double insurance for Rune language. Even if others want to imitate Rune language, they don't have the ability. For Rune controllers, the word control means mastery and control. If the language of runes can be used by others without Leo's consent, what's the point of control? After careful calculation, the energy required to activate the rune language combination is not much. 10,000 corpses sounds like a lot. But the handling fee drawn by Goldfinger during the transformation can only be described in a black word. The actual activation fee as the energy was less than 1/10 of the total amount of corpses converted. The energy Leo obtained from killing 1 or 2 legendary enemies was enough to activate a set of rune words. It was really not much after all. Well, for the current Leo, enemies in the legendary realm are really not looked down upon by him. It would be almost the same if it were a legendary strongman. Although activating the rune language combination required the use of corpses, Leo was not stingy. In his opinion, corpses and gods are just clouds. There are many things outside Tyr's hands. As long as he has enough ability to kill the natural disaster army, it is very necessary to kill the natural disaster army and increase his strength. Enhancing strength does not just mean strengthening oneself. Scarlet, Passonia, Willie and other people close to Leo are all in this range. It's just that Leo's current gems that can burn rune words are really limited. He can't get everyone a complete set of equipment with rune words. This is because he only adds Death Breath to Pasonia's Demon Strike without adding it. You can see it by giving other equipment. Speaking of which, Death Breath may not be the most suitable combination of rune words for daggers, but it must be the most suitable for thieves like Passonia who pay attention to speed. As for Scarlet's Oshcandy sword, Leo did not prepare Death Breath for her, but the last hope of another rune word combination. Scarlet is a paladin, and Passonia is a thief. The different directions of their strength development lead to different emphasis on their enchantment and setting gems. When it was Virilio's turn, he was a little scratching his head, because he and the Dragon Blood Guard no longer liked to use weapons. As their bodies became stronger and stronger under the strengthening of the dragon's blood, they had gradually abandoned their weapons and started to fight the enemy with your fists. After hesitating for a while, Leo chose to bless his armor. The combination of the blessed rune words was mandatory. It is also a blessing armor. Chain of Glory and Fortitude are indeed better than Force. But there are no absolutes. No matter how attractive the properties of Chain of Glory and Fortitude are, they cannot compare to the effect of Force, which slows physical consumption by 2%. 10. The biggest killer move of Wei Li and the Dragon Blood Guards is not the human form, but the dragon transformation. After transforming into dragons, their combat power will increase exponentially. And it is not other but theirs that determines the duration of the dragon transformation. Physical strength. Because the cost of maintaining the dragon form is physical strength and not anything else. Leo has always believed that the most suitable one is the best. Fighting in the battlefield is not pretending to be cheating. The so-called not choosing the right one, but choosing the expensive one is just to show off when you are full and have nothing to do. How can this be used on a life-threatening battlefield? 2 words are enough. Among the limited number of people who have obtained the rune language, Larissa is the one Leo has invested the most in. The girl who perfectly inherited the inheritance of the Cold Crow suffered from physical limitations and could not exert her true strength. In order to solve this problem, Leo specially made 3 sets of rune language combinations for her specifically to increase physical strength. The famine attached to the weapon. The armor is the Chain of Glory, and the helmet is the Bottom of the Sky. After the blessing of the combination of these 3 rune words, not to mention other aspects, Larissa has improved to the level of a high-level warrior in terms of physical fitness alone. Such a body is enough for her to fight for 5 minutes. After equipping several close and trustworthy people with rune words, Leo relaxed. When he returned his attention to the battlefield ahead, he discovered that the soldiers defending Tyr's hand had already fought their way out again. And this time, they faced much stronger resistance than the last time. This is not to say that the natural disaster army has made adjustments and sent intermediate or even high-level undead, but that a skeleton mages numbering around 60,000 to 70,000 have been gathered outside the attack range of the dwarves' artillery and the magic cannon of the skeleton tanks. If these skeleton mages were to fight against each other, any soldier of Tyr's hand could easily deal with them. But now they are not alone but gathered in one place, forming a force that cannot be underestimated. Each of the 60,000 to 70,000 skeleton mages can attack with 60,000 to 70,000 magic attacks once. Even if these magics are all low-level magics, no one dares to underestimate the damage they can cause due to the numerical advantage. It is the existence of the skeleton mage that gives the soldiers of Tyr's hand great resistance. The low-level undead soldiers such as skeletons and zombies still kill them one by one or even multiple times at once. And they are very easy to kill. But if you have to withstand at least 5 or 6 magic attacks while doing all this, the word easy will no longer exist. Seeing the change in the battle situation ahead, Leo frowned. It was not difficult to deal with the 60,000 to 70,000 skeleton mages. After all, these skeleton mages were all low-level undead and had no strength. Although there were many of them, they were all as weak as tofu, shattered into bone slag with just a slight blow. What made Leo frown was not them, but the information revealed by the gathering of skeleton mages. With the characteristics of low-level undead, they can only act on instinct. If there is no one to command the skeleton mages, they will never gather on such a large scale. The fact that the low-level undead are commanded shows that the natural disaster army has made adjustments and Kel'Thuzad is fully prepared. The low-level undead were used to make the same cannon fodder consume more of Tyr's hand's combat power. The countless low-level undead simply sending themselves to death has made people weak. After being organized, the consumption they brought to Tyr's hand was many times greater. No wonder Leo frowned. The man who can command 60,000 to 70,000 skeleton mage, hiding in the natural disaster army, is an epic master. I can feel his aura. After Fording finished speaking, he pointed to a place where the skeleton mages gathered. A slightly larger skeleton came into Leo's field of vision. It was this skeleton that brought together the skeleton mages among the low-level undead to provide defense for the hand of Tyr. Broad trouble. The target has been discovered. But the problem is how to kill the skeleton. Because the distance between Leo and the skeleton mage has exceeded everyone's attack range. He seems to be a cautious guy. But it's just an epic. It's useless to kill you and hide him. Leo curled his lips. And a Nubrican appeared next to him. Its appearance attracted the attention of Varian, Fording and others. The huge metal beetle did not say anything after it appeared. He turned his body towards the next drill, dives into the ground and disappears. It is said that what the ears hear is false, and what the eyes see is true. Everyone, including Fording, knew more or less some information about Leo, and knew that he had conquered a Nubrakan, the leader of the Crypt Demon. A Nubrakan is a powerful natural disaster, and is directly controlled by the Lich King. The chance of him escaping from the scourge is so small that it can be ignored. Because of this, everyone knows that such a thing cannot be fabricated. But they didn't see it before. There will still be doubts. It's not easy for this young man to get a Nubrakan to leave the scourge and work for himself. Fording's thoughts were spinning rapidly in his mind. He had a feeling that with Leo here, it would not be as difficult as he originally thought to destroy the scourge. Today's young people are really amazing. But it's a good thing that they are capable. We old guys can't protect the world all the time. Fording felt relieved after realizing that Leo had extraordinary abilities. Just as he was about to say something, there was a commotion among the natural disaster army. Rows of sharp spikes suddenly appeared. Nearly 100 skeleton mages were scattered into a pile of broken bones under the attack of these spikes, including that epic natural disaster skeleton. A Nubrakan deliberately attacked in a sneak attack. Even the legendary strongman would not dare to guarantee his own safety, let alone an epic that was a lower level. The commander was killed. The low-level undead returned to their previous undisciplined state, and the pressure on the soldiers of Tyr's hand dropped sharply. There was no joy on Leo's face after killing the enemy. The night vision ability he shared with his pet allowed him to see a black shadow floating towards the hand of Tyr in the distant sky. Naxxramas has arrived. Chapter 513, The Plague Bat That Sends Death. Archlich Kel'Thuzad's ship Naxxramas has arrived. Leo was not the only one to see the black shadow in the distant sky. No one present was weak. Seeing at night was not a big deal for experts at their level. The moment the black shadow representing Naxxus appeared, everyone's nerves tensed up. They knew that the fierce battle would really begin. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A shrill scream sounded as Naxxramas approached, and countless small black dots suddenly appeared in various passages of the city in the sky, making it look like a huge hive with countless bees flying out. The number of small black dots pouring out of Naxxramas is increasing rapidly. But in just a few breaths, they have formed a black cloud with an area of more than a kilometer. And this black cloud is still moving rapidly towards external expansion. It's the plague bat. The strange phenomenon in the sky quickly attracted the attention of the soldiers. During the break in the battle, many soldiers raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. Most of them did not have night vision and could only see something was vaguely approaching in the dark sky. And a small number of powerful officers discovered the guy who made these unpleasant sounds. The experienced officers immediately knew the identity of the other party. Lydron's face became heavy after discovering the plague bats emerging from Naxxramas. Now the only aerial power of the Hand of Tyr is her Eagle Knights and Leo's mechanical puppet. That is to say, the plague bats had to be dealt with by the War Eagle Knights and Leo's mechanical puppets. There are an unknown number of plague bats, while the War Eagle Knights only have more than 470 people. Although Leo has many more mechanical puppets that can fly and fight than the Dragon Eagle Knights, they are also very limited. In such a comparison, as long as one has a normal IQ, everyone will understand how bad the battle situation is. How can you not make Lydron look heavy? The 500 War Eagle Knights I brought from Silvermoon City will be destroyed in this battle. Lydron was heartbroken. But her order was, the Eagle Knights fight against the scourge of the undead. For the glory of the Sindorii. Highly intelligent creatures are so strange. Emotions clearly tell you to do this. But reason makes you do the opposite. Letting more than 400 War Eagle Knights fight against the swarm of plague bats that had formed a black cloud of tens of thousands of meters in radius was clearly asking them to die. Lydron was emotionally unwilling to do this and push her compatriots into a pit of fire. The order was given, but her reason allowed her to immediately issue the order to attack. For the glory of the Sindorii. After receiving the order, the War Eagle Knights were silent for only a moment before jumping onto the back of the eagle. With loud shouts, they took off on the War Eagle. Why are you in such a hurry? Tell the War Eagle Knight not to rush forward. There will be a good show to watch later. Leo's voice reached Lydron's ears. The Blood Elf Countess was surprised and happy when she heard the words. Looking at Leo's appearance, he seemed to have a way to deal with those plague bats. But is this possible? It seems that there are tens of thousands of plague bats pouring out of Naxxramas. Can Leo really deal with such an aerial force? Noticing the suspicion in Lydron's eyes, Leo raised his right hand with a look of displeasure, and then suddenly slapped it downwards diagonally. Snapped. The Blood Elf Countess received a solid slap from Leo on a certain attractive part. Lydron was hit. Lydron, who had no idea that Leo would do such a thing, was hit without any suspense. I don't like people to doubt my words. It's really sad that you don't have confidence in me after working with me for so long. The person who had taken advantage had an aggrieved expression on his face. And Polishan and Ektoz, who had long since transformed into human forms, quietly appeared behind him. How dare this Hundan take advantage of me so blatantly? Lydron came back to her senses and glared at Leo angrily. No matter how rich her imagination was, she would never have imagined that Leo would dare to take advantage of her in front of everyone. The most disgusting thing was that he actually said nothing afterward. He looked aggrieved. I'm the one who should be sad. Right? The word shameless was meant for him. Leo's move was not only unexpected by Lydron, but also by everyone else present. Hawksbill and Frelin's eyes wandered over Leo and Lydron for a while, and then looked at each other. The two strong blood elves focused their attention on the plague bat again, as if nothing happened. The relationship between the Count and Leo seems to be much closer than we imagined. How dare you say that there is no personal relationship even after they have made such an action? Valjean didn't even squint his eyes. In the Dark Spear leader's mind, the couple had already hooked up, and it was normal for such a thing to happen. Varian, Bolvar and Bettina took a deep look at Leo. They looked away, and the three of them didn't express any opinions on the matter. As for what they were thinking, no one knew. Sargass and Brannigan were stunned for a moment and immediately laughed with evil smiles on their faces. Ao gave a thumbs up. The unique sense of stability of the dwarf warriors disappeared from their faces, replaced by a look of wretchedness. Without giving Lydron a chance to accuse him, Leo snapped his fingers. Polishan and Ektoz transformed into dragon forms again. The two Dracolics rushed to the vicinity of the plague bats before the Eagle Knights. A surprising scene happened. The plague bats suddenly went crazy after Polishan and Ektoz approached. They could fly flexibly in the air, and would not collide with each other. They immediately started to commotion. Each plague bat was like a headless fly, flying around. In the pitch-black sky, tens of thousands of plague bats were hovering in the air. This picture provided an annotation for the word demon chaos. Soon, the chaotic scene of this group of demons changed. A change that made Lydron and the War Eagle Knights happy. The plague bats flying in the air actually bumped into each other for unknown reasons, and were hit by their own people. The plague bats with all their meat and vegetables fell down one by one like dumplings. Many unlucky natural disaster cannon fodder were smashed to pieces by the falling objects in the air. Let the War Eagle Knights pay attention. As long as the plague bats recover midway, they will take a touch up, and don't let these beasts come out to cause trouble again. After Leo finished speaking, he pursed his lips to Liedrin. The Blood Elf Countess took a deep breath after weighing it. She decided not to pursue the matter. Although Leo took advantage of her, he kept the War Eagle Knight, so that these Blood Elves did not die at the mouth of the Plague Bat. Woman. Sometimes it's better to be more emotional. Women who are too rational are not good companions. Be careful not to find a man. Snort. Leo's sigh was met with a cold snort from Liedrin. To the Blood Elf Countess, Leo's words were simply ridiculous. With the current situation of the Blood Elves, as the leader of the royal party, Quel'Thalashi, the Earl, must take responsibility and help Silvermoon City recover faster. When you sit in her position, you have to make the most rational choice when something happens. And all emotions like sensibility that can interfere with things need to be abandoned. Okay. It's just a joke. Who makes everyone so nervous? Being too nervous will affect your combat effectiveness, Leo said and shrugged. You will be nervous when dealing with Kel'Thuzad. But you will be nervous when you meet the Lich King. What will happen? Nervous. We do have it. But it's just a little bit. Not as serious as you said. Everyone rolled their eyes at Leo. But the rather dull scene since the appearance of Naxxramas slowly became more lively. Although they all couldn't wait to teach the Scourge Legion a lesson. Everyone suppressed their tempers and did not act rashly. When the Plague Bat problem occurred, no more Plague Bats flew out of Naxxramas. It seems that Kel'Thuzad did not figure out the cause of the Plague Bat problem in a hurry. Since he does not know the cause, there is no solution. Talk about. Kel'Thuzad was not a fool. He would not send people to die without understanding the situation. Compared with cheap cannon fodder such as low-level undead, the status of Plague Bats was much higher. At least Kel'Thuzad would not let them die. Seeing that Naxxas was silent, Leo's mouth curved with a hint of pride. If the Scourge flying out of Naxxas were some other flying unit of the Scourge, Leo would still have a headache on how to deal with them. But they were Plague Bats. This is no wonder Leo. Leo had already had experience dealing with Plague Bats when he was a legendary warlock. The Forgotten suffered a big loss at that time. This battle caused the Forgotten's air force deployed in Arthi to be reduced by half. Kel'Thuzad obviously didn't know about this situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the Plague Bats come out to die. To die? That's right. It's death. Despite the large number of Plague Bats, the Plague Bats are defenseless lambs to the Dracolic, who is proficient in phantom sounds. Because Plague Bats rely on sound waves to fly and hunt. And the Dracolic's phantom sounds just disrupt sound waves. Yes. Without sonic positioning, Plague Bats would become blind. They could only receive wrong signals, and it would be difficult for them to finish their thinking. The Plague Bats are being frantically harvesting their lives by the opponent. Will the natural disaster army remain indifferent? Being questioned, Kel'Thuzad used actions to tell the world that he would not give up. Naxxramas had originally embraced the Plague Bats out of the exit. At this time, small black dots flew out again. These small black dots were not tortured to death. The Plague Bat is another flying unit of the Natural Disaster Army. The Rockskin Gargoyle. If Plague Bat doesn't work, just switch to Gargoyle. Do you really think I can't deal with it? Leo snorted coldly. And a humanoid mechanical puppet nearly 70 meters tall and covered in a thick iron sh. L appeared behind him. What was it if it wasn't Leo's War Fortress? A buzzing roar came from the War Fortress. And flying machines flew out from the holes on the shoulders of the War Fortress. There was a metal skeleton sitting in the cockpit of these flying machines. They were called skeleton fighters. Chapter 514, The Red Cloud Tearing Apart the Darkness. The light of the magic bullets tore through the darkness that shrouded the sky. The skeleton fighter planes launched an attack on the gargoyle troops of the Natural Disaster Army with a buzzing roar. The magic bullets shuttled through the air and formed a large net. A network representing destruction. A big net. At this time, this big net is covering the gargoyles pouring out of Naxxas. The gargoyles who were the first to rush out of Naxxramas were beaten to death by the attack of magic bullets. Their bodies turned into scattered stones and fell to the ground, allowing the Natural Disaster Army below to enjoy the rain of stones. Baptism. Kel'Thuzad wanted to play aerial combat as soon as he arrived. Leo naturally accompanied him. He wanted Kel'Thuzad to understand the truth. Don't think that Naxxramas is a city in the sky and others can't do anything to you. Do you want to gain air supremacy in front of me? So easy. The skeleton fighter appeared suddenly and attacked quickly. The Rockskin gargoyles were caught off guard, and hundreds of them were destroyed at once. However, these gargoyles have their own abilities to be selected into Naxxramas. Not easy to deal with. After reacting, the Rockskin gargoyles launched their stone skin spells one after another. and the attacks of the skeleton fighter planes were unable to do anything to them for a while. A rockskin gargoyle's body was cracked after being hit by 2 magic bullets in a row. However, with the blessing of the stone skin technique, it fully recovered in just 1 second. When the belated 3rd magic bullet hit, there is no chance of killing it when you hit it. The attack power of the skeleton fighter is not strong enough. If you want to kill the rockskin gargoyle, you must hit it 3 times in 1 second. It is very difficult to do this. The speed of the rockskin gargoyles is not as fast as the Zul'Aman War Eagles of the War Eagle Knights, but they are not inferior to the skeleton fighters. It is too difficult for 3 fighters to lock on a target at the same time when both sides are not slow. Because of this, there were more and more rockskin gargoyles blessed with the stone skin technique, and Leo's skeleton fighters soon fell behind. For high-pitched dragon roars sounded, and 2 twilight bone dragons and 2 dragon liches joined the battle group in the air. To outsiders, Leo had completely used all his aerial combat power. The location where the rockskin gargoyles and skeleton fighters were fighting was too far and too high. Otherwise, I would have released Gailai and recreated the scene in Zul'Aman. Looking at the battle in the distant sky, Leo felt a pity. If so many gargoyles were gathered together and exploded with a bang, even Kel'Thuzad would feel pain. The disadvantage of having 4 skull dragons join the skeleton fighter planes has been restored a lot. But as the number of rockskin gargoyles pouring out of Naxxramas increases, the balance of air combat is still tilting towards the natural disaster army. The War Eagle Knights, who had just harvested the lives of tens of thousands of chaotic plague bats, urged the Zul'Aman War Eagles to join the battle. Their joining relieved the pressure on the skeleton fighters and bone dragons to a certain extent. Continuing the fight like this is not an option. Our air power is far inferior to the opponents. Naxxramas can gain air superiority without even using the Frost Dragon. It won't be long before the sky above us is no longer safe. The expression on Leo's face looked quite worried when he said this. In fact, as he said, the air power of Tyr's hand is indeed too weak compared to the army of natural disasters. If it weren't for Ektoz and Polishan, the rockskin gargoyles had already rushed over in the final battle. In a battle with a city in the sky like Naxxramas, if you can't even protect the sky above your head, you'll be waiting to be brutally tortured by Kel'Thuzad. If there is no one to pick up Leo, it is difficult to raise aerial mounts, which means that each force does not have much aerial power. The largest human force, like the Stormwind Kingdom, has only 5,000 to 6,000 griffins in total. These griffin troops, it has to be dispersed to various parts of the kingdom. It is impossible to gather the griffin troops stationed in various places in such a short period of time. However, the only griffin troops that can be mobilized quickly have to defend the capital of the kingdom. So no one will take this hot potato. Seeing no one answered, Leo stopped mentioning the topic. He knew that Varian and the others didn't want to help, but they didn't have the power. The air troops they had were indeed too few, and the defense itself was not enough. So how could they still have the ability? Expatriate? The development of the battle situation is very unfavorable for the Hand of Tyr. Their battle on the ground is held back by a large number of low-level undead, and their power in the air is far inferior to the opponent. Failure is inevitable if the situation does not change, as if they knew that if they continued to fight, they would not be their opponents at all. The skeleton fighters fighting against the rockskin gargoyle troops began to try to leave the battlefield under the cover of the Bone Dragon. The Blood Elves War Eagle Knights did not dare to show off when they saw their allies retreating. The piloted War Eagle also returned to Tyr's hand. There is a saying that when one is in advantage, they will not spare anyone. This refers to the rockskin gargoyles of the Scourge Legion. How could they easily let their opponents go when they saw that they had already gained the upper hand? The skeleton fighters and War Eagle Knights took a step back and then took a step forward, looking like they were chasing them to the end. The skeleton fighter and the War Eagle Knight retreated, and the rockskin gargoyles pursued them. As they retreated, the distance between the gargoyles and Tyr's hand was getting closer. To be precise, the distance between them and Leo was getting closer. Don't look at how happy you are now. I will let you make a list right away. As the distance got closer, a smile appeared on Leo's face. As long as the rockskin gargoyle dared to come closer, he would summon the dragon eagle to sacrifice Gailai. But just when the rockskin gargoyles were about to step into the trap set by Leo, they made a gorgeous turn. The rockskin gargoyle that was originally chasing the opponent suddenly turned around and moved so neatly. Leo unexpectedly felt that he had been accumulating power for a long time, but had nowhere to take action, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Is the rockskin gargoyle teasing me? Looking at the black clouds formed by gargoyles in the sky, a little firelight shone in the palm of Leo's hand. The price for teasing me is very serious. Are you ready to bear my anger? Hawksbill looked at the retreating group of gargoyles in the sky and felt it was a pity. If either Astalar or Ramath were present, they could have given the Scourge's gargoyle troops a severe blow. But these two were guarding Silvermoon City. The royal capital was guarding against the Amani trolls at the Sun Temple. But none of them were present. It's a pity that there is no Archmage. Otherwise, it's raining. Leo's voice rang out before Hawksbill finished speaking. He looked at the flickering fire in the palm of his right hand with a confused expression, as if he was in a state of confusion. Rain? Leo's words made people completely confused. According to their perception, let alone rain. There were not even a few clouds. The water element here was really lacking. And it was still decreasing rapidly. Wait. Why is water? The element will decrease so quickly. But the fire element will become extremely active? Everyone became suspicious. And they felt that the rain Leo said was really going to happen. But this rain was not ordinary rain. A flash of red appeared in the sky and expanded rapidly. A red cloud pushed through the boundless darkness that occupied the sky and shyly revealed its face. The hot feeling dispelled the coldness of the night. This is a phenomenon that occurs when the fire element is extremely active. Everyone present had an idea in their minds. A powerful fire mage was casting a powerful spell. Sharp screams came from the group of rock-skinned gargoyles. It turned out that these gargoyles were in the center of the red cloud. After sensing the boundless power contained in the red cloud, they could destroy themselves instantly. The gargoyles panicked. In panic, the group of gargoyles broke into chaos. And some gargoyles actually bumped into their companions. At this moment, a gargoyle stood up. The other rock-skinned gargoyles all had pink eyes. But this gargoyle was green. The gargoyle that stood out was obviously a leader-level existence. In its sharp cry, the panicked gargoyles regained their composure. And the chaos was stopped before it spread. Is it useful? Leo slowly raised his head. His eyes looking at the gargoyles were so calm that there was no ripple in his eyes. The gargoyles in the sky no longer existed in his eyes. Dying in front of absolute power, your struggles will only make you look more pitiful. The gargoyles who recovered from the chaos rushed towards Naxxramas desperately, trying to protect themselves with the power of this city in the sky. But they could never go back. The red cloud changed after it spread to the extreme. Hundreds of huge fireballs, with a diameter of 10 meters, were generated in the red cloud and fell rapidly. Huge fireballs fell like a downpour. And the gargoyles blocked their path. Realizing that the situation was not good, the gargoyles wanted to change direction. But they were already rushing forward with all their strength and could not stop for a while. Even if there were one or two who could control themselves, they would be knocked out of control by their companions. Fireballs with a diameter of 10 meters contain powerful elemental power. And how destructive they are. The gargoyles of the Scourge Legion used their own lives to set an example for everyone. After these hundreds of fireballs collided with the gargoyles, everyone on the ground felt that their vision dimmed for a moment. This dimness only appeared for a moment. And then it became bright again. Hundreds of huge fireballs easily tore apart the blockade formed by the bodies of the gargoyles. Although the gargoyles did not intend to do this, the unparalleled powerful fire magic first burned the gargoyles' bodies blessed with stone skin. It had to crack, and then melted them all into dark red liquid amidst the terrified screams of the gargoyles. The bodies of the gargoyles were burned, and they turned into dark red magma. The magma was carried by huge fireballs and fell to the ground. From their falling trajectories, it can be seen that the landing point is where the skeleton mages are most concentrated. It seems that these fireballs not only killed the gargoyles in the sky, but also annihilated the 60,000 to 70,000 skeleton mages of the Scourge Legion. Is this still the Warlock's reign of fire? Frelin shrank his neck and murmured. His words spoke to everyone's heart, annihilating tens of thousands of gargoyles in one fell swoop. When did the Warlock's reign of fire become so lethal? Chapter 515 Plague Venom. Reign of fire? Of course not. Well, to be precise, this is not a simple reign of fire, but a doomsday battlefield version of reign of fire. Leo did not answer Frelin's question. Since others regard the spell that destroyed the gargoyles as a reign of fire, let's just think of it as a reign of fire. And this idea is not completely wrong. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of huge fireballs with a diameter of 10 meters smashed down. And powerful magic exploded. The ground groaned in pain amid violent tremors. And the loud impacts and explosions made people's ears ache. The red flames burned fiercely. And the sky-high flames illuminated the entire entrance to Tyr's hand. The poor skeleton mages gathered together were all burned to ashes in the flames. and more than 70% of the low-level undead in the natural disaster army were hit by long-range attacks. The attacker was killed in this hit. Low-level undead such as skeleton zombies have no moisture in their bodies. Their shriveled bodies are good materials for burning. When the flying sparks touch their bodies, the scene of dry wood encountering a fierce fire will happen. Due to the dense position of the Scourge Legion, the fire spread quickly. Often, a low-level undead catching fire can ignite several undead scourges nearby. Everyone who observed the battle situation through the magic image saw only a red color quickly spreading among the Scourge army. Diffusion. A few sparks had the potential to start a prairie fire within a few breaths. In order to prevent the entire cannon fodder group from being burned to the ground, the natural disaster army behind did not dare to move forward. They stopped attacking and stood in the distance waiting for the fire ahead to extinguish. The natural disaster army's sea of undead offensive was blocked. After the bombardment, there was actually a splash effect. To what extent had Leo strengthened the rain of fire? Liadrin was secretly shocked. Although the bodies of low-level undead were as easy to ignite as dry firewood, not all flames could reach this level. Ordinary flames could not spread so fast. Otherwise the undead of the Scourge Legion would be able to ignite to this extent. The sea won't be such a headache anymore. Just send a few fire mages to destroy them. Why are you looking at me like that? Leo blinked under the gazes of Liadrin, Varian and others, and he actually became shy. Everyone rolled their eyes. Do you dare to look more fake? Ignoring the others, Leo with white eyes summoned the Oak Sage and reached out to grab it and take it into his body. His lost mana was replenished a lot. Poor Oak Sage. This creature with abundant spiritual energy has become a tonic existence in Leo's heart. Under the strange looks of others, Leo once again summoned a psychic creature, the Heart of Wolf. It turned out that when he summoned the Oak Sage just now, Leo suddenly remembered that he had the skill of summoning the Heart of Wolf grow. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. The Heart of Wolf grow, which can perform range blessing, had been forgotten in a corner by him for an unknown period of time. Yes, it really shouldn't be done. An Oak Wise Man can replenish 1/5 of Leo's total mana. The spell just cast did not use 1/5 of his mana, so there is no need to consume more. The same thing between the Heart of the Wolf Bush and the Oak Sage is that it has no ability to attack. The difference between the two is that the Oak Sage can increase a person's vitality and blood, which is equivalent to increasing the health value, while the Heart of the Wolf Bush can increase the energy carried when attacking. The destruction efficiency is equal to the damage blessing. A layer of vague energy dissipated from the Heart of Wolf grow. Before, the Oak Wise Man was used by Leo to replenish his mana as soon as the Oak Sage appeared. Others had not felt it yet, but now the Heart of Wolf grow made them understand Leo's summons. The ability to summon an energy object that looks like a ball of light. It's actually a summoned object blessed by group abilities. You really surprised me a lot. Fording was the first person to sense the effect of the wolf's heart. This Lord of the Silver Hand was very interested in the righteous and peaceful energy of psychic creatures. This is the Heart of the Wolf. It can only make us more efficient in dealing with undead natural disasters. It's not worth mentioning. Hearing Fording's praise, Leo was humbled repeatedly. But no one would take his words seriously. Why did this kid have a proud expression on his face if he really meant what he said? After the plague bats, the rock-skinned gargoyles have also been wiped out, and 2 of the aerial troops of the Scourge army have been eliminated, leaving only the Frost Dragon army led by Sapphiron as the ace enemy of Naxxramas. Erthuzad obviously won't knock it out easily, but he won't just let it go either. Although Leo was talking, his attention to Naxxramas did not relax at all. After the Rock-skinned gargoyle was destroyed, Naxxramas, which had floated over the entrance to the Hand of Tyr, did not emit any more troops. It just hovered over the battlefield quietly. There was a raging fire on the ground. The Scourge's offensive was hindered by the fire, and was forced to stop. Naxxramas was motionless in the sky, as if it were a giant beast waiting to move, which made people feel depressed. What does Kel'Thuzad want to do? Leo was confused. He was about to let the skeleton fighter planes go forward to attack the city in the sky, when there was movement in Naxxramas. Something appeared again in the channel where the plague bats and rock-skinned gargoyles poured out. But this time the things that appeared one time were different from the previous 2 because they were some liquids. Some liquids with an inexplicable odor. People with night vision discovered that the liquid pouring out of Naxxramas' external channel was green, and their faces instantly turned pale. Damn it. It's venom contaminated by the plague. What are the magicians doing? Quickly put up a protective barrier. People who recognized the miserable green liquid quickly shouted loudly. They were not afraid of fighting face to face with the undead natural disasters. even if the number of the opponents was dozens or hundreds of times their own. But they were afraid of the venom that could spread the plague, because it would make them their bodies decline until death. But death is not relief, but the beginning of another tragedy. Because after death, they will become undead natural disasters driven by the Lich King. No one wants this to happen to them. So the soldiers' reaction is understandable. The magicians in the poison army, who heard that this was a plague, did not dare to neglect it all. Before the plague venom spilled by Necromancer fell, a translucent magic shield protected the sky of Tyr's hand. Damn Scourge. Damn Kel'Thuzad. He wants to use plague to deal with us. And he wants me to become a lackey of the Lich King. Kel'Thuzad's purpose was seen through by everyone at a glance. And countless shouts and curses rang out. But it doesn't matter if you scold loudly. There is no solution. No matter how hard you scold, it won't help. The Scourge Legion already had an absolute numerical advantage. And they launched an attack in the middle of the night to seize the opportunity. Now they still don't have a head-on confrontation with themselves. The pioneers used cannon fodder to consume their own combat power. And now they use plague to meet such a despicable and shameless person. How can your opponent not be extremely irritating? When the plague venom fell on the magic protective barrier arranged by the mages, it immediately made the sound of being corroded. Green smoke spread quickly, and the sky at Tyr's hand was dyed green. It seems that the Scourge has developed a new plague poison. It can actually corrode the magic shield. This is terrible. Fording looked at the magic protective shield above his head, with an anxious expression on his face. In his memory, it was not that there were no cases where strongholds were used by the Scourge Legion to deal with plague venom. Whenever the opponent splashed plague venom, he just had to hold on. The magic shield can keep it out. But now we have encountered a new situation. The magic shield can still block the plague venom. But this comes at the expense of rapidly consuming the mana of the mage who built it. The magic power of the mage is limited. Maintaining the large protective shield covering Tyr's hand is expensive, coupled with the corrosion of plague venom. How long can they sustain it? Kel'Thuzad would really use any means to win. What's the difference between Necromancer doing this and throwing a plague barrel? Leo looked at the green smoke isolated by the magic shield and kept thinking about the solution. Once the magic shield of Tyr's hand is broken, not only the plague venom will be spilled, but also the obviously poisonous green smoke will drift in. The venom can be blocked with something. But what about the gas? Before you become a god, you cannot stop breathing no matter how bad you are. All the priests took action to disperse. Liedron's voice sounded, and the Blood Elf Countess had obviously thought of this problem. Under her command, the Silver Crusaders and other reinforcements priests in the hand of Tyr used dispersion spells to clear the smoke outside the shield. The green smoke became much lighter as the golden holy light shone. But this did not fundamentally solve the problem. The source of the green smoke is the plague venom sprayed by Necromancer. It is impossible to just clean up the green smoke without blocking this source. Qua! An unpleasant bird call rang out. The sound was so sad that it made people want to vomit blood. 5 big black birds that looked very similar to Zolomon war eagles were summoned by Leo and quickly flew into the air. These 5 big black birds were smart. They did not rush out stupidly, but looked outside through a translucent magic shield. Storm Crow. Blow me hard. When everyone was at a loss, Leo thought of a solution. And this method was to use the wind control ability of the Storm Crow, which was obtained from the Amani troll eagle sacrifice Akelson. The 5 Storm Crows, who had been ordered by their master, flapped their wings vigorously. And 5 cyclones, like small tornadoes, appeared following their movements. The appearance of these 5 cyclones caused strong winds to blow over the hand of Tyr. The plague venom sprinkled by Necromancer was blown away by the strong wind, and the highly corrosive plague venom was sprinkled on the hand of Tyr. Outside, he fell into the cannon fodder mass gathered outside by the natural disaster army. And suddenly there was a sound of flesh and blood being corroded. The plague venom of Necromancer did not harm the enemy during Storm Crow's vigorous blowing, but instead killed a large number of his own people. It was really a waste of money. Thank you to the Amani trolls. Thank you to the eagle for sacrificing Akelson. Leo holds his chin and looks at Necromancer in the sky. I wonder what other damaging tricks you have. Kel'Thuzad? Chapter 516. The ferocious path of destruction is revealed for the first time. The plague venom flowing down from Necromancer stopped. Under the small tornado blown by the Storm Crow, Kel'Thuzad's move of spreading venom did not work. Seeing that it was ineffective, the Archlich immediately stopped doing this. Speaking of which, the plague venom is not completely ineffective. At least it consumes a large part of the magic power of Tyr's hand mages. And the venom falling from the air also extinguishes the fire on the ground that hinders the Scourge's attack. Seeing that the fire was extinguished, the undead sea of the Scourge army moved forward again, and Tyr's hand was about to face another attack from the undead Scourge. Keep your soldiers within Tyr's hand, and do not go to war. While Leo let the skeleton tanks die down, he asked Sargas to order the dwarf artillerymen to stop the attack. He also ordered the troops in front through Scarlet to stop them from attacking. No one knew what kind of medicine was sold in Leo's gourd, but in view of his previous performance in killing rockskin gargoyles and dealing with plague venom, Sargas believed him. And the banging cannons did not sound. Scarlet's place, of course. There is no problem. Her trust in Leo is far beyond that of others. The location where Naxxramas was parked was above the entrance to the Hand of Tyr. This huge city in the sky was too large. Only a small part of it was above the soldiers of the Hand of Tyr. Most of it was over the battlefield where the two sides had fought before. Leo visually measured the vertical distance between the place where the flames were burning and Naxxramas, and silently calculated in his heart. A moment later, when the natural disaster army filled the battlefield in front of Tyr's hand again, he moved. Oh, undead natural disasters that bring plague and death. Nature is angry because of you, Leo said, extending his right hand and giving a weak shake to the advancing natural disaster army. Now, feel the anger of nature. Bake. Following Leo's hold, a loud noise shook the world and caused people to fall into a state of temporary deafness. The earth trembled violently at this moment, and many people fell to the ground unsteadily. Red. Crimson. The redness, like the scorching sun, dyed the whole world with another color. The endless darkness after the night was covered was completely replaced at this moment. A heat wave drove away the coldness of the night, allowing the soldiers of Tyr's hand to suddenly the summer heat of June has entered. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky, and Naxxramas shook violently after being hit hard. Fording narrowed his eyes slightly, and he found that he actually had an opaque feeling towards this young man Leo. Just now, the moment Leo stretched out his hand to hold it, a pillar of fire suddenly appeared on the ground. The diameter of this pillar of fire was 100 meters. The fire magic contained in it was so strong that even a strong man like Fording gave birth to. A thrilling feeling comes. Naxxramas was just above this pillar of fire. The pillar of fire rising into the sky hit the city in the sky of the Scourge. If Naxxramas didn't have a strong enough magic shield, this pillar of fire would hit the sky. The pillar of fire will definitely leave unforgettable marks on it. The taste of a volcanic explosion is quite nice. Are you satisfied with the way I greeted you, Kel'Thuzad? Leo was very satisfied with his victory. Kel'Thuzad wanted to use plague venom to deal with him, and he immediately responded with volcanic explosion. This is to tell Kel'Thuzad, don't think that you can do whatever you want with Naxxramas. We are not easy to mess with. Volcanic explosion uses magic power to open a volcanic exit, and at this moment, the power of the volcano is directed to attack all targets within the magic range, burning the enemy to ashes. This skill is not a warlock's ability. It is one of the equipment skills attached to the cave troll's belt. Originally, with Leo's current strength, it was impossible to create such a powerful volcanic explosion. He could at most create a fire pillar with a diameter of 20 meters. But don't forget that the place where he created the volcanic explosion was the same place where hundreds of volcanic explosions were made. The place where the huge fireball bombarded. Although the raging fire had been extinguished by the plague venom at this time, the extremely active fire elements on this land had not dispersed. It was through them that Leo created even the Silver Hand Lord Tyrion Ford ring. A shocking blow. Of course, in addition to the most important reason above, there are other factors involved in the success of this attack. For example, the damage blessing brought by the wolf's heart to Leo. This blessing more than doubled the lethality of Leo's volcanic explosion. It's a pity that I don't have enough strength to fully utilize Crystal's inheritance. Otherwise this sudden blow would be enough to break Naxxramas' protection. Thinking of the inheritance of Rune Controller Crystal that he inherited, Leo had both regret and excitement on his face. Crystal's inheritance gave Leo the blood law that allowed him to become a demigod without any hindrance, and also allowed him to control the language of runes. Not counting these two, Crystal herself is a super fire controller. A master. The skills she possesses are also among the inheritance. Leo remembered that in the world of Sanctuary, the Crystal family built a tower. Later, the world called it the Forgotten Tower, and the vast land where the Forgotten Tower was located was a black wasteland. Leo had never paid attention to why that land was called the Black Wasteland before. How could Crystal's family continue to inherit the family in this land that was almost barren as if it had been burned by fire? After inheriting the heritage of the Rune Master finally, He understood that the Black Wasteland was not originally called the Black Wasteland. The reason why it became like this was that the Crystal family was burned into it with extreme fire spells when they fought against the Hell Legion. And the one who issued this blow was later the Countess of Blood. The Crystal family with such power is really frightening. What makes Leo regretful is that they still failed to fight against the legions of H, L and finally succumb to the 3 demon gods of H, L. What makes Leo excited is that he can actually get such a powerful fire control inheritance after inheriting the Rune Master. Warlocks are originally a profession that controls flames and shadows. The powerful fire control inheritance can increase his abilities to a great extent that outsiders cannot. Imagination. Originally it was just for the rune language. But in the end Goldfinger offered a buy one get two free deal. Not only giving it the blood law but also the extremely powerful fire control inheritance. The beautiful Leo said he had made a fortune. After receiving a severe blow, Naxxramas, which stood quietly above the battlefield, reacted. The huge city in the sky began to slowly move back. It seemed that Kel'Thuzad was frightened by Leo's counterattack. In order to prevent Naxxramas from being surprised, the Archlich decided to retreat tactically. When Naxxramas was shaken by the impact of the volcanic explosion, Kel'Thuzad knew that he had made the mistake of underestimating the enemy this time. It was precisely because he underestimated his opponent that he rushed forward with Naxxramas on his side. After realizing that after his own mistake, he made the choice to avoid the edge temporarily without hesitation. When encountering a strong opponent, temporarily avoid the opponent's edge, and then strike the fatal blow when the opponent's momentum weakens and his strength declines. This was Kel'Thuzad's plan. And he also put his ideas into action. Seeing the huge black shadow in the sky that gave people a feeling of depression and suffocation retreating, Tyr's hand suddenly burst into loud cheers. The soldiers didn't care whether Kel'Thuzad retreated tactically or not. They only know that Naxxramas, the city in the sky, retreated under their tenacious resistance. Being able to force the opponent to retreat in a fight with such an enemy, even if it is not him who takes action, still makes the soldiers so excited that they can't control themselves. Even many military officers are like this. Ever since Naxxramas appeared, this huge city in the sky has been like a boulder pressing on everyone's chest. Now that the boulder has finally been removed, everyone can enjoy the beauty of breathing freely. Fortunately, the undead of the Scourge ignore morale. Otherwise Kel'Thuzad's retreat of Naxxramas would definitely impose a negative state of morale reduction on one's own side, reducing one's own combat power by several %. General Sargas, the bombardment can continue. Leo clapped his hands, and Zinasaraya and Dragonakos came behind him to protect him. Under their protection, Leo took out a luxurious gold lounge chair and lay down on it. He closed his eyes without waiting for anyone to ask questions. He has entered a state similar to meditation, through which he is recovering his mana. The volcanic explosion just now was great, but the price Leo paid was not small, because the fire magic power erupted far exceeded the limit that Leo could display. His mana consumption was much higher than expected. When the volcanic explosion ended, his remaining mana was less than 10% of what it was at its peak. The endless natural disaster of the undead. Sargas cursed bitterly. The dwarf general from Ironforge shouted at the cheering dwarf artilleryman. What are you still doing? Didn't you see it? Has the natural disaster army launched another attack? Hurry up and blast this garbage. It was only after Sargas roared that the dwarf artillerymen discovered that the Scourge army had launched another attack. They quickly stopped cheering and entered combat mode. And the rumbling sound of artillery ling resounded through Tyr's hand again. Naxxramas tactically retreated into the distance. But the countless low-level undead in the natural disaster army did not stop moving forward as the base camp retreated. On the contrary, under the deliberate guidance of some people, the low-level undead marched towards the hand of Tyr in a denser way. As expected, cannon fodder has no human rights. Kel'Thuzad made it clear that he wanted to use these cannon fodder to lure out the archmage in the hand of Tyr, who could threaten the safety of Naxxramas, and use cheap cannon fodder to consume the opponent's strength. However, Kel'Thuzad made a miscalculation. Not to mention that Leo was recovering his mana and Tun couldn't take action. Even if he didn't enter a meditative state, he wouldn't take action. The powerful fire spell has enough lethality, but the powerful fire magic often causes undead natural disasters to be burned to ashes, leaving Leo unable to get even a single corpse. Passonia quietly pulled Scarlet, calling the female knight back to her senses from Leona's shocking volcanic explosion. She whispered in Scarlet's ear and asked, "Do you still remember his initial choice? Path of?" Scarlet was stunned for a moment when she was asked, and then she understood what Passonia meant. What path did Leo choose? Destroy. The path of the Tyrant of Destruction is known for its violent and ferocious spells among the three major departments of Warlock: Curse, Demon, and Destruction. Chapter 517, What Can You Do to Make Me Regret It? The Natural Disaster Army continued to use low-level undead to consume the strength of the Hand of Tyr, while the Hand of Tyr used the bombardment tactics of skeleton tanks and dwarf artillerymen. After going around in a circle, the battle seemed to have returned to its starting point. But everyone knows that after Kel'Thuzad suffered a small loss, and Naxos chose to give in, the psychology of both sides of the battle has changed greatly. Leo's volcanic explosion let Kel'Thuzad know the terrifying strength of the Hand of Tyr. Even the sky city of Naxxramas is not absolutely safe in front of it. The Archlich's attitude towards the Hand of Tyr has changed. The soldiers of Tyr's hand changed from being frightened by the arrival of Naxxramas to being full of fighting spirit now. Their morale was high when they discovered that Naxxramas was not invincible. After Pesonia's reminder, Scarlet realized that she had actually ignored Leo's combat power. In the recent battles, Leo's gorgeous and powerful pet lineup attracted all her attention. Among these powerful pets, Leo himself looked slightly dim under the light. So much so that people almost forgot about the strength he possessed. Whether it was the incredibly powerful rain of fire when he wiped out the group of rock-skinned gargoyles, or the unknown spell that later forced Naxxramas to avoid its edge, Leo's own strength had unknowingly increased, grow to a level that rivals or even exceeds that of a great warlock. This is Scarlet's idea, and it is also the opinion of Lydran Pasonia and other people who are familiar with Leo. As for Varian, Fording and others who were not familiar with Leo, they did not have so many thoughts in their minds. They just felt that having a strong man like Leo on their side was very beneficial to fight against the undead natural disaster. Don't look at me like that. I didn't hide my strength on purpose. You know, the situation before was different from now. Leo, who recovered the mana consumed by the volcanic explosion through a state of meditation, opened his eyes and spread his hands towards Scarlet, who was staring at him. What he wanted to express was that he did not have the Blood Law or Chris in the previous battle. The unique fire control inheritance does not even have the Cave Troll belt. But when other people hear this, it means something else. The enemies Leo encountered before were not taken seriously by him, so he didn't bother to take it out. The real strength is left to the powerful thugs under his command. Now that Kel'Thuzad is driving Naxxramas, the pressure brought by the natural disaster army and the huge city in the sky makes Leo start to seriously deal with it. Enemy. Kel'Thuzad wants to kill us, but he will regret giving me time to recover. Through the battle, Leo quickly understood Kel'Thuzad's plan. The Scourge army wanted to rely on their numerical advantage to use the Sea of Undead to drain the Hand of Tyr's combat effectiveness. This tactic was exactly what Leo wanted. The more low-level undead sent by the natural disaster army to die, the more corpses Leo would absorb in this battle. If Kel'Thuzad launched a general attack for a decisive battle as soon as Kel'Thuzad came up, it would be impossible for Leo to make a fortune in silence. It's so good now. The cannon fodder of the natural disaster army comes up to die in groups, while he keeps absorbing the corpses. This style of play is really harmonious. Leo thought the battle was very pleasant, but others didn't think so. Sarias said helplessly to everyone, "There are too many damn undead, and we have actually run out of artillery SH.LS. The dwarf artillerymen prepared a lot of artillery SH.LS. They had been bombarding the Scourge intermittently for 4 or 5 hours. The total amount of artillery SH.LS consumed in such a long time was an astonishing number. It would not be possible to consume them all now. People will be abrupt. The exhaustion of the dwarf artillery SH.LS is not good news for the Hand of Tyr. Without the dwarf artillery relay, Leo's skeleton chariot alone cannot stop the attack of the natural disaster army. Next, Tyr's the time spent in close combat with the natural disaster army will be increased a lot. As the saying goes, good things never come in pairs, and misfortunes never come singly. Just when the dwarf artilleryman's ammunition could not be continued, another bad situation occurred. The light of the magic teleportation array appeared directly under Naxxramas, far away from Tyr's hand. Naxxramas floating in the air must use the teleportation array if it wants to transport the troops in the city, because this city in the sky will not give up its advantage and approach the ground unless it is absolutely necessary. It is impossible for undead natural disasters to jump directly to the ground. When its own long-range firepower was weakened, Naxxramas began to send troops to the ground. This was indeed not good news for the Hand of Tyr, especially because of Kel'Thuzad's cleverness. Since he had already started to send troops to the ground, it was certain that wouldn't go easy on Tyr's hands. It didn't take long for everyone's speculation to become reality. After Leo's skeleton tank entered the charging state again, the natural disaster army came up to fight with the soldiers of Tyr's hand. The low-level undead were no match for these elite soldiers. As soon as the two sides fought, the corpses of the natural disaster army were spread out on the ground. Just as the soldiers were getting ready to fight, shadow arrows were fired silently. The night gave the shadow arrows a layer of natural protection. The soldiers did not discover these shadow attack magics that were integrated with the darkness. Many people did not understand how they were hit after being hit. For soldiers, these shadow arrows are very lethal, because the shooters all have the strength of high-level warriors. And they are not ordinary high-level warriors. When describing their strength, the elite two must be added. Character: being hit head-on by the shadow arrow. Nearly 300 elite soldiers fell to the ground and never stood up again. The armor on their bodies failed to protect their masters from the erosion of the dark elements. This is the first time that Tyr's hand troops have experienced attrition since the beginning of the war. The soldiers who were charging were not frightened by the death of their comrades. Instead, they burst out with stronger fighting power and anger. The undead natural disasters that surged up were in their midst. Many people fell to the ground under the attack, although the other party was hiding very secretly. Leo still found the 500 natural disaster mages, who had quietly gathered together among the casters of these shadow arrows in the army of natural disasters. The strength of these 500 natural disaster mages is not weak. Their combat power is more than 10 times more powerful than that of an ordinary army's mages. At least the accompanying mages of the Storm Expeditionary Army led by Link are far from comparable to them. Obviously, these 500 natural disaster mages do not belong to the category of low-level undead. They are not members of the cannon fodder group, but were transmitted from Naxxramas. Kel'Thuzad relied on the fact that he had countless low-level undead that could be used as human shields. The first thing teleported from Naxxramas was not a powerful undead unit, but a regular unit of natural disaster mages. These bodies had shriveled up to the point where only the remaining a layer of skinny scourge mages combined with countless low-level undead cannot capture Tyr's hand. But they can kill Tyr's hand soldiers. If 500 natural disaster mages deliberately use a long-distance group attack spell to kill, the cost-effectiveness is too low. The mana consumed is not proportional to the results obtained. Moreover, even if they are killed, it will not help. The natural disaster army will immediately have another one. A batch of scourge mages took their place. Going out to kill them is not worth the loss. But it is not possible to keep them. More than 300 soldiers have been killed under the attack of these 500 natural disaster mages. If you ignore them, can you let them kill your own soldiers? Everyone was in trouble. Even Hawksbill was frowning. No matter how accurate the arrow skills of the Silver Moon Rangers under the Ranger King were, they could not match the long distance. The location of the Scourge Mage could not even be hit by the magic cannon of the skeleton tank. The Silver Moon Ranger's sharp arrows are naturally out of reach. Sharp thorns emerged from the feet of the natural disaster mages. Hundreds of natural disaster mages were damaged by these thorns and fell to the ground. Without waiting for the natural disaster mages to take action, these thorns exploded one after another with a loud bang. Open! The impact of the explosion and the flying thorn fragments ruthlessly tore the body of the Scourge Mage, causing Hawksbill and the others a headache. The 500 Scourge Mage were all wiped out. The people who were still thinking about how to kill those natural disaster mages breathed a sigh of relief. And then, they realized that they still had a Crypt Demon leader Anub'Rocken lurking underground. The presence of Anub'Rocken thwarted Kel'Thuzad's plan and put himself in danger. As the former powerful men of the Scourge, Anub'Rocken, the leader of the Crypt Demon, and Goddick, the Soul Reaper, betrayed the Lich King. Kel'Thuzad really wanted to tear these two guys into pieces. They were both subordinates of the Archlich, and they were the ones closest to him. Didn't the defection of these two powerful men show to the world that there was something wrong with Kel'Thuzad's ability to control him? What happened was a slap in Kel'Thuzad's face. How could the Archlich let it go? Leo, who asked Anub'Rocken to deal with the 500 natural disaster mages, looked strange. Scarlet noticed the situation and was about to ask questions when hundreds of ground thorns appeared on the ground where the natural disaster army was. There was a Crypt Demon strung on top. At the same time, Anub'Rocken sounded with a mocking voice. Kel'Thuzad, you actually want to use the Crypt Demon to attack me? Your wisdom has become as close as your brain. Is it gone? As the leader of the Crypt Demons, Anub'Rocken was no match for ordinary Crypt Demons. He killed hundreds of attackers with just one blow, and he was indeed proud of himself. Facing Anub'Rocken's mocking Naxxramas, Kel'Thuzad's chilling voice came out. Traitor. You will regret it soon. What are you doing to make me regret it? Anub'arak'n was very disdainful of Kel'Thuzad's words. The strength of the Archlich was indeed beyond what he could fight against. But no matter how strong he was, he couldn't enter the ground. Right? Boom! A thick ground thorn suddenly rushed out of the ground. On the top of the ground thorn was a large metal beetle the size of a train carriage. This large metal beetle was Anub'arak'n. As the leader of the crypt demons, Anub'arak'n was actually hit with a ground thorn. I heard a small heartbeat. Don't worry. It will stop soon. A large purple beetle that was several minutes larger than Anub'arak'n and covered with a layer of frost emerged from the ground. It's a crypt demon. Chapter 518 Anub'arak. As the leader of the crypt demons, Anub'arak'n is actually unable to compare with this large purple beetle in terms of size. Among the crypt demon race whose strength is determined by size, the occurrence of this situation clearly represents one thing. The comparison between the large purple beetles and Anub'arak'n is even stronger. There is only one crypt demon in the Scourge that is stronger than Anub'arak'n, and that is the Crypt Lord Anub'arak. A powerful man who is also at the pinnacle of legends, like the Archlich Kel'Thuzad. Perhaps in terms of strength, Kel'Thuzad is still inferior to Anub'arak. Leo's expression was uncertain. Crypt Lord Anub'arak actually came here from Northrend. What does his arrival mean? Abu Barak. You unexpectedly attacked me. Anub'arak'n shook his body, and the ground thorn that pushed it out of the ground was forcibly broken. The crypt demon commander secretly wiped a cold sweat while being angry. A single blow would seriously injure him. Sneak attack on you? Anub'arak laughed disdainfully, as if Anub'arak'n had told a funny joke. Who else can you blame for your own stupidity? Facing Anub'arak's ridicule, Anub'arak'n was no longer calm. He shook his body angrily, and the sharp metal barbs on the carapace struck Anub'arak with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Weak attack. Anub'arak looked disdainful of Anub'arak'n's barb attack. The Crypt Lord commented on it as weak. Anub'arak actually did not dodge in Anub'arak'n's angry eyes, and used his body to force him. Resisted these metal barbs. Metal barbs are one of the ways Anub'arak'n can injure enemies. With the strength of the Crypt Demon Commander, even a legendary strongman would not dare to be so aggressive in the face of such an attack. Anub'arak is too underestimating the enemy, and is too arrogant. Yet? No. Of course not. The reason why Anub'arak is like this is because of its strength, which is far stronger than Anub'arak'n. The metal barbs hit Anub'arak with a clanking sound, and the half-finger-thick ice layer on the surface of the crypt leader's body blocked all the metal barbs shot by Anub'arak'n. After receiving this blow, there wasn't even a crack in the ice on Anub'arak's body. It was such a terrifying defensive ability that ordinary legendary strongmen could only run away when they encountered him. Leo in the distance rubbed his chin, his face not showing any signs of anxiety. If Anub'arak could see Leo's expression, it would definitely be more vigilant. Unfortunately, reality has no ifs, and the Crypt Lord is destined to suffer. Anub'arak resisted Anub'arak'n's blow without any damage. Anub'arak's disdain became even greater. He slowly pushed towards Anub'arak'n and taunted him mercilessly. That's all you have. Idiot. There is a price to pay for betraying the Scourge. Facing Anub'arak's approaching Crypt Demon Lord, he did not realize that he was at a disadvantage. Instead of escaping, he launched a ferocious attack on the Crypt Lord. Abu Barak was secretly laughing at his opponent's overestimation and was about to give him a hard blow when Anub'arak'n pounced on him. Suddenly, a big hand made of roots stretched out from the clinker ground. This big hand was as cruel as a huge thorn in the ground. It hit Anub'arak's abdomen hard, hitting the weakest part of the crypt leader's body. Boom! The brutal blow from the root hand almost knocked Anub'arak to the ground. If the Crypt Lord hadn't reacted quickly, and a sudden burst of cold air from his body forced the attacker back, he would have made a big fool of himself. However, after dealing with Anub'arak, the big hand of roots, he had no energy to deal with Anub'arak'n's attack. The Crypt Demon Commander, who rushed at high speed, used his body to have a close contact with Anub'arak. Scattered ice particles flew out from the huge impact, and a small piece of Anub'arak's ice shattered under the impact. Leo nodded secretly when he saw this. Although the ice defense on Anub'arak was strong, it was not ridiculously strong. According to legend, it could not defend against powerful attacks from strong men. Who is it? Come out! Anub'arak, who had suffered a loss, was of course unwilling to accept it. He yelled to find the guy who sneaked up on him. With its strength, it could indeed do it. A stream of icy cold air spurted out from its mouth and went straight into the ground. The cold air of the ground where he passed instantly turned into hard frozen soil. A humanoid creature made of roots crawled out from the ground. It twisted its body, and tried to force out the cold air that invaded the body. It looked very painful. "It's you, Lotheb?" There was a cry of surprise. And Black Widow Felina and Plaguebringer North led a group of natural disaster mages to the battlefield. When they saw the corpse-eating vines that were forced to emerge from the ground by a Nubarak's biting cold, later he was greatly surprised. During the battle at the Temple of the Sun, they saw with their own eyes how Lotheb fell. After the death of this powerful mud monster, not only were there no bones left, but even the energy core that made up its life was taken away. But now it is appearing in front of him alive. What on earth is going on? Felina and North felt that the mud monster they saw in front of them could not be Lotheb, so they used a questioning tone. But they soon knew that their judgment was wrong, because the corpse-eating vine that transformed into Lotheb gave them an ugly smile, and he responded leisurely after forcing a Nubarak's biting cold out of his body. He said to the two natural disaster experts, "Felina, North, I didn't expect that we would meet again. You two guys refused to save me outside the Sun Temple. Seeing you again makes me feel itchy." As Lotheb spoke, his whole body sank quickly, as if the place he was standing on was not the hard ground, but the water that could sink people. This guy is actually Lotheb. Felina and North were shocked. The two natural disaster experts had never expected such a thing to happen. How could Lotheb survive the tragic situation at that time? By the way, that energy core is about to be taken away. North and Felina thought of Lotheb's energy core. In their opinion, Lotheb's resurrection must be related to it. But they never thought that there would be a plant called Corpse Vine. After swallowing the shadow of Lotheb, he became the second Lotheb. Sneak attacker. Don't even think about running away. Seeing that Lotheb wanted to fight with him, Abu Barak was not happy. As a crypt lord, his strength was far stronger than that of ordinary natural disaster masters. Even Kel'Thuzad wanted to see it, to give him some respect. What did that mud monster named Lotheb think of him? How can it be such a good thing to just leave after a sneak attack? Withstanding a Nubarakan's attack, a Nubarak once again sent out a biting cold. He wanted to keep Lotheb, so that the mud monster had to fight with him. Do not underestimate me. Seeing that a Nubarak actually wanted to keep Lotheb when he was fighting with him, the Crypt Demon Commander, who felt despised by his opponent, roared, and the Crypts hit him one by one with bang 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 blows. A Nubarak's soft belly pushed up the Crypt Lord, and then exploded again. A Nubarakan tried to use such an attack to wound his opponent, but a Nubarak's protective power far exceeded his expectations. This attack only caused more cracks to appear in the ice on a Nubarak's body, which was harmful to the crypt. The Lord's actual damage is 0. The layer of ice on a Nubarak's body was too much of a hindrance, and it couldn't hurt a Nubarak's body unless it was broken. Leo thought that the magic power in his body began to surge. As he prepared to cast a spell, he said to Fording, "Lord Fording, I can still deal with the Crypt Lord of Nubarak, but if Kel'Thuzad appears, I have to rely on you. Yes, you are the only one here who is at the same level as him. Am I the only one who is as powerful as Kel'Thuzad? Not necessarily." Fording's eyes stayed on Zenithsaria and Dragonakos for a while, but he did not object to Leo's words to let him deal with Kel'Thuzad. "I think that in order to retrieve Kel'Thuzad's body after his death, Arthas killed Gavin Lad Doom, the deputy commander of the Knights of the Silver Hand, second only to Uther the Lightbringer at that time. And then for Arthas created the phylactery for him and killed his father, King Tyrrhenus of Lordaeron. Although the deaths of these two people were all caused by Arthas. Could such a thing have happened without Kel'Thuzad? The grudge between Kel'Thuzad and the Silver Hand is too deep. As the Lord of the Silver Hand, Fordring will not refuse any opportunity to kill Kel'Thuzad." Leo did not mention Sapphiron, and Fording did not ask how to deal with this powerful bone dragon that was not inferior to Kel'Thuzad. This was not because Fording was careless and Leo was careless. Look at what happened in Tyr's hands. Parisian and Ektos hovering in the sky will find the answer. Even if the two green dragons, which are 600 to 700 meters long, cannot defeat Sapphiron and hold him back, it will not be a problem. As for the Frost Dragon Legion that had not appeared in Naxxramas, Fording was also worried about how to deal with them. But when he saw that Leo didn't seem to care about the Frost Dragon Legion, he suddenly felt a feeling in his heart. This young man already has a way to deal with the Frost Dragon's attack. Before Leo's spell was completed, a Nubarak's roar rang out again. It turned out that the biting cold he was trying to keep Lotheb was blocked by a blast of venom when it was about to hit the ground. Although the venom shot from the oblique stab did not completely block the biting cold, the power of the biting cold was greatly weakened after it was blocked, and it was no longer enough to threaten Lotheb, a Nubarak, who had been ruined by someone. looked in the direction of the venom spurting, and saw a huge tarantula emerging from a large hole in the ground. The big hole was where a Nubrocken was pushed out of the ground. Caused? Meixner? Very good. It seems that you have also betrayed the Scourge. Today I will let you traitors taste the fate of betrayers. Anubbarak's momentum continued to rise as he spoke. As a Crypt Lord, he was much stronger than Anubrakan and Maxna. Even if the latter two teamed up, he was confident of killing them. And to deal with traitors, it was he came to the Plague Lands from Northrend in the Northrend via a teleportation array. Chapter 519, Trial Staged in Advance. Anubbarak became serious. The Crypt Lord saw that in addition to Anubrakan and Godic, there were also Lotheb and Maxner, who had betrayed the Scourge. He knew that he had to show his true strength. Otherwise, even if he was as powerful as him, it would be impossible. Complete the mission to clean up the traitors. Where's Godic? Stop hiding. Come out and die together. The momentum reached its peak. Anubbarak completely suppressed Anubrakan, and suppressed it very easily. When Anubrakan rushed towards Anubbarak, he opened his mouth wide, and his ferocious mouthparts were like lightning, stinging Anubrakan. The Crypt Demon Lord was transformed into an ice sculpture by the stabbing blow, and he was frozen by Abu Barak's icy blows. Regardless of speed, power or other aspects, the Crypt Demon Commander is far behind the Crypt Lord, who has shown his true strength. Anubbarak raised his forelimbs, and the forelimbs, which were sharper than epic weapons, were like a purple scythe and struck at Anubrakan's brain. If Anubrakan was unable to dodge after being frozen, even if he cut it, he doesn't even have a few breaths left to die. Dozens of shadow arrows shot out and hit Anubbarak's lower forelimbs. Under their attack, Anubbarak's lower slashes were deflected, and the sharp forelimbs pressed against Anubrakan's. The SHL split down, making Anubrakan break out in a cold sweat. He was just a little short of being hit by Anubbarak. A human mage wearing a horned helmet entered Anubbarak's reality, and it was from him that the shadow arrow that freed Anubrakan came from. It is an honor to be called by the Crypt Lord. The human mage stroked his chest-length white beard, with a kind smile on his face. As he walked, the three skulls tied with chains on his hem made a ringing sound, and an extremely obscure mana fluctuation spread along with the sound. Come on, Soul Reaper Godic. Godic's intervention gave Meixner time to rescue Anubrakan. The mutant giant wolf spider spit out a large net to cover the Crypt Demon leader and dragged him back to him, who was frozen in ice, and left Anubrakan. Attack range. Seeing Godic's appearance, Anubbarak didn't waste any time. A bone-chilling cold shot quickly passed through. Godic quickly used flash to avoid it. Less than a tenth of a second after Godic left the place, a thick ground thorn penetrated the position where he was standing. Anubbarak quietly used the piercing while using the biting cold. If Godic chooses to use magic and biting cold to fight this ground thorn, it will become his life-killing talisman. Anubbarak is indeed a Crypt Lord who is famous for his cunning and cunning. If you are not careful in fighting with him, you will suffer big losses. Three betrayers? Come together. Anubbarak was not angry when he saw that Godic had dodged his attack. He glanced at the three opponents with a scornful look and then provoked them. Only 4 words could describe his domineering attitude and expression. Faced with Anubbarak's arrogant attitude, neither Godic, Maxner nor Anubrakan showed the so-called restraint of a strong man, and the three joined forces to attack without hesitation. The opponent is Crypt Lord Anubbarak, the king of the Spider Kingdom, the first enemy the Scourge encountered after entering this world, the existence that devastated the first Lich King Nazul, with Godic and the others. If you choose to fight Anubbarak in a one-on-one duel based on your strength, you are simply going to die. Only in a group fight can you have any hope of winning. When facing the enemy, you must use your own strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. Anubbarak is very powerful. If you are not its opponent in a one-on-one battle, then use your own numerical advantage. There is nothing shameful in this. Anubrakan was at the front. Godic provided magical support from a distance, and Maxner used venom and spider silk to contain Anubbarak's attacks. The three of them joined forces, and Anubbarak was unable to do anything for a while. Can't reach them. With the weak against the strong, group fighting is indeed the way to go. It's just that such a battle cannot last for long. Anubbarak's body surface is covered with a finger-thick layer of ice. Anubrakan's attacks cannot really hurt Anubbarak due to the obstruction of this ice layer. On the other hand, the Crypt Lord's attack could injure Anubrakan. Not long after the fight, several cracks appeared in Anubrakan's metal carapace. Leo, who was behind, silently gathered the magic power needed to cast the spell. He watched all three of his pets fight against the Crypt Lord. Knowing that he would lose if the fight continued like this, he sent a helping hand. With a thumping sound, the War Fortress stepped forward to kill Anubarak. This giant robot crushed all the way in the sea of the undead. After crushing countless skeletons and crushing countless zombies, it rushed into the ground. The Cave Lord's battlefield. The huge palm reflecting the metallic luster slapped Anubarak. The strong wind pressure had already blown the ground into dust before the palm hit it. Not many among the legendary strongmen could catch this powerful slap. Because in terms of strength alone, there are very few legendary strongmen who can rival War Fortress. And his physical destructive power is frightening. Anubarak didn't dare to be too powerful. The attack momentum of the War Fortress was too shocking. Even if the Crypt Lord was very confident in his body-protecting ice layer, he was unwilling to resist the attack. Before the big hand of the War Fortress came down, he hit aside. This was Anubarak's first dodge since he appeared. As Leo's strength improved, the strength of his pets also received corresponding bonuses. War Fortress has now become a real legendary level combat power. Not just the previous attack power that was comparable to the legendary level, but the overall strength is not the case. In this situation, the advanced legend is a leap in strength for anyone. War Fortress already has the ability to pose a threat to Anubarak. Anubarak, a violent opponent like War Fortress, doesn't want to fight with him. Because this guy is thick-skinned and hard to kill. If it's one-on-one, it's fine. But now he's being beaten by a crowd. With such flesh, the shield blocking the front was a hindrance to him in clearing out the traitors, like Goddick. A puppet wants to fight me. What a joke. The friction between Anubarak's mouthparts made a sharp sound like metal scraping. The War Fortress, which had missed a single hit, was about to pursue, when a huge figure similar to him suddenly appeared from the rear of the natural disaster army. Suddenly, this huge figure came and rushed towards the War Fortress at a very fast speed. The low-level undead standing between him and the War Fortress were unlucky. They were all smashed into pieces. They were not killed by the enemy but died in the hands of his own people. The collision of the huge figure was fast and powerful, with a loud bang that made people's ears hurt. The War Fortress was knocked back and staggered back, almost falling to the ground. Another group of low-level undead met with great misfortune. Ho ho ho! A gorilla whose size was not inferior to that of a War Fortress appeared in Leo's field of vision. But this gorilla had two weird horns on its head, which made it look a bit like a big goat at first glance. Looking at the blue fur of the horned gorilla, Leo came up with the name Ice Roar. Did Anubarak bring this violent snowman from Northrend to the Plague Lands? Leo looked at the Ice Roar that was struggling with the War Fortress, and the speed of the magic gathered by mobilizing his mental power accelerated a few points. The appearance of Ice Roar forced Leo to separate the War Fortress from the team besieging Anubarak. This huge violent snowman would have suffered if no one blocked him from Tyr's soldiers. War Fortress and Ice Roar are giant creatures known for their strength, and the battle between them is fierce. Ice Roar's fist made a clanging sound every time it hit the War Fortress, and dozens of dents were made in the several-meter-thick metal L of the War Fortress by Ice Roar. War Fortress did not show weakness in the face of a powerful opponent. Even though Ice Roar was thick-skinned, he was beaten to pieces by his counterattack. The two huge monsters' fist-to-flesh fights made people's blood boil, and their hearts were filled with excitement. The War Fortress was lured away by the Ice Roar, and Anubarak only had to face 3 enemies. The Crypt Lord found the opportunity to seal Anubraken with ice strikes again, and slashed at the Crypt Demon Commander with his extremely sharp forelimbs. Go! Maxner and Goddick hurried to the rescue, and the clinker Anubarak laughed ferociously. Several thick thorns that the two of them hugged stabbed out of the ground under Maxner's abdomen. The mutated giant wolf spider let out a painful scream. At the same time, Anubarak's slashing movement suddenly changed. The forelimb that was originally meant to hit Anubraken changed from a slash to a slap. He pressed hard on the Crypt Demon Commander, and Anubarak unexpectedly pounced on him. Meixner's lightning speed makes it difficult to dodge. When Goddick saw this, he shouted that he had been fooled. No one thought that Anubarak would choose to attack Maxa instead of Anubraken. The Crypt Lord's cunning succeeded again, judging from how Maxner's defense could block Anubarak's attack. The mutant giant wolf spider was now in danger. Anubarak smiled proudly. He knew that his strategy was successful, and Maxner would definitely die if he was hit by it. Maxner did not panic. A large spider web covered Anubarak's head with its bulging belly. If you think this little trick can stop me, you are dead wrong, Maxner. Anubarak easily broke through the spider web ejected by Maxner, but his speed was also affected and slowed down a bit. It was such a slowness that he lost the chance to kill Maxner. Because a spider web was as thick as the green vines of an ancient tree pulled Maxner closer to the ground before he could attack. A confident blow landed on Kong Chu, and he watched his prey slip away from his hands. How could a Nubarak be willing to do so? Do you think it will be okay if you hide underground? Acid roar and fierce gale. Force them out. Chapter 520. Behemoths appearing one after another. Leo frowned repeatedly. The appearance of the ice roar and the scary scale acid roar shouted by a Nubarak gave him a bad feeling. The development of the matter had exceeded his expectations. In Leo's expectation, these three monsters with powerful combat power did not appear in the list of the Scourge army, because he remembered that the three monsters such as Ice Howl were not members of the Scourge army. They were just Northrend in the Northrend realm, of three indigenous creatures. If the normal development order of this world is followed, Ice Roar and Dread Scale Acid Roar will be caught on the back of the Silver Crusade led by Fording when they set foot on Northrend, and become the Silver Crusade's training soldiers and training partners for the brave competition. But the problem is that the course of this world has been changed by Leo. So they appeared in advance. In fact, the appearance of Bing Ho and the others is traceable. Think about it. During the development of the original world, why did the other monsters of the Silver Crusade led by Fording capture Bing Ho and the others instead of capturing them? These monsters may have been related to the Scourge Legion for a long time. At least, they are the targets that the Scourge Legion is corrupting with the undead plague. They have already been labeled as the Undead Scourge. Perhaps because of the decrease in the number of strong men guarding Naxxramas after the turmoil caused by Leo's appearance. The Scourge accelerated their original plan to slowly control Ice Howl and the others, which led to the early appearance of these monsters. Well, now is not the time to worry about whether Bing Ho and the others are completely controlled by the Scourge, but to find a way to deal with their attack. The ground churned violently, as if something drastic was happening underground. Leo's expression suddenly tightened, and a large hole suddenly opened in the churning ground. The poisonous flower vines threw Maxner out, and the large hole opened from the surface could be vaguely seen. Saw a few gleams of fire. After throwing the giant mutant wolf spider that looked like a drag bottle onto the ground, the poisonous flower vine shrank back again, and a dull sound came from the ground. The poisonous flower vine and the fearful scale acid roar made a lot of noise. Dread Scale and Acid Howler are two huge ground-burrowing insects. The former sets fire, and the latter applies poison. Poisonous plants such as poisonous flower vine can easily deal with acid throat, but Dread Scale suffers greatly. Now it has to fight one against two. It was even more difficult. Will Leo sit back and watch his pet suffer? Of course not. So the Kobold Geomancer Flintag shows up. When it comes to digging holes, kobolds are also good at digging holes. And geomancers, like Flintag, are no exception. What's more, there are poisonous flower vines and ready-made tunnels dug by a Nubricon underground that can be used. With muscles stretched out and holding a scepter, Flintag jumped into the underground hole and walked straight to the battlefield of poisonous flower vines and two earth-boring worms along the previously dug passage. However, within a moment, the movement underground became more intense, and he was attacked. In addition to flames and venom, dazzling lightning flashed from time to time on the surface that was shaken by the aftermath of the power from both sides. The underground fighting was lively, and the fighting was fierce on the ground. A Nubarak refocused his attack on a Nubrakan. Without Maxner's restraint, the Crypt Demon Commander was beaten with scars. A Nubarak's strength Gordic and a Nubricon are too powerful. Even if they join forces, they will only be at a disadvantage. Anyabrikan and Godic, who were not as skilled as others, had nothing to say. They could only try their best to hold down the Crypt Lord. Fortunately, Maxner killed him back in time. The situation became much better when the three of them joined forces. But with Anu Brecken's current situation is unlikely to last long under a Nubarak's attack. I didn't expect a Nubarak to be so strong. There would be so many strong men sent from Northrend by the Scourge. It seems I can't give you much support. Leo smiled bitterly, and everyone followed his gaze to see a giant mammoth man holding a giant axe gun that was 1 point larger than the war fortress rushing out from the back of the natural disaster army with a murderous look on his face. Oh, damn it! Seeing this giant mammoth man Fording and others felt a headache. The power possessed by giant land creatures like this was too terrifying. Their terrifying power made them a weapon for attacking cities and villages. If there was no strong person to stop this mammoth man from advancing, the defenses of your hand will be under terrible attack. Let me go! Varian pulled out the Salamini swords from his waist. This man, recognized as a powerful warrior among the entire human race, and the king of the kingdom of Stormwind, could no longer suppress the fighting spirit rising in his heart. He had no regard for the giant mammoth Varian. Fear? Isn't it just that he is bigger and stronger? Such a big man may not be his opponent. Varian couldn't wait to find an opponent to vent his fighting spirit. But Leo didn't give him such a chance. With a roar, Narak appeared behind Leo. The Ursine rushed out one step ahead of Varian. His target, it was the giant mammoth man. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, Varian stopped unwillingly. Out of the pride of a warrior, he had no interest in joining forces with a bearman to fight against the enemy. Why should you be anxious? Your Majesty Varian? Such a little-known opponent is not worthy of your status. If you really want a battle, you might as well wait. There is an opponent in Naxxramas who is very good. Suits you, Leo said as he winked at Faltola, who took over the conversation. Is the master talking about Patchwick, the self-proclaimed god of war? He is indeed strong enough. An abomination who calls himself the god of war is so arrogant. Varian was a warrior, and was very sensitive to the word god of war. When he heard that the clumsy and disgusting undead who hated him were so shameless, he was determined to teach that boastful guy a lesson. With a goal in mind, Varian's fighting spirit still surged. But he was no longer impulsive. This powerful human warrior was waiting for the guy named Patchwick to appear. Passonia and Scarlet gave Leo 2 pairs of eyes commonly known as hygiene balls. They knew that Leo was having bad ideas again. The abomination named Patchwick was probably not that easy to deal with. And it was easy to deal with his opponent Lay. I won't encourage others to go first. Naralak rushed forward menacingly. And the giant mammoth he locked quickly discovered that this sturdy bear man was very angry when he was challenged by a small boy who was only the size of a child in his own tribe. Weak guy. Let me, Gamak, teach you how to behave when you meet a strong person. The giant mammoth Gamak's axe gun swept away with a whirring sound. If Naralak didn't stop his forward momentum, he would hit the axe gun. Either fight head-on with a sweeping axe gun, or stop advancing and get frustrated. The only 2 options before Naralak were these. In Gamak's view, this one blow was enough to cut the opponent in half. The bear man looked powerful, but compared to his own, his small stature was not even a tiny bit inferior. Mammoth Gamak was very confident. But having confidence is a good thing. But excessive confidence can turn into pride and arrogance. What happened next taught him a hard lesson. Naralak's steps did not slow down at all in front of the axe gun swept by Gamak. While maintaining his forward momentum, Naralak waved his thick bare paw and aimed at the axe gun that swept over him, and shot a remember the savage sweep. Clang! The bear's paw collided with the axe gun, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out around the point of contact between the 2 parties. The sound overwhelmed the shouts of killing on the battlefield. He was actually picked up. Gamak's eyes widened. He was very surprised that his attack was actually resisted by the little guy. And judging from the way he continued to charge forward, he clearly still had some energy left. It is incredible that his small body can possess such great power. While he was stunned, Nararek had already rushed to Gamak's side. The bear spirit priest quickly waved his palms. Laceration, splitting, and tearing the body, and hit Gamak with several snapping sounds. A few hard blows beat the giant mammoth's right front leg to a bloody pulp, and blood spurted out from several wounds deep enough to show the bone. It can even bleed. The blood spurting from Gormak's wound caught Leo's attention. The fact that this giant mammoth was bleeding meant that he had not been turned into an undead by the scourge, which meant that he would be affected by certain spells. Now it's interesting. It's not surprising that Leo, a non-undead creature, appears in the scourge. When Nazul led the scourge, wasn't there an example of forest trolls cooperating? However, he was very interested in the fact that Gamak still maintained some characteristics of living creatures. Maybe I can throw a few curses on Gamak to deal with living creatures. But the distance between me and him is a little farther, and the spells can't cover such a large area. Leo thought for a while, and gave up some ideas temporarily. He looked at a Nubrakan, who was beaten by a Nubarak, and was almost unable to support himself. Leo, who had already prepared the spell, was about to lend a helping hand to the Crypt Demon Commander. Get out of the way! Through the telepathy between the owner and the pet, Leo gave the order to a Nubrakan. The Crypt Lord, who was beating a Nubrakan, suddenly found that Maxner spit out the spider web again. Another useless trick. What use does it have for me? A Nubarak was full of disdain. But his disdain soon turned into surprise. Because the target of Maxner's spider web was not him, but a Nubrakan. Because things were beyond his expectation. When a Nubarak, who was preparing to deal with the spider web, reacted. Anubraken had been dragged away from him by Maxner's spider web. The Crypt Demon Commander and the mutated Great Wolf Spider seemed to seeing something terrifying. He ran away in a panic and ran away. The opponent's abnormality gave Anubarak a bad feeling in his heart. When he was about to leave his current position, a heavy feeling of restraint hindered his movement. It was the elemental restraint used by Godok on him. 1 second. Just 1 second. Anubarak only took 1 second to get rid of the influence of the spell. But the time difference of 1 second between masters was enough to become a chasm between heaven and H.L. With Anubarak as the center, the earth within a radius of 100 meters suddenly cracked, and the hot lava flow spewed out from the ground, as the mountain-like bulge on the surface brought an aura of destruction. The figure of the crypt leader was instantly hit by the lava flow. Engulf. Chapter 521, The Difficulty of Defending the Hand of Tyr. Boom! Boom! The lava flow ejected from the underground cracks engulfed Anubarak. No one knew the life and death of the crypt lord. Others only saw that the raised surface formed a crater, and the location where Anubarak was swallowed up was the crater's heartland. This terrain, coupled with the spewing lava, is reminiscent of an erupting volcano, following the Doomsday battlefield and volcanic explosion. Leo gets another powerful killing move. Volcano. From the belt of the cave troll. Volcano is to use magic to summon a volcano, and let it bring death and destruction to the enemy. Death and destruction. That's very much Leo's taste. The Necromancer represents death, while the Warlock represents destruction. The combination of death and destruction makes Leo feel like he is alluding to himself. As the lava flow erupted, red dominated the color of the battlefield. Sensing the terrifying power contained in the erupting volcano, Bing Hogamak and others consciously stayed away from this place. Trapped in an erupting volcano and still not dead, when everyone else thought Anubarak was doomed, Leo didn't feel the slightest bit happy, because he didn't receive the notification tone from Goldfinger. This shows what? There is only one answer: Anubarak is still alive. The Crypt Lord survived Leo's volcanic eruption. This big purple bug is truly a super giant Shuchang, and its vitality is truly unmatched. Leo, it's great that you killed Anubarak. Scarlet gave Leo a hug with excitement, regardless of other people's eyes. What kind of existence is Crypt Lord Anubarak? He is a stronger man than the great Lich Kel'Thuzad. This big purple beetle has always been Nazul's powerful general in the battle of the natural disaster invasion. If Arthas had not possessed the rune demon sword Frostmourne, without his help, he would not be able to reach the position of being the most powerful person under Nazul. Even the dragon clan of Northrend in Northrend were very afraid of the former king of the Spider Kingdom. Now Leo's removal of him was equivalent to breaking Arthas's arm. This was a battle comparable to killing the Great Witch. The great victory of Kel'Thuzad the demon. Scarlet, who was in excitement, did not pay attention to Fording's expression. The face of the Lord of Silverhand did not show the same joy as others. Fording, who is also the legendary peak powerhouse, knew that Anubarak would not be easily defeated. Kill. Oh no! Damn it. You're going to regret it. Kel'Thuzad's furious voice came from the sky. The Archlich was really panicked when he saw Anubarak being swallowed up by the lava flow. If the Crypt Lord was really dead, it would have a huge impact on the entire Scourge. Anubarak's death will even affect the overall layout of the Scourge. The teleportation array directly below Naxxramas shone brightly. This was a sign that the teleportation array was being operated to its extreme. The furious Kel'Thuzad was frantically teleporting troops to the ground. Yeah, I'll make these damn living people regret it. A voice came out from the gushing lava flow. As the voice sounded, the gushing lava flow stopped flowing. The hot lava cooled down at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the astonished eyes of everyone, bursts of white cold air began to appear. Pillars of lava turned into rock emerge. Boom! Wow! The rock pillar broke, and Anubarak's huge body broke out of the stone. This guy is indeed not dead, Leo thought. Anubrakan, Godok, and Maxner attacked Anubarak again. After being hit hard by Leo's volcano, Anubarak's protective layer of ice had been completely destroyed, and the cold aura on his body had also faded to the extreme. With Leo's perception, he could barely detect it. Arrive. It can be imagined how much Anubarak paid to deal with the gushing lava flow. Without the frost and cold in his body, his biting cold and ice strikes would not be effective. Do you want to rely on more to win? A strong natural disaster man, wearing ice blue armor, came out and struck Anubraken with a cold rune sword. Chung Yaojin appeared halfway, and one can imagine Anubleken's unhappiness. However, This natural disaster expert in ice blue was Rasuvios, and an Ublekan did not dare to look down upon his death. He is a knight martial arts instructor. Rasuvios, get out of here. Anyabrikan rushed forward, and at the same time, several sharp thorns were stabbed out from under Rasuvios' feet. Rasuvios could only choose to retreat from such an attack. There was a loud banging sound, and Anyabrikan took the opportunity to rush past Rasuvios' obstacle. When the Death Knight instructor was about to catch up, the ground spikes exploded. Rasuvios had no choice but to slow down his pursuit pace. The sharp wind struck behind him. Rasuvios, who had prevented the explosion of ground thorns, was about to use Death Grip on Anyabrikan. Thessarion killed him in time. The two runes with a cold breath, the sword traced two semicircular trajectories in the air and slashed towards Rasuvios' neck at their intersection. Hearing the unusualness of the person coming from the sound of the weapon slashing, Rasuvios had no choice but to give up Anyabrikan. He took 2 steps forward to avoid Thessarion's attack, and at the same time swung his sword. He made a 180-degree turn so that he was facing Thessarion while also fighting back. A Death Knight. Sensing the aura that only belonged to the Death Knight from Thessarion's body, Rasuvios was furious. As a martial arts instructor of the Death Knight, all the genuine Death Knights have been trained by him so far. That is to say, the guy who wielded the sword at him was once his student. But this student has now become a traitor to the Scourge and is fighting against him. It's really ironic that the students he taught have become his enemies. Rasuvios only sees Thessarion as a traitor, and Anyabrikan has been forgotten by him. Let me see what you are capable of. Rasuvios charged forward with his sword, and Thessarion urged his mount to charge forward with a serious look on his face. A Death Knight martial arts instructor, a master of Death Knights. 2 strong men with legendary combat power fighting in the same place. Thessarion stopped Rasuvios for Anyabrikan, but this did not mean that the Crypt Demon Commander could successfully rush to Anyabrikan's side. An iron chain was pulled out halfway. If Anyabrikan hadn't been able to dodge quickly, he would have been hit by this large iron chain, which was as thick as an ordinary human thigh. An abomination with a big hole in its belly rushed out at a speed that was not suitable for its bloated body. The abomination's skin was pale, giving people the impression of being bloated and pale after being soaked in water for a whole day. He dragged it with one hand. He was holding a meat-cutting axe in one hand, and there was actually another hand on his back. And what he held in this hand was a weapon that looked very similar to a grass-cutting scythe. Patchwick is Kel'Thuzad's god of war. Kel'Thuzad even sent Patchwick out, which shows how angry the Archlich was. An abomination dared to call himself the god of war, which really insulted the word god of war. After hearing Patchwick's words, Varian rushed forward with Salamini's swords. Judging from his appearance, he would not give up until Patchwick was killed. A powerful warrior recognized by the human race. An abomination of the god of war in Naxos. There is a fight between Varian and Patchwick. Seeing Varian fighting to the front of the battlefield, Bolvar immediately followed him to prevent something irreversible. I feel the hateful power of the Holy Light. The powerful power of the Holy Light. This human being is so disgusting. After all, Bolvar is a paladin. He is really incomparable to Varian as a warrior in short-distance charges. He was left behind as soon as he started, just as Bolvar was chasing after him. A strange sound came from above his head. With the sound of the sound, 2 glowing humanoid creatures came to the battlefield at some point. Each had a pair of wings on their backs. One's wings were transparent white, and the others were transparent black. Leo was attracted for a moment when he saw the 2 glowing birdmen appearing. These 2 glowing birdmen were the Valkyrie twins Fiora Light Silence and Edith Dark Silence. Even the 2 birdmen, the Light and Dark Chickens, have appeared. The Scourge has spent a lot of money to capture Tyr's hand. If all the undead Scourge who come here are killed, the Lich King will be heartbroken and die, seeing 2 birdmen above him who were obviously malicious. Archduke Bolvar's golden holy light shone on his body. The Grand Marshal waved his one-handed sword towards the Valkyrie twins, and a golden hammer hit the black wings on the head of Edith Angie. After knocking out the Valkyrie, he quickly bounced towards Fiora Light G. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly corrupt Valkyrie twins fell to the ground in embarrassment. Bolvar's attack is the group attack version of the Hammer of Punishment. Leader Sanction. Fortunately, the Valkyrie twins are not easygoing people. Before landing face first, they got rid of the influence of the leader sanctions and almost landed with their legs first. Drink. Before they could take a breath, Bolvar was already shouting and killing them. Fiora and Edith had no choice but to cheer up and face them. The three strong men opened up another battle group on this battlefield. Archduke Bolvar came with the two enemies. In addition to Lord Jaraxos, the Eridar demon, all the leaders of the Grand Crusade trial are here. Now the defense difficulty of the Hand of Tyr is equal to the combined attack of Naxxramas and the Grand Crusade trial version, and it's the one that directly enters the heroic difficulty. It's a big deal to win this battle. Leo pointed at Anub'arak, and Faltola immediately urged Nightmare to rush forward. Hawksbill and Lylisa also held bows in their hands and tried their best to hide their auras as they moved forward. The two big bows and arrows hands' eyes glanced at Anub'arak from time to time. Anub'arak, whose strength was obviously damaged after being tortured by Leo's volcano, became the target of many masters. Chapter 522, Kel'Thuzad. You haven't appeared yet. Leo stared at Anub'arak. After letting Faltola rush forward, he did not summon other pets. The power of the Crypt Lord made him feel that he should make some changes in his development route. Adjust his development route according to his own situation and the enemies he faces. This is what smart people do. It is important to keep pace with the times. In the past, Leo always had an attitude of accepting anyone who came to him as long as he was strong. No matter what the opponent's strength was. As long as he was a strong person that Leo liked, he would recruit him as his subordinate. The result of this was Leo's strength had increased greatly before, and the number of strong men under his command increased after every battle. However, relying on quantity to increase strength can only play a big role in the early stage. At Leo's current level, its role has gradually weakened. For example, when meeting Anub'arak, the Crypt Lord, Leo needs to send Anub'arak and Gothic, and several other thugs were able to contain him. It is to contain, not to defeat, and certainly not to kill. The time to focus on quantity is passing. Leo understands that if he wants to increase his strength, he must work on quality, and gradually shift from the violent troop flow to the elite troop flow. If you don't understand, then look at the current battle situation. If the Anub'arakan and other pets summoned by Leo have the strength of the Crypt Lord Anub'arak, even if only one or two of them have the strength of Anub'arak, the battle situation will never remain stalemate like this. Leo's side has already gained an absolute advantage in the competition between the top experts. With a change in his thinking, Leo's gaze towards Anub'arak became fiery. In his opinion, if the Crypt Lord could be subdued, even sacrificing one or two of his subordinates would not be unacceptable. Scarlet, get ready. There are far more powerful men in the natural disaster army than just these few. Kel'Thuzad will send more powerful men to join this battle. Leo signaled to Scarlet, asking the newly promoted Lord of the Silver Crusade to prepare to join the battle of the strong ahead. The Scourge Legion even sent Anub'arak and several behemoths used to contain the Dragon Clan to the Plague Land. This shows how determined the Lich King is to take down Tyr's hand. But Vanaxamasi will not let this battle end even if he still has some energy left. Scarlet pulled down her visor with a serious expression. The female knight knew that this time they had underestimated the determination of the Scourge. In everyone's original understanding, the enemy they had to deal with was Kel'Thuzad and Naxxramas under his command. During the natural disaster, who would have expected that the Lich King actually sent Anub'arak and other powerful natural disasters from Northrend to join in? And the war situation has seriously escaped their control. A big fat man with thick test tubes inserted all over his body came from the battlefield after the natural disaster to kill Tyr's hand. You can't see the appearance of this big fat man even if you stand in front of him, because it has been replaced by a test tube. This test tube, while the big fat man's face was connected to the left chest that originally belonged to the heart, and his hands were completely missing. The right hand of the broken hands at the elbow was transformed into an oversized syringe, and the left hand became a heavy syringe. Hammer's large bolt. The test tube on the big fat man's body was flowing with green liquid. This liquid was the plague venom that was sprinkled in Naxxramas before and could corrode the magic shield. He was spraying it while rushing towards the Hand of Tyr. Venom. Everywhere he passed was shrouded in a green poisonous mist. Following closely behind the big fat man spreading plague venom was a green-skinned giant. The giant was not afraid of the plague venom spilled by the big fat man, and the plague venom did not react at all when it was sprinkled behind him. The green-skinned giant continued to spread lightning while following the big fat man towards Tyr's hand. It's Grobris and Thaddeus. Seeing the appearance of these two natural disaster masters, Leo knew that Kel'Thuzad had once again increased its investment in troops on the ground. The Archlich had already sent out the masters from the construction area in Naxos in order to capture the Hand of Tyr. The big fat man spreading the plague venom was Grobris, the first living ogre test subject mutated by the Scourge through the new plague. It was its appearance that foreshadowed the Scourge's powerful ability to exploit the plague. Humanity no longer are the only creatures that can be transformed into undead by the plague. Seeing this guy, Leo seemed to have heard Dr. Vislim, the experimental madman, shouting to himself, "Take it down. Take this guy down and do experiments on me." Grobris. This is a guy who can let the plague toxin eat itself in the body to evolve and mutate to produce new toxins. He is indeed the favorite of madmen like Vislim, who studies medicine. Thaddeus is a flesh and blood puppet who gained life through lightning. The aura he exudes is unusually sad, because countless innocent souls are imprisoned in his body and cannot escape. Thaddeus was accompanied by two deformed monsters, Wojan and Starrag. Even Thaddeus showed up. But where's the Iron Dog? Just as Leo was thinking about it, a hateful behemoth made up of countless beast bodies appeared in the distance. This hateful behemoth was the Iron Dog Glass that Leo was talking about. The reason why Glass is said to be an iron dog is because he actually has an iron chin. As the name suggests, the construction area is an area similar to a manufacturing factory divided by the Scourge in order to produce abominations of construction creatures for war. This area is filled with countless large and small construction creatures. Of course, there are also plague bodies inside. Most of the combat methods of constructs are not fancy. They just use simple and effective absolute power to fight against the enemy. This is why they are all huge and violent creatures. It takes 4 words to evaluate constructs. Pretending to be biological is just that, simple and crude. In addition to Patchwick, who is fighting in Dalian, the 4 natural disaster experts guarding the Naxxramas formation area have all been dispatched. The venom of the undead is a big problem for our soldiers. Liedrin, I only bother you. Liedrin is still a powerful priest. Her priest spells can prevent the spread of plague venom and purify the gas that has spread. Only with her can she restrain the natural disaster masters in the construction area from spreading the plague. Therefore, Leo, as her name, was immediately called, knowing the threat of constructs, especially the impact that the plague venom they spread would have on the entire battle. Liedrin did not shirk at all. She rushed forward with Frelin and Selin Fireheart, and used 2 Janimu's combination went to resist the 3 powerful natural disasters in the construction area. The 2 deformed monsters following Thaddeus are a nuisance. Leo waved his hand to summon Terror Claw and Trigos, letting these 2 pets deal with the 2 deformed monsters, Wojan and Stalag. When Liedrin and the 3 were fighting against Thaddeus, Grobris, and Glass, these 2 pets used their ability to teleport to launch a sneak attack, giving the 2 deformed monsters a hard blow, and instantly killed Fovo. The hatred between Jin and Starrag was drawn to him. After withstanding the 3 powerful natural disasters in the construction area, Leo silently calculated in his mind that apart from Sapphiron and Kel'Thuzad, the only one in Naxxramas who could handle it now was Guhir. For this unclean one, Leo had already prepared an opponent for him, and that was the Dragon Eagle Sacrifice Gale. Ah, damn sneaker. Leo was looking for Gur in the army of natural disasters, and Felina's screams caught his attention. Teaming up with Plaguebringer North to deal with Farina, the Black Widow who has transformed into Lotheb, is in crisis. A lynx with a bloodthirsty face is chasing after Farina with his sharp claws. The deputy will not stop until he tears Felina into pieces. It turns out that Lotheb sneaked into the ground and continuously launched attacks. Under the attack of this opponent, who could burrow into the ground, North and Farina would use the flash technique from time to time to avoid his attacks. The flash technique is very useful. Having this skill in Lotheb's body can really help them. But the flash technique also has limitations. With the strength of Enos and Farina, after using it many times in a row, their bodies cannot bear the load. They had to wait a while before they could use this skill again. And it was this that led Haraz to seize the opportunity. The cat spirit priest caught Farina's chance to use the flash technique to the extreme, and suddenly killed her. Speaking of which, Haraz is indeed worthy of being the cat spirit priest, who is best at stealth attacks among the 4 spirit priests. Before he launched the attack, Black Widow Farina did not notice it until his protective magic shield was torn. It was a sneak attack. If she hadn't spit out a spider web to stop Haraz, Black Widow would have been dead. Even so, Haraz left several scars on her back that were deep enough to show the bones. And the residual energy from Haraz in the wounds was constantly destroying Farina's body, forcing Farina to muster her strength. Strength to suppress the restless energy and not give the wound a chance to expand. Seeing Haraz's successful sneak attack, Leo's eyes suddenly lit up. Felina was now seriously injured, and Haraz was biting and chasing her. Black Widow's current situation was precarious. If she could help Haraz by killing her, I will be able to free up an expert in sneak attacks and sap attacks. This may change the competition with the high-end combat power of the Scourge Legion. Thinking of this, Leo immediately summoned Gale, and the Dragon Eagle Priest, who had received his master's instructions, rushed towards Farina as quickly as possible, hoping to help Perez kill Farina. Black Widow Farina? Leo snorted disdainfully. The collapse of the Scourge Legion begins with you. Before the Gailai people could even reach it, the flames were burning towards the embarrassed Felina. The Black Widow's spider silk was not effective against the flames. The addition of Gailai made her eyes almost despair. Fortunately, when the flames were about to burn her body, a ray of light from a spell came over, eliminating all of Gailai's flames. Spell disintegrated? Gur the Unclean. The person who rescued Felina was Gur. Gale, hang on to him. Leo gave the order to the Dragon Eagle Priest, and he looked up at Naxxramas in the sky. Now that the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse have gone to Evan Fortress, and Naxxramas has all its strong men. Kel'Thuzad, why don't you show up? Chapter 523 Intensifying. There is something called a reserve on the battlefield, which is a combat force prepared to deal with sudden situations and the enemy's follow-up troops. Sufficient reserves are an important guarantee for victory. Brannigan and Sargas felt honored that they were such a presence in this battle. 2 powerful dwarf warriors. One is a descendant of Andalmar, the king of the mountains, and the other is a royal member of the Wildhammer tribe. It is not an insult to their status to let them serve as the reserve team to press the battle. So Sargas and Blarney, although Gon was itching to see the fierce battle between the pairs of strong men in front of him, he was able to suppress his desire to fight. Leo looked at the entrance to Tyr's Hand, where the fight was fierce. Intermediate and high-level undead creatures had begun to appear among the low-level undead troops of the Scourge Legion. These powerful undead creatures were promoted with the cooperation of a large group of low-level cannon fodder. The soldiers in your hands caused a lot of casualties. At this point in the battle, even if the Scourge Legion has a massive amount of low-level cannon fodder, it will soon be exhausted. While the cannon fodder consumes the defensive power of the Hand of Tyr, it also contributes a huge number of 1.3 million corpses to Leo, allowing Leo to win this battle. A lot of war wealth was made. Now the low-level cannon fodder is gradually being replaced by stronger mid to high-level undead. 1 mid to high-level undead counts as a corpse. Unlike the low-level undead that require dozens, or even 20, or 30 to increase Leo's corpse count by 1. Therefore, the speed at which he obtained the corpses increased instead of slowing down. But the pressure on the soldiers suddenly increased a lot, and the number of casualties also gradually increased. Seeing all this, Leo knew that he had to provide support to the soldiers in front. Otherwise Tyr's hand would definitely be breached. The swift and fierce bone dragons burst out of Tyr's hand, crushing through them like an unstoppable torrent amidst the roar, leaving behind the corpses of natural disasters along the way. The addition of 50 swift bone dragons has greatly boosted the morale of the soldiers of Tyr's hand. In their view, these dragon-shaped mechanical puppets are purely designed to deal with the army. In the limited space at the entrance of Tyr's hand, they only need to go all the way. Just ramming forward can block the attack of the natural disaster army. Their huge bodies, and the terrifying collision force, when running are enough to make the incoming natural disaster army understand the true meaning of the word crush. After the Velociraptor Bone Dragon joined, the natural disaster army, that had relied on the sea of undead tactics to gradually push its opponents into the Hand of Tyr, was driven out. The soldiers of Tyr's Hand followed closely behind the Velociraptor Bone Dragon and recaptured what had been lost. Position. The Velociraptor Bone Dragon has the same tireless characteristics as the undead natural disasters. If the natural disaster army wants to use physical stamina-consuming tactics against the soldiers, it will not work at all. Without sending powerful troops to stop the Velociraptor Bone Dragon, they will never be able to reach Tyr's hands. A bloated fat man came towards the swift and fierce Bone Dragon that was pushing the natural disaster army. They were abominations with powerful power that were among the advanced undead creatures. Amidst the clattering sound of iron chains, the abominations threw iron chains as thick as a child's arm onto the Velociraptor Bone Dragon and quickly wrapped them around it. At least one Velociraptor Bone Dragon had more than 20 iron chains on its body. After entangling the Velociraptor Bone Dragon, the abominations immediately pulled the iron chain and tried to pull the Velociraptor Bone Dragon to the ground. Naturally, the Velociraptor Bone Dragon would not give in easily. They struggled hard, and the abomination's iron chain was pulled straight, and the two sides began to wrestle. Seeing that the swift bone dragons that they relied on to repel the natural disaster army were entangled with abominations, the soldiers of Tyr's Hand certainly would not sit idly by. Under the leadership of their officers, They attacked the abominations in the natural disaster army, trying to kill these bloated creatures. The big fat man in order to liberate the combat power of the swift-boned dragon. How could it be so easy to kill the abomination in the natural disaster army? Before the soldiers could reach the abomination, they were met with a strong resistance. The pale green natural disaster beasts howled and pounced on the soldiers. These natural disaster beasts had countless abscesses on their bodies, and abscesses would appear from time to time as they ran. Drops of thick, disgusting liquid spilled out from the crack, causing people's eyes to turn red and their stomachs to churn. And the desire to vomit rose sharply. These natural disaster beasts don't look like they are here to fight at all. They are clearly here to disgust people. Their dignity is enough to turn a strong warrior into a soft-footed shrimp. Fortunately, those who could participate in this battle were all elite soldiers. All of them had been on the battlefield. The disgusting image of the scourge beast had little impact on them. But the liquid spilled after the abscess burst caused them a lot of trouble. Everyone knows that these liquids are highly toxic, and those who are not careful will definitely become one of the cuppers. The large number of abominations and scourge beasts made the front commanders look heavy, because they knew that the real main force of the scourge army had begun to enter the battlefield. With the participation of a large number of advanced undead creatures, the battle would gradually become the harshest and most brutal moment. The fierce fighting on the ground can still be seen with the naked eye, but the fighting underground is staged in dark corners where no one can see. Leo has released a Noxa Tower, and the spider monster queen of the ghost land is commanding an army of hundreds of thousands of spider monsters to fight against the enemies hidden underground. As a crypt lord with a stronger and higher status than Anubarak, the original king of the spider kingdom, wouldn't he have his own team? He was not alone when he came to Naxxramas. He also brought his men Hadronox and Krikir with him. These two big bugs did not come out to help their king when Anubarak dealt with the siege of Anubrakan and others. Instead, they took over the command of the Crypt Demon and Crypt Guard, leading the underground army of natural disasters. The troops sneaked towards Tyr's hand, intending to fight their way out from underground and cooperate with ground troops to break through Tyr's hand's defenses. Fortunately, Leo had already been prepared for the attack of the Crypt Demon, and Anaxuta's spider monster army was conducting their first battle without anyone knowing. In terms of the quantity and quality of their leaders, the spider monster army is obviously at a disadvantage, because Anaxuta is no match for either Hadnox or Krikil. But the spider monster queen is not fighting for individual strength. She led the army in the battle, blocking the opponent's attack with an army of spider monsters 3 times more numerous than her opponent. The two sides were inextricably killed for a while, and neither could do anything to the other. As for the sky, it was calm. Leo found that Kel'Thuzad could keep his composure. After discovering that Anubarak was fine, the Archlich calmed down his anger. In addition to sending more and stronger troops to the ground, Naxxra the Frost Dragon Legion at the bottom of the Mars medium pressure box was completely silent. This city in the sky just quietly opened its magic shield and floated in the sky. The quieter Naxxramas becomes, the more strange and unusual Leo feels. This is why he insists on keeping Sargas and Brannigan behind. I don't know why Leo has a strong premonition. And then Naxxramas coming down will bring them even greater trouble. As a huge city in the sky, Naxxramas can not only transport troops outwards, but also transport troops from other places to its location. In other words, this mobile city in the sky can transport troops when needed. A large number of natural disaster troops are teleported. To fight it, you must be mentally prepared to face many unexpected natural disasters. The Crypt Lord Anubarak and the giant beasts of Northrend that have appeared are considered one of them, while the other one will appear after the two sides really enter into a fierce battle. Just as the soldiers of Tyr's hand were fighting inextricably with the Scourge army, a group of knights in heavy armor came towards them. The soldiers fighting in the front row were all killed by their opponents due to the large gap in strength between them. Fortunately, Link and other front commanders discovered them in time and sent heavy troops to intercept them, which temporarily blocked the Death Knight's advance. And the hand of Tyr's defense line was not torn open by them. This new group of knights are armed with rune swords, and beneath them are death horses. Their armors are also engraved with unified magic patterns. These 3 points alone have shown their identities as Death Knights of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Damn it. No wonder Kel'Thuzad is so calm. It turns out, he has the support army of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Sargas and Brannigan were holding weapons. Both dwarf warriors saw the figure who led the Death Knights to attack the Hand of Tyr's defense line. The Green Death Horse and the Skull Warhammer. Who else could it be if it wasn't Kurtaz? If Mograine is the pain in the Scarlet Crusaders' hearts, then Kurtaz, who is also one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, is the scar in the hearts of the dwarves. The 2 dwarf warriors' eyes turned red after seeing Kurtaz. Leo knew that he could not stop their fighting spirit. In this case, he might as well let them stop the Death Knight, Brannigan's Wildhammer warriors, and the Ironforged dwarves under Sargas, who had abandoned their cannons and picked up their warhammers. These 2 dwarf troops joined forces and fought out. The sturdy dwarf warriors were not afraid of the Death Knights riding tall horses, while the Death Knights were still slaughtering ordinary soldiers. The dwarf warriors had already roared and rushed forward, and the heavy warhammers and runed swords collided fiercely. As one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, Kurtaz is very strong, but Brannigan and Sargas are not soft persimmons. After fighting with their opponents, the latter knew that he was not Kurtaz in a single fight. The opponent immediately joined forces with Brannigan, and the 2 dwarf warriors attacked Kurtaz on the left and right. The Knights of the Ebon Blade gave Naxxramas this little support? It's impossible. Leo frowned and murmured. He thought that even a Nubarak was involved in the battle to attack Tyr's hand. Even if Mograine didn't come in person, he wouldn't have said just one Kurtaz. Even if it's done. If you plan to let Scarlet deal with the Death Knights of the Ebon Blade, then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Leo. Passonia got some unknown news through the magic communication stone, and a smile appeared on her face. He smiled as if he had put down some worries. The main force of the Knights of the Ebon Blade is attacking Hearthland, and they don't have the extra strength to intervene in the battle here. Chapter 524 Fording takes action. The main force of the Blackwind Knights is attacking Hearthland. Passonia's news surprised Leo and made Fording nervous. Hearthglen is Fordring's family territory, no matter what. He and his son Tyron are the kings of Martinhold for 2 generations. Their feelings for the place are not something that can be given up. Knight of the Ebon Blade Fording didn't want to think about what would happen after the regiment captured Hearthland. What's going on with the Forsaken? Nathanos Blighter Legion and the Bulwark of the Undead didn't put pressure on the natural disasters in the Western Plague Lands? Scarlet fell silent as soon as she asked this question. She was not unaware of the grudges between the Scarlet Crusaders and the Forgotten Ones, although the former would fight to the death against the Scourge Legion. When they encountered the Forgotten Ones, they also shouted to fight and kill, but they never gave the Undercity any face. If the Scarlet Crusade were not weak and everyone had the common enemy of the Scourge, the Forsaken would have gone to war with the Scarlet Crusade. Now that the Scarlet Crusade was defeated miserably by the Ebon Blade Fortress, Sylvanas was doing her best to take care of the overall situation without the Forgotten adding insult to injury. However, this was already the limit, and it was impossible for the Forgotten to help the Scarlet Crusade avoid disaster. It is impossible for Nathanos not to know that the Knights of the Ebon Blade are heading straight towards Hearthland. But his Legion of Blighters has made no move or even sent out any news. This has shown the attitude of the Forsaken. They will not attack the Scarlet Crusaders, but they will not care about the life and death of this old enemy. It is delusional for the Scarlet Crusaders to get even a little bit of help from the Undercity. However, the main force of the Knights of the Ebon Blade is entangled with Isenlian in Hearthland, so the battle in the Hand of Tyr will be much easier. At least there is no need to worry about killing another Death Knight force. Thinking of this, Scarlet and Marlin felt a lot more relaxed. Ethan Lean and the Dread Lord Balnazar colluded to lead the Scarlet Crusade astray. This alone was enough to make Scarlet and Marlin put him on the list of the unforgivable. Was Mograine personally leading the Knights of the Ebon Blade who attacked Tyr's hand? Others thought that this battle at the Hand of Tyr would be easier for Leo, but he did not relax completely. In his opinion, others could not ask about the whereabouts of Mograine, the High Lord of the Knights of the Ebon Blade, but they had to know. Fallen Ashes, even one lord is enough to change the entire situation of the war. The information I received is that Dalian is leading the team, with Bromiox and Sarajek as his deputies. Passonia shook her head, and Leo's heart sank immediately. If so, wouldn't Mograine's whereabouts be unknown? The Great Lord of the Knights of the Ebon Blade is mostly based in the Ebon Blade Fortress, but he can also come here at any time through the teleportation array. Others also thought of this, and everyone fell silent, making the atmosphere a little more solemn. Fording's face turned gloomy. If Mograine really appeared, how would he face this old friend who had fallen into darkness? While secretly feeling hurt, the Lord of the Silver Hand suddenly felt a gaze falling on him. He turned around and saw Leo signaling to him. Lord Fording, originally, I wanted you to give Kel'Thuzad a surprise. Now it seems that this death-fearing lich will not leave Naxxramas easily. In this case, we might as well force him, Leo said, and turned his attention to a Nubarak. Fording nodded knowingly, and a warhammer appeared in his hand. It is impossible for Fording to stay alone in the Plague Land without a self-defense weapon. I think this Warhammer has such a function. There is no doubt that the Crypt Lord is very powerful. Even if Leo removes the frost breath from his body and cannot use some of his moves, he is still unmatched. The addition of Faltola did not give Anubraken the upper hand. With an extremely hard SHL and agility comparable to a ranger, Anubarak remained strong despite the siege of several legendary powerhouses. Offensive. What? What do you think of Anubarak's power? Looking at the size of this Crypt Lord, do you think he's underpowered? Anubarak, who has high defense, high agility and high strength, is really a tyrannical existence that makes people worry. The current offensive of the Scourge is led by this Crypt Lord. He alone can contain Leo's side. War power determines which way the balance of war will tilt. Fordering's thoughts are not rigid, and he has shown no resistance to joining forces with others to besiege Anubarak. He sees the current situation very clearly. Kel'Thuzad has already invested the main force of the natural disaster army into the battlefield. Under the siege of an army composed of mid to high-level undead dozens of times their number, the soldiers of Tyr's hand could not hold out for long. Kel'Thuzad never showed up just to make his side worry and drag out the battle. The undead Scourge is tireless, but the soldiers of Tyr's hand are not. The longer the battle goes on, the more tired the soldiers become, and their combat power will plummet as their physical energy is depleted. The troops will be reduced in number, and their combat power will be depleted. By that time, it will be impossible to fight the natural disaster army in a neck-and-neck battle like now. The huge gap in the number of troops made Fording understand that if he wanted to win, he could not achieve victory with ordinary soldiers. He had to defeat the opponent with the highest level of combat power to have any hope of holding Tyr's hand. Seeing Fording step forward, Scarlet, who received the signal from Leo's eyes, also led Marlin to kill him. Different from Fording's Loki advance, the two female paladins summoned war horses with dazzling golden holy light burning on their bodies. He went straight towards Anubarak with great momentum. Even a blind man could feel that, let alone the Crypt Lord. Two more guys came to besiege him. What on earth are these two losers Hadanox and Crickhill doing? Why haven't they made any movement for so long? Even a man as strong as Anubarak would not be able to ignore the two legendary paladins. Not to mention Marlin. Scarlet, who was wearing a judgment armor and holding the Ashkandi sword, gave Anubarak the biggest headache. The sword of Ashkandi's ability to ignore defense is equivalent to destroying Anubarak's thick armor. Anyone hit by it will inevitably be injured. The Crypt Lord has to work hard to deal with Scarlet's attack. Anubarak's offensive has weakened a bit because of his worries. Under the siege of several strong men of the same level, the Crypt Lord has turned from offensive to defensive. However, with Anubarak's strength, Scarlet and the others can't do anything. Whoosh! A sharp arrow struck through the air. Its momentum was so powerful that Anubarak knew that this arrow was enough to break through his carapace and hurt his body. The person who shot this arrow must be a legendary arrow skill master. The Crypt Lord twisted his body to avoid the arrow quickly, and a blood elf came into his sight. Skyfire Eagle Bow? If the information is correct, this blood elf should be Hawksbill. Anubarak instantly determined the identity of the blood elf ranger from his opponent's weapon. But this did not help him in the next battle. Two golden sledgehammers fell down, which were the paladins' hammers of punishment. Anubarak knew that it was the two female paladins who issued the two hammers of punishment, so he was not nervous about it. Scarlet and Marlin alone were far from able to knock him out. The Crypt Lord shook his body, and countless small insects flew out of his body. These insects gathered on Anubarak's head before the hammer of punishment fell, and protected him. The golden hammer fell, and a small number of small bugs turned into a pile of fly ash. The bugs on Anubarak were dark creatures, and they were destroyed by the attack of the holy light. Scarlet and Marlin were not discouraged when the joint hammer of punishment did not stun their opponents. The two female paladins rushed forward and attacked Anubarak with two command seals. At the same time, Anubraken, Faltola, Maxner, and Godic also launched attacks, and several legendary strongmen who besieged Anubarak formed a joint attack. 6 legendary warriors joined forces to attack. Even Anubarak, who was as powerful as Anubarak, did not dare to attack. He first ran away from Scarlet to avoid the attack of Ashkandi's sword, and at the same time, he danced his jointed limbs to counterattack. Among the other strongmen who came, the only one Anubarak feared among the 6 legendary strongmen who besieged him was Scarlet's sword of Ashkandi that ignored defense. Anubarak suffered death. While the Crypt Lord was responding to the siege, a human holding a warhammer suddenly came out. The blazing but non-dazzling holy light enveloped the paladin, and the warhammer in his hand. Oops! Anub'arak yelled. It's bad. The paladin who finally came out made him feel a strong crisis. The Crypt Lord knew that this was a strong man who stood at the same pinnacle of legends as himself, even though his warhammer was not very good. At first glance, receiving that blow would be more serious than being slashed by Ashkandi's sword. Faced with the crisis, Anub'arak didn't even think about lowering his head and diving into the ground. This is the instinct of the Crypt Devil to quickly burrow into the ground when encountering a crisis. This instinct has been tempered in countless battles, and has been engraved into the soul of the Crypt Devil. It was by relying on this instinct to avoid danger that Anub'arak saved his life in several dangerous battles. But today, this instinct led him to a dead end. A sharp arrow was shot over. But the person who fired the arrow was not accurate enough. The arrow fell midway and missed Anub'arak, but was stuck in the ground next to Anub'arak. When the arrow had hit the ground, a bone-chilling chill suddenly erupted. Dozens of meters in radius turned into frozen soil, and the originally relatively soft land became as hard as fine steel. As soon as Anub'arak drilled his head into the ground, he felt that the resistance increased greatly. The speed of drilling into the ground was more than doubled. His body, which could have avoided the opponent's attack in time, received a solid blow. Boom! The warhammer hit Anub'arak's body, and the Crypt Lord's hard carapace immediately cracked open, revealing the weak body under the carapace. Godic Maxner and others' attack arrived at this moment. The 5 legendary powerhouses adjusted their attack direction, and their attacks hit Anub'arak's body along the broken carapace. Ah, despicable sneak attacker! Anub'arak was injured. The Crypt Lord was finally injured since the beginning of the war. Chapter 525. Obediently give everything you have. The arrogant Crypt Lord Anub'arak is injured. Leo's eyes lit up at this scene. Fording took action and smashed Anub'arak's carapace into pieces, breaking the Crypt Lord's turtle L. Anub'arak's originally well-protected body was revealed. This piece was not protected by the carapace. This place became the weak point of Anub'arak's defense. Hawksbill, who was wandering outside, would miss such a good opportunity when he saw this. When Godic and others' attacks hit Anub'arak, the Ranger King quickly opened the Skyfire Eagle bow and flicked his fingers several times. 10 sharp arrows shot through the air, aiming directly at the unprotected part of Anub'arak's body. Puff puff. The sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh was heard, and the sharp arrows shot by Hawksbill were very powerful. Anub'arak's unprotected body had dozens of small holes, and these small holes connected into a huge wound in the crypt. When the Lord struggled in pain, this wound separated part of his body. Snap! Part of Anub'arak's body fell to the ground, and the Crypt Lord emerged from the ground again, his angry screams filling the sky. Fording, it's you? When did Lord Silverhand become so despicable? Anub'arak recognized Forge Ring. The Scourge had a lot of dealings with the Silver Hand. As Nazul's general, Anub'arak often fought against Fording, the Lord of the Silver Hand. Despicable? Anub'arak's sarcastic voice came through Fording before he could speak. You can only blame yourself for being stupid. Anub'arak is not an easy man either. Anub'arak's previous words of ridicule were met with an opportunity by Anub'arak to retaliate. The Crypt Lord, who was ridiculed by Anub'arak, became even more angry. Before Leo could sigh with emotion at how quickly the retribution had come, an ice ball with endless icy air quickly hit Scarlet. When the ice ball appeared, the ground where the female knight was standing suddenly froze, and the thick ice instantly hit Scarlet. Lee's army horse froze to death and spread rapidly upward along the army horse's body. Scarlet's reaction was also quick. She had already reacted the moment the ice appeared. However, the ice spread too fast, and the female knight's legs were still frozen. Careful! An anxious roar came from Leo's mouth. It was not that Leo was making a fuss, but that the ice magic contained in the ice ball was too strong. Even with the protection of the judgment armor, Scarlet's strength at this time could not handle it, because this ice ball is the ice blast. The ice blast that the Archlich Kel'Thuzad once used on him. While Leo yelled, Fording raised his hand and gave Scarlet a blessing of freedom without thinking. The ice under the female knight's feet faded away in an instant. With Fording's help, Scarlet quickly took steps forward and rushed forward, trying to avoid the ice blast that could kill him. Boom! 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 One after another, the ground thorns came out of the earth. These ground thorns were just in front of Scarlet, blocking her way to avoid the impact of the ice. Although the female knight changed her direction in time, she passed through such a block of ice. Ice blast has arrived. A translucent golden shield protected Scarlet. Seeing that she could not avoid the ice impact, Scarlet activated the Holy Shield without hesitation. But can Scarlet's Holy Shield block Kel'Thuzad's Ice Blast? The answer is of course no. Fording, who had cast the Blessing of Freedom, also knew that Scarlet could not withstand the Ice Blast. The Lord of the Silver Hand quickly rushed forward to rescue Scarlet. But how could a Nubarak, who had just suffered a loss at his hands, do so? Promise? The Crypt Lord came out and stood between Fording and Scarlet, blocking Fording's rescue of Scarlet. A large net covered Scarlet. Maxner sprayed out the spider web with the intention of pulling Scarlet to his side. However, the female paladin had already activated the Holy Shield at this time, and his spider web could not fall to Scarlet. On carry. Leo's heart moved when he saw this. And under his command, Maxner's spider web covered the ice ball that was impacting the ice. The ice shock hit Maxner's spider web, and the cold breath spread along the spider web. As soon as the two came into contact with Maxner's spider web, they turned into an ice web. The cold breath invaded Maxner's body before he could react, and the mutated giant wolf spider's body was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Soulless. Leo clenched his fists bitterly. Kel'Thuzad's Ice Blast was not that easy to block. The mutated giant wolf spider failed to break the connection with the spider web in time. And the ice magic that invaded not only froze its body, but even its soul is also broken. Meixner is finished. Leo lost a legendary thug. This was the biggest loss Leo had ever suffered so far. Fortunately, Maxner's death was not without value. After he dispersed the energy contained in the ice blast, more than half of it was lost. A large amount of magic power in the ice blast was used to obliterate Maxner's soul, and attack Scarlet's ice ball was only 1/3 of its previous size. Under the protection of the Holy Shield, the female knight narrowly withstood the blow. Seeing that Scarlet was fine, Leo felt better again. It was a pity to lose Maxner, but it was more important to keep Scarlet. Kel'Thuzad, get out of here. As Leo cursed, a lich with icy iron chains floating on his body came out of the darkness. Leo was surprised by the appearance of this lich. Not Kel'Thuzad, although they are both liches. Even though they are both legendary powerhouses. And although this lich's aura is much stronger than that of ordinary legendary powerhouses, there is still a gap between him and Kel'Thuzad. This guy is not a great lich. I, Arminer, can deal with ants like you. There is no need to trouble Lord Kel'Thuzad. The lich's eyes fell on Leo through the fierce battle, and he didn't pay attention to the fake legends like Leo. Arminer, the Ice King. Wasn't this guy supposed to corrupt the Quilboars in the Razor Highlands, and make the descendants of the fallen Quilboar demigod Agamagan work for the Scourge? Leo carefully observed the battlefield, but he found no trace of the wild boars. This gave him the idea that Yaminar's corruption of the wild boars had not yet been completed. After receiving the call from Kel'Thuzad, he only able to come alone. A polished commander actually dares to drag him down like 2,500,000 to 80,000 yuan. Leo responded with a disdainful sneer at Yaminar's contempt. Since this guy was a loner, he might as well kill him. Maybe he could also get a way to control the wild boar tribe from him. Since the fall of the wild boar demigod Agamagan, the wild boar people have been removed from the top powerful races because they do not have top and high-end combat power. But in terms of the strength of the entire race, no race dares to underestimate the wild boar people. Even the wild boar people. The orcs didn't dare either. Leo's heart was filled with excitement at the thought of controlling the Quilboar tribe. If he could succeed, the strength of Stromgarde would be increased tenfold. Kill him. Leo issued a kill order for Arminer with murderous intent. Just as the Ice King was about to laugh at this fake legend for overestimating his own abilities, 2 daggers inlaid with 6 gems each pierced his body from his vest. The energy contained in the dagger began to destroy his soul. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the dagger piercing the air sounded. Before Yaminar could react, he had been stabbed 30 or 40 times. His entire back was stabbed to pieces, and even his spine was almost broken by the opponent. Knowing that he would definitely die if he let the opponent stab him again, Yaminar cast a spell as quickly as possible, and the sneak attacker was repulsed, without giving Yaminar a chance to breathe. Several frozen arrows were fired at him. The Ice King only had time to cast a frost armor spell on himself before he was hit. Although Arminer's nickname is the Ice King, you might think that he is so evil that even ice can't do anything to him. In fact, there are many braggadocios in this world, including a lich. The power contained in the frozen arrow exploded immediately after hitting Arminer's body. Under the influence of this force, Arminer's movements became slower, and a layer of ice appeared on each joint of his body. The existence of these ices seriously hindered his movements, and even the speed at which he gathered magic power slowed down a lot. Lilisa, who inherited the cold crow, made Yamanar realize that he was not immune to ice magic attacks. The figure that was repelled came back to kill him again. The two daggers inlaid with gems danced so hard that even the afterimages could not be seen. Yamanar was shocked. The hand speed of this human thief must be too fast. If he was killed by if she gets close again, wouldn't I be in danger? Armenner was frightened. And without thinking, he used flash to move aside. Pain. Severe pain. The Ice King, who had just used flash, was about to strike back at the attacker when a burst of pain struck his soul. Armenner didn't see it. Just as he was fighting Larissa and Passonia, Leo shot a white light toward the ground. And he was so immortal that he just happened to flash onto the head of this white light that was sneaking underground. This guy's luck must be too bad. Even Leo couldn't help but mourn for Yamanar. You said that in such a large area, you chose a bad place for the flash spell. You have to go to the Soul of the Bones, and you will be ruined. The Soul of Bones invaded Armenner's soul, causing the Lich who claimed to be the Ice King to be in severe pain. Passonia took the opportunity to kill, and the two demonic blows were so fast that even the afterimages could not be seen. With the crazy stabbing and the additional effects of Devil's Strike, Armenner's soul fire quickly declined. Passonia hit a 5-star eviscerate. With the triggering effect of Devil's Strike, this 5-star eviscerate exploded with stronger lethality. A piece of Yamanar's neck bone was blown away by this blow. As they drove away, the poor Ice King was beaten to pieces, and his body was separated. Leo stretched his right hand forward, only to see him grab it in vain. Under the death grip, Armenner's head was immediately sucked into his hand. Human. Let me go! Armenner was frightened. The skull containing the soul fire was held in the hand of this human being, and he felt something bad in his heart. Let you go. Be obedient and give everything you have. Lich. Leo showed a smile that made Armenner despair. A bloody energy line flowed out from his palm, piercing the fire of his soul like a needle as Armenner screamed. The Ice King, he felt that his strength was declining rapidly, and his will quickly became blurred. The host kills Yamanar. Chapter 526. You are too proud. The blood law inherited from the rune controller crystal has a method of extracting foreign objects to replenish energy. This method may not be mastered by other warriors quickly, but Leo is a warlock, and warlocks have the ability to extract energy, combat spells that draw life and mana to fight the enemy. With such a basic blood law, he already mastered the method of drawing energy to replenish himself after browsing it once. Your doubt is that the blue is better than the blue. The method of extracting energy to replenish oneself with the blood law is flawed in Leo's opinion. That is, it must use blood as a medium. Without blood, no matter how powerful the energy is in front of it, it will not work. It can't be absorbed. And it's not as convenient as a warlock who can achieve the effect without casting spells directly. Fortunately, this flaw is really not a big deal. Leo, who has mastered the law of blood, has eliminated the essentials and eliminated the need for a medium. Yamanar, the Ice King, didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky, because he became the first person to experience Leo's energy-draining method in person. But the price was his life. After all the energy contained in the soul fire of Yamanar was drained, Leo felt a sense of excitement. The Ice King's soul fire not only replenished Leo's consumed mana, but also gave him a lot of upgrade energy. Coupled with the energy extracted by Goldfinger when killing enemies, Leo found that his level had actually increased. Level 71 is only one level higher than level 70. But the improvement of this level is the difference between heaven and earth. Because being able to rise to level 71 means breaking through the last shackles of the advanced legend, and then just improve your strength step by step. Leo was not as ecstatic about this level of improvement as most people were. Thinking about it carefully, it was normal for Leo to be like this. For a person who has touched the law and there is no bottleneck under the demigod, this is indeed true. It can only be considered a small thing. We have already killed Yamanar, so are we going to use him to plot against an Ubarak? Leo let go of his right hand, and his skull that had lost the soul fire fell to the ground and shattered. He looked at the fierce battle ahead and said vague mental fluctuations to Fording and others who were besieging an Ubarak. Message. Scarlet and Marlin did so without any hesitation. Fording showed a strange look on his face, and after hesitating for a second or two, he also cooperated. As for Godic Anyabrikan and others, it was even less likely to violate Leo's wishes. Soon, under the deliberate guidance of everyone, a Ubarak had stood near Ymenar's bones. The ghoul summoned by Faltora rushed towards an Ubarak like crazy. The Crypt Lord was about to fight back, but suddenly thought of something and hit quickly. The Death Knight's ghoul can self-destruct. Judging from the posture of the ghoul, it is clear that he wants to drag himself into such a blow. Anubarak is not willing to play this kind of suicide game with him. The retreating Crypt Lord did not realize that his retreat had suppressed Arminer's headless body. He had already stepped into Leo's plan. Anubarak, die. Leo had a smile on his face. The moment Anubarak's body pressed down on Yaminar's body, he pointed forward with the index finger of his right hand, and the body exploded. Boom! Like the sound of thunder on the ground. Anubarak felt a huge impact force lift his body into the air, and at the same time, the severe pain of soul trauma hit him. After all, the Ice King Yaminar is a legendary lich. The corpse explosion technique performed using his corpse as a guide is absolutely terrifying. The part where Anubarak took the blow was his soft abdomen, which will the Crypt Lord, who had fully withstood the impact of the corpse explosion technique, had a big hole in his abdomen. Fording and others saw that Anubarak's body was riddled with holes when he was blown up into the air. The Crypt Lord was hit hard. Everyone, including Fording, was overjoyed, seeing Anubarak's miserable appearance. His combat effectiveness was reduced by at least 40%. The Crypt Lord was severely wounded and his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. If this battle is managed well, it may not be possible to defeat him. He was beheaded on the spot. Killing the Crypt Lord Anubarak is equivalent to breaking an arm of the Lich King, and the entire force of the Scourge will be frustrated. The significance and far-reaching impact can already affect the trend of the battle against the undead Scourge. How could everyone present not know this? They knew that the powerful men of the Scourge Legion also knew it. Seeing that Anubarak was severely injured, Thaddeus Gamak and other strong men of the Scourge quickly moved closer to the location of the Crypt Lord, intending to rescue Anubarak. Hold him off. Don't let them come. The unusual movements of other natural disaster experts were discovered by Fording in time. The Silver Hand Lord yelled at Scarlet, and they launched a fierce attack on Anubarak, who had just landed. The seriously injured Crypt Lord wanted to burrow into the ground as soon as he hit the ground. But Lilisa had already calculated this. Her frozen arrow turned the land near Anubarak's landing point into hard frozen soil. Damn woman. Anubarak felt great hatred in his heart. In his eyes, Lilisa, who was holding a crystal-clear ice bow, was simply a plague god. How could she have ended up in this situation if she hadn't been herself? Although he wanted to tear Lilisa into pieces, Anubarak had no energy to attack her because Fording and Scarlet were coming to kill her. Among the several legendary strongmen who besieged him, Fording's warhammer was so powerful that it was able to break through the hard carapace of his body. Scarlet's Ashkandi sword ignored defense. The attacks of the two paladins were the most frustrating. Anubarak is afraid of him, but the threat to Anubarak from Godic Faltola and others is much inferior. Killing Anubarak is the consensus of Leo and the others, and protecting Anubarak is the intention of the natural disaster experts. Now the competition is whether Fording and the others can kill the other natural disaster experts before they get rid of their opponents. Crypt Lord Kel'Thuzad could no longer calm down after the battle. The Archlich did not expect that the Hand of Tyr would actually hide Ford Ring, a great lord of the Silver Hand, and a powerful thief who was good at assassination. The Ice King Armin. It's really surprising that Nar died so quickly despite his weak abilities. Anubarak was seriously injured by the opponent's unknown spell. In order to save the Crypt Lord, in order to prevent the Scourge from losing a heavyweight, Kel'Thuzad dispatched the Frost Dragon army led by Sapphiron, the most powerful combat force in Naxxramas. The roar of the giant dragon came from the sky, and the icy breath made the already cold night even more freezing. The soldiers who were fighting with the natural disaster army couldn't help but shiver. Frost dragons flew out of Naxxramas one after another, and the leader was Sapphiron. Looking up at the sky, Leo saw the giant frost dragons that were quickly occupying the entire field of vision. They were pressing towards the Hand of Tyr, and the overwhelming breath of the frost dragons was suffocating. The Frost Dragon Legion put tremendous pressure on the Hand of Tyr as soon as they appeared. These dragons had the power to destroy the Hand of Tyr. The trump card of Naxxramas finally appears. Leo sighed as he looked at the Frost Dragon that was coming with the momentum of freezing everything. A weird smile appeared on his face. It seemed that Sapphiron's Frost Dragon army was playing into his hands. Nakos, I leave Sapphiron to you to deal with. Polition and Ektoz will assist you. Dragonakos, who had already been eager to fight when Sapphiron appeared with his younger brother, immediately roared excitedly after receiving Leo's order to allow him to fight. The Twilight Dragon Prince flew into the air and showed his true colors. In front of him, A 1,000-meter-long purple dragon faced the Frost Dragon army and killed it. Is it you? You came just in time. Sapphiron recognized Dragonakos. He had always been deeply humiliated by what Leo had done to him last time. He also hated Dragonakos deeply. Now he saw the Twilight Dragon Prince. It turns out that the enemy is extremely jealous when they meet. Although Dragonakos is strong, he alone cannot be the opponent of the entire Frost Dragon Legion. Just one Sapphiron can give him a huge headache now. Ektoz and Polition rushed forward, while the skeleton fighters were self-aware and hid in the distance to carry out harassing attacks. The Dragon Eagle Knights wandered around the periphery looking for targets. Once there was a single target. Once the Frost Dragon leaves the group, they will swarm it. Sapphiron didn't care. Although the Purple Dragon and the other 2 Green Dragons were powerful, could the 3 of them stop the entire Frost Dragon army? The answer is very obvious. Even if the 3 dragons of Dragonakos fight for their lives, it will not be possible. The Frost Dragon that almost covers the entire sky is enough to drown them. As for the Blood Elves Dragonhawk Knights, and those skeleton fighters Sapphiron that buzzed like flies, they didn't pay attention to them. They were just a bunch of annoying little bugs. As long as they killed the 3 dragons of Dragonakos, they just sent a team of Frost Giants. The dragon can take care of them. The battle in the sky attracted the attention of everyone on the ground. They were surprised when Dragonakos transformed into the Purple Dragon Forge Ring. But this did not make him feel any less worried. It is true that Dragonakos is very powerful after revealing his true form, and has already entered the ranks of existences second only to the Dragon King. Although Polition and Ektoz are weaker, they are not fuel-efficient lamps. The 3-headed dragon really doubles the Hand of Tears' aerial strength. But compared to the enemy Frost Dragon Legion they had to face, the strength of the 3 dragons was far behind. Those who overestimate their own abilities should tremble in front of the Frost Dragon. Sapphiron roared and dozens of Frost Dragons rushed towards Dragonakos first, while Polition and Ektoz were targeted by other Frost Dragons. Trembling? You got ahead of yourself too soon. Sapphiron, the crown of the abyss, which Leo hung around his neck like a necklace, emitted a dazzling red light, and the Sky of Tears' hand was obscured by the luster of metal as the roar of the dragon filled the sky. Chapter 527 Leo's True Purpose. Dragon. The dragon that covers the entire sky. No, not a dragon. A Dracolic to be precise. No one could have imagined that such a scene would appear before the Dracolic army that covered the Sky of Tears' hand appeared. Whether it was Fording, Scarlet, Passonia, Sapphiron or others, the appearance of 1,000 dragon liches is absolutely shocking. The worry in Fording's heart disappeared. Sapphiron's relaxation disappeared. And the Frost Dragons were facing a formidable enemy. Sapphiron, don't think that we have no way to deal with you. You and your men are just dogs of the Lich King. Dragonakos laughed at his opponents mercilessly, and took advantage of the opportunity when the Frost Dragons were frustrated by the appearance of the Dracolic to kill the Twilight Dragon Prince. His claws covered with purple dragon scales grabbed Sapphiron, and at the same time a poisonous dragon's breath spurted out from Dragonakos' mouth. Sapphiron, who was attacked, did not react slowly. As the leader of the Frost Dragon Legion, he immediately launched a counterattack. The Dragon Claw with an icy aura grabbed back the Twilight Dragon Claw captured by Dragonakos, hoping to have a head-on fight with the Twilight Dragon Prince to see how powerful he was. The claws were moving, and the mouth was not idle. The Frost Dragon Breath, with powerful ice magic power, met the poisonous Dragon Breath. Boom! The claws of the 2 giant dragons collided together, and a loud thunder-like sound exploded in the sky. Sapphiron was surprised to find that he could not match the opponent in the battle of strength. What was even worse was that even the Frost Dragon Breath, he was also completely corroded by the opponent's poisonous dragon's breath amidst a roar. The poisonous dragon's breath sprayed directly towards him after corroding the Frost Dragon's breath. Sapphiron hurriedly sprayed out a second Frost Dragon Breath to deal with it. But Dragonakos took this opportunity to give Sapphiron a sharp claw. The purple dragon claw swept across the body of the Frost Dragon leader and flew away. A small piece of broken bone. Sapphiron was furious after being hit by his opponent. A moment ago, he thought that the opponent he could easily defeat with his younger brother now actually gave him such a big surprise, and even hurt his body. As a member of the Frost Dragon Legion, how could Sapphiron, the commander of the army, swallow this breath? He immediately swung his dragon tail, and whipped Dragonakos hard. The Twilight Dragon Prince, who had long been aware of Sapphiron's ability, gave Sapphiron a hard blow before his opponent's dragon tail hit him. Yes, the purple dragon tail struck Sapphiron with a bang. The huge impact made the Frost Dragon leader's body tilt to the side. Sapphiron's dragon tail sweep lost its accuracy, and was easily dodged by Dragonakos. Pass. You're done with it. Sapphiron. Dragonakos kept attacking Sapphiron with poisonous dragon's breath, dragon claw slap and other attack moves. Sapphiron, who was temporarily given the upper hand by the opponent, had no choice but to retreat. Don't even think about running away. I'm going to let you and your frost dragon perish in this place today. Sapphiron's temporary avoidance was replaced by Dragonakos' fierce pursuit. The two giant dragons launched a chase in the vast sky. The two leaders Dragonakos and Sapphiron fought together. And the frost dragon and the Dracolic were not idle either, although the number of Dracolics was less than that of their opponents, with Polition and Ectors holding the battle, and the 5 storm crows leading the Dragonhawk Knights and skeleton fighters harassing them. The frost dragon was unable to take advantage of them. What a bargain. The group fight between the Dracolic and the frost dragon spread throughout the sky. The warriors on the ground saw that the dim night sky was occupied by huge bodies entangled with each other. They struggled, and the dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire sky. The battlefield is deafening. Pieces of bone fragments with freezing cold air fell down. This was the frost dragon's body broken by the Dracolic. Pieces of unknown metal fell to the ground. These were the body parts of the Dracolic. Although they couldn't be seen clearly, they could only be seen from these objects that landed on the ground. Can imagine the intensity of the battle in the sky. The battle between the frost dragon and those dragon-shaped mechanical puppets was even more brutal than what they had here. Soldiers, cheer up. Look ahead. His Majesty the King is fighting. Look above your head. The frost dragon of the natural disaster army has been blocked. This battle will definitely belong to us. Now use your courage to defeat these undead. Act of God. When Sapphiron's frost dragon legion appeared, it put a lot of pressure on the soldiers of Tyr's hand. In order to stabilize the defense, Windsor led the palace guards, the most elite force in the kingdom of Stormwind, to kill them. Now we see when the frost dragon legion's offensive was blocked, the marshal immediately shouted to boost the morale of his troops. Just shouting slogans does not make the soldiers truly feel the strength of their own side. This motivational effect is very limited. For soldiers, seeing the strength of their own side with their own eyes on the battlefield is more effective than any motivational words. Leo understood this, so he was prepared to achieve actual results with strong morale. The soldiers who were fighting the main force of the natural disaster army found that they had added a support army. A troop of warriors wearing the red tabards of the kingdom of Arathor came out from the hands of Tyr. This group of 500 people, the team is very conspicuous because they don't have any weapons in their hands. They go to the battlefield but don't take weapons. Do these people want to fight the enemy with their fists? The soldier's question was quickly answered. The barehanded troops actually fought with their fists after fighting the undead scourge. Their punches were as powerful as the wind, and the undead scourge they faced could only take a few punches. They were beaten to pieces. Even advanced undead creatures, like the abomination ghoul, were no exception. Such powerful warriors. But aren't they afraid of catching the plague? During the battle, some undead creatures that were killed spilled venom from their bodies. The bodies of the 500 soldiers who attacked the enemy with their fists were inevitably exposed to the venom. Seeing this scene, many soldiers couldn't help but worry about them. But after these soldiers continued to fight without being affected at all, the soldiers who were worried about them were relieved. Since others dare to fight the natural disaster army with their fists, they naturally have means to fight against the venom. The strength of Wei Li and Dragon Blood Guard has improved a lot. It seems that they have not given up on practicing their martial arts, which is good. Leo nodded secretly. The Dragon Blood Guard was Leo's original team. He provided the Dragon Blood Guard with the blood of Dragonakos and Zinasarea that no one else could even imagine to strengthen their bodies. But in addition to Leo providing them with treasures, they themselves also have to strive for success. The improvement of strength cannot always rely on the cultivation of external objects, which is the most important thing. At this point, Wei Li and Dragon Blood Guard did a good job, and Leo was very satisfied. Master, another act can still hold on for a long time. Do you want me to take action? Zinasarea, who was standing next to Leo, asked in a low voice. Although the Crypt Lord was seriously injured and besieged, he was a strong man at the pinnacle of legend after all. It would be easy for Fording and Scarlet to defeat him. But the problem is that he is so good. Who wants to defeat just another Arak? Killing the Crypt Lord and breaking off the Lich King's arm is everyone's goal. Leo waved his hand and rejected Sinai Saraya's proposal. In another Arak's current state, the Black Dragon Queen would definitely die if she joined the ranks besieging him. However, Leo had other plans. He didn't want to kill Sinai just like that. Saraya's strength was exposed to Kel'Thuzad. He should be interested in dealing with Chief Anyabakla Wajin. There is no need for us to disturb his pleasure. Leo laughed unscrupulously. Wajin, who stood beside him, and had not participated in the battle ahead, snorted and hid his body in the darkness, hiding his aura and heading towards the battlefield ahead. Zenitharea whispered next to Leo, Master, this troll is not weak. But he hasn't shown his full strength. Leo didn't wait for Zenitharea to finish speaking before he continued. As the leader of the Dark Spear Trolls, how could Vol'jin be comparable to an ordinary legendary powerhouse? From the battle between him and Zul'jin in the Temple of the Sun, it can be seen that he is also one of the most powerful. But as a Dark Spear hunter, he is used to fighting in the dark, waiting for the enemy to reveal his flaws before attacking. The method prevents Wajin from easily revealing his strength. Zenitharea retreated behind Leo. She just reminded Leo Wajin of his true strength and asked him not to underestimate this jungle troll. Since Leo knew this, she had nothing to worry about. As a servant, Zenitharea has a strong sense of servanthood. She will pay attention to anyone who can pose a threat to Leo. Wajin does not know that it is he who has the ability to threaten Leo's life and habitually hides his own. His strength attracted the attention of the Black Dragon Queen. Even if this troll joins in, it will not be easy to kill the big bug. Even demigods may not be able to deal with a Nubarak and end the battle in a short time. Zenitharea didn't understand what Leo wanted to do. The Black Dragon Queen felt that her master's thoughts were unpredictable to her. If he used all his strength to deal with a Nubarak from the beginning, with Dragonikos and other legendary servants can quickly take down the Crypt Lord even if they don't let him take action. But he seems to be deliberately using fueling tactics to give Naxxramas enough time to destroy all the strong guards within it, delivered in batches, etc. While she was doubting, Zenitharea suddenly noticed a situation. That is, all the strong guards in Naxxas had been teleported out to participate in the battle against Tyr's Hand. And the troops in the city also followed them. The strong guard left Naxxas, leaving only Kel'Thuzad among the strong men in Naxxramas, the natural disaster stronghold. Even apart from those natural disaster guards, the Archlich Kel'Thuzad is now alone in Naxxramas. Realizing this, Zenithraya's eyes flashed, and the Black Dragon Queen felt that she seemed to have understood Leo's plan. There was only one point that made her doubtful. Naxxramas floating in the air was not a place that anyone could enter. If you want to enter Naxxramas, you have to either fly in, but you will inevitably be discovered, or you can teleport in. But how can Naxxramas open the teleportation array to the hand of Tyr? In other words, Leo has already set up a teleportation array in Naxxramas and left someone to activate it. Chapter 528. Small chess pieces play a big role. Naxxramas is the base camp of the Scourge in the Plague Lands, and it is filled with all kinds of undead, skeletons, zombies, abominations, ghouls, you name it. Seeing a skeleton in such an environment won't attract anyone's attention at all. At the moment when the natural disaster army in Naxxramas poured out, a skeleton seemed to be wandering aimlessly in Naxxas. If anyone followed this skeleton, they would find a strange thing. That is, the skeleton's actions seemed to have no purpose. But he kept walking along unnoticed corners and remote paths. In this way, no one would pay attention to the already unobtrusive skeleton. Leo, who has a weak soul, actually asked me, Mildoran, to do such a thing. Doesn't he know that if he doesn't do it right, people will die? Although I have become a skeleton now, skeletons also have human rights. The skeleton murmured in his mind as he walked towards the destination. It was really exciting to run to Naxxramas to play an undercover game with Milduran's strength. During this time, the ruffian skeleton lived in fear of being discovered. Fortunately, these days of trembling with fear will soon be over, provided that he can do one thing. After carefully avoiding other undead natural disasters along the way, the entrance to the Frost Dragon's lair was finally in sight. Milduran breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he was only one step away from the end of his mission. Sapphiron led the Frost Dragon Legion into battle, but the leader of the Frost Dragon Legion was still more careful. He left 10 Frost Dragons in his lair to prevent brainless people in Naxxas. The undead ran in, and now these Frost Dragons have become Milduran's biggest obstacle. Hiding in the corner and watching the Frost Dragon appear in the lair, the hatred in Milduran's heart was that he would not dare to make a mistake when the Frost Dragon was around. This was not a question of whether he could beat the opponent, but once the Frost Dragon is attacked, Kel'Thuzad will be alarmed, and Milduran does not think he can withstand the wrath of the Archlich. When Sapphiron, the Rib Dragon, goes out to fight, why don't he bring more brothers with him? He doesn't understand why dragons are so powerful. I really despise him. Milduran was very depressed. The mission was about to be completed, but he was blocked at the last level because of the few frost dragons left by Sapphiron. Now he really wanted to rush up and pull the ears of those frost dragons and yell, "You are dragons, not watchdogs. What's the point of staying here? Get out of here and fight." It's a pity that this scene is just an imagination, and he wouldn't even dare to do it if he had to do it. Mildoran, who was blocked in the frost dragon's lair, found a wave of waves coming from the depths of his soul. He knew that this was Leo sending a message to him, asking him to quickly activate the teleportation array. After turning into a skeleton, Mildoran was a warrior, but as a former high elf. A high elf from the kingdom of Quel'Thalas. Mildoran's attainments in magic were not low. His achievements in magic are far behind those of great wizards like Astral Romans. But making a teleportation array is not a problem. The fluctuations in the depths of his soul let Mildoran know that Leo would not give him too much time. There was a giant frost dragon blocking the way. The ruffian skeleton was very self-aware and understood that it was impossible for him to get through. So he decided one thing. Since you lay if you are in a hurry, I will teleport you here. As for how to deal with the frost dragon, that is your problem. Mildoran retreated to a path away from the entrance of the frost dragon's lair and took out something. This was a teleportation circle he secretly made while staying in Naxxramas. Since other preparations had been completed, he only had just activated the magic circle. Don't wonder why Mildoran hid the teleportation circle here. The frost dragon's lair is usually filled with bone dragons with a cold breath. Mildoran has no guts to break in and put a teleportation circle. Naxxramas, the city in the sky of the Scourge. Leo looked at the beast-like black shadow in the sky with a proud smile. He had left Mildoran in Naxxramas just as a backup plan out of habit. At that time, he was still afraid of the behemoth Naxxramas because he didn't know whether this terrifying city in the sky would threaten Stromgarde. And at that time, there was no good way to place Mildoran Leo. No matter whether the blood elves or the humans of the kingdom of Arathor. They had no good impressions of undead like Mildoran. So they left him in the blood elves. The territory is afraid that this guy will be killed in a few days, let alone bringing him back to Stromgarde. Leo and Mildoran don't have a deep relationship, so he won't cause trouble for himself with overflowing love. This is something only a second-rate person would do. In troubled times, one cannot have too much compassion. Too much compassion will not only harm oneself, but also kill those around him. Therefore, Mildoran was struck deep in his soul by Dragonakos using a secret method. After being loyal to Leo's brand, he was thrown into Naxxramas and began the great and arduous undercover work. To put it bluntly, it was infernal affairs. Mildoran's personal opinions can be present during this process, but they must be retained. A chess piece placed casually at the beginning has now played a big role. Mildoran, a pawn, will affect the entire battle against the Scourge. Neither Leo nor anyone else would have expected such a thing to happen. Leo winked at Sinisarea, and the Black Dragon Queen obediently entered Leo's private space. This scene happened to be seen by the two people who came over. That black-haired woman is the pet of this warlock named Leo? Demetia was surprised. She and Tyron, who had just woken up from a coma, rushed from behind after learning that the Scourge army was attacking Tyr's hand. They originally wanted to do their part, but they didn't expect to see such a scene. Tyron, the son of the bloody sage Demetia and Fording, arrived just in time. Leo nodded to the two people who were still injured. In his opinion, these two leaders of the Scarlet Crusade were the ones he could win over. Scarlet wanted to win over more Scarlet Crusaders with just one Marlin. You two have also seen that the battle between us and the undead natural disaster is fierce. Time is tight, and I won't explain more. The lack of explanation that Leo mentioned was naturally referring to the scene where Sinisarea was taken into his private space. In fact, Demetia and Tyron were not prepared to ask whether other people's pets could be transformed into the human form, has no obligation to explain to them. Is there anything we can do to help? Demetria supported Tyron, who was still weak. The Scarlet Sage's posture was very low. She and Tyron already knew that Scarlet had the intention to integrate the Argent Dawn and the Scarlet Crusade, and she had already put it into action. Mal-Lon and her troops have been conquered by the Queen of the Kingdom of Arathor, and they all regard Scarlet as the second Lord of Ashes. As smart as Demetria, she thinks that this may be the reason why the Scarlet Crusaders will get out of their paranoid fanaticism. A good opportunity to get back on track. Demetia is not taking it for granted that she has such an idea. Although she has only been in contact with Scarlet for a short period of time, Demetia can fully feel the determination and inner light of the female paladin of the Lothar family. As a sage, she asked herself that she would not see the wrong person. There is no doubt that Scarlet can lead the Scarlet Crusade back to the right path. She has already recognized Scarlet in her heart. And Demetria will naturally not show any arrogance towards Leo, the future prince of Arathor. Not to mention that he also saved himself and Tylon. I have to do something later, which may be a little dangerous. So I want you and Tylon to help look after this place. After all, we have many injured soldiers who need treatment. It's not okay if no one is in charge of the dispatch, Leo said, pointing to the wounded soldiers who were carried to the rear for treatment by priests. Some of these injured soldiers had physical disabilities, and some had their bodies corroded by poison. The placement of various wounded soldiers was naturally different, and no one was managing them. Chaos is bound to ensue. Talon and I are happy to contribute to the fight against the undead disaster. Demetria also knew her situation. Before she recovered from her injury, Tylon was out of breath even when walking. If she wanted to go into battle to kill the enemy, she would risk death. It would be better to help manage the placement of the wounded in the rear, which would be more effective. With the strength of the two of them, I have no problem doing these things. I can rest assured that. Leo smiled back at Demetria, and then turned his attention to Tyron next to her. The current king of Martenhold was not only pale, but also had unfocused eyes. It seemed that Isilian was worried about him. The blow was huge. Tylon Fordring, the son of the Lord of the Silver Hand, the king of Martenhold, one of the commanders of the Scarlet Crusade. Leo counted Tyron's titles in detail, and Tyron's attention was drawn to attract it to him. If anyone observes carefully, they will find that Talon's eyes are actually focused on a crystal that looks like an ornament on Leo's body. But in my opinion, you are just a paladin, or a person whose faith is shaken paladin. This is not good. The human legion has always been led by paladins, because paladins who master the power of the holy light and have firm faith will bring hope and light to people. Even cowardly people will become brave and fearless under the leadership of paladins. But look at you, Leo said, poking Talon's chest hard with his fingers. The weak paladin almost fell down. Even so, Talon's eyes did not leave the crystal. The crystal on Leo's body seemed to have the infinite suction suck Tyron's mind in. The soldiers in front are using their lives to resist Kel'Thuzad's natural disaster army. They are not paladins. They are not as noble as you. But they will fight bloody for their beliefs. But you stayed behind and suffered in agony for a sinner who turned his back on the holy light. I didn't see the firmness of a paladin in you. I only saw a coward who was unwilling to face reality. But Isilian is my mentor. Facing Leo's domineering questioning, Tiranono whispered, seeming to be defending something, and also seeming to be fighting against something. Wake up! Snapped. Leo waved his hand and gave Tylon a loud slap in the face. This slap directly stunned Tylon. Demetria, who didn't expect Leo to be like this, opened her mouth and almost screamed in surprise. You will only bring shame to your father. As a junior, Scarlet is much better than you. Leo snorted coldly, and the magic light during teleportation appeared on his body, and his whole person disappeared from the place. The steadfastness of the paladin. Scarlet is stronger than me, Tylon murmured, and his distracted eyes slowly solidified. It is a good thing for a paladin whose faith has been shaken to find his own firmness. But Demetria does not seem very happy. For some reason, the bloody sage always feels that something is wrong. Leo seems to have done something to Tyron. Chapter 529. Killing a dragon is like killing a chicken. The bold ones will be starved to death, and the timid ones will be starved to death. Leo felt that this was so right. Just like what he had just hinted to Tylon with the dormant crystal. Even Demetria, who was next to Tylon, could not have imagined that Leo would be so bold. He actually did it in front of everyone. When Tylon was seriously injured and in a daze, he planted the idea in his heart that Scarlet was stronger than him. If Demetria was replaced by Fording Leo, he would not dare to do this. But in reality, there is no if. This hint will not have a long effect on Tyron. But it is enough for Scarlet to integrate the Scarlet Cross. June and Silver Dawn have secured their seats as Lords of the Silver Crusade. Stepping out of Milduran's teleportation array, Leo shook his still dazed head and summons Inisaria. The quality of the teleportation array made by the ruffian skeleton is much worse than that of a professional magician. Anyone with weak willpower would have been knocked unconscious by him. Well done, Milduran. In any case, Milduran played a big role. And Leo, who had already entered Naxxramas, would not be stingy in praising him. It would be better if you could get that guy named Knuckles to remove the secret that was planted deep in my soul. Milduran muttered in his heart. He didn't dare to say these words. Leo was not an easy talker. In order to control himself, He let his men penetrate the secret law into the depths of his soul, and left himself in Isekai regardless of his own objections. Mildoran and Samus already knew that he could not resist his will. Otherwise he would be killed. How could Fusel teach such a ruthless apprentice? If he had known this, he should have taken advantage of her before he turned into a skeleton. But having said that, the woman beside Leo is really the best. Much better than the elf beauties in the clan. A certain ruffian skeleton kept thinking in his mind. But he was not slow in his actions at all. He pointed at the Frost Dragon's lair and said to Leo, "Master Leo, there are still a few Frost Dragons in there. I can't get there." No matter what, let Leo know his difficulties first. Mildoran had this idea in mind. Even if Leo found those Frost Dragons difficult to deal with, he would not take it out on himself. A mere 10 giant Frost Dragons want to stop me. Sinestra, kill them as quickly as possible, with the goal of attacking the Great Lich Kel'Thuzad, and entering the city in the sky when Naxxrama's troops were empty. Leo knew that if he wanted to succeed, he must be fast and ruthless. After finding out that there were 10 remaining Frost Dragons blocking the way, he did not hesitate to give the order to Sinestra to kill the opponent with all his strength. The Frost Dragon Lair in Naxxrama's is a place for the activities of the Frost Dragon Legion. It can accommodate thousands of Frost Dragons. The space is so big that you will never see it standing at the entrance. The other end. After receiving Leo's order to kill, Sinestra quickly rushed into the Frost Dragon's lair. Before the 10 remaining Frost Dragons could react, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the sky in Naxxrama's. Echoing, the huge roar was accompanied by endless pressure, and the entire battlefield of Tyr's hand could feel the frightening dragon power coming from Naxxrama's. What happened in Naxxrama's? All the strong men on the battlefield were shocked, and Fording was even more surprised. Such a powerful pressure was far from comparable to that of Sapphiron. Could it be that Sindragosa was coming? Senior Fording, please don't have any doubts. We just need to make Anubarak a part of this victory. Scarlet waved her sword and Faltola and others continued to besiege Anubarak. When she and Fording passed by each other, the female paladin quietly sent a message to the Lord of the Silver Hand. Fording's reaction was not slow. After Scarlet said this, he immediately put aside his doubts and attacked Anubarak with all his strength. Because he understood that the female paladin's words to him were telling him that the evil that enveloped the entire Tibet, the owner of the mighty dragon in your hand, is not an enemy. The Frost Dragons who stayed behind in their lair only saw a black-haired human woman rushing into their territory. Before they could get angry and attack the black-haired woman, she suddenly transformed, and a huge black dragon with a body length of more than a kilometer appeared in their sight. Sinestra was once the queen who controlled the Black Dragon clan. Her strength was beyond the reach of ordinary Frost Dragons. After she transformed back into her true form, she spat out a mouthful of dragon flames. A giant Frost Dragon had no time to dodge, and was sprayed right in front of her. The body with a cold aura quickly heated up under this mouthful of dragon flames. In less than a second, he had a matter of time. It changed from a giant Frost Dragon to a giant Flame Dragon. The entire body skeleton was ignited with flames, and the Ice Dragon's soul fire was wailing painfully in the flames. A blood-colored energy line shot over, completely wrapping the soul of the Frost Dragon. The blood-colored energy line kept squirming, and the wailing sound quickly weakened until it completely disappeared, killing a giant Frost Dragon with a mouthful of dragon flame. Sinestra didn't look at it. After spitting out the dragon flame, her dragon tail swept out. 2 unlucky Frost Dragons were within her attack range. The Black Dragon Queen's dragon, the tail sweep, hit the 2 Frost Dragons. Click! Click! And the 2 crisp sounds of bone cracking. The bodies of the 2 Frost Dragons were shattered into small pieces, and even the hardest spine was broken into 2 pieces. After receiving this blow, the 2 Frost Dragons flew backwards, smashed to the ground, struggling to get up but unable to do so. 2 blood-colored energy rays shot in, and the Frost Dragon's soul fire was wrapped into 2 blood-colored cocoons. The blood cocoon shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye as the energy line squirmed, killing 3 giant Frost Dragons in an instant. Sinestra's offensive did not slow down at all. Her huge body rushed forward quickly, and the dragon wings were swept out like knives. The hard and sharp wing bones easily broke through the Frost Giants coming from both ends. The dragon's body cut them into 2 pieces. At the same time, Sinestra stretched her claws forward, and her huge dragon claws grabbed the other 2 charging Frost Dragons, and then pressed down hard. Boom! The huge vibration made the entire Naxxrama's groan. Everyone fighting on the ground heard a loud noise, and the behemoth-like aerial city floating in the air actually sank a certain distance. The 2 Frost Dragons caught by Sinestra were pressed until their bones were broken. and their soul fire was almost extinguished by this pressure. After crushing the two frost dragons, Zenitharea opened her mouth and spurted out a giant pillar of dragon flames, which was even more powerful than the volcanic explosion Leo had used before. The entire frost dragon's lair was ablaze with red fire. The frost dragon's favorite icy land turned into a melting pot. The remaining frost dragons had no time to react and followed in the footsteps of their first companion. From the frost dragon to the fire dragon, the 10 giant frost dragons that were left guarding the lair were all wiped out in one breath. Mildoran stared blankly at the frost dragon's lair. At this time, there were only 2 words echoing in the ruffian's skull. So strong. Are those really 10 giant frost dragons? Why do they feel like 10 little chickens? The black dragon killed them all in one encounter. There was no sense of sloppiness, and it was frighteningly clean. Originally, the ruffian skeleton still had some bad thoughts about Zenitharea, but now his little thoughts have long been thrown out of the sky. Just kidding. If you provoke her by using this black dragon to kill a giant frost dragon like a chicken, that's because the birthday boy is tired of eating arsenic. The strength displayed by the black dragon queen made Leo take a breath of cold air. She defeated 10 giant frost dragons in an instant. This kind of terrifying strength was the only one Leo had ever seen. Kel'Thuzad could never be her opponent. Seeing the strength shown by Zenitharea, Leo felt that the success rate of attacking the Archlich this time had increased a lot. Master, do you want to fight again? Easily defeating the 10 giant frost dragons that stayed in the lair was not even a warm-up for Zenitharea. The Black Dragon Queen, who had already guessed Leo's purpose of entering Naxxramas this time, would not be satisfied with this. In order to defeat Kel'Thuzad, he would consolidate his position in the heart of his master. Leo shook his head. No. Kel'Thuzad already knew we were coming the moment you took action, and he seemed to be prepared for our arrival. The powerful mental power expanded Leo's perception range. He realized that at the end of the Frost Dragon's lair, there was not only one strong man's aura in the core of Naxxramas. In addition to Kel'Thuzad, there were several strong men. Ha 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 ha. A burst of cold laughter came, and there was undisguised pride in the laughter. Kel'Thuzad's voice echoed in Naxxramas. You guys who surrendered to the trap. You are so little, do you really think I don't know the trick? Kel'Thuzad has been wary of this since Leo and the others sneaked into Naxxramas silently last time. Since the other party can quietly enter Naxxramas once, there may be a second time. How could Kel'Thuzad, who regarded Naxxramas, the city in the sky, as his own vehicle, allow this to happen? When Leo was tempting Kel'Thuzad to send out all the combat forces in Naxxramas, wasn't Kel'Thuzad plotting against Leo? Don't forget, Naxxramas is Kel'Thuzad's territory, and the core area where he lives is not allowed for outsiders to enter. It is unknown whether there is a teleportation array or whether there is an extra teleportation array for outsiders. Originally, I thought you would let Fording assassinate me, but unexpectedly a black dragon came. I admit that you are stronger than I expected, but it doesn't matter. You will still die. Kel'Thuzad was still very afraid of Zenitharaya's strength, but this did not shake his confidence, because he also had the most powerful killing move. Although Zenitharaya's strength was strong, it was not might be able to withstand it. Les, take your people to stop the black dragon. I only need 30 breaths of time. After Kel'Thuzad finished speaking, he walked towards the core of Naxxramas, where an ice-blue sledgehammer was floating in the air. Chapter 530 Les Frost Whisper. Les Frost Whisper, the deputy of the Archlich Kel'Thuzad. As the only lich who was not a spellcaster, Les Frost Whisper can be said to be one of the most legendary figures among the liches. This lich, who was the first to use the Frost Nova spell and has the title of Frost Whisper, is a strong man of the same class as Kel'Thuzad. Don't look at Les. Frost Whisper has received orthodox knight training spells since he was a child. He only taught himself in his spare time. Yes, Kel'Thuzad didn't dare to say that he was better than him when it came to his attainments in dark magic. Self-taught people are talking about people like Les Xuanyu. As a human, Kel'Thuzad did not have the power to slay dragons, but Les Frost Whisper did it. While defending his family's hereditary territory of Caer Daren, he used magic to freeze a red dragon controlled by the Dragon Maw clan into a popsicle. From this incident, we can see how powerful Les Xuanyu is. Les Frost Whispers, who was resurrected by the Lich King, was stationed in the Scholomance Academy, the home of the Curse sect, even though the principal of the Scholomance Academy was Gaddon. In fact, Les Frost Whispers, who could directly talk to the Lich King, was the one in that place, the strong man with the greatest power. It is precisely because Les Frost Whisper has the trust of Kel'Thuzad and the Lich King that he was sent to Naxxramas to protect Kel'Thuzad in this battle. This task is extremely important. Less Frost Whisper originally, he was also very confident. Because in the Lich King and Kel'Thuzad's expectation, the defensive Battle of Tyr's Hand would only bring out the reclusive Ford Ring. And the team he brought to cooperate with Kel'Thuzad to surround Fording would not succeed. Question. However, something unexpected happened. Fording did not enter Naxxramas, thinking that Naxxramas was empty of troops. It was Leo who came to attack Kel'Thuzad. And there was a terrifying black dragon beside him. When did a human warlock hook up with a black dragon? Is this guy working for Deathwing? Les Xuanyu was full of questions. But there was no time for him to think about it now. Because Leo had already absorbed all the energy contained in the soul fire of the 10 Frost Dragons that were instantly killed by Zenisarea. Under his command, the Black Dragon Queen had already rushed towards the room where Kel'Thuzad was. 30 breaths does not last long. Normally, it just passes in a daze. However, under special circumstances, these 30 breaths will make people feel like a second is like a year. Unfortunately, this is how Les Frost Whisper, who was ordered to block Zenisarea, felt. Block her no matter what. Under the forced order of Les Frost Whisper, a Death Knight wearing armor and riding a death horse took the lead and killed him. This Death Knight is not truly brave and fearless. He dares to fight against Zenisarea, who is countless times stronger than him. Instead, as a member of the Scourge Legion, all the undead Scourge controlled by the Lich King have been planted, with the sole mark of obeying the orders of his superiors. Les Frost Whisper's status is higher than his. Under the urging of the Lich nicknamed Frost Whisper, the Death Knight can't do it even if he doesn't want to. As soon as the Death Knight rushed to the door of the room, a huge dragon claw was struck. Under this claw, the Death Knight had no way to dodge or resist. With a bang, the death horse under his crotch was turned into bones with a bang. A tragic sidekick was born. The host kills Dacker. Leo curled his lips in disdain. Like the Ice King or Minor, this Dacker did not let him get any extra rewards. The standard of Goldfinger is getting higher and higher now. Leo feels that if he wants to obtain additional rewards such as magic equipment and opponent skills, the opponents he needs to kill must be at least top legendary powerhouses. Ordinary legendary powerhouses, those who are picky about food, are no longer in the eyes of the Golden Finger. Knowing this, Leo was very depressed. There were only a few top legendary experts, and the extra rewards they could get from Goldfinger were getting less and less. Dekrell was caught and killed instantly by Zenisarea, which did not frighten Les Frost Whisper. Under his order, 2 more figures rushed up, trying to delay the time for the Black Dragon Queen to enter the core of Naxxramas. Zenisarea swiped her horizontal claws and beat the 2 natural disaster warriors to pieces like swatting flies. She blasted the 2 natural disaster warriors with pure strength. This blow fully demonstrated the physical strength of the Black Dragon Queen. The host kills Lavinia. The host kills the Bloodbone Puppet. 2 more beeps sounded, and Leo still didn't get any extra rewards. But he gained a lot of energy. These 3 losers. The 3 melee men were easily killed by Zenisarea. Les Frost Whisper cursed secretly, in order to stop the Black Dragon Queen. He now didn't care much. He sent the dead cold servants and Ice Crown guards, who were originally Kel'Thuzad's guards, go up, to be chosen by Kel'Thuzad as his bodyguard. The dead cold servants and Ice Crown guards are naturally no weaklings. These undead natural disasters from the Ice Crown Citadel, where the Lich King is seated, are no weaker than the genuine Death Knights, possessing combat power that is not inferior to that of epic heroes. Such a team can be said to be extremely powerful. But the tragedy is that the opponent they have to face is the Black Dragon Queen Zenisarea. Seeing an army of undead natural disasters coming towards her, Zenisarea, who had entered the place with half her body, opened her mouth and spat out a pillar of dragon flames. The thick pillar of fire was wrapped in manic fire magic and swept across all the death cold servants. And the Ice Crown guards all turned into ashes. Les Frost Whisper was filled with chills when he saw this scene. Zenisarea was too powerful. He knew that he couldn't stop him at all. He just hoped that Kel'Thuzad could move faster. Otherwise they would all be killed by this. Kill the Black Dragon. When he entered Naxxramas with his men, he originally wanted to kill the assassin who assassinated Kel'Thuzad. Who would have thought that the assassin was waiting for him to come? But the opponent was too strong. If the secret attack failed, he would kill him openly. Pity them. The powerful natural disaster warriors, who wanted to use their tricks to ambush the opponent. But their little strength was not enough when facing Zenisarea. All tricks are in vain in the face of absolute power. Is there anything more tragic than this? Les Frost Whisper said that he really didn't want to be miserable. So he commanded the only 2 remaining men to attack Sinisareya again. A pillar of fire ignited, burning the ground where Sinisareya's right paw was red. From the magic power contained in the pillar of fire, it could be sensed that this was a powerful fire mage. Leo, who had already jumped on Sinisareya's back, gave the skeleton mage who cast this spell a corner of his eye. He was able to cast the flame storm with such strong lethality. This skeleton mage was very good. But who asked him to attack? The target is Sinisareya. Don't you know that the Black Dragon's resistance to fire magic is ridiculously high? Such a destructive flame storm came to attack Sinisareya. And even scratching the Black Dragon Queen's magic power was too weak. Another subordinate of Les Frost Whisper was an ogre magician holding a staff. This ogre magician did not attack Sinisareya directly. Instead, he kept waving his staff to summon bone mages. Trying to use the cannon fodder troops caused trouble for Sinisareya. Faced with the attacks from Les Frost Whisper's last 2 men, Sinisareya first responded with a flame storm to the skeleton mage. The raging flames instantly engulfed the skeleton mage's body, and Leo took the opportunity to absorb his soul fire. The poor skeleton mage finally realized the true meaning of the word playing with fire and self-immolation. Dare to use fire magic in front of the Black Dragon Queen. Isn't this the same as using a big axe in front of Luban and a big sword in front of Guangong? Is it okay to humiliate oneself? The other ogre magician, Sinisareya, grabbed the cover with disdain. With a bang, the bone mage was smashed into pieces, and the ogre magician was also turned into meat paste. The host kills Victus. The host kills Kermok. 2 more beeps sounded, and Leo twisted his neck and curled his lips. Weak. Too weak. Do you want to ambush me or deliberately send people to die? As he said this, Leo suddenly realized. I understand. You want to laugh me to death. Oops, yeah. The Scourge is so insidious. This human being is such a bastard. With the support of a powerful black dragon, he dared to laugh at the Scourge. Le Xuanjiu wanted to cut Leo into pieces, but he couldn't do it. He really couldn't do it. Le Xuanjiu asked himself that he didn't have the ability to run up to Sinisareya's back and kill people. I think Les Frost Whisper, is also a legendary figure among the Liches. And I am also a leader in the Scourge Legion. I am actually so humiliated by this guy who has the power of a dragon. It is hateful and annoying. Little Lich, you can't escape. Sinisareya had noticed before that Les Frost Whisper was second only to Kel'Thuzad in strength. Under the strategy of avoiding strong attacks and killing the opponent's vitality in the shortest possible time, she had not tried to kill Les Frost Whisper before. Si Shuangyu was the target of the attack. But after killing the other undead natural disasters in the room, Rice Shuangyu became the only target of the Black Dragon Queen. It's not that easy to kill me. Sinisareya's strength is indeed strong, and Les Frost Whisper is not a weakling. Before the Black Dragon Queen's Dragon Claw sweep came, he had already used magic to avoid it, and shot back at a distance with a hail of ice arrows. Dozens of ice arrows that were no faster than bed crossbows hit the dragon claws swept by Sinisareya. The ice magic contained in the ice arrows caused a layer of white frost to appear on the Black Dragon Queen's dragon claws. Damn it. This black dragon is so powerful. My rain of ice arrows didn't even break through her defense. But my ability is more than just a rain of ice arrows. Watch the move. Freezing technique. Les Frost Whisper stirred up magic power. And after Sinisareya was hit by the hail of ice arrows, the white frost appeared on her dragon claws, and the ice behind her 2 fingers actually formed. You can actually make the spell show such obvious effects on Sinestra. Lich, who are you? Leo admired Les Frost Whisper's ability to control ice. Sinisareya had told him through the spiritual connection between the pet and its owner that the strength of the Lich in front of him was only 1 step behind Kel'Thuzad. Already has the ability to threaten Leo's life. Les Frost Whisper, the 3rd son of Earl Eli, the hereditary lord of Keldarin. The Frost Whisper, Les Frost Whisper? That's just who I was. That's it. Leo rubbed his chin, and then pointed at Les Shuangyu. The latter felt that there was energy in his body that was about to burst out and blow up his body. He had to mobilize his magic power to suppress it. As a result, his actions had immediately slowed down. By the time Lei Xuanjiu had sorted out the energy in his body, a black dragon claw had already come out from under his head with violent wind pressure. Lei Xuanjiu heard his last words as a lich. Sinestra? Kill him. This guy is so despicable. The last thought flashed through his mind, and the world of Les Shuangyu returned to darkness. Chapter 531 Escape and Panic. The host killed Les Frost Whisper, failed to absorb magic equipment successfully extracted the ability and obtained the transferable ability, Freeze. Do you want to extract it? Les Frost Whisper's strength is not weak. If Sinisaria wanted to kill him under normal circumstances, it would have taken a lot of effort. Unfortunately, he met Leo and died of Frost Whisper, who was tricked by the corpse explosion technique. Extremely frustrated, Leo didn't take it to heart after absorbing the soul fire of Les Frosty and sensing the Lich's hatred towards him. As the saying goes, soldiers never tire of deceit. And in a life and death battle, each uses his or her own tactics. As the losing party, you can resent me, but I will never argue with you. Take a little rest first, and then serve me obediently. Freezing is an ice magic skill. Leo's most powerful killing moves now focus on flames, followed by shadow, and then bone and poison magic. Ice magic is ranked too low. However, in line with the principle of having too many skills without overpowering oneself, Leo does not dislike the freezing technique, which is a control skill. The only person who solved Les Frost Whisper and others in front of Leo was the Archlich Kel'Thuzad, his target for entering Naxxramas this time. At this time, Kel'Thuzad continued to inject his magic power into a floating ice blue sledgehammer. As his magic power was injected into it, the magic patterns carved on the sledgehammer slowly became brighter, and the sledgehammer looked like a floating ice blue hammer. The waking giant beast exuded an increasingly strong pressure, and when Leo looked at it, he actually felt fearful of facing the apex predator. The power of Menethil. Isn't Kel'Thuzad calling for Arthas? Thinking that Kel'Thuzad might be trying to bring the Lich King over, Leo didn't dare to give him a chance. Don't look at the fact that Sinisaria killed many powerful natural disasters as easily as killing chickens. She really wanted to meet the Lich King in person and come to the Black Dragon. The Queen is by no means her opponent. Demigods and infinitely close to demigods are two completely different levels. If Kel'Thuzad really called the Lich King over to fight, the situation would be reversed in an instant. Kill him. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Leo didn't want to talk nonsense with Kel'Thuzad at all. Under his command, the Black Dragon Queen blocked Kel'Thuzad with a claw. The dragon's claw tried to smash Kel'Thuzad into pieces with strong wind pressure. There was no trace of panic on Kel'Thuzad's face. He looked certain that the Black Dragon Queen's blow would not hurt him. A shadow rift quietly appeared above Kel'Thuzad's head. Sinisarea's huge dragon claw was completely swallowed up by the shadow rift. The powerful dragon claw slap failed to hit Kel'Thuzad, and its power was completely absorbed by the shadow rift. Live with the past. Wow! The sound of breaking glass came from the shadow cracks. The shadow cracks that took Kel'Thuzad's blow from Sinisarea were filled with countless cracks, and then broke into pieces carrying shadow energy and flew out. A mist-like vortex appeared, covering the shadow energy fragments before they dispersed. Under the suction of the vortex, not a single shadow energy fragment escaped the net, and they were all sucked in. When Leo saw the shadow energy fragments appearing, he sensed the powerful shadow power contained in them. Thinking that these fragments might be useful to him, he used the ability to collect items in his private space. The mist-like vortex was created by him. Boy, don't even think about touching me. The shadow fissure blocked Sinisarea's attack as he expected, and Kel'Thuzad felt that his safety was guaranteed. However, in order to continue to delay time, he spoke, trying to make Leo waste time in meaningless verbal exchanges. Less than 15 breaths have passed since he injected magic into the power of Menethil. Sinisarea's strength was so great that Les Frost Whisper was destroyed much faster than Kel'Thuzad expected. The lineup originally used to deal with Lord Fordring of the Silver Hand encountered the Black Dragon Queen. The expected opponent did not appear, but a stronger Black Dragon came. Kel'Thuzad did not expect that the enemy would also have a Bifur. Ding's bigger trump card. One mistake. Everything was lost. The Great Lich's plan collapsed in an instant, and all the powerful natural disasters, such as Lei Xuanyu, and others were killed. Who can blame him? It's only strange that there is such an anomaly like Leo in the world. Little Lich, do you think a mere shadow fissure can stop me? After failing to kill Kel'Thuzad, Sinisaria roared and struck again. This time, Sinisaria did not use physical attacks but magic attacks, and a dark purple energy ball struck Kel'Thuzad. A dark purple energy ball hugged by several people struck Kel'Thuzad, who was injecting magic power into Menethil's power. Secretly complained. Leo had no intention of talking to him at all. He used words to delay time. The shadow fissure reappeared. Now the only external defense Kel'Thuzad had was the shadow fissure. The Archlich could only count on it to block Sinisaraya's spell attacks for him. But will things go as he wishes? Sinisarea has experienced the defensive power of shadow fissure before. and has a very clear understanding of the attack limit that Kel'Thuzad's spell can withstand. Under such circumstances, how can the spell attack she fired easily blocked by Shadow Fissure? The dark purple energy ball blasted into the Shadow Fissure. The collision between energy and energy silently released a shock wave representing destruction. The Shadow Fissure shattered again, but this time it failed to block Kel'Thuzad. With the attack, the dark purple energy ball, whose volume was reduced by 2/3, blasted towards Kel'Thuzad after breaking through the Shadow Rift. Twilight Shockwave. Damn it. You are indeed working for Deathwing. At the critical moment, the ice chains wrapped around Kel'Thuzad shook and drew towards the dark purple energy. When the energy ball was shattered, nearly 1/10 of the ice chains disappeared. However, this direct confrontation also allowed Kel'Thuzad to sense the aura of Zenitharea, and the Archlich sensed the twilight energy from this huge black dragon. Do you have to work for Deathwing if you have twilight energy? Seeing that the spell attack was effective, Zenitharea fired 3 twilight shock waves in succession. When the Archlich was tired of dealing with it, the Black Dragon Queen laughed mercilessly. He stood up and said, "That deformed monster will be killed by the great master Leo one day. Just like I killed you now." 3 twilight shock waves cost Kel'Thuzad his life. He didn't care to regret his ice chains. In order to respond to this attack, he drew the dark purple energy ball that hit him. The ice chains were thrown under the twilight shock waves. It quickly shrank, and after smashing the 3 dark purple energy balls, only 1/10 of its original length remained. Fortunately, he took this wave of attacks. Kel'Thuzad secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the ice chain could not block the twilight shock wave. At this time, nearly 20 breaths had passed. Kel'Thuzad knew that as long as he survived the last 10 breaths, victory would be his. Before the ice chain that was pulled out returned to Kel'Thuzad, a dark purple pillar of fire suddenly burst out from under the Great Lich's feet. Kel'Thuzad's entire body was wrapped in this pillar of fire. Zenitharaya's spell offensive was not only the light shock wave, and those 3 dark purple energy balls were just attracting Kel'Thuzad's attention and consuming his defense capabilities. The last twilight flame was the killer move. As the flames approached, Kel'Thuzad used the Frost Armor and Ice Shield to resist with difficulty. In order to prevent the magic power injected into Menethil from being interrupted and causing the spell ritual to fail, he chose to resist. Since you chose to be a steak, don't blame me for beating you like a steak, Leo chuckled. And with the fire element gathered by Zenitharaya's twilight flame, he fired an enhanced version of the volcanic explosion. Boom! The entire Naxxramas shook under the impact of the wildfire magic. The warriors who were fighting on the ground heard another muffled sound coming from Naxxramas. The distance between the entire city and the sky and the ground shortened again. I can't hold it any longer. The twilight flames coupled with the volcanic explosion caused Kel'Thuzad's protective spell to collapse in an instant. The Archlich knew that if he continued to resist forcefully, he would only end up being shattered into pieces. For this reason, he had to interrupt the spell ritual and use the manic energy. The flash technique was used just before hitting his body. Using flash to run away can be regarded as relieving Kel'Thuzad's temporary crisis. But after the temporary crisis was relieved, Kel'Thuzad had to face a very real problem. How should he deal with the attacks of Zenitharea and Leo? I'm sorry. It seems we interrupted your spell ritual? Leo shrugged, and the innocent expression on his face made Kel'Thuzad want to rush over and punch him hard in the face. Humans, there will be no good end for opposing the Scourge Legion. Don't think that having the Black Dragon can disobey the Lich King's will. The King's power is not something you can match. As Kel'Thuzad spoke, he retreated to a corner of the room. He failed to activate the power of Menethil. The Great Lich knew that he had lost this battle, and that he had lost miserably. Kel'Thuzad, who burned the essence of firewood, had no intention of fighting to the death. He was ready to use his prepared backhand to escape. Leo and Zenitharea followed the direction Kel'Thuzad was running in, and discovered the obscure magic wave coming from the corner. Kel'Thuzad hurried towards that place. It was obvious that the obscure magic wave must have come from a person. The teleportation array. And it was a teleportation array that had been activated a long time ago. We can't let this lich escape. In Zenitharaya's view, Kel'Thuzad is a lich with strong abilities. It would be very helpful to her master if he could keep this lich. So Zenitharaya's attack target was the teleporter first. On the magic circle. Just when she was about to launch a spell to destroy the teleportation array, a mental wave caused her to give up this plan. And the Black Dragon Queen turned all her attacks towards Kel'Thuzad. Twilight Flames. Twilight Shock Wave. Dragon Claw Slap. Flame Breath. When Kel'Thuzad fled to the teleportation circle, The Black Dragon Queen used various attack methods to give the Archlich a warm farewell and protective spell. The Archlich, which had been shattered by Leo's volcanic explosion, was beaten into a state of disarray. Fortunately, he finally broke into the teleportation circle. Human. Pray. Don't let me meet you again. The teleportation array was activated. Kel'Thuzad's figure gradually faded, and the Archlich stared at Leo fiercely. If he had the unique skill of killing people with his eyes, Leo would have been torn into pieces. Click! Zinnisarea's dragon tail sweep struck at the last moment Kel'Thuzad was teleported away. The crisp sound of bone cracking was heard, and the great lich disappeared amidst the screams. Master, following your will, I have driven his soul fire to the edge of dissipation. Chapter 532, Let People Prevent Disasters. You're wondering why I didn't kill him. Mildoran ran in with his head tilted, in view of the strength of both sides during the battle. The ruffian skeleton hid behind, and did not dare to show his face in order not to suffer disaster. He only ran in after the battle. However, he still heard what Sinisarea said, and expressed his confusion about Leo letting Kel'Thuzad Mildoran go. Leo curled his lips in disdain at this sneaky guy, and said something that made Mildoran jump. With your IQ, it's hard for me to explain clearly. Contempt? Hongwogo's disdain. Why can't you explain it clearly? Don't think of me as a fool. Aren't you just worried about the Lich King? Mildoran began to show his intelligence. This guy was pretending to be stupid before, but unfortunately Leo saw it. Demigod, it's not something you can resist now. Even if this demigod is not cultivated by himself, but relies on external objects to achieve success. You don't kill the Lich but choose to beat him until his soul is almost dissipated. I'm afraid it's to hold this demigod down. Don't let him trouble you. Leo did not deny Mildoran's words. In fact, this was exactly his intention. Even though Leo had killed several powerful men of the Scourge before, this did not really hurt the foundation of the Scourge. And it was not even to the point where the Lich King took action. The most important thing for Arthas now is to use Frostmourne's power. The fusion of power and Azul's soul resulted in the fusion of 2 generations of Lich Kings. He would not leave the Ice Throne easily unless it was a matter of life and death for the Scourge. Killing the likes of a Nubrocken Gothic is different from killing Kel'Thuzad. The Archlich is Arthas' most trusted comrade. If Leo kills him, he will immediately attract Arthas' revenge. Such revenge it was more than he could bear. Leo had no idea about demigods before he saw the true strength of Sinisarea. He believed that the pet thugs he owned could block Alsos by relying on their numerical advantage, and he could escape no matter what happened. But after seeing Sinisarea easily killing the Frost Dragon and Les First Whisper and other powerful natural disasters, he didn't think so, because Sinisarea told him that the gap between herself and the demigods was as much as Kel'Thuzad. With such a gap between her and her, it was a question whether she could escape in front of the Lich King. Leo felt that it was not worth provoking the Lich King's sniper for Kel'Thuzad. Leo cherished his own life very much. God allowed him to travel through time and gave him a chance to commit fraud. How could he put himself at risk so easily? In danger? Leo never denied that he was afraid of death, and he never considered himself a hero. It is precisely because of fear of death that Leo has the motivation to become stronger. If you want me to die, I will let you die first. This is Leo's attitude towards his enemies. If the enemy is too strong, Leo, who is afraid of death for his own life, will try to find ways to improve his strength until he is stronger than the enemy. It is not wrong to be afraid of death. What is wrong is that you are obviously afraid of death, but do not work hard to improve yourself so that you will not die. The motivation to become a strong person comes from a timid personality that is afraid of death. It sounds funny, but when you think about it, it is very true. As for wanting to become a hero with great strength, Leo said he has no love. What is a hero? Heroes are meant to be mourned. Only dead people are mourned. As for the living heroes, although there are not none, they are too tired because they have to bear too much. Leo is a man who is afraid of death and wants to live an easy life. So he will let Kel'Thuzad go. The Archlich and the Lich King are a good pair, No. They are good comrades. Kel'Thuzad was beaten until the fire of his soul was about to dissipate. Arthas would not let it go, and would definitely spend all his strength to save Kel'Thuzad. Arthas is a demigod. It is not easy to revive Kel'Thuzad, whose soul fire is almost extinguished. This will consume a lot of energy and time on his part. Going to great lengths to rescue Kel'Thuzad would lengthen the integration of Arthas and Nazul, delaying the time when the Lich King could integrate their strengths. Since the Lich King was focusing on Kel'Thuzad, even if the Lich King came to find him, Leo's settlement will also be delayed for a long time. which will give Leo time to become stronger, so that he will not face the wrath of the Lich King now. Zenitharea returned to her human form. The Black Dragon Queen lowered her head. How could she not think of something that even Mildoran could think of? When Leo asked her to save Kel'Thuzad's life, Zenitharea knew what was going on. It was obviously a good opportunity to kill the enemy. But he gave up the kill because the opponent's background was too tough. I guess the master must have felt very depressed. Zenitharea stood carefully behind Leo. As Leo's #1 thug, she was very conscious of being a thug. She knew that it was because she was not strong enough to fight against the Lich King that she made Leo do what he did. She acted ashamed of her choice. The demigod is not easy to mess with. So let's spare his life first. Anyway, we have already made a lot of money from this battle. Leo felt it was a pity that Kel'Thuzad had escaped. But he didn't seem to care too much. A man is capable of bending and stretching. In his opinion, as long as he has the strength. Let alone Kel'Thuzad. Even Arthas' life can be taken away by him. A strong man. The world's strength is the foundation. Master needs to be careful if he wants to collect this warhammer. I feel there is something weird on it. Seeing Leo walking towards the power of Menethil, Zenitharea quickly reminded her. The Black Dragon Queen felt that the cold air emanating from the ice-blue sledgehammer floating in the air gave her a depressing feeling. And she could bring the only thing that gave her a sense of oppression was the aura of the demigod. The power of Menethil used by Arthas will naturally have his aura. It is because Kel'Thuzad was given this warhammer by Arthas that he was able to overwhelm other natural disaster experts and make them obey his orders. This thing is the otherworldly disaster version of the Shangfang sword. The first thing you have to do to collect it is to eliminate the aura left by Alsace on it. Leo murmured to himself. As he spoke, he circled around the power of Menethil. Mildoran and Zenitharea saw a strange expression on his face as he spoke. One black dragon, and one the skeleton was convinced that Leo must have come up with some sinister idea. I don't agree with saying that his ideas are harmful to Leo. At most, he is just getting benefits for himself while letting others avoid disasters. To wipe out the aura left by Arthas on Menethil's power would be to collide with the power of the Lich King. Leo wanted to let Goldfinger try to see if he could absorb it. So he circled Menethil. Ergili turned around several times. But the result disappointed him. The collision with the Lich King's power will be remembered by him. Once the breath is locked by the Lich King, he must be prepared to be troubled by him at any time. Leo will not let himself go without the means to fight against the demigod. He is in this trouble. But he will not give up on obtaining the power of Menethil. Because collecting this warhammer, which is used by the Scourge as the core control of Naxxramas, is equivalent to controlling this aerial power. City. So Leo decided to divert the trouble eastward. An arcane book exuding magical power appeared in Leo's hand. And Milduran's body suddenly rattled. The ruffian skeleton's intelligence was not low. Otherwise, he would have been killed by his own clan before the natural disaster invaded due to his wretched character. When Ao took out the arcane tome, he clearly wanted to use the power contained in the arcane tome to fight against the aura of the Lich King in the power of Menethil. I would like to ask, whose arcane book is this? Master Leo. Mildoran, who was once a member of the Blood Elves, felt that it was necessary to express his presence and ask who the owner of this arcane book was. If it was a man, he would mourn for him for a second in his heart. If it is a beautiful beauty, and this beauty is still alive, then find her quickly, and leave some magic images for her, so that she will not be able to enjoy them again in the future. It would be best if these magic images are seen such as taking a bath. What do you mean? Leo raised the arcane magic book in his hand, and said in an uncertain tone. If I remember correctly, this should have been given to me by Kael'datz. It seems that he studied magic and sucked it. Feelings. GA? Not a beauty? Mildoran suddenly lost his motivation. Since the owner of this arcane book is His Royal Highness, I will observe one more second of silence. Seeing that the ruffian skeleton didn't jump out angrily like a fool, Leo didn't make things difficult for him. If Mildoran didn't understand the situation and came to stop him, Leo wouldn't mind killing and silencing him. Input magic power to activate the arcane book. And the arcane book that was originally closed was gradually opening between the flashes of magic lines. Leo had no nostalgia for this treasure that others longed for but could not get. The moment it was about to open, throw it towards the power of Menethil. The arcane book that records mana sucking has become useless to Leo after he obtained the blood law and integrated the sorcerer's life and mana absorption. Since it is useless, it would not be a pity to throw it away. Besides, even if this arcane book is gone, it is not as there any blood elf Prince Kael'datz here? When the arcane book of magic was fully opened, it hit the power of Menethil. The magic power belonging to Kael'thas collided with the breath of Alsos. The magic brilliance on the arcane book of magic became brighter and brighter. Menethil, the icy cold breath escaping from air's power, became more and more biting. As the energy flows disappeared in the confrontation, the arcane book began to gradually disintegrate. And the breath of Arthas on Menethil's power also slowly becomes weaker. Leo, who stood aside and watched the indirect confrontation between the two princes, noticed that as the cold aura on Menethil's power weakened, an anger that frightened him was locked through the ice-blue sledgehammer. The arcane tome seems to be warning it. It's a pity that the disintegrating arcane book is just a dead object. A dead object that is immune to pressure. This angry warning has no effect at all. Kael'thas' anger that wanted to freeze everything lingered in Naxxramas. When the arcane tome completely disintegrated and turned into little bits of arcane light, the aura belonging to Arthas and the power of Menethil was also consumed at the same time. The anger had no choice but to retreat. But it had already remembered the aura of confrontation with yourself. An angel held the ownerless power of Menethil in his hand, and stamped his own soul on the ice-blue warhammer. It is both a holy hammer that represents hope and a hateful hammer of depravity. It is so similar to what happened to me. Yizhuor. This angel is Yizhuor. The angel Yizhuor, who has the same origin as Leo's soul. Well, at this time, he was looking at the ice-blue warhammer in his hand with blurred eyes. The beautiful blue color is really dazzling. Chapter 533, Anubarak. Death. On the ground battlefield of Tyr's hand, the soldiers fighting against the natural disaster army felt the pressure. Shortly after Naxxramas sank for the second time, the natural disaster army suddenly went crazy collectively, and a large number of intermediate undead creatures swarmed up crazily. With their numerical strength, the advantage caused a sharp increase in the casualties of the soldiers fighting. The soldiers who were tired of coping did not realize that while the intermediate undead were going crazy collectively, the high-level undead were retreating quickly. As the real main force in the natural disaster army, they were leaving the battlefield. Ordinary soldiers did not discover officers like Link Karen, but it was different. However, even if they discovered the intentions of the undead army, there was nothing they could do. The advantages of the natural disaster army at the soldier level were too obvious. The high-level undead had to leave the battlefield. The Hand's troops cannot stop it. Discovering that the Scourge army had plans to retreat, Fording and other powerful men couldn't help but feel happy. They thought that there must be a big problem in Naxxramas. Otherwise the dominant Scourge army would never be like this. We can't let Anubarak escape and haunt him. While the high-level undead were evacuating, the natural disaster warriors also began to retreat. After noticing this situation, Scarlet blessed herself with the holy blessing technique. The female paladin waved the Ashkandi sword and stuck to Anyaba. Lark fought closely and cooperated with Lilessa and others to not give the Crypt Lord a chance to burrow into the ground. Anubarak could not burrow into the ground at the risk of being killed with the Ashkandi sword that ignored defense. If it wants to escape, Anubarakan will always get stuck in that position in advance. Anubarakan, who is also a crypt demon, knows exactly what kind of reaction Anubarak will make, and he can guess pretty well. With the help of Melangathic and others, it would not be a problem to block Anubarak's escape route. Crypt Lord Anubarak, a powerful man even more powerful than Kel'Thuzad, and a general of the Lich King. With such a prominent status, he should have the awareness to be targeted and killed. Compared to Thaddeus and other natural disasters, he went a strong calm. Both Scarlet Fording and Marlin will put him at the top of their kill list. Under the current circumstances, Anubarak cannot be spared even if he spares other natural disaster experts. Who knows if there will be such a good opportunity to kill him in the future? With this idea in mind, several strong men began to communicate with each other, and soon everyone reached a unanimous goal. Brannigan and Sargas were the first to abandon their opponents and rush over. Although they said they were the first to abandon their opponents, they were actually not prepared. Kurtaz, who led the Death Knights, saw that the situation was not right and urged the Death Horsemen to retreat with his men. By now, the two dwarf warriors had lost track of Kurtaz after killing the ghouls left behind by the other party. Without a target, the two men naturally joined the ranks of besieging Anubarak. Human, Lord Kel'Thuzad needs Patchwick. I will take your life next time. After speaking, Patchwick, who was fighting Varian, quickly left the battle at a speed that was completely inconsistent with his bloated body. Varian was about to pursue a frost dragon that fell from the sky and blocked him. The king of the Stormwind Kingdom had no choice but to fight with this giant frost dragon. Others on the ground fighting against Thaddeus and other powerful natural disasters also encountered this situation. Knowing that Kel'Thuzad had failed, Sapphiron gave orders to his frost dragons, and dozens of frost dragons gave up their fight. The entanglement of the Dracolic descended to the ground to cover the retreat of the natural disaster experts. Under the cover of the frost dragon, all the powerful natural disaster men belonging to Naxxramas retreated. After all, they had worked together under Kel'Thuzad for a long time and knew each other very well. Moreover, the Archlich also gave him his own power when retreating. His subordinates issued orders to leave the battlefield. Compared with the strong men of Naxxramas, Anub'arak and his men reacted much slower. And it is unknown whether it was due to Sapphiron's negligence that they did not receive help from the Frost Dragon, because these powerful natural disasters teleported from Northrend. Northrend were not familiar with their comrades. They did not notice anything strange when the natural disaster army evacuated. When they discovered that something was wrong, they received Anyaba again. Lark asked for his help. It turned out that with the evacuation of Thaddeus and other natural disaster warriors in Naxxramas, Anub'arak found that there were many more people besieging him, especially the addition of a blood elf female priest, which made Anub'arak more vulnerable. Lark had a headache, and as the golden holy light shone, the Crypt Lord discovered that bursts of severe pain were coming from the depths of his soul, which was a sign that the soul's origin was about to be damaged. Damn it. The strength of that female elf priest is second only to Fording among the people who besieged her. The Blood Elves actually sent such a strong master to support the Hand of Tyr. Didn't Kel'Thuzad say that the main force of Silvermoon City has already was he dragged into the Ghostlands by Zul'jin? The Crypt Lord was distracted by Liadrin when a dark javelin struck unexpectedly. The javelin came at an extremely fast speed and was silent. Anub'arak was stabbed by it without noticing. The dark javelin sank into the Crypt Lord's body along the carapace that was smashed by Fording. The power it carried broke a big hole in the Crypt Lord's body. Another master has joined us, and he is also good at sneak attacks. We can't continue fighting. I will die at the hands of these guys if I don't break away from the battle. It was upon realizing that he was in danger of falling that Anub'arak sent a message for help to his men. Hearing the leader's call for help, Edith and Fiora flapped their wings. The Valkewire twins with a pair of wings quickly took off after using magic to drive away Archduke Bolvar. They became the first batch to rescue Anub'arak. People. Unfortunately, Archduke Bolvar was not so easy to get rid of. When the Varian twins were about to rush into Anub'arak's battle group, Archduke Bolvar, who launched a righteous pursuit, also rushed over. Anub'arak found Vard depressed. The addition of Ligezi did not make it easier for him. On the contrary, it became more difficult to deal with the opponent's siege after having the group attack version of Bolvar's Hammer of Punishment. Leader Sanction. Insect. Take the move. After solving the frost dragon that was entangled with him, Varian knew that it was impossible to catch up with Patchwick. He combined Salamini's two swords into one, and a two-handed sword was held in his hand. This powerful the human warrior kicked off the ground with his legs, jumped up high, and after heroically jumping to the top, he used the impact of his fall to swing his sword towards Anub'arak. Archduke Bolvar cooperated with the leader's sanctions. Although he failed to knock Anub'arak out, he restrained Fiora and Edith. Scarlet and Marlin Sanction's hammers followed closely, dispersed the insect swarm Anub'arak used to protect himself. When Varian's sword fell, Fordring's Hammer of Justice happened to hit him. Anub'arak, who had nowhere to hide when facing the ground that was turned into frozen soil by Lylisa's frozen arrows, was crying without tears. The Cave Lord was so miserable that he was hit with stars in his eyes. Snap! Another piece of hard carapace detached from Anub'arak's body. The sword that Varian used to combine Salamini's two swords into one was obviously not ordinary. Even if the sword hit Anub'arak where there was still a carapace, it would still damage the opponent's body. Roar! Roar! Two giant earth-boring insects emerged from the ground, and they were killed by Dread Scale and Sour Throat. Under Anub'arak's urging, they dug an underground passage for the Crypt Lord to escape regardless of their own safety. When Varian struck Anub'arak, the ground where the Crypt Lord was suddenly collapsed, and Anub'arak finally found an opportunity to get into the ground. We can't let him run away. Scarlet, Fording, and Varian jumped down without thinking. How could they give up after finally forcing Anub'arak into such a situation? They didn't see such a good opportunity, and wanted to kill the crypt in the future. It's difficult for the Lord, seeing someone chasing him. Anub'arak hurriedly ordered Dread Scale and Sourmaw to intercept. However, the two earth borers who ignored the attacks of Poisonous Flower Vine and Flintag in order to save the Crypt Lord were already scarred. They were powerless against the order to intercept the pursuers. Fording and Scarlet each hit two confessions to stop them. when Poison Flower Vine and Flintog appeared along the passage drilled by 2 soil borers. They happened to see the 2 opponents there dizzy and confused. Such a good opportunity. Cobalt Geomancer, and Poison, of course you won't miss the flower vines. The poisonous flower vine wrapped around its body, and quickly wrapped around the bodies of Dread Scale and Sourmaw, using its best entanglement and strangulation method, while Flintag shook his staff and used 1,000,000 volts to kill the 2 big bugs. Taste the electric shock. At this time, the mammoth giant Gamok and the snowman Ice Roar arrived belatedly. Since these 2 giant beasts were facing Narlac and War Fortress, who were not inferior to themselves in strength, they were unable to break through the opponent's obstruction with brute force. I was able to come here only because I was injured and forced to leave. It's just that they arrived a little late. Anub'arak had already gone underground. Malangotic and others were a step slower, unable to jump into the hole in time. They had to pour their attacks on the 2 behemoths, under the attacks of several strong men of the same level. The 2 behemoths, who had been injured, gradually supported themselves. Can't live. Poor Gamok and Ice Howl had a chance to escape from the battlefield, but because of Anub'arak's order, they rushed to support despite being injured. But the tragedy was that their efforts were not rewarded at all. Before they could kill the Crypt Lord, it's already out of danger. These 2 behemoths can only be described in 2 words. For Anub'arak, once he got into the ground, it was like a dragon traveling across the sea and a tiger returning to the mountains. Although Fording and the other 3 jumped into the cave immediately, they were not familiar with underground combat. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them lost Anub'arak, with a trace of Lark. They had no choice but to give up in order not to be killed by the Crypt Lord. For the sake of 9 people, the success will fall short. Whether it was Forge Ring, Varian, or the newly appointed Grand Commander of the Silver Crusade, Scarlet's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Seeing that Anub'arak was about to give up, they actually let him run away. What a mistake. Such a good opportunity to break the Lich King's arm was wasted. The 3 of them were about to exit the cave and return to the ground. A blue light suddenly burst out from the depths of the ground, and a familiar voice reached their ears. Feel the blue fury. Under the blue light, the aura belonging to Anub'arak completely disappeared. Anub'arak, the strong man of the Scourge Legion, the general under the Lich King, and the sole leader of the Crypt Lord, died. Chapter 534. Anub'arak's death dealt a heavy blow to the Scourge. Fiora and Edith screamed in terror, and the Valkewar twins flapped their wings to escape from the battlefield. Isn't it too late to think of running away now? Yuzur looked at Fiora and Edith, his face full of teasing. At this time, the mammoth giants Gamok and Ice Howl were at the end of their strength, under the siege of Lydring Gothic and other powerful men. These 2 giant beasts were covered with wounds. Poison Ivy and Flintug were dying under the attack. Among Anub'arak's natural disaster experts, only Fiora and Edith were still alive and kicking. Naturally, the Valkewar twins became the focus of Yuzur. Strike object. With a feint with his right hand, an ice blue sledgehammer burst out of the ground and flew back to Yuzur's hand. It was this sledgehammer that just ended the Crypt Lord Anub'arak and successfully broke the Lich King's arm. The power of Menethil, Fordring and Varian, who jumped out of the hole and returned to the ground, couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing the ice blue sledgehammer. Yes, this ice blue sledgehammer is the power of Menethil, the weapon forged by the Lightbringer Uther for his disciple Arthas. The holy hammer that once represented hope is now the fallen hammer worshipped by the undead Scourge, and is also the core control hub of Naxxramas. The power of Menethil fell into the hands of Isil. Could it mean that Leo had successfully killed the great Lich Kel'Thuzad and controlled the sky city of Naxxramas? Scarlet's eyes sparkled as she killed Anub'arak and Kel'Thuzad and successfully captured Naxxramas. Tyr's victory in this battle was unprecedented in its history against the Scourge. This disastrous defeat of the undead Scourge will no longer be able to maintain its suppression of the major races. Perhaps it can use this victory to sound the clarion call for a full-scale counterattack against the Scourge. With the power of Menethil in hand, Yuzur's momentum has increased a lot. It can be seen that this ice blue sledgehammer has brought a lot of ability blessing to Yuzur. Fiora, Edith, you 2 self-destructive guys accept the sanction of the holy light, the light of judgment. The 2 holy lights slashed through the bodies of the Valkewar twins like unsheathed sharp knives. Fiora and Edith, who had no time to avoid them, screamed. The bodies of the Valkewar twins that glowed like light bulbs dimmed in an instant. Before Yuzur could take action again, their bodies quickly shrank, and finally turned into 2 light groups, one black and one white, the size of ping-pong balls. Yuzur flew through the air, and caught the two light groups of the Valkyrie twins before they hit the ground. Carefully looking at the two-color light ball in his hand. One black and one white. Through the hazy light Yizhuer could vaguely see the souls of Fiora and Edith screaming in terror. The Valkyrie twins are obtained. Yizhuer held the two light balls carefully, fearing that they would be damaged. Through the soul light of the Valkyrie twins, the strength of Zur and Leo can be greatly enhanced. Especially for Leo, who is relatively weak in strength. As Leo becomes stronger, the time that Yizhuer can stay in this world will also increase a lot. So don't expect Yizhuer or Leo to be soft-hearted. Sacrifice the little you to complete the big self. Fiora, Edith, you must have this kind of awareness. Killing a Nubarak and instantly killing the Valkyrie twins. Izur's appearance was short, but his performance was amazing. There were bursts of exclamations from the ground, especially from the Argent Dawn and the Scarlet Crusade. These people, who had been integrated into the Silver Crusaders by Scarlet, were enthusiastic about Yizhuer, whose whole body exuded a strong aura of light. In their view, Yizhuer actually appeared in front of them and helped them deal with the undead natural disaster. Urk is much more reliable than the illusory Neru, who has never been seen. It is better to believe in Neru than in angels. The Silver Crusaders will be able to dispel the darkness with the blessing of the Holy Light, and Lord Scarlet will be able to eliminate natural disasters with the help of angels. Willie led the Dragon Blood Guards and shouted without losing the opportunity. The warlocks of the Summoner Legion responded quickly. Their shouts infected other people. As the soldiers of the Silver Crusade joined the ranks of the shouters, they praised Scarlet. Lee's slogan, the newly promoted Lord of the Silver Crusade, spread throughout the battlefield of Tyr's Hand as quickly as possible. The young man's skills are good. The young knight of the Lothar family will definitely achieve much more than Tyron in the future. There will be a successor to Arothar. Fording is very clear about the intentions of Willie and others. But with the mind of the Silver Hand Lord, he will not have negative emotions such as suppressing someone just because he is better than his son. On the contrary, he is happy to see the younger generation. Capable geniuses emerge from every generation. Yizhuer didn't pay much attention to what happened on the ground. It wasn't that he was willing to give up this good opportunity to pretend to be cheating, but that Leo had a very limited time to summon him. He had previously collected the power of Menethil and obtained Naxxramas. The subsequent actions such as killing a Nubarak and the Valkyrie twins have consumed a lot of time. He must return to Leo before the summoning time limit expires, carrying the souls of Fiora and Edith. Give the ball of light to this deity. The soldiers who were shouting on the ground saw Yizhuer flying towards Naxxramas. The behemoth-like city in the sky that was floating quietly in the air opened with a harsh friction sound. It had not been opened for an unknown period of time. Passing through the gate revealed a corner of the interior of this natural disaster base camp. The gate of Naxxramas opened, and Yizhuer flew from the gate into the city in the sky without slowing down. In this scene in Can, even the slowest person will know what happened. The ship of the Great Lich Kel'Thuzad, the feared sky city Naxxramas, has changed hands. The Scourge's aerial city of Naxxramas has been captured. After realizing this, Tyr's Hand erupted in cheers. Inspired by this news, the soldiers were full of energy and high morale. Their combat power soared several levels in an instant. Although the number of undead natural disasters facing them was, however, they could not suppress their strong counterattack. The warriors at the front had already broken out of the hand of Tyr's defense line, and the counterattack against the natural disaster army had officially begun. The soldiers on the ground cheered up and defeated the main evacuated natural disaster army. Groups of mid-level and low-level undead creatures were chopped down by the fanatical soldiers, and the fighting underground gradually stopped at this time. As early as when Kel'Thuzad could not withstand the attacks of Sinisarea and Leo and fled in panic. Lotheb and Haraz gave up the attack on Felina and Noth and joined the spiders in the battle between monsters and crypt demons. It is precisely because of their joining that a Nubarak has not been able to get help from his direct subordinates, Anox and Krithur. Haraz, who is good at sneak attacks, and Luz, who can integrate with the land, who directly approached the two bugs, leaving them no time to care. After a Nubarak was killed by Izel with the power of Menethil, Hadronox and Krithul lost their backbone in an instant. They were so frightened that they had no intention of fighting, leaving behind most of the crypt demons and crypts. After the guards blocked the pursuers, the two bugs fled in a hurry with a small number of elites. The Spider Queen Anaxuta won her first confrontation with the crypt demon at the cost of nearly half of her army. Compared with the battle between the ground and the underground, the results achieved by the Dracolic in the sky against the Frost Dragon Legion were not so satisfactory. At least in Dragonako's view. This battle was a failure because Sasha Filin ran away. The Twilight Dragon Prince was feeling suffocated. The last time Saffron chased him away, Dragonakos' strength had not yet recovered at that time. And he was alone and had no choice but to run away. After finally recovering his strength, he had 1,000 Dracolics under his command. They were about to fight Saffron to the death. Unexpectedly, the opponent actually escaped during the fight. After tearing up the machine's nose, he stayed behind to defend Saffron. The Twilight Dragon Prince lost his opponent's trace behind the Frost Dragon and roared angrily. This time, the Frost Dragon that had not yet evacuated was in serious trouble. Dragonakos, who failed to leave Saffron behind, vented his anger on the severed Frost Dragon. The violent Twilight Dragon tore the Frost Dragons into pieces one by one. The warriors on the ground found the sky depressed. Huge, incomplete skeletons fell from time to time, forcing them to pay attention to their heads while fighting the undead natural disasters to prevent themselves from being crushed to death. Fortunately, the Dracolic and the Frost Dragon have been fighting for some time, and they already have some experience in dealing with the soldiers falling from high altitudes. The remains of the Frost Dragon that were smashed down by Dragonakos' rage are not enough to deal with them. Counterattack caused too much hindrance. Judging from the situation on the entire battlefield, the balance of the war is inevitably tilting towards Tyr's hand. In her first battle as the High Lord of the Silver Crusade, Scarlet achieved an unprecedented brilliant victory against the enemy's scourge. This battle played an immeasurable role in integrating the remaining forces of the Scarlet Crusade and the Argent Dawn. The warriors who want to come to the barrier of the undead and the Cold Wind camp will not refuse her recruitment, so that the power of the Silver Dawn can be used by her. Next is the issue of the Scarlet Monastery. As long as the Scarlet Monastery is captured and forting support is obtained, the legacy left by the Knights of the Silver Hand will almost be in Scarlet's hands, which will be of great benefit to the rise of Aratha. Taking down the Scarlet Monastery is not difficult for Leo. The secrets he possesses are enough for him to defeat the fateful pair of Raynor and Whitemane more than 10,000 times. The victory has been decided, and Leo's mind is no longer on the battlefield here. Why waste energy on a battle where the outcome is already known? If you have some free time, why not think about future plans? A person with great wisdom can see 100 steps after taking one step. Leo knew that he was not that evil-minded, so he could only spend more time and plan carefully, striving to see the next few steps while taking one step. Chapter 535 Great gains can only be achieved through war. How do you use this thing? After receiving the light ball containing the souls of the Valkyrie twins from Izur, Leo, who didn't know how to use it, didn't bother to think about it. He directly asked Izur, "Just throw it into your mouth and eat it. But I have to remind you, be careful of choking." Izur's answer was very personal, worthy of being part of Leo's split soul. After receiving the answer, Leo felt his face hurt. Is there any mistake? Not to mention that my little neck may not be able to swallow the ball of light the size of a table tennis ball. Let me just say that inside this ball of light, a miniature Birdman sister was screaming in fear. It made me unable to calmly throw it into my mouth. Although I have always wanted to eat several beautiful women, I couldn't eat one or the other. Do you think of me as an ogre? Or an ogre? Leo glanced at Izur, his eyes flashing with a light that made the latter feel dangerous. The clone has no human rights. Izur was helpless. Leo could take him into his body and lock him up in a small dark room with just a thought. Izur, who didn't want to taste this treatment, could only choose to compromise. Just suck them out as energy. The light energy gives me the dark power for you. I guarantee you will be very satisfied. As soon as Izur finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and penetrated into Leo's body. This was not about Leo crossing the river and burning the bridge, but that the time had come to summon this clone that became an angel. Leo's current ability could no longer support him to stay in this world. Two blood-colored energy lines pierced the ball of light carrying the souls of the Valkyrie twins. If they were thrown directly into his stomach, Leo would still have a mental disorder. But if he sucked them in like energy, Leo would have no pressure at all. The ball of light continued to shrink as the blood-colored energy lines squirmed. The souls of Fiora and Edith went from screaming in terror to yelling in despair at the end. Unfortunately, Leo didn't even look at them. I am a human being, not of the same race as you. I don't understand your accusations, and I don't want to hear them. If I lose this time, my fate in the hands of the Scourge will definitely be worse than yours. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Leo is not a person who is cruel to himself when nothing happens, so he will not show any mercy when dealing with the enemy. As the energy was absorbed, Leo felt a difference. Not to mention Fiora Guangji. Her light energy was absorbed by the angel clone Izur in Leo's body, and Edith Angie gave great benefits. This benefit is not reflected in the increase in energy of Goldfinger, but in the increase in ability. Perhaps Leo's situation fits the attributes of the Valkyrie twins. He also has both light and dark sides. And he actually took Edith's soul, swallowed it all, which strengthened Leo's spirit and body like a transformation. What's even more gratifying is that all the spells Edith Angie knew were passed on to Leo as her soul was swallowed. Not only did he eat other people's souls, but he also stole other people's skills. Leo really shouldn't be too evil. No wonder Yizhuer said there was a surprise. It turned out to be like this. It was really a big surprise. I like it. The host killed Edith Darkness. Fiora Lightness succeeded in extracting magic equipment and obtained Death Verdict, failed to absorb abilities. The Valkyrie twins only counted 1 kill from Goldfinger. And they were very stingy, and only gave them 1 item. Leo curled his lips to express his contempt. The Death Judgment looked like a pocket-sized skull mask to Leo. And it was still incomplete. However, Leo sensed a power from this item that was only the size of a fingernail. A power belonging to death, which made him don't dare to underestimate it. Interesting. Let me try this newly acquired ability. Fastening the death sentence to the silver chain wrapped around his body, Leo used the dark rush obtained from Edith. A shadow of magic enveloped Leo in a radius of nearly 100 meters. And the dark elements pulsed every 2 seconds. Rushing. As long as Leo has a thought, they will attack the target locked by his mind. Very good skills. With Dark Pentium, it is not easy for a melee professional like Rogue Warrior to deal with me. Leo was very satisfied with the Dark Rush. But it was nothing compared to the Dark Shield. Dark Shield is a very powerful protective spell. With Leo's current ability, even Godic's full blow cannot break it. This is not the most disadvantageous part of this spell. In addition to protecting the body, it can't be broken. Also prevents spells from being interrupted. Under the protection of the Dark Shield, the caster only needs to cast spells with peace of mind. Master, Anubarak's body has been found. When Leo was about to try other spells, Anubarakan's voice came over. The Crypt Demon Lord and Lotheb found the Crypt Lord's body together. In addition to Naxxramas in this battle, the biggest gain was that Leo, who had seen Anubarak's power, would never give up on such a powerful fighter. Anubarak's body could not be lost. And Leo gave an order to Anixuta, asking the Spider Monster Queen to send an army of spider monsters to protect it. With this interruption, he lost interest in testing new skills, and turned his attention to the battlefield of Tyr's Hand. At this time, Ice Roar and Gamok were unable to hold up under the siege of many strong men. War Fortress pounced on Ice Roar, and threw the huge snowman to the ground. There was a loud bang on the ground, like a spider web. The cracks covered a 300 to 400 meter radius, where the 2 men fell to the ground. Seeing a rare opportunity, Fording rushed forward and hit Bingo's head with a hammer. The hammer fell, blood spattered, and a big hole was made in Bingo's head. If an ordinary strongman was hit by Fording, he would definitely die immediately. However, Bingo's size is too big, and the big hole made by Fording is not enough to kill him. Fortunately, Fording also expected this situation. When the warhammer hit the target, a light of judgment penetrated into Bingo's brain along the big hole. The powerful energy exploded in the snowman's fragile head, and Bingho was in pain. He roared, and began to struggle crazily under the stimulation of severe pain. But what held him down was the War Fortress. Even with the weight and strength of the giant robot, even Ice Roar could not break free in a short time, as the light of judgment damaged the brain more and more. Ice Roar's struggle suddenly decreased after reaching a peak, and then stopped moving. When War Fortress let go of him, the snowman was completely dead. The death of Ice Roar left Gamok alone. Although the price paid to control the Ice Roar War Fortress was high, the SHL of this giant robot has become pitted and full of cracks. But it is still as powerful as Gamok. The Neralac is in. The Ursine blocked the last madness of the mammoth giant. Varian and Scarlet took the opportunity to cut off one of his legs. Gormok fell to the ground without both legs. Once a giant beast like him reaches the end, it will be destroyed. It was difficult to get up. So Lyadrin, Hawksbill, and others seized the opportunity to kill the mammoth giant. Kill Gamok, succeed in extracting magic equipment, and the host obtains the soul-confining scepter, failed to absorb the ability. Killing Ice Roar, the extraction of magic equipment was successful, and the host obtained the Ice Roar belt. Absorption of ability failed. The deaths of Ice Roar and Gamok allowed Leo to obtain 2 pieces of epic equipment. Now that Leo had no shortage of ordinary epic items, he directly replaced them with upgraded energy. He curled his lips in disdain. It wasn't that Leo was high-minded, but that compared to killing the Crypt Lord Anubarak, the rewards from Gamak and the others were really shabby. The host kills Anubarak, the extraction of magic equipment is successful, and the host obtains the rule of the dead, the absorption of abilities is successful, and the host gains transferable abilities, autonomous rage, freezing slash. Do you want to absorb it? The reign of the dead. This is an object more powerful than the death judgment. The death magic gathered on it is actually comparable to that of the leader's mark before it was activated. With this object in his body, Leo felt like he was using the power of the Necromancer. The lethality of the spell must be greater. Autonomous rage is a very flawed skill. Ordinary rage is involuntary, and the mind is not as clear as usual after the rage. However, Anubarak's autonomous rage is completely different. It is controllable, and does not cause any problems. The side effect is that with this skill, Leo's own combat power increases several times out of thin air. If it weren't for the fact that autonomous rage only increases the close combat capability, it would definitely be the first choice skill that any warrior dreams of. Although Leo is a spellcaster, he has also inherited the abilities of a shaman, and he is also an enhanced shaman for close combat. In addition, combined with Varian's combat experience, he is no less than a legendary level warrior in terms of close combat. Strong warrior. As for freeze slash, it is a control skill that can use ice magic to freeze the hit person when it hits the opponent. For Leo, it is just a dispensable existence. The harvest from this battle is greater than any previous one. It seems that if you want to make a fortune, you really need to fight a big war. If possible, should I encourage Varian Valjean and the others to attack the Ebon Blade Fortress? I believe that the Knights of the Ebon Blade under Mograine's rule can give me no worse than Anubarak and his men. At this moment, Leo had the potential of a warmonger. He really wanted to start a war in the name of eradicating the undead and natural disasters. Unfortunately, this was easier said than done. The main force of the natural disaster army has withdrawn, and all that are left are mid-level and low-level undead. Do you want me to clean up these miscellaneous things, Master? Although the main force has withdrawn, the huge number of the natural disaster army is still terrifying. Standing in Naxxramas and looking down, the entire land is still densely packed with the natural disaster army. With the strength of Tyr's hand, it is necessary to wipe out such a huge number. The Scourge troopers will have to fight for at least a whole day. The Black Dragon Queen felt that her master would not waste time on the minions, so she took the initiative to ask for a fight. To her surprise, Leo rejected her. These undead are just left for Stromgarde to train troops. I have connected Naxxramas' teleportation array with Stromgarde. Arathar's army will be teleported over soon, allowing those new recruits to go to the battlefield and see blood. Otherwise they can't be a real soldier. As Leo spoke, the teleportation array in Naxxramas glowed, and groups of soldiers wearing Arathar's shirts appeared in this city in the sky. Chapter 536 Planning Naxxramas. The end of a war often means the arrival of a lot of trivial matters, such as placing the wounded and burying the dead, which all need to be handled by people. Fortunately for Leo, the protagonist of this battle was Scarlet, so all the trivial matters after the war could be left to the Silver Crusaders to handle openly. The number of casualties of the Arathar army that participated in the war at the last moment actually accounted for 1/10 of their total number. The Arathar army that only entered the war after its own side had already grasped the balance of the war had such a high casualty ratio. It must be allowed Leo lamented that their combat effectiveness was too far behind that of the elite soldiers. Fortunately, the temperament of the soldiers had changed a lot after this battle, which gave Leo and Scarlet a lot of comfort. Leo hid in this city in the sky under the pretext that he needed to know how to control Naxxramas. Although Scarlet knew that he was being lazy, she couldn't say anything. After all, controlling Naxxramas was of great significance. It is not correct to insist that Leo is lazy. While he pushed the tedious post-war matters to Scarlet and asked the female knight to take Marlin and others to deal with it, Leo was making arrangements in Naxxramas. Now that this city in the sky has fallen into his hands, it is naturally impossible to completely follow the methods of the Scourge. The plague venom and the like must be dealt with, and Leo has to carefully search whether there is Kel'Thuzadriu in the city. He did not want to receive news that a group of natural disaster experts suddenly appeared in Naxxramas at some point in the future. Master, every corner of this city has been checked, and several secret small teleportation arrays have been destroyed. According to your wishes, the plague area was handed over to Vislim for him to research potions, and the construction area was handed over to it was given to those two dwarfs. And the various materials and experimental products left by the Scourge Legion in those two places are being received. Cinesarea followed Leo and reported to him the situation in Naxxramas. After successfully seizing the power of Menethil, the control hub of Naxxramas, it did not mean that everything was settled. Kel'Thuzad, although he ran away, there are still many undead and natural disasters in this city in the sky, which need to be cleared by troops. Fortunately, Leo has an army of skeletons, so no outsiders need to intervene. After successfully exterminating these undead, it is natural to accept the legacy left here by the Scourge. Plaguebringer North and Unclean Gether are both experts at researching potions. The plague area where they are located has a lot of important information. Although Leo, it cannot be used directly, but the value of research is very great. And the same is true for the construction area where the Scourge Legion creates construct puppets. The Scourge Legion can create construct puppets such as Thaddeus Grobras, whose technology is comparable to Legends. It is extraordinary. According to your wishes, the construction area and the plague area have been sealed off. Without your order, the guarded skeletons will not let anyone pass, including me. Cinesarea continued. Leo knew how valuable technology was. Don't you see that all the research institutes and laboratories on the Earth are very tightly guarded? That is to prevent the technology that he has spent energy and money researching from being stolen. What's more, Leo is now receiving the legacy of the Scourge Legion. There will definitely be some things in the construction area and the plague area that are difficult for ordinary people to accept. He certainly won't let others in if he doesn't want to put the truth on the facts and cause trouble for himself. The current plague area and the construction area have been guarded by the skeleton army with 3 steps, 1 post, 5 steps and 1 sentry. It is extremely difficult for outsiders to sneak in. Is the spider area under control? Yes, Master. Annexuda has led the spider monster army to the spider district, with Dreadscale and Sourmaw as her guards. There will be no problem in safety. Leo is very concerned about the safety of Annexuda, queen of the spider monsters. Although Annexuda is a pet that can be summoned again after death, there is a period of time between summons after all, and Leo is not willing to see the loss. The scene of the spider monster army under control riding collectively in Naxxramas. In addition, the military area is being renovated. According to your plan, the Death Knight training ground on the outside will become a place for training warriors and knights. The magic area inside is designated as the residence of the Summoner Legion. And Godic, who is familiar with this area, will be in charge. The military zone was originally the place where the Scourge Legion trained Death Knights. And the Death Knights were the elite of the Scourge Legion. They must have sufficient martial arts skills and be proficient in dark magic. The so-called magic martial arts fellows. They have the style of pig feet in ordinary YY novels. Since Death Knights have the word knight, of course they can train in riding skills, which makes their martial arts training ground very large. Leo uses this place as a training place for warriors and knights without feeling crowded. And the area inside Godic was originally in charge of the magic zone. And the Soul Reaper has now just returned to his post. But the person he works for has changed from the Lich King to Leo. In this way, the general plan of Naxxramas came out. The construction area has become a place for engineering research and manufacturing, and is in charge of 2 dwarfs, a doctor, and a professor that Leo received from the Battle of Fatter Bay. The plague area was turned into a medicine factory, where Vislem studied alchemy and provided potions according to Leo's requirements. The spider district became Annexuda's territory, and the spider monster army thrived here. Only the military zone can be considered normal. This is also the only area in Leo that allows outsiders to enter and exit. Some of Arathar's soldiers will receive training here. These soldiers are of course the elite in the army, and those who have talent and potential that can be tapped. It is foreseeable that after Leo's division, the kingdom of Arathar will have countless soldiers eager to enter Naxxramas for training. And this city in the sky will become synonymous with the gathering place of Arathar's elite. Leo, who has mastered Naxxramas, will control the situation in Arathar through these elites. And those voices that have objections to Scarlet and Leo will gradually disappear in the kingdom of Arathar. The idea of this method was not Leo's idea, but something he plagiarized. Leo remembered the society before he traveled through time. Before the establishment of the country, the leader of another party that controlled the country used his identity as the principal to recruit outstanding people into his sect, thereby controlling the country through teacher-student relationships. After others time travel, they go to school and then compete in college competitions for reasons such as fighting for women. Such people are really deceitful time travelers. It would be great if you learn from me and build an elite academy-like place to let other worlds, the elites, all work hard with the goal of entering Lao Tzu's territory. It's too weak to be someone else's student. But it's more majestic to let others be proud of being my subordinate. Thinking of this, Leo was very proud. In his opinion, it was a pain in the ass to go to school all the time even though it was okay after time traveling. Travelers must have the consciousness of time travelers. And letting people from other worlds know about our abuses is the only way to go. A man wearing knight armor hurriedly walked towards Leo. Seeing this man, Leo couldn't help but felt a little strange. He should be staying with Goddic now to inspect how the magic area was renovated. Could there be something wrong with the magic area? Les, what's the matter? Les Frost whisper. This lich with amazing magical talent was the second person Leo resurrected after the battle with the Nubarak. And Yas, who was also a lich, but was used by Leo to fill the soul of bones. What happened to Minner, the hapless Ice King, was vastly different. The poor Ice King is obviously not weak. He has the ability to kill Scarlet in an instant. But he is not noticed by Leo. What else can he say besides showing that he is just a loser? But maybe it was because he put Scarlet in danger that he received such treatment. Leo was not a generous person when it came to certain things. Master, I discussed it with Goddic. In the magic area, we think we can reduce part of the Summoner Legion station to establish a mage area. Leo rubbed his chin. This was indeed an oversight on his part. With the abilities of Goddic and Les First Whisper, if they were only used to train the warlocks of the Summoner Legion, they would not be able to fully utilize their talents. It would be a good idea to establish a mage area. It's just that there are not many people with the talent of mage. As if seeing Leo's doubts, Les First Whisper hurriedly said, Master, if Goddic's potions and soul magic are combined with my dark spells, the number of advanced mages will increase a lot. Just like the current Summoner Legion. I didn't expect Les Frost Whisper to be able to give me such a surprise. Under normal circumstances, the Summoner army would not have been established so quickly. This was thanks to Goddic's potion and soul magic that forced out their potential, allowing them to people with weak magical talent can successfully become a sorcerer. Just Goddic also increased the chance of others becoming warlocks, and was powerless against mages. So Leo had to give up the idea of establishing a mage army in Arather. Unexpectedly, hope reappeared in the plan that had been abandoned because of Leshuanjiu. This is really a deliberate attempt to plant flowers, but not flowers. It would be good if we could increase the number of mages. You and Goddic can figure it out. Leo would naturally not object to the establishment of a mage army in addition to the summoner army. Mage is the king of attack. An extra mage army on the battlefield is equivalent to an extra heavy artillery cluster. Master, forgive me for talking too much. If you can capture the Scholarman's Academy, it will be of great benefit to you in establishing the Summoner Legion and the Mage Legion. It is the birthplace of the Curse Sect, and there are many books recording magic knowledge in it. Laishuang as he said this. He carefully looked at Leo's face. I once tried to make a magic circle for Kel'Thuzad to successfully summon Kil'jaeden, and it was placed in the Academy's research room. No one dared to do it without me in the past. I went in privately, but now I'm worried if this magic circle is activated. Hearing this news, neither Leo nor Zidisarea could remain calm. Les First Whisper is going to die. The Burning Legion, which is capable of destroying the world, is worried about not being able to find an entrance into this world. Yuya actually invented such a dangerous thing. If you want to commit suicide, don't drag us along with you. Chapter 537 Naxxrama's Training Ground. Les, what's going on? Leo frowned. He didn't have the capital to fight against the Burning Legion yet. Although fighting against the Burning Legion was a matter for all living beings in this world. Other races and forces would not stand idly by. But if the strength at his hands was not enough, Leo would not be at ease, and would hope it's too much to rely on others. A strong person should control his own destiny. We have to start from the beginning. Kel'Thuzad accidentally came into contact with the demons of the Burning Legion through the magic circle. So he founded the Curse Sect. Later, the Burning Legion invaded the world. At that time, Miozu has not yet escaped Kil'jaeden's control. And the Orcs and the Undead Scourge are both the vanguard of the Burning Legion's invasion of this world. So the Orc army marches into Stormwind City to snatch the Book of Medivh and summon Archimonde. It's just that Archimonde fell into Malfurion's trap later, and fell on Mount Hyjal. The Burning Legion invaded the world and suffered heavy casualties. However, the Scourge continued to grow during the war, so that Nazul finally broke away. In this way, the two sides became enemies, because in the eyes of the Burning Legion, Nazul was a traitor. Leo nodded to indicate that he understood what Les meant. The relationship between the Burning Legion and the Scourge Legion had changed from superiors and subordinates to hostility. Of course, There was nothing to say between the two. If you want to kill me, I want to kill you too. Les Frost whispered the reason why he created that magic circle without activating it was probably to deal with the Burning Legion. Of course, it was also due to his own research on magic. Tell me what the Lich King is going to do with that magic circle. After the initial shock, Leo also calmed down. It was useless to just activate the magic circle. At most, he could contact Killjaden's consciousness and make the guy who activated the magic circle become a new poor guy who was deceived. Without enough energy, it is impossible for a powerful demon like Killjaden to enter this world. There are only a few things in this world that can provide sufficient energy. No matter what Leo thinks, it is impossible for them to channel at this time. Appears in the academy. It was precisely because he knew that even if someone accidentally activated the magic circle for a moment, there would be no big problem that Leo seemed unhurried. The Lich King means to place this magic circle in Teldrassil after he completes the fusion of the two souls. He wants to deal with the Night Elves? That's true. Both invasions of the Burning Legion failed because of the Night Elves, and Archimonde was killed by countless elves who self-destructed. If these two meet, they will definitely fight to the death. But start, where does the energy of the magic circle come from? And how do you ensure that the one you summon is Killjaden and not another demon? Not to mention the first invasion of the Night Elves against the Burning Legion in ancient times. But the second Burning invasion not that long ago. In that battle, when the two camps of the Alliance and the Horde had not yet completely formed, could they stop it? The main force of the Burning Demon and the Undead Scourge is Tyron the Windspeaker, and the Night Elves led by her. Although the Night Elves are inconspicuous at this time, once they show their true power, no matter whether they are orcs or humans, can only be reduced to a foil. Perhaps it was a coincidence that we were able to contact the demon of the Burning Legion in the first place. But now that we were contacted and Kel'Thuzad was bewitched by the other party, the Burning Legion would naturally give him the correct summoning circle to summon Killjaden. The magic circle was given to Kel'Thuzad after Archimonde was summoned. As for the energy required for the summoning, Les laughed at this point. With the Master's wisdom, he has already thought of it. Yes, Leo had already thought of the energy source needed by the Scourge to activate the magic circle to summon Kel'Thuzad. He had to admire Nazul's ruthlessness. If Arthas is a commander-in-chief and a fighting leader, Nazul is a cunning and calculating leader. If these two generations of Lich Kings are truly integrated, they will definitely be an extremely terrifying enemy. Leo pondered silently whether he should take advantage of the fact that the Lich King's strength has not yet reached its peak to launch a counterattack on Northrend, and strangle this dangerous element before it reaches its strongest state, just like the original trajectory of this world. But if you really want to do this, you don't have that much appeal now, and the troops sent to Northrend in the Northern Expedition are useless. If you send more troops, how will you deal with the beetles in Silithus? Want to fight a quicksand battle? But this war is about connecting the entire Horde and the Alliance, and the Cenarian Council is involved. Leo and Stromberg can be participants in this battle, but they are not qualified to be controllers. And Leo has no plans to confront Malfurion. What's even worse is the news I got from Lyadrin. The reinforcements sent by Silvermoon City to Outland will be leaving soon. If you miss this time, you don't know how long you have to wait for the next opportunity. In other words, the trip to Outland is the situation was so imminent that Leo was not allowed enough time to plan a counterattack on Northrend. I have a headache. Before one thing is done, another one comes up. When will the end come to an end if this tossing continues? Rubbing his eyebrows with a headache, Leo let out a long breath. Les, you should have a way to get to Scholomance Academy. Right? Yes. I set up a small teleportation array in my research room that only I know about. Does the Master want to send me to retrieve the array? Leo's eyes lit up. His original intention was to destroy the magic circle, but it was heard that Rice meant that the magic circle was not fixed. Thinking of this, Leo found that he had ignored what Rice had said before. Since the Lich King wanted to bring the magic circle to Teldrassil to harm the Night Elves and let the Burning Legion and the Night Elves compete with each other, then the magic circle created by Rice must be unlike ordinary magic circles. It can be moved. Les, go and prepare. I will go get it with you personally. Knowing that the magic circle that summoned Killjaden could take away Leo, an idea came to his mind. If it was done well, the harvest would be amazing. Yes, Master. Les bowed and quietly retreated. Sinisarea stood behind Leo, looking hesitant to speak. Sinestra, what do you want to say? Master actually doesn't have to do it himself. Why don't you let me make this trip for you? In the view of the Black Dragon Queen, there are so many strong men under Leo that there is no need for him to go to a small Scholomance Academy in person, since the magic circle of Les Xuanyu is directly connected to his research room. The magic circle is also placed in there. It would be enough to send Faltola or Godic and his likes with Les to accomplish this. Leo stretched out his index finger and shook it. Going to Scholomance Academy in person was not as simple as retrieving a magic circle. But he had other plans. Naxxramas fell into our hands. Kel'Thuzad was seriously injured by us again. And Anubarak was also removed from the Scourge. With the Lich King's hatred for us, the Scourge is likely to do something against Allah. I will leave in the next period of time. Arathar is not strong enough to deal with the Scourge's revenge. In order to prevent Arthas from having time to pay attention to us, who are small fish in his eyes, it is necessary to give him some help. He's looking for something to do. Hearing Leo compare her side to a small fish, Zenithsoraya had a moment of doubt. But this doubt lasted only for a moment. The eyes of the Black Dragon Queen flashed with light. She had already figured out what Leo wanted to do. Master, would you like to speak with Valjean before heading to Draenor? It's good to have a smart subordinate. She can consider many issues for Leo. Leo and Wajin also have an agreement to deal with the Gubarash trolls. The 4 Moshara prophecy tablets have been handed over to Wajin and Jindu, who is destined to be used by him. No one knows that this time they will go to Draenor. How long will it take? And what should be done if something unexpected happens during this period? So there are some things that must be discussed clearly with Wajin before departure. Liadrin and Hawksbill have already led the Blood Elves back to Silvermoon City to make preparations. The trip to Draenor is expected to be within the next few days. There are some things that need to be explained. Sinestra, you go and invite Valjean and Varian to Naxxramas. In Leo's opinion, inviting one person is an invitation, and inviting a group is also an invitation. Varian and others, who had just won a great victory after the war, did not leave. At this time, he invited Valjean to come to Naxxramas alone and left others behind. I still don't know what kind of trouble it will cause, so it's better to invite everyone over generously. Is this Naxxramas? It seems that Arathar already has a city in the sky. This was the first word Valjean said after stepping out of the teleportation array. The Dark Spear clan leader, Varian and others were led by Zenithsoraya to the training ground in the military area. Leo was at the training ground. From the high platform, he watched Viri and the Dragon Blood Guard commanding Arathar's soldiers to clean up the broken limbs and bones left by the Scourge. Although Naxxramas was once the place of the Scourge, now its owner is me. Leo smiled proudly, announcing to everyone that he belonged here. No one was surprised by his words. In other words, after they captured this city in the sky, they would not let outsiders get involved in it. Unless they fell out with Leo, they would not talk about the ownership of Naxxramas. And with Leo turned his back and became an enemy of the kingdom of Arathar. Scarlet, Queen of Arathar, is also the Lord of the Silver Hand. She became an enemy of Arathar. The Silver Crusaders, who took over the legacy of the Holy Knights of the Silver Hand, will not give it to you. Look at it with a good face. Neither Varian nor Sargas or anyone else would want such a thing to happen to them, seeing that everyone here acquiesced in his control of Naxxramas. Leo smiled and continued, after cleaning up the residue left by the Scourge. I will build this place into a training ground for cultivating warriors, in addition to the warriors of Arathar. In addition, people from both the Alliance and the Horde can come here to receive training as long as they have a certain level of strength. This was Leo's temporary thought. Soldiers in the army will receive individual training, but civilian forces cannot be ignored. After the news came out, it was impossible for all ethnic groups to send troops in, but private adventurers and combat workers could not. Definitely, in this world where the strong are respected, many people who long to become stronger just don't get the chance to become stronger, so they can only live a mediocre life. Once the news that they can receive systematic formal training here spreads, many people will not be far away, travel thousands of miles to Arathar. These people will naturally turn to the kingdom of Arathar after receiving the benefits of Arathar. Even if these adventurers will not stay and serve Arathar, Arathar's influence will expand invisibly. Everyone who desires to survive should contribute to the fight against the Scourge. King Varian, Chief Valjean, General Sargas, and others. I hope that when the kingdom of Arathar opens Naxxar, everyone can cooperate at the Mars training ground, because Her Majesty Scarlet is already planning the northern expedition to Northrend. And we need more warriors. Chapter 538, Entering the Channel. Calderin, where Scholomance Academy is located, was destroyed in the last demonic invasion. It was once the land of the noble Barra family. The Bear family is a large family that controls the vast land east of the Alterac Mountains. Terran Mill, Keldarin, and Nehai Town are all their family's fiefdoms. In terms of wealth, they are as rich as any country. Even the royal family of the King of Alterac, where they were at that time, was not necessarily richer than them. Keldarin County is the old castle of the Arthi Kingdom. The mottled and old fortress carries the vicissitudes of time. In the view of the nobles, living in such a castle will give them a sense of superiority with a deep family background and long history. Therefore, the Arthi people, the Bara family, which has a long bloodline, chose this place as the residence of its people. It's a pity that the second demon invasion ruined everything. The Kingdom of Alterac actually surrendered to the Orc army and launched an attack on the Alliance army. However, these betrayers were defeated under the attack of the coalition forces of Lightbringer Uther and Dalaran. The remaining forces of the Kingdom of Alterac fled to Keldarin of the Bara family. At this time, the Bara family stood on the side of the Alliance of Lordaeron. They cooperated with the elves of Silvermoon City to hand over the rebels to the Alliance. It was thus that they were able to survive the wrath of Dalaran's mages, while the rest of the Alterac kingdom was razed to the ground. However, after the war, King Terenas of Lordaeron made a decision that was very unfavorable to the Bara family. He deprived the Bara family of its right to rule in Brill, Terran Mill, and Southsea Town. It harmed the interests of the Bara family. At the same time, the surviving nobles of the Kingdom of Alterac also have extreme hatred for the Bara family. The poor Bara family is so displeased that they can only bear endless curses and resentment and guard the Lake of Keldarin alone, on the lonely island of the heart. In this situation, a mage named Kel'Thuzad came to Keldarin. Then something happened naturally. Kel'Thuzad used Bara's family resentment and mankind's desire for immortality to seduce them and the people here. And the cursed sect took root here. Before the outbreak of the massive invasion of the Scourge Legion, many undead wizards and Scourge apprentices had been trained here, joining the Scourge and being turned into an undead. What's the meaning of the so-called eternal life obtained in this way? Leo sneered disdainfully as he stepped out of the teleportation array. The Scholomance Academy was filled with strong dark elements and aura of death, which made him feel that his magic power was much more active than usual, confirming the statement that the environment has a great influence on the caster. Master, this is my research room. Lesfrost Whisper followed Leo out, and he returned to Scholomance Academy as a living person. He was dressed the same as Leo. The two of them put on large black cloaks to hide their true faces. I feel the breath of the living. Soul. I need more soul. When Leo and Les arrived, the research room was not empty. A major relocation was going on here. Necromancers and disaster apprentices were taking the skeletons and other undead creatures they summoned to remove the items in the research room one by one. When transporting items out, they seem to be very cautious, as if they are afraid of shaking or breaking these items and causing harm to themselves. After all, Lesfrost Whisper was a lich of the Scourge Legion before. How could the thing he wanted to study be good? There were a lot of things like human or animal internal organs and limbs that fell into Leo's eyes. Any one of these things taken out would scare many people into screaming. Fortunately, after many battles, Leo was no longer the fragile boy he was when he first arrived. He glanced around the research room as if nothing had happened. There were 30 or 40 necromancers, dozens of disaster apprentices, and a group of skeletons. Plus, it looks like the leader's female ghost and a zombie. Taking them down is a piece of cake. The sudden appearance of the living aura caused the undead in the research room to focus on Leo and Les. The female ghost and zombie who looked like the leader spoke first, and the empty eyes of the undead in the room were filled with greedy light. Leo and Les looked at each other, as if someone who had been hungry for several days saw a delicious meal with a fragrant aroma. Kill these two living people. After finishing speaking, the zombie rushed over first. Their souls are mine. Seeing that her companion made the first move, the female ghost immediately screamed and followed closely. They really treat us like food. Leo tilted his head, and Rice understood. He quickly said, these research rooms have no value except for the magic circle. Destroy anything worthless. After Leo finished speaking, he pushed forward with his right hand, and the power of the elements suddenly rioted under his push. Bake, bake, bake. A huge burning ball-shaped rock filled the entire space. With a loud rumbling sound, the huge rock began to roll, crushing all the undead that came towards it with a crushing momentum. And their corpses were burned in the blazing flames. Was burned to ashes. Even disembodied ghosts are not immune to the restless fire magic. The host kills Pukalt. The host kills Jan Disparev. One move of the giant lava rock killed the two small bosses of Scholomance Academy instantly. Compared with the powerful natural disasters in Naxxramas, the undead natural disasters here are really useless. Leo curled his lips and seemed indifferent to the completely destroyed research room in front of him, while Rice used the flash technique to go to a corner of the research room. After he cast a few spells, the ground suddenly cracked, and a downward the passage appeared in Leo's sight. The owner here is very enthusiastic about our arrival. There is nothing we can do about it. The owner is so hospitable, and we have to give him face. You go collect the magic circle and the magic book here, and I will go outside for a walk. After Leo finished speaking, he walked out. The door of the research room had been smashed to pieces by a giant lava rock. The burning boulder ignited many objects as it rolled along. In the Scholomance Academy, which has never seen the light of day all year round, finally there was a bright crimson fire. The rolling boulders and the blazing fire were as bright as a beacon in the dark night in the empty and silent Scholomance Academy shrouded in darkness. Stepping on the blazing flames, Leo walked forward leisurely, as if walking in a garden. The scorching flames consciously stepped aside when he stepped on them, bowing to him like a guard greeting the king on his patrol. This is the benefit of gaining Crystal's flame control. He has extraordinary control over the fire element Leo. It is not easy to hurt him with fire. As soon as he stepped out of the door of the research room, the sound of footsteps could be heard from far and near, and the penetrating ghost fire was approaching his direction from the dark area in the distance. Use your souls as a sacrifice for my return. Leo's whispers that seemed to be talking to himself echoed in the Scholomance Academy. It turned out that he had quietly used amplification when speaking. This kind of whisper with a strong desire to kill in a dark area made someone somewise undead had a bad feeling in their hearts. The visitor suddenly appeared in the Scholomance Academy. He should know whose territory this place is. Seeing that he is so arrogant, he cannot be a simple person. A person like this will not come alone if he is not confident enough. The low-level undead, who heard the stranger's mindless words, quickly gathered towards where Leo was. But a few thoughtful leaders were quietly hiding aside. They were ready to find out the details of each other before taking action. The magic power in Leo's body surged, and the black cloak covering his body moved automatically without wind. As he waved his hand, a 30-meter-high fire wall appeared out of thin air. The fire wall moved quickly as it appeared. A 30-meter-high fire wall advanced at a speed no less than a 100-meter sprint. All objects that could be ignited in the place where the fire wall passed by burned. Even the stones that could not be ignited glowed with red fire. The darkness that tore through Scholomance Academy also reflected a figure wrapped in a black cloak whose appearance could not be seen clearly. Leo was advancing slowly, and the wall of fire continued to extend. The natural disaster experts hiding in the dark only saw an unidentified guy exuding an aura of destruction, walking slowly in the flames that burned everything. Who is this person? The natural disaster experts in the Scholomance Academy have deep doubts in their hearts. This unknown enemy seems to be in the realm of pseudo-legends, but the aura exuding from him makes them feel fearful of facing the top experts. This situation, either the opponent is hiding his strength, or he is an extremely strong man who is resurrected after his death. In the eyes of the natural disaster expert from Scholomance Academy, the other party clearly belongs to the latter category. The undead that gathered here amidst the crackling sound of burning were burned to ashes under the flames. The blazing flames quickly ignited everything they touched. Depending on the situation, if no one comes out to stop it, the entire Scholomance Academy will be burned down. Sure, a gargoyle couldn't help but rush out. It took advantage of its flight advantage and flew over the sky where the fire wall couldn't reach it. A pair of sharp claws grabbed Leo with sharp wind. Things like ants dare to attack me. Leo, who was covered in a black cloak, let out a disdainful snort. The natural disaster expert hiding in the dark saw this mysterious man pointing his finger at the gargoyle, and a red light shot out from his finger and hit the gargoyle. Boom! The gargoyle's body exploded, scattering pieces of rubble in the sky. Instant kill. The host kills Kiltunos. It turns out to be the Gargoyle Herald. It's bad luck for you to meet me. Goldfinger's tip let Leo know the identity of the gargoyle. Speaking of which, this guy can be considered the #1 figure in the Scholomance Academy. However, he unfortunately encountered Leo and was exploded with one finger. Kiltunos was killed. The natural disaster experts hiding in the dark were shocked. Although Kiltunos' ability was not the strongest in Scholomance Academy, it was not far behind them. The mysterious man killed him with one finger. If you go out on your own, the result won't be much better. This is a tyrannical presence that we cannot fight against. Dark Dean Garden, who took charge of Scholomance Academy after Les Frostwhisper left, has decided to quit. After all, this guy doesn't look like a good person. Sooner or later, he will conflict with those paladins who shout for justice. Why should I waste the power of the Scourge Legion on this person? Perhaps this is a guy who could be used. Can he be designed to have a fight with the Paladins of Tyr's Hand to reduce the pressure on the Scourge in the Plague Zone after the defeat of Kel'Thuzad? Thoughts were swirling in Gating's mind. And the mysterious man, who seemed to him to be extremely powerful, suddenly laughed strangely. Let the world burn. Chapter 539, The Destruction of Scholomance Academy. Gating almost jumped up. Why did what that guy said just now sound so familiar? It's impossible. This demon is already dead. It can't be him. Gadon, who was still calculating whether to let the other party fight with the Paladin of Tyr's Hand, was muttering like a dull fool. It looked like the Dark Dean already knew the other party's intentions. I don't want to believe the identity. Or to be precise, Gating can't believe it. If it were really the guy he imagined, the situation would be too big, and no one in the entire Scholomance Academy would be able to escape. No. I have to get this news out. Garden thought about running towards his residence, fearing that if he was one step too late, eternal death would embrace him. The only way to escape the fate of destruction was to run back. Garden, the Dark Dean who presided over the Scholomance Academy, was frightened. But some guys were different. The ignorant are fearless, and they failed to deduce his possible identity from the other party's words. After seeing the mysterious man shouting and bursting out with flames, igniting everything in an attempt to completely burn down the Scholomance Academy, some people hiding in the dark couldn't help but rush out. A ghostly female mage with a translucent body holding a staff took the lead. She raised her hand and gave Leo, who was casting a firestorm to destroy Scholomance Academy, a shadow shock. What shocked the ghostly female mage was that her spell was completely useless. While the female mage was casting a spell, a big sword with shining runes shot out from the darkness. The undead warrior wearing armor rushed towards Leo with a strong murderous aura. Under his feet, a faint layer of dark light was quietly coming. Spread. This is an undead warrior who can turn on the evil aura. Immediately behind this undead warrior was an undead man holding two meat-cutting axes and wearing blood-red leather armor. The axe bodies of the two meat-cutting axes were covered with dark brown lines. This was obviously the result of soaking in countless blood. I don't know. How many people died tragically under these two meat-cutting axes? As two melee undead pounced, a corrosive spell hit Leo from a corner in the darkness. The flames of the firestorm swept across and reflected the figure of a female elf holding a staff. The four natural disaster masters in Scholomance Academy joined forces to attack. In order to deal with Leo, a powerful mysterious man, they used all their strength from the beginning. With the strength of these four people working together, they were 80% sure to kill Leo. The ideal is very full, but the reality is very skinny. What happened next slapped them hard. After the ghost female mage's shadow shock was ineffective against Leo, the elf female mage's corrosion spell had no effect at all when it was thrown on the opponent's head. These two people were pretty good, but the two undead who rushed up were in terrible shape. Leo stretched out his right hand and gave the two charging undead a heavy grip. Powerful magic power surged out, and the body of the undead warrior rushing in front with the rune sword suddenly collapsed into powder. After killing the undead warrior, Leo's wrist made a very small swing that could not be seen by outsiders. After this swing, the undead holding a meat-cutting axe and wearing blood-red leather armor also followed in the footsteps of his companions, and his whole body had disintegrated under the impact of powerful magic. The host kills Alex Barev. The host kills Serling Kastanov. The ghost female mage continued to attack, but the female elf seemed to remember something from Leo's two attacks. After discovering that the Dark Dean Gating had disappeared, the female elf became more and more sure of the other party's identity. The finger of death. The grip of the Legion. Impossible. You are? The female elf's face was full of fear. She trembled and wanted to reveal the identity of the other party. But Leo seemed unwilling to give her a chance. I hate talkative little bugs. Before the female elf could finish her words, a pillar of crimson fire suddenly burst out from the ground. The terrified female elf was instantly engulfed by the flames. Under the raging flames, not even the ashes of the poor female elf were left. The host kills Marisha. In the blink of an eye, three companions whose strength was similar to, or even stronger than hers fell down, seeing how effortlessly the other party killed them. How could the ghost female mage still have any fighting spirit, since the other party can kill Alex and the three of them? He can also crush himself to death like a chicken. No wonder that old guy from Gating didn't come out. He must have expected this result. This old guy must have taken advantage of our entanglement when they were staying with each other. They ran away. The ghost female mage knew that she was no match for Leo. So an idea emerged uncontrollably from the bottom of her heart. Run. It is not a shame to choose to run away when facing an invincible enemy. Isn't there a saying that goes well? Leave the green hills without fear of running out of firewood. Although the ghost female mage has never heard of this sentence, she understands the truth. As long as you don't die, you will have a chance to get today's revenge. It's a pity that how can one say accurately about things in the world. Many times the green hills are kept in the firewood, but not allowed to be burned. What's more, if you want to keep the green hills, it depends on whether the other party is willing. The ghost female mage, who was about to quit, had no time to put her thoughts into action. A black flame burned from the depths of her soul. The ghost female mage, who existed in the form of a spirit body, under the shadow burn, was like a barrel of gasoline being lit on fire. The fever was so intense that she completely disappeared from this world in the blink of an eye. The host kills Alicia Barev. Leo killed the 4 natural disaster masters of the Scholomance Academy with a single blow, scaring away the Dark Dean Gating. The entire Scholomance Academy was in chaos. The blazing fire was devouring everything, and the manic flames dispersed all the people here. The darkness turned the originally cold and dead Scholomance Academy into as red and hot as a furnace. The Necromancer and the disciples of the natural disaster, with the skeleton, screamed in fear. The death of the leader had made them lose their fighting spirit, and the strength of the opponents scared them out of their wits. These are just curses that the body is transformed into the undead, and the mind still retains the wisdom of life. The believers fled towards the exit of Scholomance Academy desperately. They are just a bunch of homeless dogs now, and they have no trace of the courage of the low-level commanders of the Scourge, who make the whole world fearful. No wonder the Lich King would distinguish the genuine Scourge army from the apprentices of the cursed sect. Kel'Thuzad had no objection to this. It turns out that these guys who were just transformed into undead in their flesh were so useless. They were replaced by the genuine Scourge army. Sometimes they would risk their lives to attack me instead of just running for their lives like they did. Leo, who covered his face with a black cloak and hid his face in the shadows, despised the enemies, who only knew how to run for their lives. These losers seemed to have forgotten that the flames had already reached the top level. Even if they ran towards the exit, they could only be blocked by a sea of fire. Burn, turn to ashes in the flames. Ha 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 ha. Crazy laughter echoed in the Scholomance Academy. Dark Dean Gaddon, who rushed back to his residence, could not help but tremble in the burst of laughter. The breaths of Alex and Alicia disappeared in an instant. He sensed it. And he also heard Melicia's scream before she died. The female elf had recognized the identity of the other party just like him. But it was a pity that she knew it too late. Damn it! This demon who died in Hyjal has actually been resurrected. Who did it? Gating tremblingly cast the spell, and his fearful look did not make countless people change their minds at all. Style. After this guy was resurrected, why didn't he find Malfurion, who was plotting against him? Why did he come here? No. I have to calm down. Looking at his current appearance, it is obvious that he was resurrected not long ago, and his strength is still at a low point. But why does this damn devil want Scholomance Academy? Garden cursed softly. It was not easy for him, as the Dean of Darkness. There used to be less Frost Whisper who suppressed him. The Lich nicknamed Frost Whisper was stronger than him, and was highly regarded by the Lich King. With him, the great Lich Kelsugia also has a strong relationship, and he can't argue with him. She finally hoped that he would be killed, and that she could finally straighten her back and take charge of the Scholomance Academy alone. Unexpectedly, this irresistible demon would arrive in less than half a day. It was really difficult to make it in this world, and Gating felt extremely sad and angry. While thinking about it, a message suddenly appeared in Gating's mind. He already knew the reason why the other party came to the Scholomance Academy. Les Shuangyu's teleportation circle. Scholomance was once the place where Kel'Thuzad connected with the demons of the Burning Legion. After using the Book of Medivh stolen from Stormwind City to summon the powerful demon Archimond of the Burning Legion, the other party gave Kel'Thuzad a spell. A circle that summons Kil'jaeden the Deceiver. The guy outside who is destroying Scholomance Academy is doing it for the magic circle created by Les Frost Whisper to summon Kil'jaeden. Right? There was a hint of hatred on Gating's fearful face. Resentment towards Lei Shuangyu, the Lich who had been weighing on him all year round, and also brought disaster to him after his death. Les Frost Whisper. You won't let me live even if your soul is dead. That guy must have been attracted by the magic circle you hid. As long as you contact Kil'jaeden and his status in the Burning Legion, he can immediately gain control of the forces established by Kil'jaeden in this world, and quickly regain strength. Garden thought he had figured out the reason why the other party came to Scholomance Academy. But he subconsciously ignored a question. That is, how did the other party know about Les Frostwhisper's creation of the magic circle to summon Kil'jaeden? This matter can be regarded as a secret among the Scourge Legion. The energy of the shadow split the space, and a space door that looked like a shadow rift, but actually had a teleportation function, appeared behind Gating. This was originally a spell he developed to instantly reach anywhere in the Scholomance Academy. But now it became the only hope of escape. Since the other party came here, they must not be afraid of us using the teleportation circle to leave. At this time, using the teleportation circle to leave is simply courting death. However, the other party must not have thought that I had already set the coordinates in each room of the Scholomance Academy. Doors allow me to reach any room here instantly. With your confidence, you will definitely not search the places you have walked. I don't need to run out of the Scholomance Academy. I can escape this disaster by teleporting to a place you have walked before in hiding. I once fell, and now the reborn Archimon the Defiler. Gating thought about it, and rushed into the Shadow Gate as fast as he could. The moment he entered the Shadow Gate, Gating smiled repeatedly, as if he had escaped the disaster. But Gating didn't know that when he stepped out of the Shadow Gate and hid in a place he thought was safe, Leo, covered in a black cloak, coldly uttered a sentence. Just leave this idiot like you to the Lich King's message. Chapter 540. The Warlock Guild came to visit. Terrible. Extremely terrible. Les Xuanyu looked at the sky-high fire swallowing up the entire Scholomance Academy. The blazing flames made him, a mage who uses frost magic, feel fear in his heart. The raging and manic fire elements, all burning power, aroused the deepest feelings in his heart. Deepest fears. Is the master really just a pseudo-legendary level warlock? Why can't the power he shows even compare to me, who is far stronger than an ordinary legendary powerhouse? In the pseudo-legendary realm, he single-handedly destroyed the entire Scholomance Academy. And it was so easy and comfortable. How high did he grow when he advanced to a higher level? The more he thought about it, the more Dol Xuanyu felt in awe of Leo. He knew that he had seen something that was not humane to outsiders, and that his master was by no means as simple as he showed. Outsiders only saw that the master had many powerful subordinates, but ignored the master's own strength. Under the light of Cisaria and others, the master hid his true strength. Did you get the stuff? Les Xuanyu was just thinking about it when Leo's voice came into his ears. The former was so excited that he pulled his thoughts back and hurriedly replied, I have obtained the magic circle. And I have also taken away all the precious magic books. Then go back. The purpose of coming this time has been achieved. The magic circle that summoned Kil'jaeden and the magic book in the Scholomance Academy were taken away by Les Frostwhisper. Naturally, Leo would not stay here anymore. He was pressed for time and didn't have that. Spend some free time watching the fireworks. Feeling that the aura that frightened him disappeared, Dark Dean Gating waited for a while before running out from his hiding place. At this time, Gating didn't have half of the famous Dark Dean style, who did not dare to use magic in order to prevent the other party from discovering him. He was burned to ashes in the fire. His embarrassed appearance was no different from that of a wandering beggar. It's just that Gating has no time to pay attention to this now, compared with losing his life. What does it mean to look a little embarrassed? Gating felt that he was already a lucky man to be able to save his life in the hands of Archimon, a demon that made the world tremble. Your Majesty the Lich King. This demon is finally gone. First he was thankful for his lucky escape, and then his whole face fell down, looking at the Scholomance Academy being swallowed up by the flames. Gating wanted to cry. Wutir said, It's ruined. It's all ruined. I finally waited for the opportunity to stand alone, but was destroyed by others. I want revenge. I must revenge. Archimon, just wait for me. The Scourge Legion will not, it will make you feel better. Gating had a ferocious look on his face. But despite the harshness of his words, he didn't dare to stay here for even a second, knowing that the destruction of the Scholomance Academy was irreparable. He took out the teleportation scroll he kept close to him, and under a burst of magic disappearing in the light, the island in the middle of the lake shrouded in flames. Master, the messenger you specially left for the Lich King has already set off. Garden did not know that Les Frostwhisper, who had teleported back to Naxxramas with Leo after he left, reported his whereabouts to his master. Leo smiled and said nothing. In his eyes, Gaden, the Dark Dean who was let go, was just a nobody. Gaden's life was specially left by him. If no one tipped off the Lich King, he would still be communicating. Wasn't that scene that the Spirit Academy deliberately staged in vain? Arthas, take your time to find that imaginary Archimon. Dealing with the Defilers, who have not yet regained their strength after rebirth is obviously more important than dealing with the kingdom of Arather. In this way, you have to save Kel'Thuzad and worry about it. Burning Legion. The two souls in your body have not yet completed the fusion. How much energy do you have left to cause trouble for us? Less. Gadon's strength is far different from yours. Can he hold his position as the Dark Dean? He doesn't like Gadon Leo, who manages the Scholomance Academy on behalf of Les First Whispers at all. This guy's strength is too weak, and is not on the same level as Les First Whispers. No wonder he has the title of Dean. I can only be the second child for 10,000 years. Gadon's personal strength is not strong. But he is good at cultivating necromancers and natural disaster apprentices. I am busy studying magic and don't have much time to manage the academy. So I need a deputy to assist. In other words, Gadon was purely brought to the Scholomance Academy by Lei Xuanyu to work as a coolie. It was up to him to do the work. But the power was in the hands of Lei Xuanyu. What a tragedy for the deputy. The two of them had already walked into the Frost Dragon's lair while they were talking. No. The name Frost Dragon's lair was just a term used when the Scourge Legion ruled Naxxramas. Now that the city in the sky has changed its owner, its name is also following the change. Leo renamed this place the Bone Dragon's Nest, since they went to the Scholomance Academy to do something unknown to outsiders. The teleportation scrolls used by Leo and Les First Whispers were located in the room where Kel'Thuzad was originally located at the core of Naxxramas, not the current one. The teleportation array at the bottom of the multi-eyed Naxxramas, putting away the black cloak that concealed his identity. Leo told Les First Whisper, go to the magic area to help Godok continue his work. And don't let anyone see the flaws. After saying this, Leo ignored Les Xuanyu, who resigned and turned to inspect the Bone Dragon's lair. At this time, the Bone Dragon's nest was full of bone dragons, which was completely different from the empty scene when Leo raided Naxxramas with only 10 Frost Dragons. After capturing this city in the sky, Polition and Ektaz led the Dracolix to occupy it and act as guards of the central core of Naxxramas. After fighting against the Frost Dragon Legion led by Sapphiron, only about 600 of the 1,000 dragon liches were left. The battle was not insignificant. Of course, Dracolich lost a lot of Frost Dragon legions, and it was not easy. More than 500 Frost Dragons under Sapphiron stayed here forever. On the ground, the Silver Crusaders and the troops of the Arather Kingdom were gathering and following Leo's instructions. The remains of the skeletal dragon sent into Naxxramas are ironclad evidence. Leo naturally wouldn't let the bones of the Frost Dragon go to waste. Don't forget that the Dracolich has a phylactery. Although their bodies were destroyed in the battle, they can be possessed and reborn as long as their souls are still there. These Frost Giants have phylacteries. The remains of the dragon are the best objects for their possession and rebirth. Because the souls of the fallen Frost Dragons were collected by Dragonakos and became consumables for Leo to use the blood law to extract energy to enhance his strength. With Leo's current vision, he didn't like the dragon at all, which was not particularly powerful. He didn't bother to resurrect it. So he just sucked the soul and used the Dracolich to take over the body. After seeing the true strength of an extremely powerful person from Sinisarea, Leo's desire to improve his own strength became much stronger. The souls of the poor 500 Frost Dragons became his way to become stronger. One of the stepping stones. How much upgrade energy can 500 Frost Dragon souls provide to Leo? After successfully capturing Naxxramas and killing a Nubarak and his natural disaster beasts, Leo's level has reached level 75. Among them, a Nubarak alone made Leo upgrade. He has reached 2 levels. But the improvement in strength also makes it more difficult for Leo to obtain upgrade energy. Now he can't get any energy to upgrade after killing enemies below the epic level, which makes his road to becoming stronger become more difficult. It's a lot more difficult. Fortunately, Leo chose the inheritance of Rune Master Crystal to obtain the blood law, and successfully combined it with a warlock spell to obtain a new way of obtaining energy, absorbing the enemy's soul energy into upgrade energy recognized by Goldfinger. This will achieve the goal of not only completely annihilating the other party physically, but also completely disappearing the other party spiritually. After level 75, he absorbed the souls of about 500 Frost Dragons. Leo was now level 77 in the level displayed by the golden finger, which meant that he had improved by 7 small levels in this battle. There are only the last 3 small steps left to advance to the legend. Leo has a feeling that as long as he successfully enters the legendary level, all the cursed talents among the 3 talents of the warlock can be activated. After touching the law and gaining a deep understanding of power, by becoming a legendary warlock, he can be qualified to attack the demigod realm in the shortest possible time. It is exciting to think about activating all the natural abilities of a warlock and having the qualifications to reach the demigod realm, which is the pinnacle of the mortal world. A smile appeared on Leo's lips. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he advanced to legend, and that the Draenor outland he was about to go to would inevitably involve battles. Master, there is a warlock named Gacoin who wants to see you. Leo, who was thinking about how to improve his strength when he went to the world of Draenor with the Blood Elves of Silvermoon City, received news from Zenesaria. Dark Soulbinder Gacoin. What is he here for? Leo is no stranger to Gacoin. Thanks to the notebook he left behind, Leo was able to get the War Fortress and the enhanced Kobold Geomancer Flintag. Leo himself was also in this notebook. Learned a lot about warlock spells. As the saying goes, a cannibal has a short mouth and a soft hand when taking people. Since Leo has benefited from Gacoin, he naturally cannot treat others as passers-by. It's just that the two of them only had a limited number of contacts, and they had no contact since Leo left the Kingdom of Stormwind. Why did Gacoin come to visit him at this time? The Warlock Guild wants to establish a branch in Naxxramas. Did you say it wrong or did I hear it wrong? The Dark Soulbinders came here for this matter. Do they want to get involved in Naxxramas? Leo looked at Gacoin with an inquiring look in his eyes. Naxxramas was regarded by Leo as his own territory. Wouldn't it mean that if they established a branch here, they would extend their hands into someone else's territory? It's impossible for the people in the Warlock Guild to know the taboo. What is their purpose in making this request? Young man, I was very optimistic about you at the beginning. Facts have proved that my vision was correct. Don't you think that there should be only elf warlocks among the instructors of the Summoner Legion? Gacoin said with an emphasis on the tone. We are right. Research in the field of warlocks is more suitable for humans, and the methods of elven warlocks are not as effective as ours. Leo suddenly realized. The battle between genres. Chapter 541. Leo is a stick. There is not only one way to move towards the peak of power. Some of the same extremely strong people are warriors, and some are mages. Some of the same powerful warriors are proficient in defense and resistance, while others only study how to attack, inflict maximum damage to the enemy in the shortest time. There are 3,000 avenues, and all of them can lead to enlightenment. Due to the different characteristics and personal preferences of each race, even the same combat class will have different classifications. For example, warlocks who embark on the path of shadow are divided into 3 major systems: curse, demon, and destruction. The high elves in the kingdom of Quel'Thalas are obsessed with magic research. The warlocks they call dark mages are naturally partial to the destruction system due to the influence of the atmosphere within the clan. Humans are different. They are more interested in enslaving demons, to study the hard-to-prevent curse spells. Dark Soulbinder Gacoin himself is a master of demonology, with astonishing research on demonology. Leo rubbed his chin and did not answer Gacoin's words. He had to think carefully about this matter. When the Summoner Legion was first established, Leo asked the Blood Elves for help because he couldn't find instructors. Liadrin sent many Blood Elves warlocks from Silvermoon City to Stromgarde to assist the Kingdom of Arathor in training troops. Now the Kingdom of Arathor's the strength became stronger, and the Summoner Legion was built. Just when it was about to develop rapidly, the Warlock Guild came to the door, obviously wanting to get a share of the pie. This world is not the earth. Although there is no saying that once a teacher will always be a father, people attach great importance to the relationship between master and apprentice. The attitude of the teacher can often influence the student's major choices in life. If the soldiers of the Summoner Legion are all trained by the Blood Elves, then these people will undoubtedly favor the Kingdom of Quel'Thalas. They are more willing to be closer to the Blood Elves than the Warlock Guild. The large number of these Blood Elf warlocks will undoubtedly have a great impact on the current Warlock Guild, and there will even be a force that can challenge the authority of the Warlock Guild. It's not that the people in the Warlock Guild didn't understand this truth before, but in their opinion, the Summoner Legion of the Kingdom of Arathor was a joke, and it was impossible to have a large number of spellcasters. Unexpectedly, things did not develop as they expected. The Kingdom of Arathor actually established a summoner army. In just 1 year, more than 500 warlocks appeared in this army, among which mid-level warlocks accounted for 10%. 1 in 10. And more than 10 high-level warlocks appeared. Such achievements cannot help but shock the Warlock Guild. Many people feel that this is an exaggerated bragging by the Kingdom of Arathor, and it is impossible to achieve such results in 1 year. After the Hand of Tyr battled against Kel'Thuzad's Scourge army, those who originally thought of Arathor's bragging had to admit the fact that the Summoner Legion had really done what they thought was a fantasy, no matter how unwilling they were. At this time, the people in the Warlock Guild couldn't sit still. How did the Kingdom of Arathor cultivate a large number of warlocks in a short period of time? How far would the Warlock Guild develop if this method were mastered by itself? Thinking of allowing the Warlock Guild to develop by leaps and bounds. Even some powerful warlocks, who had not been seen for many years, couldn't help but put down their magic experiments and got together to discuss. After understanding the situation in the Kingdom of Arather, they finally selected Gacoin, who had contact with Leo. On the surface, it seems that the Warlock Guild is trying to curb the spread of the Blood Elf Warlock sect in the human race and prevent their impact on the Warlock Guild. But in fact, they want to obtain a large number of Arather's methods to become warlocks. As long as this method is obtained by them, with the power of the Warlock Guild, they will develop a force hundreds of times more terrifying than the Summoner Legion. While thinking, Leo kept communicating with Sinisaria, Goddic and others. Which one of the Black Dragon Queen, Soul Reaper and Crypt Lord is a low IQ existence. With their help, Leo quickly understood the purpose of Gacoin's visit. I originally thought it was just a fight between genres, but I didn't expect there to be such dark things in it. Fortunately, I have enough brains. Leo secretly wiped his hands with cold sweat. If this was really regarded as a dispute between schools, he would suffer a big loss. The intentions of the Warlock Guild are very sinister. When the Kingdom of Arather asked them for help before, these guys ignored it. Now that they see the achievements we have made, they want to come and share the cake. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Leo glanced at Gacoin and saw that the old god of the Dark Soul Binder was not afraid of your disapproval. And he couldn't help being angry. These old guys, relying on their profound knowledge in magic and the strength of the Warlock Guild, look like they are sure to defeat me. You are too underestimated. If there were no magic books that I had recently acquired and relied on only a few people such as Goddic and less fresh whispers, I would really consider it. Because if the Kingdom of Arather wanted the Summoner Legion to go further and become stronger, it would only rely on a few people. It is impossible for a strong man to impart knowledge to those aloof Blood Elf Warlocks. But what am I afraid of now? The magic knowledge I have in hand doesn't need to be any less than yours. Thinking of this, Leo couldn't help but thank Kel'Thuzad. The Archlich is indeed Archlich. The founder of the Curse sect is different. The collection left by this master in Naxxramas is not a small number. They are Kel'Thuzad's collection of magic notes, and the experiences of many powerful men over the years could be said to have gone into Kel'Thuzad's pocket. With 80% of the magic books acquired by the Scourge over the years, these things had become Leo's property after Kel'Thuzad fled in panic and Naxxramas was controlled by Leo. If the collection of books here in Kel'Thuzad is all-encompassing but has no main direction, then the collection of books taken out by Les Frostwhisper from the Scholomance Academy specializes in curses and enslavement, in line with the destruction favored by the Blood Elf Warlocks. The three major departments of Warlocks are just complete. Although the collection of books on enslavement spells in Scholomance Academy is not just for demons, there are also many for undead and other creatures. With this capital, Leo didn't value the magic knowledge controlled by the Warlock Guild so much. Senior Gacoin, the help of the Warlock Guild is what the Kingdom of Arather wants. I think Her Majesty Scarlet will be very happy to hear this news. But you also know that Her Majesty the Queen is integrating the Silver Crusade. And there are still many remnants of natural disasters in Samus that need to be cleaned up. So the Warlock Guild's establishment of a branch here may have to be delayed. Leo would not directly refuse Gacoin when he was about to travel far away. The high-end power controlled by an organization such as the Warlock Guild would not be inferior to any first-class force. At this time, it was impossible to have such a powerful enemy under the Arather tree. Wisdom. So Leo used the dragging technique. Find a reason to put this matter off first, and then deal with it when the strength becomes stronger. At that time, it will be no longer up to the Warlock Guild to decide what to do. I also know your difficulties. The paranoid fanatics of the Scarlet Crusade are indeed a problem. Leo, what do you think of this? The Warlock Guild will first send people to establish a branch in Strongard, and then wait until the Silver Crusade is integrated before entering Nak. Samus. Gacoin had a friendly smile on his face, and spoke with a tone of consideration for Leo. But his intentions were very sinister. Once the people from the Warlock Guild are stationed in Strongard, the news that the Warlock Guild will establish a branch in Arather will inevitably spread, leaving an impression on the entire Arather people that Queen Scarlet has agreed to their request. Otherwise, how could it be allowed? They entered Strongard. Moreover, there is another advantage to stationing in Strongard. The Warlock Guild can investigate the situation of the Summoner Legion nearby. Leo himself is a warlock, so he still doesn't know the function of Kilrog's eye? It is a delusion to think that while creating established facts and getting an opportunity to pry into the secrets of the Summoner Legion, Leo was furious in his heart, but had a smile on his face. He said to Gacoin, "It would be great if this was the case. We welcome the Warlock Guild to Stromgarde without any reservations. However, the current situation in Stromgarde is special. Her Majesty the Queen has hired the Dwarf Masters to improve the defense of Stromgarde. Many places in the city need to be modified. I can't choose a suitable address for the time being. I wonder if the Warlock Guild can be aggrieved. I asked the Summoner Legion to move part of the station and transform it into the Warlock Guild." Gacoin's calm eyes suddenly sparkled. Their main purpose in stationing in Stromgarde was to find out the secret of how Rother trained a large number of warlocks in a short period of time. If according to Leo, wouldn't the Warlock Guild be the same as the Summoner? Are the legions adjacent? This will bring great convenience to them in achieving their goals. No problem. How could Gacoin refuse to agree to such a good thing? This kid didn't see his purpose at all. And he actually helped him with his actions. Leo was completely a stick. We won't give anything to Stromgarde. Causing trouble. That's great. Without further ado, Willie, send Master Gacoin away and return to Stromgarde to convey my order to have the Summoner Legion vacate the station so that the mentors of the Warlock Guild can move in. Leo had a happy smile on his face, as if the Warlock Guild's presence was a big advantage for him. His impatient expression fell into Gacoin's eyes and became the kind that young people often have when doing things. Radical. To put it nicely, this kind of radical is passionate and energetic. But to put it more honestly, it is impetuous and unstable. As expected, he is a young man who does not consider things thoroughly enough. Under the guidance of Willie, Gacoin walked out. Just as he was lamenting that Leo was young after all, he suddenly got excited. No. Didn't he already know from Leo's past that this young man was not a simple character? Why do you still despise him and believe him easily without thinking about what he says? The confused Gacoin stopped, and Viri's voice came into his ears. "Lord Gacoin, the teleportation array is just ahead. Please come first." Willie stood by the road, bowed slightly, and signaled to Gacoin. "Leo is not simple. I must have fallen into his trap. Is it a soul spell?" Gacoin stepped into the teleportation array, and despite his strange appearance, he felt a wave of excitement in his heart. Is the talent of the Natural Awakener really that terrifying? In a short period of time, his soul spell has reached a level that is enough to affect my will. He was eventually discovered. After Gacoin's figure disappeared into the teleportation array, Godot came out from the dark corner, the Soul Reaper's forehead covered with sweat. That's enough. The Warlock Guild can't enter Naxxramas now, and they won't have another chance in the future. Leo was not too worried. If Gacoin had a tough attitude and insisted on establishing a branch in Naxxramas at this time, he would be really embarrassed. However, they had missed this only opportunity and wanted to get involved in the city in the sky in the future. It's a no-brainer. Tell Viri to let all the Summoner Legions stationed in Naxxramas. Everything in the original location of the Summoner Legions will be destroyed with magic, and a 9-story mage tower will be built on the original site as the headquarters of the Warlock Guild. The people have withdrawn. Everything is gone. I see how they can spy on the secrets of the Summoner Legion. Leo rubbed the ring that forbids evil speech, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Anyone who wants to plot against me must be prepared for my revenge. Seniors of the Warlock Guild, are you prepared for this? Chapter 542 Blood Elf's Request. If there is a way, an ordinary man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying a jade. It is said that a person himself is not guilty, but if he possesses coveted good things, he is guilty. Originally, Leo had a good impression of the Warlock Guild. After all, he was also a warlock himself and had benefited from the Warlock Guild. However, now the people from the Warlock Guild wanted to plot against him. Leo was not a submissive person. The relationship between the two parties can get tense very quickly. Fortunately, the development of the Kingdom of Arather over these days is no longer as weak as when Scarlet first took charge of Stromgarde. In addition, Scarlet has now completed the preliminary integration of the Silver Crusade. Even if Leo is not in the Warlock Guild of the Kingdom of Arather, don't dare to act rashly, because the Silver Crusade is inherited from the Knights of the Silver Hand, and warlocks who study darkness and demonic power will cause a lot of trouble if they provoke them. If someone is willing to use this to provoke them, they will even cause trouble in the Holy Light Cathedral. Knowing this, Leo wasn't so worried about offending the Warlock Guild, as long as he didn't fall out directly. However, this attitude can be used towards the Warlock Guild, which has few connections, but not towards the Blood Elves in Silvermoon City. When Leo knew that Lydron and Ramath appeared at the hands of Tyr, he understood that the Blood Elves had important things to discuss with him, and from his standpoint, he would probably not agree to this matter. because Leo was already preparing to leave for Silvermoon City. The Blood Elves wouldn't have come all the way if it wasn't an embarrassing event. If Leo brought this matter up when he arrived in Silvermoon City, Leo might think that the other party was relying on him, threatening him on his own territory. Once Leo has such an idea, the relationship between the two parties will take a turn for the worse. This is something the top Blood Elves never want to see. Welcome to Naxxramas, Lord Liedrin, Archmage of Ramath. As a master, Leo received 2 high-level Blood Elves in Naxxramas. Different from the conversation with the coin, Leo invited them into his residence in Naxxramas, the former Archlich Kell, the room where Sugard was. Ramatha's face was serious. After passing the Bone Dragon's nest outside the room, he had a new assessment of Leo. This human strength was growing much faster than Silvermoon City expected, and he already had the ability to say no to any force. Romance is not a sociable person, and he doesn't think he needs to understand these things. The Archmage feels that time is precious, and instead of chatting nonsense like a politician, it is better to state the purpose directly. So he does not wait for Lee. He spoke as soon as Adulin opened his mouth. Leo, we would like to borrow your Naxxramas. Liedrin had the urge to facepalm when she heard Ramatha's words. The Archmage's words were too harsh. It sounded like he was ordering Leo to do something, which was very easy to make people feel disgusted. If you don't know how to speak, don't speak. It's easy to mess things up. Are the Blood Elves in Silvermoon City also coveting Naxxramas? Leo felt angry for a moment. These guys all treated me like a fat sheep. But this anger only existed for less than a second, because he felt that Liedrin was not such a stupid person. Ignoring Ramath, Leo turned his attention to Liedrin. He knew that the Blood Elf Countess would give him an explanation. Please don't get me wrong. Silvermoon City will not do anything that harms the interests of its allies. Archmage Ramath and I brought 2 pieces of news. 1 good news and 1 bad news. As Leo expected, Liedrin immediately explained as soon as Leo's eyes fell on her. But the Blood Elf Countess gave it a try and seemed to want to satisfy Leo's curiosity. They say the bitterness comes first, and then the sweetness. Tell me the bad news first, and then tell me the good news. Seeing that Leo did not have any grudge against Ramatha's words, Liedrin felt a lot more relaxed. If Leo felt conflicted because of the Archmage's words, what they came to Tyr's hand to do this time was half the battle was already lost before the matter was even spoken. Since you want to hear the bad news first, well, space turbulence has occurred in the endless void. Without guaranteeing safe transmission, Silvermoon City has decided to postpone the troop reinforcements. If we want to fulfill our agreement, we can only wait until a few months later. There was a hint of narrowing in Liedrin's eyes when she said this, but Leo didn't notice it. What the Blood Elf Countess meant was that her trip to the outer world of Draenor had failed. If she missed this time, she would have to wait until a few months for the next teleportation. Such an accident would completely disrupt Leo's plan. Who knows what will happen in a few months? Is this time enough for the Lich King to stabilize Kel'Thuzad's injury and free up his hands to exact revenge on Arathar? What action will the Warlock Guild take? What will happen to the Karaji Beetle men in Silithus? Will Jindu's summoning of the Blood God Hacker change? There are too many changes that can occur in a few months. And Leo has a headache. Space turbulence actually started at this time. It seemed the god still didn't want his life to be too leisurely. Leo was having a headache over this. But a smile broke out on Liedrin's face. The Blood Elf Countess had already seen the hope of achieving her goal from Leo's reaction. Although she didn't know why Leo cared about going to Draenor Outland. But as long as he cares, everything will be easy. The good news is that we don't have to worry about this. In the past, we had to worry about space turbulence when teleporting because we didn't have a vehicle that could withstand it. But it's different now. It turned out to be waiting for me here. The troubled look on Leo's brow disappeared. And based on the words of Ramath and Liedrin, it was easy to come to the conclusion that the Blood Elves wanted to use Naxxramas as a vehicle to travel to the outer reaches of Draenor through the space turbulence. It seems that there is no problem in going to Draenor Outland. Is it appropriate to just take Naxxramas with him? Leo couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. In his plan, he would not bring Naxxramas with him to Draenor. This city in the sky would stay as the kingdom of Arathar's weapon to deter other forces. Silvermoon City's request makes me very embarrassed. Naxxramas is still under reconstruction, and there may be remnants of the Scourge Legion hiding here. It's not appropriate to take it to the outer world like this. Leo did not agree. There were too many things to consider when making changes to what he had already planned. One move would affect his whole body. The departure of Naxxramas would have an immeasurable impact on his overall plan. Several senior executives of Silver Moon City had been discussing for a long time before coming, and they had also taken Leo's concerns into consideration. But it was precisely because they saw what Leo was worried about that they were more confident. Leo, actually you don't have to worry. If you are willing, Silver Moon City will be happy to set up a space teleportation circle in Naxxramas. Liedron's words made Leo's eyes narrow. This is the true purpose of the Blood Elves. There is a big difference between the space teleportation circle and the ordinary teleportation circle. That is, if the material is sufficient, and the carrier carrying the magic circle is strong enough, it can break the limitations of space. The magic circle used by the Blood Elves to sneak into Draenor's outer domain is in this category. It's a pity that they can't find a vehicle that can withstand the turbulence of space. You want to use Naxxramas as a transit point between the two worlds? You think too highly of Naxxramas. It can't bear that much. Leo stared at Liedron with burning eyes. But the Blood Elf Countess did not dodge out of guilt. Naxxramas is indeed strong. It was originally a giant ziggurat. After it was occupied by the Scourge, the Archlich Kel'Thuzad expanded it. Countless precious magic materials were used in Naxxramas. It became an integral part of this city in the sky. And the Scourge mages were blessing it with spells day and night. Even when Kel'Thuzad led the Scourge army to attack the Hand of Tyr, there were still tens of thousands of Scourge mages in Naxxramas, reinforcing this city in the sky. It is now a veritable sky fortress. The attack after Shina Soraya revealed her true form was terrifying enough. But the Black Dragon Queen, whose strength was infinitely close to that of a demigod, failed to cause any damage to Naxxramas. At most, it was shaken. Because of this, the Blood Elves concluded that Naxxramas could withstand the terrifying tearing force of space turbulence. However, being able to withstand the turbulence of space does not mean that it can withstand the terrible squeezing force generated by connecting two different worlds. Leo does not want Naxxramas to be destroyed. If there were two normal worlds, Naxxramas would definitely not be able to bear it. However, the situation in Draenor Outland is very special. It is a collapsed world. The basic magic that constitutes that world is collapsing when the two worlds are connected. In the end, the world we are in will not only not put pressure on Naxxramas as the connection point, but will also help it block the power exerted by the world of Draenor. Naxxramas is strong enough to bear the remaining power. The Blood Elves were well prepared. They had considered all the problems they might encounter before coming to Tyr's hand. So Liedron responded very quickly. Okay, this problem is solved. Then my next question is, it is so easy to get Leo to agree. Naxxramas connects two worlds. So isn't it the second one? The Dark Portal. How can I resist the demonic army of the Burning Legion? The Dark Portal is the witness of the entire history of human-animal warfare. It is the starting point of everything. When the Orc army poured into the world through the Dark Portal, many people discovered that there were many planes in the universe besides the world they were in. It was at this moment that humans and orcs fell into a cycle of hatred. The energy released by the Dark Portal opened by Nazul was so great that it began to destroy Draenor and began to spread across the world. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, the heroes of the Alliance Turalian and Khadgar destroyed the Dark Portal on the side of Draenor, knowing that they would never be able to return to Azeroth. But Leo knew that it was incorrect to say destroyed. To be precise, it meant closed, because the Dark Door could still be opened. But if you wanted to open the door connecting the two worlds, you had to be prepared to withstand the burning after the Dark Door opened. The demonic army of the Legion is coming to rob it. Naxxramas has become the hub connecting the two worlds. Once this matter is known to outsiders, Leo will have to face the Burning Legion. How can he agree to the Blood Elf's request when he is already in so many troubles? Chapter 543, Taking the Initiative. Rejected? Liedron frowned slightly. Leo's refusal was something she had expected. Leo would have to take a lot of risks if he followed the Blood Elf's request and made Naxxramas a transit point between the two worlds. Not in the previous agreement. Silver Moon City had no reason to force Leo to agree. However, Liedron had already considered this issue before, and since she dared to come, she must be sure to convince Leo. It's not like that. You misunderstood. Ramath waved his hand repeatedly. The Archmage of Silver Moon City once again ignored Liedron's eyes and revealed his secret. Naxxramas can set up medium-sized spaces. The array has reached its limit. If you don't want to, we can accept even a small space teleportation array. Leo blinked at Liedron. A playful look flashed in his eyes. Ramath directly shook the Blood Elf's bottom out. The Countess was having a headache. He is not afraid of opponents who are like gods, but teammates who are like pigs. If Ramath doesn't give Liedron strength, it will be useless no matter how clever he is. This would be acceptable if it was a small space teleportation array. Leo thought about it. A small space teleportation array can only be used once a day, and a maximum of 3 people can be teleported at a time. In this way, it is known that Naxxramas can connect people from the 2 worlds. Only the real senior officials of Stromgarde and Silvermoon City are not afraid of someone leaking the secret. But why are the Blood Elves so anxious to set up a space teleportation array to connect the 2 worlds? Leo rubbed his chin as if thinking about the pros and cons. Liadrin and Ramath knew that they couldn't rush this matter. The 2 Blood Elves could only wait for his decision. But they didn't know what was going on in Leo's mind. It's not the space teleportation circle, but the current situation of the Blood Elves. Leo became suspicious when Liadrin and Ramath proposed to set up a space magic circle in Naxxramas. He felt that the Blood Elves were not just a whim, but had a long-standing plan. They had not taken action before, but could not find it. To a vehicle that can withstand space turbulence. Otherwise, how could they study how the terrifying squeezing force will be shared after the 2 worlds are connected? The current Blood Elves are divided into 2 parts. One part has returned to its homeland in the kingdom of Quel'Thalas, and the other part has gone to the outer lands of Draenor to find a new place for their race to survive. Before Leo appeared, the threat of the Scourge was fatal to the Blood Elves who were rebuilding their homeland. Deathscar, Dishel, Naxxramas in the Plague Lands. And I don't know when they will complete the soul fusion and come back. The Lich King. All these things have caused the Blood Elves to rebuild their homeland with a cloud of genocide hanging over their heads. Coupled with the torture of magic addiction, it is difficult for the Blood Elves to see the hope of regaining their former glory in their homeland. Because of this, only then would Kael'thas follow Illidan on an expedition to the Outlands to find a new habitat for the race. However, since the cooperation between Silvermoon City and Stromgarde, first the Death Trace disappeared. Then, the traitor Darkon was captured and killed in Death's home. Then, there were new ideas for dealing with magic addiction. And now Naxxramas has been solved. It can be said that most of the threats faced by Silvermoon City have been eliminated. All Blood Elves have seen the hope of rebuilding their homes on their homeland and restoring their former glory. In the former case, Leo couldn't think of anything else for the Bleeding Elves to be anxious about. Since it wasn't the Blood Elves who were rebuilding their homeland that had a problem, then something must have happened with Kael'thas in Draenor Outland. Leo smiled when he thought of this. He already knew the reason for Liadrin and Ramath's visit. When Silvermoon City was destroyed by the natural disaster army led by Alsos, Prince Kael'thas was the only bloodline left in the sun-chasing court. At that time, the Blood Elves were already on the verge of annihilation. Only 10% or 20% of the clan members in their heyday are left. And the sequelae of the addiction to magic after losing the Well of Eternity is even more painful for the Blood Elves. Kael'thas had to work for Illidan for the bottle of the Well of Eternity in his hands, and went to Draenor Outland with the Demon Hunter. The Blood Elf Prince promised his people a bright future, and his people also believed in the Prince will save his own race. So the problem arises. The Eternal Water Bottle is not that easy to get. Kael'thas has never been able to get what he wants from Illidan. The Blood Elves who follow him are in trouble because of constant wars. In this case, it's normal for someone to lose patience with Kael'thas. I am afraid that the prototype of the astrologer force that will establish its own business in Draenor in the future has already appeared. Leo has a great advantage over people in this world. That is, he is quite familiar with the development trends of the world. Although the local world has changed a lot because of him, the outer world of Draenor has not. So he quickly deduced the problems that the Blood Elf Prince would face, and the blame from those within the clan who had lost patience with him. Kael'thas has not been able to return to Silvermoon City since he left for the Outlands. His prestige has naturally declined due to his long absence. There was a fire in the backyard. How could Kael'thas not be anxious? If there was a small space teleportation array, Kael'thas could travel back and forth between the 2 worlds, which would naturally solve various problems caused by his long-term absence from Silvermoon City. After figuring out the joints, Leo knew how to fight for the best interests for himself. This was not something he was asking for from the Blood Elves, but the Blood Elves asking him. Setting up a small space teleportation array that travels between 2 worlds requires a lot of materials and complicated processes. Even if Archmage Romans and Archmage Astero join forces, they will have to work for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. I am very worried. It's strange why the region of Lor'themar and Commander Haldurin didn't react at all to such a big event. Leo looked at Liadrin, and the Blood Elf Countess' eyes flickered under his gaze. Count Liadrin, can you tell me why? Liadrin didn't show any flaws on her face, but her heart was already stirred up. She felt that Leo seemed to have seen something, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that this was impossible. The situation in the world of Draenor was different from Leo's. May understand. Do you think Romance and I can't represent the opinions of Silvermoon City? I didn't mean that. Leo shook his hand, and the teasing look in his eyes became even stronger. When Lydrin saw this, she screamed in her heart. I suddenly thought of a question. You said that if Scarlet and I will something bad happen to Arothar Kingdom if we are absent from Stromgarde for a long time? You must know that Arothar is full of waste now, and many things need to be handled by us personally. Will the power be lost if others are left alone? Lydrin's heart jumped loudly. She knew that Leo had figured out the key to the problem. Ramatha's face changed color. Although the Blood Elf Archmage was not good at human relations and so on, he not being an idiot, how could he not hear what Leo said? You too. Don't you have anything to say to me? Looking at Leo's smiling face, Lydrin and Ramath naturally thought of 3 words. Rip off. Leo saw through the situation in the clan, and Lydrin knew that the initiative was already in her opponent's hands. With Leo's behavior, expecting him not to seize the opportunity to make a serious blow was worse than expecting a man to get pregnant naturally. Otherwise unrealistic. You have already thought of the key point. What else can we say? Lydrin smiled bitterly. It was not a good thing if the person she was dealing with was too smart. Ramath just revealed a little bit, and he figured out the key to the whole thing. So it's up to me to set the conditions? Leo rubbed the ring of forbidden evil words in his hand, and kept thinking in his mind. This matter was extremely important to Kaeldats. Silvermoon City was the foundation of the Blood Elf Prince. How could he allow problems to arise? Even if his conditions are harsher, he has to accept them in the face of reality. As an ally, I want to fulfill my obligations as an ally to help Silvermoon City solve all its troubles. But you have to know that if a stable space teleportation circle is set up on Naxxramas, even a small one, once this news is if leaks are revealed, endless troubles will follow. Let's not forget the demons of the Burning Legion. Originally, these guys who want to destroy the world will not be dealt with by us. But the most troublesome ones are the internal problems. Draenor is the hometown of the orcs. What would Thrall think if he knew this news? How would the orcs react? What actions would other races take? Have you ever thought about me? Leo said, as he rubbed his brows, looking troubled. Unfortunately, this was of no use to Lydrin. This method of making things extremely difficult first in order to ask for more benefits didn't work at all for her. Lydrin was only concerned about one issue, and that was what conditions Leo was going to offer. Risks and benefits are directly proportional. In view of the huge risks I have to face, I believe Prince Kaeldats will be happy to take out the Staff of Disintegration to make up for my losses. This won't work. When Ramath heard Leoso wanted to disintegrate the staff, he immediately refused without even thinking about it. The Staff of Disintegration is one of the 7 inherited weapons of the Blood Elves. This legendary staff is extremely important in terms of its own attributes and its significance to the Blood Elves. Even Romance, the Archmage, has very few opportunities to come into contact with it. How could it be given to Leo? A foreigner? Lydrin stared at Leo for a long time, and finally sighed. She could tell that Leo was not joking. This Hun Dan is clearly taking advantage of the situation. Leo, you should change your conditions. The Staff of Disintegration cannot be given to outsiders. As a prince, if Kaeldats can't keep the 7 legendary weapons he inherited, then he is an incompetent prince. Now it's just that some people have lost patience with him. Once the staff is broken and Kaeldats can't keep it, what will happen to him? It's several times more severe than it is now. Okay, let's change it, Leo answered simply, which surprised Lydrin. The Blood Elf Countess couldn't help but become suspicious. She didn't think her observation would be wrong. Leo's next words confirmed this. If you can't give it away, you can lend it to me for a few days to observe. Chapter 544. Leo is a smart man to actually make such a request. Our human allies have posed a big problem for me. A figure in a robe began to think deeply after receiving the message from the communication magic circle. Hidden under the blood-red robes and gorgeous black armor is the body of a battle-hardened warrior. The shiny blonde hair and chiseled facial features show that he is a high elf, and the deep eyes suggest many other things. Several green magic fireballs floated around him, and a huge staff was held in his hand. The staff was engraved with Sindorii energy runes, showing the staff's identity as the Sindorii Golden Staff. Holding the Sindorii Golden Staff, it goes without saying that this high elf is the Blood Elf Prince Kaeldats. Kaeldats Sunstrider, a descendant of the Upper Elves, the bloodline of Dathramar Sunstrider, the son of King Anasterion Sunstrider, the Prince of the Kingdom of Quel'Thalas, the only member of the Sunstrider dynasty and heir. Prince Kael'thas was a member of the Kirin Council of Dalaran. He was a highly accomplished mage. When the kingdom of High Elves was invaded by the Scourge, and the High Elves were almost wiped out, Kael'thas resolutely returned to the Broken Kingdom, and began the arduous journey of rebuilding their homeland with his surviving brothers. It was he who brought the High Elves together. Renamed Sindorii, Blood Elf. Due to unfair treatment, Kael'thas left the alliance with his people and joined Illidan's army. In the shattered orc homeland of Draenor, Kael'thas met the Demon Hunter. He sought a way to relieve the Blood Elves' addiction to Illidan. But Illidan took the opportunity to tempt Kael'thas to join the demon Kil'jaeden. Although he still had a repulsive attitude toward demons, Kael'thas had no other way out after being innocently accused of betrayal by humans. At the same time, he also had a premonition of the situation that the Blood Elves would face after losing the support of magic. All factors combined, coupled with Illidan's advice, Kael'thas finally made the choice to be loyal to the devil servant Illidan. In fact, this was his only option. Indeed, Kael'thas' betrayal was mainly due to external reasons. Kael'thas has always maintained restraint and calmness despite being repeatedly challenged by the human marshal Garithos. But Garithos' unreasonable behavior pushed the Blood Elves into a desperate situation. Coupled with the instigation and temptation of the female Naga, Kael'thas' betrayal is reasonable. If you think about it carefully, there is a reason why Garithos has such a mean attitude towards the Blood Elves. The alliance established between the Blood Elves and humans had a very utilitarian nature from the beginning. Two groups that lacked mutual understanding and distrust came together because of a deal. Although they fought side by side, their hearts were never connected. After the war, although the two races expressed goodwill to each other, such friendship was destined to be difficult to last. And it was not surprising that their relationship would go back and forth, just like Silvermoon City and Stromgarde now. Although the two sides have always cooperated very well, this is based on interests. Once there are differences in fundamental interests, the two will soon part ways. Yes, Leo's condition is that he hopes to borrow the Staff of Disintegration to enhance his strength to fight against the Scourge, and that it will be returned as soon as the war is over. Lydran's voice came from the communication circle. The Blood Elf Countess was discussing with Prince Kael'thas on the conditions proposed by Leo. It would be risky to lend out the legendary weapons passed down by the royal family. Equip the Staff of Disintegration to fight against the Scourge until the end of the war. Kael'thas pondered. He didn't know anything about Leo. In fact, the Blood Elf Prince had noticed this young human since Leo relieved Silvermoon City of the threat of the Scar of Death. He is also very concerned about every move. Although he did not have personal contact with Leo, Kael'thas already knew a little bit about Leo through the information provided by Lydran. He was not afraid of Leo borrowing the Staff of Disintegration and not returning it, but wondering if I really want to do this. There is no doubt about the power of the Scourge Legion. The Lich King, who holds Frostmourne, has the power of a demigod and occupies the Frozen Throne. He has a large number of powerful Scourge men under his command. How easy is it to destroy them? Leo didn't return the Staff of Disintegration until the war with the Scourge was over. How long would that have to wait? Kael'thas didn't want to agree, but the information he got from Lydran was Leo's only condition. If he didn't agree, there would be no negotiation. Tell him that the disintegration staff can be borrowed, but the time is limited to 5 years. Negotiation is compromise, and appropriate concessions are necessary, unless one party is so strong that it can ignore the other party. As the prince, Kael'thas has long understood this. In his opinion, both he and Leo wanted to achieve their goals, so both of them had to make concessions. Kael'thas agreed to lend the Staff of Disintegration, but Leo had to shorten the time. 5 years, which is not a short period of time in the eyes of humans, is just a moment in the eyes of Blood Elves. Kael'thas felt that it was worthwhile to use this moment to solve the crisis he was currently facing. With the strength of the human warlock named Leo, if he had the Staff of Disintegration again, the Lich King's Scourge would be in trouble. Arthas, you took everything away from me, and now all I have left is hatred. Leo, you are such a smart man. When he mentioned Arthas, the Blood Elf Prince's eyes shone with hatred. When Kael'thas was still a member of the Kirin Council, he met Jaina Proudmoore, who was still an apprentice at the Violet Keep. Although the huge age difference between the two made Kael's full of guilt and self-doubt, but his heart was immediately captured by the talented and lovable Jaina. Unfortunately, the Blood Elf Prince's confession failed. Jaina told him that she only wanted to devote herself to magic, and he wanted everything except magic. Not interested. Without Arthas, perhaps Prince Kael'thas' first love would have passed so bitterly. But not long after Jaina rejected Kael'thas. In the Blood Elf Prince's sense of time, This woman was the same as the Prince of Lordaeron. In love. Prince Kael'thas was deeply hurt when he learned the news. Although Arthas and Jaina soon parted ways, Kael'thas understood that Jaina still loved each other in her heart. Except for the barely considered friendship. The relationship between Kael'thas and Jaina would never go any further. Later, Arthas was controlled by Frostmourne and became a general under the Lich King. In order to resurrect Kel'Thuzad, he led an army to invade the kingdom of Quel'Thalas. The hatred between the two princes could no longer be resolved. In Leo's words, Arthas stole Kael'thas' girl, destroyed Kael'thas' country, and destroyed Kael'thas' home. How can such a huge hatred be solved? That's the real truth. Miracle. Kael'thas said that Leo was a smart man. That's because Leo touched his mind. The Blood Elf Prince went to Draenor Outland in order to continue the survival of his tribe. He was not in the same world as the Lich King, even if he had to suffer natural disasters. It's also hard for the Legion to cause trouble. But Leo is different. The Queen of the Kingdom of Arathor inherited the forces left by the Knights of the Silver Hand and integrated them into the Silver Crusaders. They and the Scourge will definitely fight to the death. Leo, as the Marshal of the Kingdom of Arathor, is also the future. As the Prince, it is inevitable to fight with Alsos. And Kael'thas will help him no matter what his psychology is. After getting Liadrin's answer, Leo knew that he had succeeded. When Kael'thas heard that he wanted to use the Staff of Disintegration to enhance his strength to deal with the Scourge, the Blood Elf Prince finally agreed to his request. As for the 5-year period, Leo doesn't think there is any problem. Leo didn't believe that with his current strength. He still couldn't get a good weapon in 5 years. With the help of Golden Finger, he would become stronger the faster he got stronger. Will the disintegration staff still be able to penetrate his body in 5 years? It's hard to tell. So well, how should I put it? Leo and Liadrin had a cordial and friendly conversation and reached a consensus on borrowing the Staff of Disintegration. The agreement was made. But Leo could not get the Staff of Disintegration right away, because Kael'thas was still in the world of Draenor, and he had to go there before he could get this epic quality staff from the Blood Elf Prince. Legendary Staff. In other words, Leo must first fulfill his obligations in this agreement before he can obtain the corresponding rights and interests. The Blood Elves have taken advantage of Leo this time. Ramath, who received a positive answer from Leo, excitedly called Astalar to come to Naxxramas to arrange the magic circle. But Liadrin was not happy after successfully achieving her goal. The Blood Elf Countess knows Leo much better than Romance does. In Liadrin's opinion, Leo is a master who will not suffer any losses. The little losses he has suffered now will definitely be recovered from the Blood Elves in the future. Come! Liadrin was worried about Leo's possible future attacks. But she didn't know that Leo was not in the mood to care about these things now, because Scarlet and Passonia came to him. Leo couldn't hide such a big thing as going to the world of Draenor and bringing Naxxramas with him. Unfortunately, the relationship between the female paladin and Passonia was beyond Leo's expectation. After Carrie learned the news, she told Passonia, and 2 women who had a close relationship with Leo immediately came to the door. Scarlet and Passonia came to visit for no other reason than that they wanted to accompany Leo to Delano. Leo didn't object to the 2 women's requests. In fact, even if he objected, it was useless. It was not difficult for Leo to persuade Scarlet, but he didn't have the ability to persuade Passonia. The female knight also seemed to know that if she came to Leo alone, she would be fooled by him. So she brought Passonia together. The queen's intentions were not used against the enemy, but instead used on herself, which made Leo feel depressed. Fortunately, with the space teleportation array of Naxxramas, they could come back at any time, and it wouldn't be a big deal to take them there with them. This was someone's words of comfort to themselves. The method of spiritual victory is indeed everywhere. Chapter 545. First Visit to Draenor. Draenor? This is the land where orcs first lived. Because the age is too long, it is impossible to verify the earliest age of the orcs. From the recorded times, the orcs have begun to live in groups as clans. They believed in shamanic teachings at that time. The Eredar, who were traced by the Burning Legion led by Kil'jaeden, came to the beautiful and peaceful Draenor. Their leader Velen and his compatriots decided to settle in this remote and peaceful world. It was they who gave this world it was named Draenor, a place of refuge for exiles. Later, the Eredar met an orc clan that believed in shamanism in the Nagran grassland area and became friends with each other. They respect each other and have some trade contacts. But basically, there is not much communication. During this period, the Eredar also brought their advanced civilization to Draenor. Symbolic buildings in the world of Draenor, such as Shattrath City and the Black Temple, were built during this period. As time passed and life became peaceful, the new generation of Eridar gradually forgot their past, and they gave their race a new name, Draenei. It didn't last long, and despite the Draenei's caution, Kil'jaeden eventually discovered them. After studying the world, Kil'jaeden became interested in the powerful orcs, and the cunning demon had a plan to make the orcs his killing tools. Kil'jaeden began to seduce the orcs, first the old shaman Nazul, and then his apprentice Gul'dan. Under the devil's plan, the orc clans began to advocate force and united into a unified tribe. Even the wisest shamans began to learn warlock magic and forgot their former beliefs. War came after Kil'jaeden took control of the orcs. Shatrath City became a ruin under the crazy attack of the orc army, who drank the blood of demons. The Draenei fought an 8-year bloody war with the orc army, who was swallowed up by blind rage and bloodlust. Although the former had the power given by the holy light, they still lost to the orcs with demonic power. More than 80% of the Draenei were slaughtered, and the survivors fled to Zangarmarsh to survive. The Draenei who had fought against the horde and survived found themselves infected by the demonic energy of the orc warlocks, and mutated as a result. The broken and the lost were born, with only a little trace of the Draenei remaining on their twisted bodies. Such changes made some of the broken and the lost go crazy. Later, the orcs, as the vanguard of the Burning Legion, invaded the human plane through the Dark Portal. Nazul forcibly opened portals to multiple worlds. The resulting powerful force would tear the world of Draenor into pieces and create a big explosion that affected the entire world. After the big explosion, the remaining part became the current Draenor Outland, and the culprit Nazul also got his due end. He led some of the remaining orc tribes to open a new portal, but was caught and killed by Kil'jaeden. The soul was placed into the Ice Throne, and the Lich King was born. Draenor is now just a broken world. This world is filled with the demonic army of the Burning Legion. In order to fight against the evil, the Alliance expeditionary force that stayed here gradually came into contact with the tenacious surviving Draenei. The two sides may have a relationship in the future. Alliance, but right now, they're just still working on it. The first impression given by Hellfire Peninsula adjacent to the Dark Portal is that of wilderness, where resources are exhausted and there is no sign of life. Countless fragments are scattered all over the ground, telling everyone who passes by how tragic the war that happened here was. Red. Bloody red is the main color of this land, and it is also the first color that Leo sees after entering this world through space turbulence. Where is this? Leo frowned and looked at Liedron beside him. Although he had concluded in his heart that this must be the Hellfire Peninsula, he would not show it to arouse suspicion. The strength of the space turbulence was beyond our expectation. Although we have entered Draenor, our position has been greatly deviated. After immersed in research for a while, Ramath and Astalar finally came to the conclusion that due to the influence of space turbulence, Naxxramas did not appear in the Void Storm area where the Blood Elf army was located, but came to the Hellfire Peninsula area. Separated from the Void Storm is an endless void where space turbulence rages. Because there were no strong enough vehicles in the past, the Blood Elves did not face the turbulence of space directly. Based on observation alone, Roman's and Astalar's inferences were wrong with reality. After knowing this situation, everyone here did not want to blame them. The two archmages didn't make any sense to their current situation, but they were thinking about how to solve the current difficulties they encountered. The sky above his head suddenly tore apart, and a huge dark cloud occupied the sky above his head. An unknown giant fortress-like city in the sky appeared above him without warning. If it were other races, there would definitely be panicked people, but it would be completely different if it was a demon from the Burning Legion. No one was frightened by the huge city that suddenly appeared in the sky, and no one was even a little panicked by this sudden change. The demons of the Burning Legion, whose desire for destruction rushed into every cell in their bodies, roared excitedly because they had discovered a new and terrifying thing. Target for destruction. The demon on the ground yelling at Naxxramas floating in the air is exactly the trouble Leo and the others are facing because the teleportation position is deviated. Because many demons are born with the ability to fly, and even if they can't, they have spells to let them fly. Floating. Leo moved his body a few times to adapt to the different gravity between Draenor and the home world, and sensed the magical elements of this world to estimate how much impact his spells would have. When you come to a new world, you have to adapt to it as soon as possible. It's not worth it if you suffer a loss because of some minor changes. Image magic transmitted all the scenery of the location after Naxxramas arrived. Everyone was surprised to find that there was a giant teleporter thousands of meters high and about 2 kilometers long in the direction opposite the gate of Naxxramas. Gate. Countless demons gathered around the portal and roared. However, The energy of this giant portal was not stable, and the demons could not go to the other end of the portal. Dark portal, Scarlet explained. It was from the dark portal that the orcs and the demons of the Burning Legion began to invade the human plane. This giant portal was the beginning of the turbulent war history of the native world. What a generous act. Even though he was several miles away, only Leo could feel the terrifying power of the stopped dark portal, which was so powerful that it could easily crush him to pieces. It seems that the location where we appeared is very good. We can just enjoy the majestic dark portal, Leo marveled. If you had never really seen the giant portal measured in kilometers, you would not feel its majesty or its own insignificance. No words could describe the shock it gave Leo. Just like the rookie who went to the cursed land to do a mission when he climbed Shanku Mountain for the first time. He was shocked from the bottom of his heart when he saw the dark portal there. There is such a powerful thing. Just when Leo marveled at the majesty of the dark portal, some demons with 2 wings on their insteps flapped their wings and flew up with the help of magic. Their target was Naxxramas. These demons look very similar to the Dread Lord Varamathras, who was defeated by Leo in terms of appearance. People who don't know the details will definitely regard them as the Dread Lord. Just imagine facing tens of thousands of Dread Lords. How many people can muster the desire to fight? These giant bat-like demons bring endless despair to their enemies. TSK. The enthusiasm is really unbearable. It seems that the demons in the world of Draenor welcome our arrival. As guests, it would be rude for us not to respond to such a warm host. It's a pity that Leo won't be scared. How could there be so many Dreadlords? If there were really tens of thousands of legendary level fear demons, the human plane would have been destroyed long ago. With such a huge difference in strength, there would be no chance of a fight. The demons flying towards Naxxramas look the same as the Dreadlords, and their strength is indeed very strong. But these demons are not the real Dreadlords after all. In terms of potential, they are indeed not as fast as Varamar. How much is sass? But potential does not mean strength. Without enough time to grow and without corresponding opportunities, potential will always be just potential, and will not truly be transformed into the strength that one possesses and controls. Leo snapped his fingers, and a buzzing roar came from Naxxramas. The corpses obtained by Leo in the battle with Tyr's hand will be upgraded to a 5,000 scale skeleton fighter group from Naxxramas, flying out of the passage of Mars. Amidst the roars of the demons of the Burning Legion full of desire for destruction, they faced each other with a fearless attitude and killed them. Magic bullets pierced the sky one after another, and the brilliance of magic gave this crimson world a new vitality. Roar! The demons rushing in the front row were beaten to pieces in the firelight curtain composed of magic bullets. Leo discovered that the power of the elements in this collapsed world was full of anger. This anger was directed at the demons of the Burning Legion. When the skeleton fighter plane bombarded the burning demon, the elements contained in the magic bullets were more than doubled in lethality, with the blessing of some kind of power. It is precisely because of the Burning Legion that the world is on the verge of destruction. One can imagine what attitude the elemental spirits of this world will have towards the burning demons. If you think about it, entering the world of Draenor is equivalent to receiving a state of elemental blessing. Increases the lethality of attacks against burning demons. Leo rubbed his chin. If his deduction was correct, wouldn't it be an advantage to fight the Burning Legion in the world of Draenor? Nearly 20 legions of burning demons are stationed here. Let's leave quickly before they come after them. The huge number of demons made Liedrun unhappy with the outcome of the battle with them. She hurriedly reminded Leo and signaled him to activate Naxxramas and lead everyone away as soon as possible. Will Leo follow Liedrun's advice? Chapter 546. The ethereal mecha appears. Fleeing without a fight? Leo smacked his lips, with a look of reluctance on his face. It's too shameful to run for our lives as soon as we arrived in Draenor. Leo is so nice. This isn't like him. Faced with at least 20 legions of burning demons, I don't think there is a need for us to fight. Liedrun rolled her eyes at him. The reinforcements that the Blood Elves came to the Outland this time were just a 100,000 strong base legion that they had managed to cobble together from Silvermoon City, which was short on troops. Even if Leo's side was included in the army, the number of troops in Kasamas will not exceed 200,000. Based on the calculation that a legion needs at least 100,000 people, they can't even gather the troops of 2 legions. They have to compete with at least 200,000 troops near the Dark Portal. How can we fight with a legion of burning demons and be killed by the opponent's sheer numbers? There were so many burning demons near the Dark Portal that it was mind-numbing. Liedrun's estimated number of 20 or so legions was based on the average legion strength of 300,000. In terms of quantity, there is a gap of dozens of times. And in terms of quality, Naxxramas cannot take any advantage. The Burning Legion is not the Scourge Legion, and the strength of the Burning Demons is not comparable to that of the low-level undead. The weakest among them have power comparable to that of the mid-level undead, and the two are not the same in terms of quality. I don't think so. Leo shook his head in opposition. He pointed to somewhere in the image magic and continued. Look what this is. A portal that allows people to constantly walk out of the Burning Demon. I don't know what it is every day. How many more demons can be brought to the world of Draenor? Looking in the direction Leo pointed, an open portal came into everyone's sight. This portal, which is 100 meters long and wide, would definitely attract attention when placed in other places. But it would be too eye-catching when placed in front of the dark portal. The pocket is so stingy. No wonder no one noticed it. Legion portal. Liadrin took a breath. No wonder there are so many demons here. It turns out that the Burning Legion has opened a Legion portal here. If it is not destroyed, the number of demons will increase. After reaching a certain level, they will have the power to destroy all resistance forces in Draenor, including the Blood Elf Prince Kaeldats who defected to Illidan. When Illidan first arrived in Outland, he took orders from Kil'jaeden. But after returning to Draenor after the sneak attack on the Frozen Throne, he began to set up his own business, and his relationship with the Burning Legion became sour. The Burning Legion will not let go of every traitor. All they have to do to deal with the traitor demons is to use thunderous means to destroy them all. What worries Liadrin is that the Blood Elves led by Prince Kaeldats are attacking. Serving for Illidan, the Burning Legion has already marked the Blood Elves with destruction. It was just an accident that Naxxramas appeared here. Even if Ramath and Astalar consciously deviate from the coordinates next time, it is almost impossible to appear near the Dark Portal. Even Liadrin themselves did not expect it. The demons of the Burning Legion were even less likely to know that such a thing would happen, which caught them off guard. In terms of distance, Naxxramas is not far from the Legion portal established by the demons. Before the demon army has really responded to Naxxramas, they have a high chance of destroying the Legion portal if they send troops. Door. Liadrin looked at the Legion portal with a flash of determination in her eyes. She only had one chance. So fight for it. The Japanese Moxibustion army is ready to fight. Liadrin was worthy of being a strong woman who could check Orthamar when she was in constant trouble. After understanding the current situation, she made a decision instantly. The reaction of the Blood Elves made Leo very satisfied. After discovering that this was the Dark Portal, Leo had the idea of destroying the Legion portal. Knowing the direction of the world, he knew that the Dark Portal would definitely open. Even if the Alliance and the local plane, if the Horde doesn't do it, the demons of the Burning Legion will do it. And they can still succeed. If the Legion portal is not destroyed as soon as possible, what the native world will face after the Dark Portal is opened will be a despairingly large demon army. Since he accidentally came to the Dark Portal, in order to make the future battle of the Dark Portal easier, Leo decided to take this opportunity to destroy the Legion portal. Otherwise, with his character, he would not be able to hold on despite being at a disadvantage with far greater numbers. Fight against demons above your own side? Liadrin asked the Sun Moxibustion Legion to fight. And Leo, who suggested destroying the Legion's portal, naturally would not stand idly by. And Scarlet, who already had the sword of Ashkandi in her hands, would not allow this to happen. Arathar will not let his allies fight alone, Scarlet said and began to order. Amaran, gather the troops. With Varian's return to the Kingdom of Stormwind, and the transfer of the 9th Legion from Witherwood Village and Dunmod's Stormwind Expeditionary Force in the Battle of Tyr's Hand, the pressure on Sanctuary Valley suddenly eased. At this time, he and Stromgarde competed for the Earthy Highlands. The Forsaken also tilted their forces towards the bulwark of the undead, because of the great defeat of the Scourge and the drastic changes in the Plague Lands. Leo took the opportunity to move the troops from the Valley of Refuge to Naxxramas. Different from the new recruits, the troops in Refuge Valley are all veterans of the battlefield. This army is the elite of the Kingdom of Arathar. Their combat effectiveness is directly on par with the Japanese Legion sent by the Blood Elves to the outside world this time. After receiving Scarlet's order, Amaran knew that her opportunity to perform had come. From the Valley of Refuge, far away from the center of the kingdom's power, to accompanying the Queen of the Kingdom to the world of Draenor. How could she do it with Amaran's intelligence? I don't know that this is Scarlet and Leo testing themselves. Only if she shows enough talent during this trip will she be qualified to enter the core power level of the kingdom. Soldiers, there are countless demonic armies below, and we will take the initiative to fight against them. Show your courage, and Her Majesty the Queen will lead us to destroy the portal of the Burning Legion. Amaran paused here. These elite soldiers had all participated in the battle against Varamathra's Defiler army in the Valley of Refuge. They respected the Queen of the Kingdom, and worshipped another person. The Blood Elves' Sun Moxibustion Legion will fight with us. Fight together, and don't let our allies underestimate the warriors of Arather. If you don't want to disappoint Marshal Leo, use your true abilities. Speaking of Leo's soldiers, there was a look of admiration on their faces after Leo led them to defeat the Defiler Legion. These soldiers already had the appearance of a new legion. Now all they lack is to prove themselves with the blood of their enemies. Seeing the high morale of the troops, Amrit immediately ordered, "Let's go now." The teleportation array in Naxxramas began to operate. Since it was very close to the Legion teleportation gate of the Burning Demon, the ground was full of demons, and there was no room for the troops to teleport as usual. So everyone was ready to fight as soon as they teleported out. Prepare. You will feel dizzy after using the teleportation array. This is nothing at ordinary times. But teleporting to the enemy is a complete death. As leaders, neither Lyadrin nor Leo were willing to allow ordinary soldiers to teleport at this time. So two behemoths appeared. Bang! Bang! The sound of metal hitting the ground echoed in Naxxramas. Two giant robots, both over 60 meters tall, stood on the teleportation array of Naxxramas. One of these two giant robots is Leo's War Fortress, and the other is an ethereal mecha sent by the Sun Moxibustion Legion of the Blood Elves to Netherstorm to support Kael'datz's battle. Unlike the War Fortress that relies solely on physical attacks, the ethereal mecha is covered with magic circuits, and arcane power fills its body, making it emit a purple light. It is a giant version of Arcane Guard, and its lethality is very impressive. The Blood Elves are looking forward to its performance. Leo, this is the ethereal mecha we developed. It just allows the demons of the Burning Legion to test his actual combat capabilities. Mentioning the ethereal mecha Ramath, he is very proud. This giant robot is the masterpiece of the Blood Elf Magisters. He not only has powerful physical attack capabilities, but also has the ability to use magic attacks. In addition to his ultimate move, he is very proud of it. The War Fortress's 1,000-gun salvo is inferior, but its other abilities are superior to Leo's War Fortress. It's just that Romans was wrong about one thing. War Fortress is not a pure machine. He is Leo's pet. Its strength will increase as Leo gets stronger. What Romans compares with the ethereal mecha is former War Fortress. I'm also looking forward to the research results of the Blood Elves. Leo is also looking forward to the combat effectiveness of the ethereal mecha. He wants to see what kind of transformation the Blood Elves will make to the ethereal mecha after referring to the War Fortress. Is it exactly the same as what he remembers, or has something else added? Means. On the ground, the demons were roaring loudly. They were not satisfied with the performance of their companions, who took the lead in flying into the sky. It was so embarrassing that a powerful demon was beaten to a pulp by a group of buzzing insects. The skeleton fighter plane blocked the attack of tens of thousands of demons with 5,000 magic cannons. The fearful demons that looked like big bats were beaten into pieces under the magic barrage. The pieces of meat fell down and poured onto the demons on the ground. No wonder they are unhappy. It was under such circumstances that the teleportation array in Naxxramas was activated, and the ethereal mechas and war fortresses standing at both ends of the teleportation array appeared in the demon army. Two giant robots suddenly appeared next to them. The demons who were roaring up to the sky were stunned for a moment, and then overjoyed. They were worried that they had no one to vent their destructive desires. And the target appeared. It was so comfortable that someone gave them pillows when they fell asleep. To the extreme, the demons roared and launched an attack on the war fortress and the ethereal mecha. They thought it would be easy to tear the two metal cans apart with their own power. But would the reality really be as they wished? Facing the approaching demon war fortress, he opened his palm and swatted wildly like a fly. The huge force smashed the demons approaching it into meat patties. But in the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of demon meat patties on the ground. Due to the ability of the ethereal mecha to attack with spells, the way it fights enemies is very different from that of the war fortress. It can't be seen how it will act under the attack of demons. Energy orbs full of arcane power are shot out from his body quickly as he approaches. The demon queen exploded with a bang, and purple and white light instantly enveloped a 300-meter radius. The ethereal mecha rushed in front of the war fortress to clear a space for the follow-up troops to appear. When it comes to area of effect damage, spells are indeed more efficient than pure physical attacks. Chapter 547 Human Blood Elves vs. Demons. In terms of development route, the ethereal mecha focuses on group attacks. After all, it was developed by the Blood Elves to assist Kael'datz's army in combat. It focuses on killing efficiency, while Leo's War Fortress is more suitable for single combat. But this is not absolute. because there are also a large number of war machines in the war fortress. Thousands of cannon barrels emerged from the war fortress, and the dark muzzles shone with magical light. Just as they started to attack this giant robot, they were about to use the most powerful 1,000 cannons. The devil's attack became more and more crazy. They wanted to kill the giant robot before the war fortress attack. But how could the war fortress, which was covered in a steel SHL several meters thick and blessed by magic, be defeated so easily? The demon's attack was met with a huge counterattack from the war fortress. The huge force smashed the charging demon into pieces, and the broken limbs and flesh were splashed all over the ground. The scene was extremely bloody, and the dead demon was miserable. When the ethereal mecha used the arcane orb for the 4th time to clear a land of about 300 meters in radius for the army that was about to be teleported from Naxxramas, the war fortress's 1,000 artillery salvos were just in time to prepare. Boom boom boom. Thousands of magic bullets gathered into a thick beam of light. All demons swept by this beam of light were turned into fly ash. No demon could survive the bombardment of the huge energy column. Under the roar of thousands of magic cannons, the war fortress faced the Legion Gate. The 3-kilometer range starting from this giant robot instantly became empty. More than 6,000 demons used their bodies to verify the war fortress's ultimate kill. How lethal is this move? It's now! The light of the teleportation array in Naxxramas lit up again. And Viri and the Dragon Blood Guard were the first to appear on the land that the war fortress had cleared. Humanity. The demons who saw the appearance of the Dragon Blood Guard had expressions of surprise on their faces. They never imagined that the giant fortress in the sky was actually controlled by humans. When did the group of humans huddled in the Glory Castle create such a large sky city? Come! Although there were only 500 Dragon Blood Guards trained by Leo, they showed no fear when facing the demon army. After being teleported from Naxxramas, they all shouted in unison, and the entire team faced the demon army and killed them. Past. Kill these demons and follow me. Frelin's voice rang out in the battlefield. And the Blood Elf warriors followed the Dragon Blood Guard and joined the battle with the burning demon. Frelin led the most elite warriors in the Sun Moxibustion Legion and became the first batch to come down. Blood Elves. Although the best thing to open the situation is the powerful attack of the magician. If there are no warriors in front, the magician will end up being torn into pieces by the demon army. Only warriors like Frelin and Willy can stand firm and follow the magicians. Only the troops can be useful. The Dragon Blood Guards fought with the demon army. The demons saw undisguised contempt on their faces when they saw that these human warriors without weapons actually wanted to use fists to deal with themselves. With the fragile body of human beings, they were actually able to deal with powerful demons. Dare not use weapons. These human warriors are just looking for abuse. Since the time left for the demons to think on the battlefield was too short, they took action against the Dragon Blood Guard without even having time to think about it. If something unusual happened, it would be a demon. If they didn't rely on Willy, would they dare to fight against the demon with their relatively weak human bodies? Out of the demon's contempt for humans, the Dragon Blood Guard's fist easily hit the target demon's body. The demon's original intention was to use its body to withstand the Dragon Blood Guard's attack to mock the opponent's weakness. But an accident happened. Bang! The Dragon Blood Guard's fist easily penetrated the demon's body, which they thought was strong, causing the demon's laughter to suffocate in their throats. Some of the unlucky ones, who were hit in vital parts, couldn't even recover their breath. How can the human body be so strong? The demons in the back row were startled. They were surprised and quickly launched an attack, hoping to kill these human warriors, who were beyond their common sense. Faced with the demon's counterattack, the Dragon Blood Guard ignored it. Apart from protecting the relatively fragile part of their eyes, they left the rest of their bodies unprotected. On the surface, it seems to be full of flaws. But in fact, it has a strong enough defense that gives them confidence. The demons found that their nails, which could shred steel, had no effect on these human warriors. The opponent's body was as hard as magic iron. Some demons even had their nails broken due to excessive force when attacking. This scene shocked the demons. When did the human body become so hard? Hiss! The Blood Elves fighting side by side with the Dragon Blood Guard couldn't help but gasp. The extraordinary performance of the Dragon Blood Guard made them wonder whether their comrades around them were still human. Dragon Blood Guard. Dragon Blood? Dragon Blood. Some smart Blood Elves quickly figured out the reason. The reason why their bodies are so powerful beyond common sense is that they must have been soaked in the blood of powerful dragons many times. Otherwise, how could human flesh and blood be so abnormal? Leo is so willing, while wielding his heavy sword and fighting demons. Frelin envied the Dragon Blood Guard for having such a good master. Who else besides Leo could be so generous as to give out a large amount of dragon blood for a team of 500 people to soak in and strengthen themselves? The giant dragon, he is not a good-tempered being. And the price to pay for their blood is definitely not small. The extremely strong dragon blood guards fought together with the most elite warriors of the Sun Moxibustion Legion. Although the demon army fought back hard, they failed to defeat them. The ground forces of Naxxramas initially gained a firm foothold. Remote troops can be teleported. Ramath led dozens of members of the Magister Legion into the teleportation formation, while Leo's side included about 700 warlocks with demon imps from the Summoner Legion, as well as Gothic and Lesfrost Whispers. To be honest, the current Summoner Legion cannot do much against the Burning Demon. However, the elements of this world have an angry attitude towards the Burning Demon. As a result, the spells of low-level warlocks can often achieve mid-level damage. With the power, hundreds of warlocks can kill dozens of demons in one attack, which is not too useless. The Blood Elf Magisters led by Ramath were completely different. They cast a wide range of killing spells as soon as they entered the ground battlefield. The demons of the Burning Legion were killed by them in large numbers, and the follow-up troops of Naxxramas were killed again. There is a lot more space for teleportation. From the beginning of the war to now, the war situation seems to be going smoothly, but this is just the Japanese Moxibustion army and Arathar's army taking advantage of the unexpected. The demons never expected that there would be millions of troops gathered here, and someone would dare to provoke them. So they were caught off guard when Leo and the others teleported more than 30,000 troops underground. The demon army finally returned to its normal level. In addition to the demons who were good at melee combat blocking opponents who were trying to expand the space, some demons from far away also came to kill them. The Magisters and the warlocks of the Summoner Legion who were casting spells found that their connection with the magical elements was suddenly cut off. When they were surprised, they discovered that there were hellhounds appearing in the demon army. Judging from their number, there were probably tens of thousands of them. Huge. So many hellhounds are enough to restrain them to death. Ramath's scalp was numb. Even though he was an archmage, he was unable to face tens of thousands of hellhounds. Known as the mage's nemesis, the hellhound spell blockade had no effect on Ramath, who was an archmage. But this did not mean that they used Ramath. The spells of tens of thousands of hellhounds are so terrifying. They swallowed up all the magic contained in Ramath's spells as soon as they were cast. What kind of lethality can magic without the support of magic have? Romance was like this. Gothic and Lesfrost Whisper were no exception. 3 legendary level mages were completely defeated by tens of thousands of hellhounds. Restrained by the hellhounds, the mage troops suddenly became mute. Even the range-killing arcane orbs of the ethereal mecha were restrained by the hellhounds. The magic of humans and blood elves was useless. The demon army took the opportunity to launch a massive attack. The number of casualties among warrior troops began to increase. Damn it. If I had known this was going to happen, I should have brought Hawksbill's Silvermoon Rangers instead of letting them garrison the Temple of the Sun to defend against Zul'jin's Amani trolls. Liadrin gritted her teeth. If the Silvermoon Rangers were here, someone would be responsible for killing those hellhounds. Unfortunately, in order to leave enough defense power for Silvermoon City, Hawksbill and his Silvermoon Rangers did not enter the sun, the big roster of the Moxibustion Corps. There are actually tens of thousands of hellhounds. It's really surprising. The demon army here really has 2 brushes. But if they think they can defeat us like this, they are totally wrong. Leo knew the hellhound very well. This creature that could eat magic like a snack was called the mage's nemesis. However, if you eat the snack, your stomach will be bloated and uncomfortable at most. But eating too much magic can be fatal. The war fortress that was charging through the demon army suddenly retreated, and the gap left by him was filled by the Dragon Blood Guard and the warriors of the Arathar Kingdom. The war fortress that retreated to the rear opened dense passages, and skeleton tanks drove out of these passages. The reason why Leo called it a war fortress was that it was basically a mobile military fortress. As long as Leo gives an order, skeleton tanks and skeleton fighters will rush out and fight for him. The bombardment of the magic cannon sounded, and the skeleton tank opened fire. It is a pity that there are tens of thousands of hellhounds in the demon army, and the magic light bullets were eaten up as soon as they left the muzzle. At this time, tens of thousands of hellhounds showed how powerful their talent of devouring magic is. The skeleton tank seemed unaware of the failure of the first bombardment and immediately started the second bombardment. The war machines produced by the fusion of these undead skeletons and engineering tanks only knew how to execute the orders given by Leo to attack. The second bombardment was swallowed by the H.L. Hound. The third bombardment was still swallowed. The fourth, the 10th, the 20th. The skeleton chariot kept blasting out magic bullets. And the H.L. Hounds kept devouring them. The two sides entered into a competition of endurance. It depends on who is overwhelmed by the other party first. Either the magic stored in the skeleton chariot is exhausted, or the H.L. Hound eats until it can no longer eat. There is no way to continue fighting like this. The demons in the distance are coming here, and we must move quickly. Everyone on Naxxramas knew that they couldn't afford to delay it. They simply couldn't use up the millions of demon army, and they had to do it quickly to destroy the Legion portal. If your troops cannot open up the situation, you must send high-end combat forces to break the deadlock. Let's go. It's our turn, Leo said as he stepped into the teleportation array. The light in Naxxramas returned. Chapter 548 The Terrifying Lethality. The light of the teleportation array shone brightly, and the demon army knew that this group of unknown enemies had sent more troops to the ground. Why are you looking at me like that? Leo tilted his head strangely and asked Liadrin, who was watching him. The Blood Elf Countess didn't know why, but she couldn't help but look at Leo the moment he stepped onto the teleportation array. I'm surprised that you actually did it yourself. Yes, this was the reason why Liadrin kept looking at Leo. There are many strong men under Leo's command, but now he is only Sigodic and less Frost Whisper. Legendary strongmen such as Anya Breakin and Loathev have not shown up. His master actually ended up in person. It is really unexpected. Liadrin's surprise. Isn't it true that Leo won't do anything unless forced? In other words, he has many strong men as his thugs, and is too lazy to do it himself unless he has to. My body will get rusty if I'm idle all the time. I need to relax my muscles and bones. After all, my opponent is also the famous Burning Legion, so I have to give them some face. Liadrin's words made Leo laugh. In the past, he didn't take action because his opponent was too strong and his own level was too weak. Although he was very talented and had abilities far beyond others' expectations, Leo can't really bring it out. If Leo's body is compared to a top-level sports car, then he who drives this top-level sports car is a low-level racing driver. He has powerful attributes, but can only exert less than half of his ultimate ability. But things are different now. After receiving Crystal's inheritance and becoming a rune master, and receiving the blood law from Goldfinger, the low-level racing driver, who understood the deeper rules of power, suddenly became a top racing driver. Leo is now, he was not worried that he would not be able to show his true strength. Instead, he felt that the car he was driving was not good enough and needed more power. Liadrin summoned a fountain of light, and the demons saw a fountain filled with the power of holy light appearing among them. Golden light erupted from the fountain of light. All demons touched by the golden light were as if they were burned like an ignited oil barrel. And 100 meters away with the fountain of light, as the center became empty amid the miserable howls of demons. All demons who entered this area would be purified into fly ash by the power of the holy light. The fountain of light created a small restricted area among the demon army. Very powerful power of holy light. Leo secretly praised in his heart. He saw that the fountain of light cast by Liadrin was stuck between the Sun Moxabustian army and the demon army. With the help of this fountain of light, Frelin and his blood elf warriors, after advancing a lot, the human and blood elf coalition gained a lot of space to move around. Since the fountain of light cast by Liadrin does not rely on the power of magic, but the power of holy light, Hellhound did not dare to provoke it. After a dozen impulsive companions tried to swallow the fountain of light, and ended up burning themselves, the Hellhounds have given up on peeking at the fountain of light. Now they just want to play tug-of-war with the skeleton tank. As for the roars of other demons urging them to get rid of the fountain of light, didn't you see that I was busy? Liadrin was very strong. And Scarlet was not bad either. The female paladin summoned a war horse, and rushed to the front line. The sword of Ashkandi drew golden arcs in the air, and demons were cut down one by one. Even Scarlet took action. So Leo naturally wouldn't stand aside in a daze. He flicked his fingers, and under the rain of shadow arrows, 50 fist-sized shadow arrows were shot towards the demons of the Burning Legion. A rain of shadow arrows shoots out 50 shadow arrows, which is naturally good for other warlocks. But if the person casting the spell is Leo, it is very disappointing for his strength. But don't worry. We'll continue to look at it next. The shot shadow arrows split on the way to the demon. One shadow arrow quickly split into 20 finger-sized shadow balls. 50 shadow arrows equaled 1,000 shadow balls. Don't underestimate these shadow balls. They are small in size, but very lethal in terms of damage. The speed of shooting of the shadow ball was extremely fast. So fast that the demons could not avoid it. The fearful demons, who saw the attack of the shadow ball, had no choice but to resist. And it was this choice that cost them their lives. The finger-sized shadow balls penetrated the demon's head as easily as if they hit a piece of tofu. After opening a hole in the first demon's brain, the speed of the shadow ball did not slow down, and he killed 5 demons in succession. 6 demons later, they exhausted their magic power and disappeared without a trace. Leo killed 5 or 6,000 demons with a flick of his 10 fingers. This terrifying lethality made Amaran beside him feel frightened. The female commander of Arather is not very strong, so she will stay behind to command the army during battles to give full play to her commanding talents. It is for this reason that Amaran, who is standing next to Leo, deeply feels this man's strength. Fear. When those shadow balls appeared, it was not that the Hellhound had not used the ability to swallow magic on them, but for some reason the Hellhound's ever-trying talent was undermined by Leo's hands, and the shadow balls were not affected in any way. The 10 fingers flicked continuously, and the shadow ball hit the demons of the Burning Legion like a continuous spring rain. Under the powerful penetrating power, even if the demons turned on the protective magic, they still could not escape the fate of death. However, under the protective magic, when blocked, the killing efficiency of Shadow Ball dropped from 5 or 6 demons per 1 to 2 demons per 1. Leo was very satisfied with the killing effect caused by the Shadow Arrow Rain. He combined the Warlock Shadow Arrow Rain with the Necromancer's Bone Fang. 1 Shadow Arrow was combined with 1 Bone Fang, because each time the Bone Fang was shot, there were 20 Bone Fang affected by this. Shadow Arrow, which was originally a single attack, became a group attack spell. However, the mana consumption does not increase much, and the price/performance ratio is very good. The joining of the 3 Leos made the soldiers in front advance much faster. Because of Leo, after the demons fell, their corpses would immediately turn into crystal clear particles, and they would not. This had an impact on the battle. Scarlet and others who were rushing to the front were less than 2,000 meters away from the Legion portal. At this time, the demon army had already discovered the opponent's purpose. When they learned that this army composed of humans and elves actually wanted to attack the Legion portal, the demon army launched a crazy counterattack. In addition to the ordinary fear demons, the demon army was originally in the rear. Terror tactics and terror summoners, who did not bother to take action, also joined the battle group. The addition of these 2 demons blocked the combined forces of humans and blood elves that were heading towards the Legion portal. The terror summoner can summon 3 to 5 fell imps. Thousands of terror summoners near the Legion gate bring 3 to 4,000 fell imps into the battle. The fell flame arrows of these imps can easily suppress the summoner legion. In front of the opponent's sheer number, the warlocks of the summoner legion were beaten without any temper. If it weren't for the help of the blood elf magisters to defend the warlocks, they really wouldn't be able to stop these evil imps. Seeing that the summoner army he had trained was being bullied by a group of evil imps relying on their numbers, Gotikla and Les Frostwhisper were about to launch a counterattack when hundreds of fire figures suddenly appeared in the demon army. This was a terrifying tactic, a masterpiece of home. Hellfires are high-level demons. Hundreds of Hellfires put a lot of pressure on Scarlet and the others. None of these demons, whose bodies were burning with blazing flames and made of stone, were less than 10 meters tall. Hundreds of Hellfires rushed at them all. The powerful momentum was like a landslide, and even the elite soldiers rushing forward couldn't help but change color on their faces. Did the rookie finally provoke the real main force after killing too many? Leo had a sneer on his face, his eyes full of excitement. The silver chains wrapped around Sue's body vibrated violently, and the death bell was sounded. The penetrating bell echoed over the battlefield. During the burst of bells, the demons discovered that their opponents had become much stronger. These humans and elves are faster than them in terms of attack, defense and speed. Is it really the alliance of humans and blood elves that suddenly became stronger? Of course not. The demons didn't know that they had fallen into Leo's trap. Various curses such as aging and weakness had weakened their strength by nearly half. Moreover, this weakening was very subtle and could not be noticed without a strong sense of vigilance. Previously, he had dealt with ordinary demons. Seeing that his opponent was not strong, Leo wanted to take this opportunity to see how powerful Arather's army was. So he did not activate the death bell. Now the main force of the demon army joined the battle. In order to avoid heavy casualties, Leo had to cast a curse. Multiple curses deepened, and the momentum of the Hellfire troops summoned by the terrorist tactician dropped sharply. The human and blood elf coalition forces, who found that their opponents suddenly weakened, had high morale. For a time, the fear demons were killed and retreated. The Hellfire troops of terrorist tactics approached their opponents in this situation, although their strength has been greatly reduced by the curse. The hundreds of Hellfires, who are at least 10 meters tall, are still very powerful. Scarlet, Frelin and Willie are waiting with elite warriors to prepare for the impact of these big guys. Bang! Bang! As the earth trembled, two giant robots suddenly charged into the Hellfire troops, punching and kicking each Hellfire into rubble. The 60 or 70 meter high height of the ethereal mecha and the war fortress made them look like adults bullying children in front of Hellfire. Hellfire, whose strength was weakened by Leo's curse and was mostly weakened, could not stop these two violent men at all. Hundreds of Hellfire troops were beaten to pieces by them. Encountering such a turn of events, the Hellfire troops could not maintain their momentum. Scarlet and Frelin took the opportunity to rush forward with their elite warriors and surrounded and kill the fish that escaped the net under the ethereal mecha and war fortress. It was L for terrorist tacticians. The fire force was destroyed. Godok and Les Xuanyu were relieved when they saw this. The two archmages changed their targets to help the summoner army, and the magisters concentrate on resisting the attacks of the evil flame imps. It's not that they don't want to fight back, unless they saw the threat of tens of thousands of L hounds. They, the spellcasters, cannot pose a threat to the demons. It should be noted that not everyone can master the law like Leo, and can ignore the talent of L hounds to swallow magic. Chapter 549, Anubarak's determination. Hundreds of Hellfires were tortured by two violent men, War Fortress and Ethereal Mecha, before they could even survive, for 5 minutes before they were all torn into rubble. The scene was violent but not bloody at all, because Hellfires were not flesh and blood creatures. When the two giant robots killed the terror tacticians' Hellfire troops, something that pleased Romance and the others happened. After a volley from the skeleton chariot, the L hounds confronting them were using their talent of devouring magic according to the old practice. The sound of flesh shattering was heard one after another in the demon army, and the bodies of L hounds appeared one after another, instead of being torn apart by the magical energy they devoured. This kind of situation that occurs when L hounds consume too much magic actually appeared collectively. Could it be that there was something wrong with the collective brains of the L hounds, and they didn't know that they were full? Although the name of the hellhound contains the word dog, don't think that their intelligence is very low. In fact, an ordinary human may not be smarter than them. Hellhounds with their own intelligence will not do stupid things, and they will stop devouring magic before their bodies reach their limits. In this case, why did the Lounds choke to death and collectively died? All this is thanks to Leo's curse. Ringing the death knell spreads the curse with sound and makes it difficult for the recipient to detect. The curse method Leo learned from Godok made the Hellhound, who didn't know the details, eat a lot. Unfortunately, under the influence of the curse, the strength of the L-Hound has dropped by more than half, and the limit of magic power that the body can withstand is naturally lowered. The poor L-Hound has no idea that there is something wrong with his body. They will naturally a situation of strangulation occurs. What's even more tragic is that the other Hellhounds actually figured out the situation and continued to eat while the skeleton chariot was firing, even though one of their companions had been strangled to death. Then tragedy unfolded. Puff puff. Sounds very similar to those when a certain part of a human body is expelling air sounded in the demon army one after another. Each L-Hound was strangled to death by too much magic power. The magic power broke through the shackles of the body and caused the L-Hound's body to split like a chrysanthemum. That scene was really, well, in the eyes of Romance and other spellcasters, this scene could only be described in one word: breathtakingly beautiful. The Hellhound, known as the mage's nemesis, was finished, and the group attack spells of the magisters once again fell on the head of the demon army. The resurgence of the mages reduced the pressure on the warriors, especially the warriors in the other three directions except the Legion portal. The purpose of Leo and the others coming down is to destroy the Legion portal of the Burning Legion. Their main attack direction will naturally fall in the direction of the Legion portal. The other three directions can only be supported by the soldiers themselves, without the help of magicians. They want to block it. The difficulties faced by the attacking soldiers of the demon army can be understood by looking at the thousands of corpses lying on the ground that will never get up. You must know that the battle has only lasted less than 20 minutes. The casualties were huge. The dead Arathar's soldiers and Sun Moxibustion Legion soldiers accounted for half each. Although these soldiers also took the lives of 3,000 to 4,000 fearful demons before they died. The army of millions of demons could withstand such losses with less than 200,000 troops. Leo and the others can't. Fortunately, the Lounds that restrained the magisters were dead. And more importantly, the skeleton chariots were also freed. The rumble of cannons resounded throughout the battlefield. And these war machines began to reveal their ferocious claws. Under the cover of artillery fire, the demon army's casualties increased a lot. However, because the demons were far stronger than the low-level undead cannon fodder skeleton tanks of the Scourge, the results were not ideal. Although more troops have been teleported from Naxxramas, Arathr and Silvermoon City have deployed 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers on the ground battlefield. But as the battle progresses, more and more demons have joined the battlefield here. More and more. The situation remains deadlocked. There are too many demons, and the battle is harder than I thought. Liadrin frowned. At this time, the soldiers at the forefront of the coalition were still about 1,600 meters away from the Legion portal, and the attrition of the Sun Moxibustion Legion had reached 2,000. Arathr's human soldiers, the casualties were comparable to those of the Blood Elves. The closer they got to the Legion portal, the greater the resistance from the demon army, and the more severe the casualties. Previously, only 1,000 people died when they advanced to 2,000 meters. And after suffering another 3,000 casualties, only 1,000 people died. After advancing about 400 meters, there was really no idea of how many casualties Liadrin would suffer next. That's when the real hard times begin. After Leo finished speaking, he pointed into the distance. Looking in the direction he pointed, he saw a huge figure gradually revealing his ferocious figure from the horizon. To be honest, Leo has seen a lot of giant creatures, such as War Fortress, Mammoth Giant Gamok, Snowman Ice Roar, and the real bodies of Dragonakos and Xenosaria. In the eyes of ordinary people, these are nothing. They are huge beings who definitely test the endurance of their hearts. But if you compare them with the figure at the end of the horizon, except for Dragonakos and Xenosaria, the others can only be regarded as children. Is that the Lord of the Abyss? Liadrin couldn't help but exclaim. The upper body looks like an outrageously thick and violent demon. The lower body has the body of a strong insect. The back has a dark green skin, and other parts are blue-green. And the two arms are so thick that a war fortress and an ethereal mecha can stand back to back. Together, the four legs that support the body are more than twice as thick as the arms. When the wings are spread, the wings are nearly 1/5 wider than the Black Dragon Queen Xenosaria. You can already feel it just by looking at it from a distance. Suffocating pressure. Although there may not be much difference in strength, that guy cannot be the Lord of the Abyss. Otherwise Illidan would not be so stable in the Dark Temple. The shadow arrows in Leo's hands kept raining, but his eyes couldn't help but look at the huge demon who was suspected to be the Lord of the Abyss. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying size for a simple land creature. If he was punched, even if it was an ethereal machine, giant robots like armor and War Fortress had to be smashed into pieces. Speaking of which, the guy opposite seems to be a very good choice to inherit the pain, Demon Lord Duriel. But I don't know what his potential is. Leo, who was paying attention to the demons in the distance, didn't notice that Liadrin's body trembled slightly when he said the words Dark Temple. The Dark Temple was a name given by Illidan after he occupied this place. It happened before the Dark Portal was closed. It is impossible for its name to spread to the native world. Leo actually knew Illidan's residence. This means that what? Liadrin couldn't help but think about it. Thoughts were swirling in Leo's mind, who didn't know that his words had caused the Countess of Blood Elf to think deeply. He was constantly weighing the strength of both sides, looking for a way to kill the demon who was suspected of being the Lord of the Abyss. Possible. Master. That Abyss Commander. Although his strength is comparable to that of the Abyss Lord, he has no potential to tap. There are many demons like him in the Burning Legion who have been forcibly stimulated to unleash their full potential. Although they have strong strength, there is no possibility of progress. While Leo was thinking about it, someone sent him a message using mental waves. If you want to choose the successor of the painful Demon Lord Duriel, you might as well consider me. Anub'arak. The person who sent the message to Leo was the Crypt Lord Anub'arak. At this time, Anub'arak was very anxious. He was resurrected as a pet by Leo using the Necromancer's rebirth skill. He had been evaluated for potential by Leo. The potential evaluation at that time was very ideal. Anub'arak had great potential, big enough to inherit the legacy of Duriel, the Demon Lord of Pain. However, Leo did not choose to pass on Duriel's legacy to Anub'arak. Anub'arak, I understand your feelings. But you have to know that you and Duriel are not of the same type. Although you are very powerful and have strong physical protection capabilities, these are opponents who are relatively weaker than you. In other words, your strength is not outstanding among the strong men at the same level. And the body's protective ability relies on the carapace on the body, which is actually very fragile. But Duriel is different. His strength is at the top level among the strongest at the same level. The body's strong defense relies on the body rather than the carapace. He is an offensive type, and you are not. Leo knew that Anubarak was unwilling to accept it. After being resurrected by himself and getting rid of the control of the Lich King, he never wanted to take revenge on the Scourge, because it was Nazul who led the Scourge to destroy Anubarak's Spider Kingdom. And after Anubarak died in the battle, he turned him into his own puppet, leading his dead subjects to serve as enemies. To be honest, Anubarak has begged Leo several times, but Leo has not agreed, because the current Anubarak cannot fully utilize the ability of the Pain Demon Lord Duriel. Leo would not take the risk with the only remaining Demon King level inheritance at hand, unless Anubarak's power could be further increased and the protection of his relatively fragile body strengthened. What if I merged with that demon? I think my will is enough to take away everything he has. Leo was surprised by what Anubarak said, and then he felt that it was very feasible. Have you thought clearly? Fusion is irreversible. If it fails, your strength will be affected. To say that he was affected is to put it mildly. In fact, if the fusion failed, the most likely possibility would be that Anubarak's consciousness disappeared and was replaced by the demon. Of course, Leo will not be affected in any way. After the fusion, whoever has the upper hand will be his thug. The risk is worth taking to get revenge on the Lich King. Anubarak's voice revealed his determination, which was extremely firm. The Crypt Lord knew that with his current strength, he was no match for Arthas holding Frostmourne. So he wanted to change at all costs, strong to avenge the destruction of the country given to him by the Scourge Legion. Okay, since you are willing to take this risk, as your master I can't just stand by and watch. I will do my best to help you. Leo stared at the Abyss Commander with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. After the fusion of this demonic bug and Anubarak, he would definitely become a very powerful subordinate. No one can have too many powerful thugs. Chapter 550 Bait Making and Fishing. Leo is a bold guy, and the term dangerous person is apt for him. Liedrin has no doubt about this. When she noticed that Leo couldn't help but look at the huge figure at the end of the horizon, the Blood Elf Countess, I had a bad feeling inside. Wasn't he trying to catch that guy's attention? Liedrin found that her tenacious nerves tended to be destroyed by the other party's boldness. No, boldness was no longer enough to describe Leo. Only the word crazy was appropriate enough. Here comes the question. So what if he guessed Leo's thoughts? Can Liedrin still object? Could the Blood Elf Sun Moxibustion Legion still be able to forcefully withdraw from the battle regardless of Arathar's army? Don't forget, who is the current owner of Naxxramas? It's not Liedrin. It's not Ramath. It's not Frelin. The owner of the huge city in the sky above everyone's heads is Leo. If Leo disagrees with the Sun Moxibustion Legion's desire to use the teleportation circle to return to Naxxramas, is it possible? Don't say silly things like snatching. It would be easier to fight Arathar's army. Not to mention the demons of the Burning Legion. They may not be their opponents. Not to mention the Sun Moxibustion Legion, because there are too many strong men under Leo's command, etc. Wait. Leo behaved so strangely in this battle. Did he change his usual way of sending his men to deal with the enemy? Did he have a premeditated plan? Besides, it's useless even if the Sun Moxibustion Legion can win. Naxxramas is different from other cities that only need to be captured. If the power of Menethil, the core hub that controls the city, is not collected, it will be useless. It's impossible to control Samus if every inch of it is filled with blood elves. Liedrin rubbed her eyebrows vigorously, and the Blood Elf Countess felt bitter in her heart. It is said that retribution in this world comes quickly, but Leo's retribution is too fast. Even before heading to the world of Draenor, the Blood Elves continued to take advantage of Leo. And when Leo seemed to be eager to get the Staff of Disintegration and made continuous concessions, Liedrin had already noticed that Leo was taking advantage. It's easy to take advantage. In the world of Draenor, the Blood Elves will pay the price for the advantages they took advantage of before. As for what price to pay, Liedrin raised her eyes and looked at the battlefield. Isn't it now? Selen, speed up the transmission speed of the Sun Moxibustion Legion. Knowing that the Blood Elves could not retreat from this battle, Liedrin immediately gave an order to Selen Fireheart, who stayed in Naxxramas and was in charge of the Sun Moxibustion Legion. Since the war was inevitable, it might as well be more active to show the Blood Elves fully supportive of allies. Leo was not surprised at all by Liedron's decision. Although he seemed to have suffered a loss at the hands of the Blood Elves before, this was actually not the case. Don't just look at the surface of many things and think more carefully. With Naxxramas in hand, which can flow through space, and the space teleportation circle established in it, the Blood Elves are like extending their necks to Leo's hands. He was stuck. If Kael'thas wanted to maintain control of the entire group, he had to ask Leo, who held Naxxramas, to help. With the help of Leo, the newly acquired city in the sky, the Blood Elves can help him. Even if the Blood Elves are reluctant, they have to jump down with their eyes open. Just like now, Liedron wants the Sun Moxibustion army to fight the demon army here so that Leo can spare his energy to deal with the Abyss Commander? Of course she didn't want to. But what could Liedron do? Leo only had to keep Naxxramas here, and the Blood Elves would have to do his best. As a die-hard royalist, Liedron must consider the interests of Prince Kael'thas. She cannot let the prince lose control of Silvermoon City. Besides, if we really kill the powerful Abyss Commander, it will be of great help to the prince's current situation. After all, Kael'thas is still working for Illidan, and the demons of the Burning Legion and Illidan have long since fallen out. Amren was quite shocked. The huge figure in the distance put too much pressure on her. Amren really didn't think that such a behemoth could be resisted by human power. Even with tens of thousands of troops at hand, it was not enough to compete. The opponent's strong human army can only flee as far as it can when encountering the Abyss Commander. This is Amaren's idea. It's not that Amren is timid. How can an outstanding commander, who can calmly command the army to fight under the siege of the Forgotten Army, be a coward? It's just that Amren has never encountered such a huge manpower before. An invincible monster. That's why she had the reaction that most people have when seeing Commander Abyss and runs away. Fortunately, although she had this idea, she did not put it into action. After getting through the initial shock, Amren suppressed the fear in her heart and continued to command the army to fight against the demon army. Her performance made Leo very happy. Satisfied, Leo doesn't require Amren to remain in a state of being unfazed, as long as she can fulfill her duties. Amren was afraid of the Abyss Commander, but every battle order she issued was accurate. Arathar's army still fought in an orderly manner against the demon army. What else could Leo be dissatisfied with? The battle is going on. The distance to the Legion portal is getting closer, and the huge figure of Commander Shinshin has been completely revealed from the horizon. But this guy did not rush up as quickly as Leo expected, but just stay far away and send the demon army to fight Leo and the others. Leo looked at the huge figure in the distance across the demon army. The opponent couldn't come to you. How could Leo fight with him? The demon army sent by the Abyss Commander is obviously much more powerful than the Fear Demon, because this guy is sent by a dense army of Hellfire, the high-level demon Hellfire. Just the hundreds of troops summoned by the terrorist tactician before was already putting a lot of pressure on people. Fortunately for the Abyss Commander, he actually sent over tens of thousands of Hellfire troops of 10 to 20 meters. Leo only felt a sharp pain in his forehead. If these tens of thousands of Hellfires are really to rush forward, they will definitely not be able to be stopped by the War Fortress and the Ethereal Mecha. If the Hellfires enter the army, it will be difficult for ordinary soldiers to resist these big guys whose bodies are burning with green flames. They have just arrived in Draenor. Leo was not willing to see the world suffer heavy losses to its elite troops. He had to do something to stop those Hellfires. A mammoth giant and a snowman with goats' horns crashed into the demon army. Their size and strength were no less than two giant robots, allowing them to run rampant in the demon army, disrupting the demon army's formation a lot. The soldiers in front where the pressure was off again. Gormok and Ice Roar. Although he had known that such a situation would happen, Liedron still couldn't help but marvel. Leo, who didn't know what god was standing behind him to support him, was not afraid of fighting at all after he had the ability to resurrect others for his own use. As long as if he can kill the enemy, he will become stronger as he fights. No one wants to mess with Leo like this. Liedron knew why Leo had the ambition to kill the Abyss Commander. Since Gormok and Ice Roar have been resurrected by him, there is no reason why the stronger Crypt Lord Anub'arak should still be a corpse. A powerful subordinate at the pinnacle of legend. No wonder Leo is so confident. Commander Abyss cannot be a demigod. No matter how high the overall strength of this giant demon is, it cannot be much higher than Anub'arak. In addition, Leo has many subordinates, and everyone joins forces to surround Abyss. The commander has a very high chance of success. Liedron's heart skipped a beat when she thought of this. The number of demons at the level of Abyss Commander in Draenor is very limited. The death of one is a huge loss to the Burning Legion, which will directly affect their future in Draenor. World strategy. Now that Illidan has established his own business, it is difficult for the Burning Legion to send a powerful demon of the level of the Abyss Commander to this world. Liadrin. There is no problem for the soldiers of the Sun Moxibustion Legion and Arather to join forces to block the enemies on the other three sides. If the big monster comes up later, I hope you and Ramath will use all their strength to help me. I want to kill it. That big guy. After summoning Gormok and Ice Roar, Leo knew that Liadrin must have thought that he had resurrected a Nubarak. The Crypt Lord was lurking somewhere at this time, waiting to attack the Abyss Commander. And Leo did not hide it. Own purpose. Good. Liadrin answered simply. Anyway, Leo would be the one who would do the most to kill the Abyss Commander. She and Ramath would only have to use auxiliary operations at that time. And the Sun Moxibustion Legion had Selen, who could take over her command. Don't worry about anything going wrong. Then I'll start attracting monsters. Leo chuckled evilly. Commander Abyss. But it was because this guy lacked interest in the human and blood elf troops. In this case, he had to do something to interest him. Two knights wearing heavy armor appeared from behind Leo. The Orc Knight Korok and the Blood Elf Knight Faltora. After the two Death Knights appeared, the Sarian also teleported down from Naxxramas with Lylisa. One human, one orc, and one elf. Three Death Knights gathered together. The Sarian. I want to kill that big guy. But it's a pity that he doesn't seem to want to come over. Leo looked at the Sarian, who showed a look of relief after a flash of doubt in his eyes. When Faltola and Korok appeared behind Leo, he already understood Leo's purpose. The three of us are the bait. And the big fish we want to catch is the big one. After understanding what Leo wanted him to do, the Sarian did not refuse. In fact, with Laressa's relationship, the Sarian could not refuse. As a girl control, well, as a warrior, he don't be afraid of the enemy's strength. A ghoul force suddenly appeared on the battlefield where humans, blood elves, and demons were fighting, led by three knights in heavy armor. These ghouls headed towards the Legion portal and killed them. Weapons glowing with runes slew demons, who tried to stand in their way. Ghoul, rune sword. These three guys are Death Knights. The Death Knight of the Scourge. Damn traitor. An angry roar came from the end of the horizon, and the huge body of the Abyss Commander began to approach the Legion portal. Chapter 551 Abyss Commander. Commander Abyss's reaction was exactly what Leo expected. As a member of the Burning Legion, this big man reacted very coldly when he saw the coalition of humans and blood elves. He was confident that his demon army would kill all these enemies of unknown origin. Kill him. But after seeing the Scourge Legion's unique Death Knight leading a ghoul army into the battlefield, he couldn't calm down no matter what. The Scourge Legion was once a vassal of the Burning Legion, but it was this little brother who took advantage of the Burning Legion's defeat to quietly develop his own power and establish his own company. How could the Burning Legion let such a traitor go? No matter what the Abyss Commander's considerations are, he cannot sit back and watch the Death Knights of the Scourge kill the Burning Legion and send the Demonic Legion portal to the world of Draenor. Otherwise the angry Kil'jaeden will crush him to ashes. However, 3 Death Knights and a ghoul force of less than 200 people really couldn't interest the Abyss Commander, who held a demon army in his hands. So this big guy moved very slowly. Leo had estimated that if he just waited until Commander Abyss joined the battlefield, the casualties among Arather and Silvery Moon City soldiers would exceed 50,000. And a quarter of the number of soldiers would be reduced in the first battle after entering the world of Draenor. This is not what Leo wanted to see it. So he decided to add another fire. 3 Death Knights and more than 100 ghouls don't interest you much. So I'll increase the amount. A large metal beetle as big as a train carriage showed its face on the battlefield with tens of thousands of spider monsters, and then burrowed into the ground. It didn't take long for sharp thorns to appear on the ground, killing many demons. It became a skewer. When the demons were in shock, the ground suddenly collapsed. They fell down one after another. And when the demons recovered and wanted to fly out, the poisonous spider webs appeared again. It was spread all over the place. And then groups of spider monsters came out and killed all these demons. Crypt demons of the Scourge. The calm look of the Abyss Commander disappeared. A large number of crypt demons appeared here, and there was a big guy who was suspected to be the leader. Could it be that humans and elves have reached an alliance with the Scourge Legion, and they want to join forces to destroy the Legion's teleportation door? Such speculation made the commander of the Abyss a little panicked. Although the crypt demons of the Scourge Legion were not powerful enough to enter his eyes, These guys knew how to dig holes. If they approached the Legion's portal from underground, they would regret it unimaginably. Boom! 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 The muffled sound like the beating of heavy drums echoed in the battlefield. This was the sound of the approaching footsteps of the commander of the Abyss. This huge demon, whose weight was measured in tens of thousands of tons, caused an earthquake on the ground comparable to an 8-magnitude earthquake just by accelerating its pace. A vibration. Are you going to stay behind and watch your men surround us and kill us? If I do a little trick, you have to roll over and die. The corner of Leo's mouth outlined an arc. Under the deliberate guidance of the Faltola trio and a Nubrican, the Abyss commander was about to enter the battlefield designated by Leo, which was 3,000 miles away from the battlefield where the human and blood elf coalition fought against the demon army. Meters away. The area between this area and the main battlefield is exactly within the artillery bombardment range of the skeleton tanks. As long as Arothur's army and the Sun Moxibustion army can resist the attack of the demon army and fight against the Abyss commander, Leo will not be trapped in a situation where he is attacked from both sides. The hole has been dug. Now it's time for the prey to step into it. The battlefield location chosen by Leo happened to be stuck between Commander Abyss and the large coalition forces. Whether Commander Abyss saw it or not, he had to step in. Unless this guy could also attack from a distance. But he just couldn't. Meeting. There are many Abyss demons. And those who may successfully advance to become Abyss Lords can only be described as rare. Most of the Abyss demons can only be Abyss demons throughout their lives, and cannot add the word Lord to their titles. Nor can they get their own name. Such Abyss demons are destined to be just cannon fodder. Even if they are stimulated by the Burning Legion's secret techniques, and have all their potential and possess terrifying strength. These demons can at best be small bosses and low-level commanders, and honor their title of cannon fodder. Add the words advanced. To stimulate all potential and enhance certain abilities. There is only one way to achieve this goal for a huge monster like the Abyss Demon, which is to abandon magical abilities, and become a killing machine that relies purely on physical combat. He doesn't know much about the Abyss Demon Leo, but he can't bear the thought of someone around him making suggestions. As the Queen of the Black Dragon, Zenisarea knows everything about the demons of the Burning Legion. Apart from a few secrets, she can achieve this by knowing everything about them. The point where everyone else knows. Unless they are Abyss Lords. Abyss demons are pure melee fighters with terrifying strength and strong bodies, but no long-range attack methods. It was because Leo learned about the opponent's situation from Zenisarea that he placed the battlefield so close to the large army. Place. You bastards of the Scourge. I will crush your bones. The ear-splitting roar of the Abyss commander was heard before he arrived. And this huge monster joined the battlefield with steps that made the earth tremble. As the targets of the Abyss commander, Faltola, Korok, and Thessarian were the first to feel the pressure brought by this big man. The huge body hundreds of meters high pressed down like a mountain, almost suffocating people. In unison, the three Death Knights all sent out their ghouls. Hundreds of ghouls bared their teeth and claws and pounced on the commander of the Abyss. The originally ferocious ghouls seemed to be overestimating their abilities when compared with their targets. It feels like a group of ants are challenging an elephant. The commander of the Ghoul Abyss, Ligilai, ignored him. He didn't have the time to pay attention to the ghouls, who were as weak as ants. Killing the three Death Knights of Faltola was what he wanted to do. Commander Abyss ignored him. But the ghouls would not be polite to him. They rushed to Commander Abyss, and clawed, and bit his right front leg crazily. The spirit of the ghoul is commendable. But the effect is lacking. No matter how hard they tried. They could not leave even a hair-thin trace on Commander Abyss, let alone injure Commander Abyss. Instead, a dozen ghouls were trampled to death by Commander Abyss. Meat puree. Bang bang bang. Seeing that ordinary attacks failed, the three Death Knights did not hesitate to let their ghouls begin to self-destruct. The impact of the self-destruction of 100 or so ghouls attached to their legs was enough to kill a fully armed man. Legend has it that the strong men killed him. But such an attack did not affect the Abyss commander. The big man didn't even look at him. After the splatter of flesh and blood caused by the ghouls' self-destruction stopped, Leo couldn't help but frown. The self-destruction of hundreds of ghouls failed to even scratch the skin of the Abyss commander. This guy's defense was too astonishing. Strong body, thick skin and thick flesh. Able to withstand beatings, and other words to describe a powerful human shield can be placed on the Abyss commander. Leo feels that this battle will be very troublesome. Facing enemies, like the Abyss commander whose defenses are strong to a certain extent, some people are of little use. Such as Yukozi, the king of Sand Fury, and a Nubrakan, the commander of the Crypt Demon. Their attacks are more powerful than those generated by the ghoul's self-destruction. The impact is stronger, but it will never be too strong. They can't even break through the defenses of the Abyss Commander. Therefore, Leo will naturally not send them to participate in the battle to siege the Abyss Commander. Because of this, it would be better to let them help the soldiers deal with the demon army. Yukozi, Anubrican, you listen to Amaran's arrangements and help stabilize the defense line. Godic, you are in charge of the summoner army. Les, you and Lilisa work together to limit his movements as much as possible. The others will work with I'll come along. Leo made a rough arrangement, and then led a group of men to rush forward. It wasn't that he didn't want to make more detailed arrangements, but that Commander Abyss didn't give him time. Yukozi and Anubrican were very unwilling. They knew that the reason why they failed to participate in the siege of the Abyss Commander was because of their insufficient abilities. This unwillingness turned into the driving force for killing. The two legendary strongmen rushed into the ethereal mecha. During the battle between Bingho and the other 4 people and the Hellfire troops, the demon army composed of tens of thousands of Hellfires immediately flew out pieces of burning rubble. 6 strong men with legendary combat power cooperated with the swift-boned dragon summoned by Leo to form a solid line of defense, blocking tens of thousands of fires from the main battlefield, allowing these demons composed of flames and stones to cannot pose a threat to ordinary soldiers. A blood-red 3-headed sea snake and a white swamp crocodile joined the battle in the other direction. Triggery and Terraclaw, with the cooperation of Anixuta's remote-controlled spider monster army, helped the soldiers hold up the other side. As a line of defense, Poison Flower Vine and Liseb shuttled underground to carry out sneak attacks and quickly killed the demons on the ground. With their help, the defense line in the last direction was also stabilized. With no worries, Leo can fight the Abyss Commander with confidence. The Abyss Commander raised his foot and stepped towards the Sarian. This powerful demon with physical strength comparable to the Lord of Abyss did not pay attention to the 3 legendary Death Knights, from the fact that he stepped on it instead of using his hand. This can be seen when the weapon launches an attack. The enemy's contemptuous attitude failed to anger Thessarian. He urged his mount to dodge to the side before the Abyss Commander's big foot stepped on him. In the process of dodging, he gave the Abyss Commander a cold touch and a withering coil. Although both spells hit the target, the Abyss Commander was thick-skinned and thick-skinned. To him, this blow was no different from scratching an itch. But Commander Abyss didn't know that Thessarian's attack was only to test others to see if his protection against magic was as powerful as against physical attacks. Looking at the smear of frost and a small piece of shriveled skin on the Abyss Commander's legs, Leo secretly thought it was okay. The Abyss Commander's magical protection ability is indeed different from the physical protection ability, as Shina Saraja said. Very far. If you meet me, a big guy with low magic resistance, you will soon know what it means to be abused. Leo's spell was launched amidst the urgent impact of the death bell. Chapter 552, Inciting Hatred. Abyss Commander's magic resistance is low and Leo doesn't mind making it even lower. The elemental curse that lowered magic resistance was first thrown on the head of the Abyss Commander, making his already weak magic resistance even weaker. Then came the curse of weakness, the curse of aging, the curse of weakening, the backlash of attacks, and other curses that weakened his strength. Then they fought. And before they even fought against the Abyss Commander, his strength was weakened by 30% under Leo's curse. Don't underestimate this 30%. In terms of the strength of the Abyss Commander, this 30% is comparable to the full strength of a legendary warrior. Of course, this legendary warrior must take the power route. This shows how terrifying it would be to have 2 curse-playing professions, Warlock and Necromancer, added to one person. No matter what kind of enemy you are, as long as you are not immune to the curse, Leo can make the opponent decline before fighting. Cursed, Commander Abyss targeted Leo the moment his strength dropped. The double-digit curse on him was caused by this human being. Human, I'm going to crush you into a ball of rotten flesh, the Abyss Commander said, reaching out to catch Leo. After discovering that Leo's curse spell was extremely powerful, the Abyss Commander had regarded this human being as the enemy that threatened him the most. Valtola and other 3 Death Knights were thrown away by him. Reaching the side, Leo successfully attracted hatred. It's just you. It's better to let Magtheridon and Asgaror come. Leo curled his lips in disdain, and the disdainful expression on Leo's face made the Abyss Commander angry. Leo mentioned all the names of Abyss Lords. These beings who have separated from ordinary Abyss demons and become lords have always been the envy and jealousy of cannon fodder like Commander Abyss. Now that Leo said this, he clearly looked down on him. Commander Abyss, he roared angrily. Clenched the palm he grabbed into a fist, and seemed to use this fist as big as a building to smash Leo into a pulp. Boom! The earth trembled and groaned in pain, and cracks covered the earth like a spider web. In the center of the spider web was a deep pit of nearly 10 meters. The land that still exists after the explosion in Draenor is as hard as magic-reinforced magic iron. But such hard land was still smashed to pieces by the Abyss Commander, which shows how powerful this demon is. The Commander of the Abyss, who punched out and declared his terrifying power, had no trace of joy on his face, because before he withdrew his fist, a voice came into his ears from another direction. You're a fool who only thinks about muscles. What can you do to me with attacks like yours? Leo stood calmly in the other direction, with an undisguised mockery of the Abyss Commander on his face. Damn human mage. You can't run away. Obviously, the Abyss Commander regarded Leo as a mage who could flash. But he didn't know that Leo could gain an ability from his pet by using a spell called Power Absorption. When provoking the Abyss Commander, this spell had been cast on Trigalei before, taking away the teleportation ability gained by the three-headed sea snake after being possessed by the wolf spirit. The teleportation of wolf spirits cannot be used continuously on pets because they do not have enough understanding of power. Leo, who has acquired the blood law and has reached the demigod level in terms of the use of power, is not subject to this restriction. Although the teleportation, there will be a 2-second interval between use times. But this did not hinder Leo when dealing with the Abyss Commander. It is not easy for the Abyss Commander to hit Leo with teleportation in hand. Although this big body gives him great strength, it slows down his speed of attacking the enemy. How dare you go to Liangshan without San? If you are not prepared to deal with the attack of the Abyss Commander, Leo will stupidly come over to draw hatred? Commander Abyss roared angrily and punched out again. The strong wind pressure that could force an adult man to lie on the ground hit Leo again. But Leo, who could draw teleportation ability from his pets, had no pressure on him at all. No! Too slow. Before the Abyss Commander's fist hit him, Leo said 3 words in a contemptuous tone and disappeared. Boom! The Abyss Commander's second fist hit the target without any suspense. And poor Earth became the scapegoat once again. It can be said that he was negligent the first time, but he still missed the second time. The Abyss Commander knew that his opponent was not simple, and that human being was difficult to deal with. However, Commander Abyss would not give up. Every time he used the flash technique, it would have a certain impact on the body. Even the Archmage couldn't use magic to travel through space multiple times in a row. Commander Abyss waved his fist and hit Leo one after another. I believe that the fragile human body cannot withstand the pressure of traveling through space multiple times. But the truth is often beyond people's expectations. As his fists failed again and again, Commander Abyss's heart sank. How many times had Leo used the flash technique under his attacks? 10 times? 20 times? 30 times? Or more? How is this possible? When did the fragile human body become so terrifying? Idiot. This guy must have thought that I was using the flash technique. Unfortunately, he didn't know that I was using the teleportation talent of the wolf spirit. Although it still has an impact on the body, it is several times smaller than the flash technique. And I'm not what kind of mage. I am a warlock, and my physical fitness is comparable to that of a warrior. If you want to wait until my body can no longer bear it and stop using teleportation, you can try 100 or 200 more punches. Seeing the Commander Abyss's attacks became scattered, Leo knew that the big man was in a hurry. Commander Abyss, who had punched 40 or 50 times without even touching the corner of the target's clothes, was in a state of confusion. Being distracted means making mistakes. Making mistakes on the battlefield means giving the enemy a chance to kill you. Commander Abyss has already committed this taboo. Knowing that Commander Abyss had become impatient by him, Leo sent the signal to others to attack. Lylisa's frozen arrow hit the Abyss Commander's right front leg with a whoosh, and a palm-sized piece of white frost appeared. Bang! A basketball-sized ice ball hit the location where the frozen arrow hit, bringing out a scattering of ice flowers. This was Les Frost Whisper cooperating with Lyrisa with Ice Shock. An ice archer and an ice mage combined their forces to add a touch of white frost to the legs of the Abyss Commander. With biting coldness, the destructive power of the frozen arrows and ice blasts is not bad. But the Abyss Commander is too big. The big man who only strengthened his body is not even interested in taking a look at the strange things on his legs. He still chases after Leo with his fists waving. Hit hard from behind. Gailigiegia smiled strangely, and hundreds of flame bombs exploded on the right front leg of the Abyss Commander. The crimson light intersected with the blood-colored land of Hellfire Peninsula. The fire bomb's attack power was pretty good, But unfortunately it couldn't bring any damage to Commander Abyss. Nerlac roared and rushed forward, waving his huge bare paws and hitting the thick legs that were 10 times thicker than his own body. Violently slapping, tearing, savagely sweeping and other attacks. The bare man's huge power had an effect, and several palm-wide wounds were torn out of the Abyss Commander's skin. Even so, Commander Abyss ignored him. His target was still Leo. This big demon had his sights set on Leo. He didn't believe that Leo could keep flashing like this. Once Leo's body couldn't bear it anymore, he would kill him. When disgusting humans are smashed into pulp, the Abyss Commander's neglect made the attackers even more unscrupulous. Jerez also appeared. The sharp stab of the cat spirit priest's saber deepened Nerlac's torn wound. Faltola, Korok, saw Sarlian rush forward with the ghouls, and the 3 Death Knights surrounded the Abyss Commander's legs and chopped them violently. Many legendary powerhouses attacked together, and the Abyss Commander's right front leg quickly became scarred. It seemed that Faltola's attack was very effective, but in fact it had no impact on the Abyss Commander's combat power. Such injuries were extremely severe. At least it scratched a little of his oily skin. The best proof is that the Abyss Commander didn't even shed a drop of blood. He is huge in size, and focuses on strengthening the body. Although the disadvantages are not small, the effect is very obvious. Even if the Abyss Commander fails to step into the demigod, and is still only the legendary level, his strength is enough to run rampant in the same level. A low-level commander has such strength. You can imagine how terrifying the Burning Legion is. If it weren't for its intrusion, the native plane where humans live would have been destroyed long ago. Of course, this can also reveal another point, how strong the elves were in resisting the Burning Legion in ancient times. That was a battle that even Sargeras almost entered the world. Ramath and Lyadrin did not take action. They tried their best to conceal their auras and quietly brewed spells, waiting for Leo to send them the signal to attack. The battlefield between Leo and Commander Abyss was filled with loud noises. Every time the latter's hill-like fist hit the ground, there would be a loud noise. Every tremor of the ground meant that this demon had punched out a powerful punch. The power is terrifying. The battle that took place not far away also affected the soldiers fighting the demon army. At first, the soldiers looked at Commander Abyss with unconcealable fear. But as the battle progressed, they saw this big demon again and again. After smashing it into the air, Leo played him around with ease, and the fear of the soldiers disappeared completely. Affected by this, their morale quickly increased. That huge demon looks scary, but it's not just being treated as a fool by Master Leo. What's so scary about these demon armies with such a leader? Under such a mentality, the coalition forces, which were not numerically dominant, firmly defended the defense line. No matter how the demon army attacked, they could not make them retreat even one step. Arathar's soldiers performed even more eye-catchingly. These human warriors, who had defeated the Defiler army led by Varamathras under the leadership of Leo and Scarlet, once again followed the two of them in fighting and performed very hard. Scarlet led them to stand firm under the attack of the demon army. Leo entangled the demon leader, who was as big as a mountain. Although there were many enemies in this battle, Arathar's soldiers were very confident. Under Amaran's mobilization, they even took the initiative to attack once with Scarlet. After killing tens of thousands of fear demons, they stopped and retreated to the defense line, launching a counterattack. Amaran felt that it was not enough. She used the command that Leo had given her to send an order to Naxxramas. The floating city in the sky lit up a magic beam of light that shot straight into the sky. On the side of the kingdom of Arathar, the battle flag lit up the entire sky. Fighters of Arathar, under the banner of the kingdom, follow the queen to win our victory. Chapter 553 Glory Castle. After the Second Orc War, the Alliance's heroic General Turalian and the Archmage Khadgar, along with Danath Trobane, Illyria Windrunner and the Griffin Knight Kurland Wildhammer, led an army. The expedition team entered the world of Draenor through the Dark Portal, intending to completely eliminate the Orc threat. The expeditionary force launched a fierce battle with the Orcs of Draenor for their important mission. When the huge energy began to tear apart the world of Draenor, the expeditionary force used the Book of Medivh from this side of Draenor to protect their homeland. He closed the Dark Portal with the skull of Gul'dan and gave up his only chance to return to his hometown. Their great sacrifice and generosity have always been celebrated, but no one knew that after losing contact with their hometown for many years, this expedition team had already occupied a place on the broken continent of Draenor. In honor of the late Anduin Lothar, they called themselves the Sons of Lothar, and Honor Keep was the stronghold of the Sons of Lothar, an elite alliance force, on the Hellfire Peninsula. In order to monitor the Dark Portal and the demons of the Burning Legion lingering nearby. Glory Castle is not far from the Dark Portal. As long as there is any big movement in the Dark Portal, the defenders in Glory Castle will be alerted. The Griffin Knights Vibelo and Liverbill are on routine patrols. They ride armed griffins and fly high in the sky to check whether the demon army at the Dark Portal is moving in the distance. This is what the Griffin Knights of the Castle of Glory must do every day. Even though they have lost contact with their homeland for many years, they have not forgotten their mission. Originally, Wibelo and Liverbill thought that today would be no different from usual. But they soon discovered that they were wrong. What is that? Wibelo pointed at a huge thing in the sky in the distance and shouted in surprise. My God! A city in the sky! Liverbill was shocked. A city that could float in the air actually appeared where the demon army gathered. Are the demons of the Burning Legion finally going to take action? Liverbill and Wibelo couldn't help but shudder when they thought of the millions of demon army near the Dark Portal. Commander Donnas of Glory Castle must be informed of this matter immediately, so that the defenders of Glory Castle can prepare for defense before the demon attacks. The two Griffin Knights immediately used the magical communication stones that they only carried when patrolling. The Calm Watch Fort immediately became busy after receiving the news. Groups of soldiers walked up to the city wall, and the defense equipment was activated. The war began. The dark cloud hangs over everyone in Glory Castle. After sending the message, Vibelo and Liverbill did not leave. In order to understand the situation, the two brave Griffin Knights decided to fly near the city in the sky to have a clear look. The Griffin Knights carefully flew over the demon army. They would not do this in normal times, because it would probably anger the demons and trigger a war in Watch Fort. But now they can no longer control that much, and the demons' changes must be avoided. Figure out. As soon as they flew over like this, they discovered something incredible. In the dense demon army, an army composed of humans and elves was fighting against them. Although the demon army was large in number, it did not take any advantage at all. The human army even fought out of its own defense circle once. What's going on? Are there other human and elven armies in Draenor besides us? Wibelo and Liverbill looked at each other in confusion. But they immediately remembered more important things. Since the demon army's actions were not aimed at the Glory Castle, they should send the message back first. An army of humans and elves who didn't know where they came from appeared near the Dark Portal. And they also fought with the demons there? Dana Trollbane, a powerful warrior. This man rose from a civilian mercenary to the position of general of the kingdom. And his Trollbane family was also accepted as a member of the royal family. He is a leader in the mercenary world. Legend. Countless mercenaries target him and want to achieve his level of achievement in their lifetime. After the Dark Portal closed, he has been in charge of the Fort of Glory established by Lothar's son. Now this powerful warrior is sitting in the combat command room of the Fort of Glory, and is surprised by the news he has received. When Donnas received the news that there was a change in the demon army, his face showed only a hint of solemnity. There were millions of demons gathered at the Dark Portal, and he had long expected that these demons would move. But the current situation is that an army of unknown origin has appeared there, and it seems that their combat effectiveness is very strong. They can still fight back against the demons, who have an absolute advantage in numbers, which has to make Donnas suspicious. Father Major, what do you think of this? Donnas felt inexplicably irritated. He thought of a possibility, but was afraid of being disappointed. So he wanted to hear other people's opinions. Father Magor Davidicus, the son of Lothar, is the most powerful priest in the Castle of Glory. He already has the ability to serve as a bishop. When asked by Donnas, Magor changed his usual calm face and showed a smile, with a worried look on his face. He and Donnas thought of a place to go. I think we need Ferentis' help. After the two were silent for a while, Donnas broke the silence. Before he finished speaking, several familiar figures quickly walked in from the door. These were the leaders of the Sons of Lothar, who stayed at the Fort of Glory to monitor the movement of the demon army. Valentis, you have come at the right time. Now is the time to show off your magic. Donnas did not hide his eagerness. Everyone here knew what kind of temper he was like. Besides, these people were no worse than him in terms of status. They were all old comrades in arms, and there was no need to hide anything. Donnas had already guessed from the hurried actions of these old comrades without even caring about etiquette that they had the same suspicions about the sudden appearance of the army as he did. Valentis, who was wearing a pointed mage hat, nodded after hearing Donna's request. The mage with white hair and beard calmed down a little and began to cast image magic. Due to the Griffin Knights Vibelo and Liverbill carries a magical communication stone that he casts a spell on, and Valentis can see the situation of the two Griffin Knights through it and display it with image magic. The light of magic lit up in the combat command room of Fort Glory. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was the army of demons on the ground that stretched to the end of the horizon. A small open space appeared among the army of demons. And an army was fighting fiercely with the demons. The most conspicuous things in the inner circle occupied by this army are hundreds of warlocks with demon imps and mechanical chariots that are constantly firing at the demon army. Isn't the mechanical chariot unit not only humans and elves as mentioned in the intelligence, but also dwarfs? Seeing the skeleton chariot that could kill thousands of demons with every volley, someone in the combat command room let out a cheer of surprise. Donna's turned around and found that it was the quartermaster of Glory Castle, Eureka, who was needed by Glory Castle. This female soldier has always been in charge of the logistics supplies. In this Draenor world full of orcs and demons, it is very painful to maintain the military expenditure of honor keep, because it will break your brain. You must know that in this strange world, the son of Lothar can only rely on find and collect resources by yourself, such as providing food, forging armors and weapons, refining ores, etc. Everything needs to be taken care of by Eureka. It can be said that this female quartermaster is the person under the greatest pressure in the entire Fort of Glory. And she is also the person who is most looking forward to reinforcements. Looking for reinforcements? That's right. When the people in this combat command room, whether it was Donna's or Valentis, what they thought of when they learned that an army of humans and elves appeared near the dark portal was the home world they came to, having found a way in and out of Draenor. This army was the first group of pathfinders sent by the Alliance. After closing the dark door, Donna's and the others originally thought that they would never return to their hometown. Unexpectedly, hope appeared now. How could they not be nervous? It is no wonder that these strong and determined men also felt anxious, because they are afraid that after gaining hope, they will end up with disappointment. Valentis, move the image closer and look at the robes on their bodies. The tabard is equivalent to the military uniform, and the tabards of each kingdom are different. Donna's wants to deduce the origin of the other party from the style of the tabard. After hearing this, Valentis was about to cast a spell to zoom out the image from the global view. The image suddenly turned red. Everyone was shocked at first, and then discovered that the huge fortress city floating quietly in the sky was emitting a direct light. The bright light shot into the sky and quickly spread out after being shot into the sky above 10,000 meters. The dots of light formed a huge pattern. This is... Everyone in the command room was silent for a moment. And then a burst of uncontrollable surprise cheers rang out. The battle flag of the kingdom of Arathar. It is impossible for the world of Draenor to have another army of Arathar besides us. Only the army from the home world is unknown to us. Hopefully go home. Haha. Go home. At this time, the people in the command room could not help but celebrate with joy in their hearts. After staying in this broken world for at least 20 years, they saw the hope of returning to their hometown. At this moment, all their demeanor and image were put aside. We want to celebrate, and we want to vent. Everyone, don't be too busy to be happy. I think we have to do something. The one who spoke was Marshal Isdal, who was wearing a red robe. This mage with blonde hair and a beard pointed at the magic image as a reminder. Looking at everyone, it seems that their luck is not good. They were surrounded by the demon army as soon as they arrived in this world. I think we have to send troops quickly to help them withdraw from the demon army. The cheers stopped. Isidore was right. It would be impossible not to save these hometown people from the demon army. Eureka. Tracy. Pissed. You stay to defend the Glory Castle, and the others will lead the army with me to rescue. Donna's began to exercise his power as a commander. In order to successfully save people, Glory Castle used all its elites this time. At this moment, a guard came to the combat command room and heard him report loudly, Lord Donnas, the envoy of the Draenei, and us discussing an alliance has arrived. Chapter 554. I won't play with you anymore. When the expeditionary force first entered the world of Draenor, because they were not clear about the situation in this strange world, they had an observational attitude towards the Draenei, who were being hunted by the orcs. When they saw the two sides fighting, they did not help each other. It's not that the leader of the expeditionary force doesn't understand that the enemy of his enemy is his friend, but who makes the appearance of the Draenei so similar to some demons in the Burning Legion. After closing the dark portal, the expeditionary force was alone in this strange world. While fighting the orcs, they had to guard against the demons of the Burning Legion. In addition to fighting, they had to explore this strange world to find various resources for their survival. Come down. As the time in this world grows longer and longer, contact between the expeditionary force and the Draenei is inevitable. Only with contact can there be understanding. And with understanding can there be communication. After constant contact and communication, the expeditionary force and the Draenei are no longer in a state of isolation. With the two common enemies of orcs and demons, the two races have come together, and an alliance has become an inevitable thing. Originally, Donas was very enthusiastic about finding an ally. But now he had to say that the Draenei envoy came at the wrong time. But you have to receive the other party, no matter how bad the time is. After all, they are allies who have come to discuss an alliance. What's more, Donas knows that the other party's envoy has arrived at the door of the combat command room, because he knows that the Draenei will come to him in the near future. He had already ordered the guards to bring them directly to him once the other party arrived. Send in the Draenei's envoy. Donas and everyone in the command room looked at each other, and everyone seemed a little helpless. No matter how anxious they were, they couldn't leave each other alone no matter how anxious they were to form an alliance. There are 6 envoys sent by the Draenei to Glory Castle to discuss alliance. In this world full of dangers, safety can only be guaranteed if many people travel together. As the envoy sent by Delaney to form an alliance with humanity this time, Gastonus is the only paladin among the 6 who has mastered the power of the holy light. He had a very favorable impression of humans, except for the fact that they were associated with those long-haired people called elves. Now the situation of the Draenei is very bad. The elves who serve Illidan don't know why they are crazy. Under the leadership of the elf prince named Kael'thas, they captured the energy ship regardless of casualties, which has threatened the Germans. Stormkeep is the last bastion of the Draenei, so it is extremely urgent for the Draenei to form an alliance with humans. Entering the combat command room of Fort Glory, Gastonus found that the atmosphere here was a bit strange. He felt that a strange magical image attracted his attention. In the magical image, an army composed of elves and humans is surrounded by demons. This army is very powerful, facing the siege of demons that are dozens of times larger than themselves. They fight both offensively and defensively. Even the demons, even the fire troops can't do anything to them. The two sides fought fiercely, and a huge aerial fortress above them was constantly sending soldiers down to join the battle against the demons. This aerial city caught the eye of Gastonus. If the storm fortress is a fully armed warrior, then the aerial fortress in the magical image is a wild beast. Gastonus doesn't understand when humans and elves have such an aerial fortress. Seeing that the Draenei envoy was attracted by the pictures in the magical image, Donas said, "As you can see, our negotiations may be delayed." Gastonus turned to look at Danaus. He now understood why the atmosphere in the combat command room of Fort Glory was so weird. Humans were gathering troops to support the army fighting against the demons, but they themselves brought the envoys with them. At this time, in order to show their respect for themselves and their sincerity in forming an alliance, they had to delay the departure of the army. "I'm very sorry for disturbing you. The warriors of humans and elves are very brave. That sky fortress is really a masterpiece." Gastonus bowed apologetically, and his actions earned kind smiles from the human commanders. Donas and Isdal exchanged a look, and in a tacit understanding, they did not mention the previous speculation. After all, the speculation was just a guess, and they would not talk about it casually without confirmation. "Dark mage troops," Burku behind Justinus exclaimed. He found a group of human warlocks with demon imps in the magic image. Dark mages are what the warlocks are called. Warlocks who use dark power to work with demons all year round are not favored by the Draenei, because too many of their compatriots died at the hands of evil orc warlocks in the war with the orcs. And the notorious Gul'dan and Neo the ancestors were all magicians. Are humans ready to train warlock troops on a large scale? Gastonus was a little unhappy. As a paladin who mastered the power of holy light, he disliked warlocks who used dark power. Donas and others did not speak. In fact, they were also full of curiosity about this army of warlocks composed of hundreds of people. Although the warlocks' abilities were not weak, there were very few warlocks participating in the army. When did warlocks start to join the army openly? Instead of caring about these dark mages, it's better to take a look here. I think the battle here is the focus. For Draenei messengers walked out from behind Justinus. They came to Valentus and gently put their hands on the mage. Suddenly, a fierce sound of fighting sounded in the combat command room, causing the door to tremble. The soldiers looked nervously into the room. This is the sounds of the battlefield? Valentus looked at the 4 Draenei around him in surprise. He knew that it was the credit of these 4 Draenei that allowed the sounds of the battlefield to be transmitted. Donas and others were also surprised. The mage's image magic can only transmit images, unless the other party uses a magic communication stone to talk to you. You can't hear his voice. However, Delaney's messenger broke the news today. This common sense. Damn human. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. A deafening roar accompanied by the roar of the earth reached everyone's ears. A behemoth came into everyone's sight, attracting the attention of everyone in the command room. It's the Abyss Demon. Only then did Donna's and the others discover that there was a small battlefield near the battlefield where humans and elves allied forces fought against demons. This small battlefield had very few participants, but it could directly determine the situation of the battle. Someone is fighting against the commander of the Abyss, who commands an army of demons. A human man with black hair and black eyes was looking at the angry Abyss commander with disdain, with a look of contempt as if he were looking at a fool, wearing the jersey of the Kingdom of Arather, and also holding the title of Marshal. This young man should be the younger generation who grew up after we left, but his promotion speed to become Marshal at such a young age is too fast. There were deep doubts in the eyes of Istal, Donna's and others. The young man with black hair and black eyes felt like a sharp sword to them. He was very unruly. Such a character must have extremely powerful. His strength or background is so strong that few people can afford to offend him. Obviously, the young man who fooled Commander Abyss into a mess belonged to the latter group. After a few seconds, Donna's and others came to this conclusion. Everyone could see that the Abyss commander, who could command an army of millions of demons, had nothing to do with the young man with black hair and eyes. It seems we don't have to rush to send troops. After carefully observing the situation on the battlefield, Donna's discovered an anomaly. The young man and the strong men who besieged the Abyss commander had many opportunities to approach the Burning Legion's Legion portal and destroy it, but they did not do so, but has been besieging the Abyss commander. This situation is inconsistent with common sense. Anyone who is not a fool can see the importance of Legion's portal. They actually gave up so many opportunities, clearly wanting to contain the Abyss commander and kill him. Donna's felt that since the other party was so confident, he must have prepared enough backups. Anyway, the Glory Castle was not far from the battlefield. If there was any problem, there would be time to go to the rescue. It was better to take a look at the abilities of these juniors. In terms of seniority, Leo and Scarlet are indeed the descendants of people like Donna's, but their strength is not ranked by seniority. Otherwise, all the strong people would not have to fight over who is stronger and who is weaker. Just look at who is older. Isn't it simple? Whoever is stronger? The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and talents emerge from generation to generation. Soon, Donna's and others who watched the battle through image magic had this feeling. Looking at the roaring commander of the Abyss, Leo has already felt the pressure. This pressure is not brought to him by his opponents, but by the accumulated space pressure after constantly using teleportation. His body has already issued an alarm. He can no longer support this. Continuous teleportation can quickly reach its limit. Fortunately, Commander Abyss was completely angered by Leo at this time, and the big man's little sense was completely overwhelmed by anger. It's almost done. Now is the time to take action. Leo looked at the Abyss commander's right front leg that had been scarred by Faltola and others, and made a decision in his heart. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. After once again teleporting to avoid the Abyss commander's attack, Leo shrugged, looking very bored. The Abyss commander became even more angry when he saw this. This bastard human being. Whoever plays with you, I will smash you to death. The roaring commander of the Abyss took a step forward. Since Leo's teleportation direction was to his right front leg naturally took a step forward. Boom! The Abyss commander's thick right front leg stepped on the ground. The ground suddenly collapsed after a loud noise. The Abyss commander's right front leg inevitably sank in. Although the moving giant demon had 4 legs, his center of gravity was at this time. It was on his right front leg, so his whole body tilted downward. Leo raised his thumb and made a gesture of slitting his throat. Kill! Chapter 555. The murderous intention is revealed. The Abyss commander stepped down and the ground collapsed. The big demon's body tilted and exposed a flaw. This moment was the opportunity that Leo had been waiting for. The word kill comes out, and the fatal attack is like a flash flood, and the murderous intention is fully revealed. Amidst the rumble, the pit that had sunk the Abyss commander's right front leg into the ground bulged upwards with a loud noise. The ground rising should be a good thing for Commander Abyss. But if the ground rises and a small volcano is formed at the same time, and that volcano is erupting, and Commander Abyss's feet happen to be killed by the crater if you are stuck, then this situation can only use one word to describe the tableware. Tableware that can be packed in more than a lunch box. Bright red lava surged out, and the smell of roasted meat instantly spread throughout the battlefield. The Abyss Commander's howl of pain also reached everyone's ears along with the smell. It actually hurt the thick-skinned Abyss Commander in one go. What kind of spell is this? It's so powerful. Donnas and others who watched the battle through the magic image had a look of astonishment on their faces. Especially Marshal Isdal. As a fire mage, he was even more dazzling. The magic that can instantly change the terrain and create an erupting volcano is really amazing. Well, how did that young man do it? Leo's volcano is very lethal. But without the previous efforts of Faltola and others, he would not be able to hurt the Abyss Commander with one blow. The previous attacks by the legendary strong men did not make the Abyss Commander shed even a drop of blood. It's not that they don't have this ability, but they have a tacit understanding to prepare for Leo's attack. They completely tore off the tough skin of the Abyss Commander's right front leg, leaving the relatively fragile tender meat inside exposed without protection. In the air, the Abyss Commander had a chance to discover this. But unfortunately, he was too arrogant and didn't pay much attention to the little bugs in Faltola's eyes. And Leo was mocking and drawing hatred from the Abyss Commander's eyes. They were all attracted to it. And many factors caused such a lethal effect. The pressure on the legs of a behemoth like the Abyss Commander, whose weight is measured in tens of thousands of tons, is very high. If there is a problem with one leg, their combat power will be greatly reduced. Even though the Abyss Commander has 4 legs, but if his right front leg was destroyed, the threat to this big man would at least be reduced by half. The severe pain in his leg made the Abyss Commander furious. He knew in his heart that he had fallen into the opponent's trap. The sudden collapse of the ground must have something to do with the crypt demon. It was a shame that he was so focused on chasing the human that he was not prepared for this. The pain drove the Abyss Commander crazy, and it also restored some clarity to his mind. He knew that he had to pull out his leg. Human, your ridiculous tricks can't defeat me. The Abyss Commander yelled and struggled hard. The crater that stuck his right front leg cracked open in a huge impact. If the situation continued, it wouldn't take long for the Abyss Commander to get out of trouble. The power of that monster was too great. The ground on the Hellfire Peninsula was harder than magic iron. He actually managed to break free with brute force. It was really terrifying. Gastonus was secretly surprised by the strange power of the Abyss Commander, although he was somewhat dissatisfied with the large number of warlocks trained by humans. He wanted to see the demons of the Burning Legion killed. The trap has been laid, and Leo can't allow Commander Abyss to escape unscathed. If he doesn't take the opportunity to kill this big guy, the ensuing battle will not be easy. Hundreds of flames floated to the crater in a blink of an eye. This was the fire bomb prepared by Dragon Eagle Priest Gailai. At this moment, Ramatha's long-awaited firestorm also hit the volcano. The Blood Elf Archmage with his full blow. The powerful fire magic turned the entire crater red. Human beings are so fragile. How can you know how powerful the Abyss Demon's body is? Little tricks can't trap me. Before Ramath and Gayali's attacks actually started, the Abyss Commander's legs had already struggled out of the volcano. He shouted to show off his power. But unexpectedly Leo just looked at him with pity on his face, and vomited out the two-word idiot that drove him crazy. The moment the Abyss Commander's legs were completely out of the crater, Leo stretched his right hand forward and squeezed inwards with 5 fingers. Boom! The whole world changes color. The volcano exploded like an ignited ammunition depot under Leo's grasp. The firebomb Romans had not detonated yet. The fire elements gathered in the crater, and the power contained in the volcano were released in an instant. With their energy, a crimson fire pillar with a thickness of 100 meters was formed in an instant. And when this fire pillar hit upward, it was blocked by the Abyss Commander's legs. Ouch! The wails of pain resounded throughout the dark portal, and even the Castle of Glory could clearly hear it. Most of the Abyss Commander's right front leg was torn apart in front of the violent fire element, leaving less than 1/5 of the length. Broken leg bones and burnt bones can still be seen in the cross-section of the wound. Flesh. One of Commander Abyss's legs was successfully crippled by Leo. Success? That young man succeeded. Cheers rang out in the combat command room of Fort Glory. Isdordanas and others couldn't help but exclaimed with joy in their hearts. I don't know what kind of magic the young man, with black hair and eyes used was so powerful. Abyss the commander was severely wounded by him. Donnas and others all know that destroying the Abyss Commander's leg is almost half the battle won. Next, it depends on whether these young people can seize the opportunity to kill their commander in the army of millions of demons in one fell swoop. Taking the enemy's head out of 1,000,000 troops is something that only the most powerful can do. Now, such an opportunity has been placed in front of Leo. The Abyss Commander, whose right front leg was lost, wailed and fell to the left. It was not that he wanted to do so, but a force pushed him to do so. Leo first used volcano to gather a large amount of fire elements, and then used volcanic explosion to trigger a riot of fire elements. With the help of Romans and Gale, he created a fire pillar up to 100 meters thick. At the last moment, he used the warlock's burning to detonate the fire pillar, allowing the power of the fire element to explode in an instant. To outsiders, it seemed that only a moment had passed, but Leo cast more than just one spell. Under such continuous attacks, Commander Abyss not only had one of his legs crippled, but was also the power of the fire element explosion caused it to fall to the left. Boom! Commander Abyss placed his left hand heavily on the ground. He had to stabilize his body so as not to fall. Once a giant like him fell to the ground, trying to stand up was not only time-consuming but also laborious. Commander Abyss knew that his opponent would not give yourself a chance to stand up again. As soon as the Commander of the Abyss put his left hand on the ground, he saw a smile of success on that hateful human's face, and his heart sank. May Mother Earth fool you forever. Leo smiled evilly and sang Mother Earth's benevolent wishes in a gentle tone. However, in the eyes of the Abyss Commander, his smile was so ferocious, and his tone was so sinister that even a demon would tremble. The phantoms of several totem poles appeared next to the Abyss Commander. The shaman's unique totem spells such as Strength, Flame, and Trap Totem gave many blessings to the sneak attacker. The sudden appearance of the totem pole also stunned Donnas and others. When did shamans appear in humans? A golden beam of light that almost condensed into substance fell. Lyadrin took action at this time. Can the power of the holy light fall on the devil Commander Abyss and have him be better off? There was a hissing sound of flesh being corroded, and the outer skin of the Abyss Commander's wrist became riddled with holes under the attack of the holy light. After the tough outer skin was corroded, the fragile tender meat inside was exposed without protection. A huge beetle covered with a layer of frost jumped out of the ground without warning. Its sharp mouthparts were like sharp scissors and easily tore the skin and flesh of the Abyss Commander. In the demon's painful roar, this huge beetle just one blow cut off half of his wrist. If the wrist bone hadn't been too strong, the big beetle would have cut off his entire wrist before the Abyss Commander's right hand struck. Ah! Hateful, are you a Nubarak? The Abyss Commander also recognized the identity of the sneak attacker after taking a hit. Who said the Crypt Lord was too famous? Should I be honored that a nobody like you knows my name? A Nubarak retreated outside the attack range of the Abyss Commander and rubbed his mouthparts, which were stained with the opponent's flesh and blood. The contempt revealed in his behavior made the Abyss Commander furious. It's actually the Crypt Lord Nubarak. Donnas and others in the Glory Castle looked at each other in confusion. The appearance of a Nubarak made them completely confused about the situation. How could the Lich King's generals join forces with humans and elves? Several leaders of Lothar's sons couldn't help but wonder. What happened during the years we left home? Abyss demons are creatures controlled by the desire for destruction and destruction. Unless they advance to become Abyss Lords, they cannot act rationally. Their little reason will be easily destroyed by violent emotions. The Abyss Commander, who was provoked by a Nubarak, stood up with all his strength. But when he cast his eyes on a Nubarak, he didn't think deeply about it. With the cunningness of the Crypt Lord, a Nubarak would join him if there was no purpose. Nonsense? A female knight riding a war horse took advantage of the Abyss Commander's attention to be attracted by a Nubarak and rode her horse to kill him. The blazing golden holy light made her look like a golden little sun. Evil guy. Accept the sanction of the holy light. The seal of command? The female paladin swung the sword in her hand and slashed at it, and saw that the location was the carpal bone of her left wrist. The great sword drew a half-moon-shaped trajectory in the air, and under the golden light, the blade slashed hard on the Abyss Commander's hard wrist bones along the wounds made by a Nubarak. The wrist bones that even a Nubarak couldn't break were easily cut open like tofu when struck by the sword. As the female paladin rode past, the Abyss Commander's left hand was broken at the wrist level. Ouch! The Fire Peninsula resounded with painful wails again. Chapter 556 Hand of Demigod. The Judgment Armor. The Oshkandi Sword. And Flying Purple Hair. This female paladin is none other than Scarlet. In the combat command room of Fort Glory, Donnas and others were suffocated when Scarlet appeared. All their calmness were thrown aside when they saw the Judgment Armor bathed in golden light. This female paladin is a descendant of Grand Duke Lothar. The eyes of Donnas and others shone brightly, and they saw the shadow of Archduke Lothar in Scarlet, the great paladin who led the Alliance's army to fight bravely. And Scarlet's appearance also confirmed one thing for them. These people are indeed from their hometown on the other side of the Dark Portal. After many years of expedition in the broken world of Draenor, there is hope for them to return home. Gastonus was surprised by the performance of Donas and the others. He didn't understand why these humans had such a big reaction after seeing the paladin in the magic image, who also used the power of the holy light. However, he knew what's more. The commander of the Abyss, who commanded the millions of demons in the Dark Portal, was already in serious danger after having one of his hands cut off by this paladin. First a leg was destroyed, and now a hand was chopped off. No matter how strong the Abyss demon's physique was, it would not retain much combat power. Such injuries would be fatal in the presence of powerful enemies. The holy light is above. Protect these humans and must kill that damn devil. The dreamy-eyed paladin stared nervously at the image reflected by the magic, because he knew that the battle had now entered the most critical moment. Someone unexpectedly cut off his left hand at the wrist, and Commander Abyss fell to the ground amidst howls of pain. The demon deliberately increased his strength when he fell to the ground, hoping to use his terrifying weight to kill Scarlet, crushed to death. But his plan failed. After Scarlet cut off his wrist, Lydrin used a leap of faith to pull the female paladin to her side. The heavy body of Commander Abyss hit the ground, causing a violent vibration, and the earth was shaking. However, the people participating in the battle were all strong men. This kind of movement had no impact on them at all. Another axe sharpened his sharp mouth parts and dived into the ground. The actions of the Crypt Lord were in the eyes of the Abyss commander, which made the big demon very worried. His whole body fell to the ground now. It was not easy to get up again. If he was attacked by another rack again at this time, the consequences would be disastrous. The Abyss commander, who was aware of the threat of the Crypt Lord, was about to stop him. But a figure with a sneer on his face made him extremely fearful. The Abyss commander, who was stared at by those black eyes, was like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake, not daring to move at all. Move. In the eyes of the Abyss commander, humans who can be crushed to death like ants, it will give him a trembling feeling in his soul, as if he would be mercilessly tortured by the opponent if he dared to show any flaws. I'm obviously just a fragile human being. Why do I feel like I'm facing a top-notch demon? The Abyss commander was horrified. He found that when Leo looked at him coldly, he was actually suppressed from the root of his soul. This situation only occurs when a low-level demon faces a high-level demon that is far more powerful than himself. Commander of the Abyss knows his own strength. Unless he faces a top-level existence like Kil'jaeden in the Burning Legion, such a feeling will not appear to him. I am an Abyss demon who is afraid of a human being. What a joke. The Abyss commander was angry. There is a word for it. Say Li Ini Eiling. This is the situation he is in now. He is extremely angry that Leo, a human being who is not as big as his finger, can make himself afraid of the Abyss commander. He wants to cover up his anger with anger. Panicked, he roared and punched again. Another rack, the female paladin, or the group of little ants slashing at his other foot. None of these mattered. What mattered was to prove that he was not afraid of that human being. This is what Commander Abyss is thinking now. The huge fist came, but surprisingly Leo ignored it. He unexpectedly tilted his head and looked at Vibelo and Liverbill in the sky in the distance. The two Griffin Knights were obviously not from Leo's side. Their appearance reminded Leo of the elite troops of an alliance of forces who had gone on an expedition to Northrend. Now the sons of Lothar. Those two Griffin Knights should be from the Fort of Glory, if you want to get in touch with them. As Scarlet, it is very possible to take this elite expeditionary force into your own hands. But the problem is that if his memory is correct, the current supreme commander of the Castle of Glory is Danaeus Trollbane, a powerful mercenary who allowed the Trollbane family to be accepted as members of the royal family. An elite force and a threatening enemy. It's really hard to make a choice. Leo rubbed his chin, looking embarrassed. He didn't know how scary his current actions were. Commander Abyss's huge fist had already smashed down. But he turned his head and looked elsewhere, as if he didn't realize he was in danger at all. This scene was heart-wrenching to watch. Humans, go to HL. Commander Abyss was overjoyed. In fact, when he threw this punch, he had no hope of hitting the target. Leo's continuous teleportation impressed him too deeply. But this human being was actually fighting for some reason. Shone was distracted, and his actions gave Commander Abyss hope. As long as that human doesn't dodge my punch, I can beat him to a pulp. The Abyss commander's eyes flashed with joy as he was about to hit his target. It's a pity. He didn't know that there is a word called extreme joy that brings sorrow. Just when his fist was about to hit Leo, Leo turned around sharply. What is this human being doing? Commander Abyss felt a sense of panic in his heart. In his fearful eyes, Leo stretched out his right hand in response to his fist. Oh! The demon's wings shrouded in black mist suddenly spread out, and an extremely powerful demonic aura emanated from Leo. The Abyss Commander facing him felt like he was facing an apex predator, and the soul of this big demon was trembling. Crackling. Gullah. A huge hand suddenly appeared and grasped the Abyss Commander's fist. And then the crisp sound of the bones being crushed reached everyone's ears clearly. This scene caused everyone who saw it to fall into silence. Just imagine. What would your reaction be if you saw an ant pinch an elephant to fracture with one hand? Incredible. Donna's eyes widened as he saw it. Could it be an illusion? The confrontation between humans and Abyss demons actually ended with the latter's complete defeat. What was that big hand that suddenly appeared? The Abyss Commander was completely stunned. A weak human not only caught his fist head-on, but also squeezed him until his bones broke. Looking at Leo with fearful eyes, the Abyss Commander couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. Is this guy really a human? I've warned you a long time ago. If you want to be my enemy, it's better to be Manaroth. You idiot, Leo said, and twisted his hand hard. The big hand holding Commander Abyss suddenly tightened. The crisp sound of broken bones mixed with the sound of muscles being torn apart was mixed with the sound of Commander Abyss's arm being twisted into a mess. The entire arm was completely disabled. The Abyss Commander, who suffered such severe injuries and was in severe pain, did not howl in pain. He was stunned by his own speculation at this time. Legion's grip. It's unmistakable. This is clearly the grip of the Legion. No wonder I feel fear when facing this human being. No wonder my soul trembles when he shows his murderous intention towards me. This guy is not human at all. He is sewage. Commander Abyss looked horrified and wanted to shout out his guess. But a huge hand pressed his head heavily into the ground. The force of this press was more than 10 million. And it was pressed so hard that the Abyss Commander's skull was shattered. And the big demon's head was deformed. Any other creature would have been fatally wounded by this blow. But the Abyss Demon was an Abyss Demon after all. Even though his skull was shattered, he still managed to hold on for a breath. When the big hand was released, the Abyss Commander struggled. Then he raised his head and looked at Leo with eyes as big as a basketball court. Ah! The Abyss Commander seemed to want to say something. Leo raised his left index finger and gently placed it on his lips. His right hand quickly moved down. Pop! There was a sound of objects being smashed to pieces with great force. And the huge palm that appeared after Leo Demon transformed smashed the Abyss Commander's head into paste. The poor demon didn't say what he wanted to say until he died. After the death of Commander Abyss, the demon wings on Leo's back disappeared, and the huge palm disappeared. He curled his lips at Commander Abyss's body, and turned towards the battlefield where the coalition soldiers and the demon army were fighting. A huge beam of light shone down from Naxxramas and covered the corpse of the Abyss Commander. The corpse, which had lost its life and had turned into a dead thing, disappeared in the light of magic. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in Naxxramas, in the plague zone. This limb was excitedly collecting the poisonous gas and corrosive liquid that flowed out of this huge demon's body after his death. The figures of Caesarea and Passonia appeared next to Leo, and they helped Leo without leaving any trace. At this time, Leo looked normal on the surface. But in fact, his body was very weak, but his eyes were so sharp that people didn't dare to look at him. So outsiders didn't notice it. Passonia and Caesarea discovered this with their keen insight. This is the power of demigods. It is so powerful. How many mortal creatures can withstand its power? Leo looked at the right hand that was stimulating his nerves with bursts of pain, with fanatical flames burning in his eyes. Although the demon transformation just now was short-lived, he realized how terrifying the power of the top demigods is. He can control the hands of the demigods with the power of law that matches the power. Even if they are stronger than Caesarea and the Abyss Commander, he will also be killed by himself. Nagaz of the Argus Resurgence Organization of the Shadow Council. Speaking of which, I really want to thank you. Pray for yourself and never be found by me. Chapter 557 Destroying the Legion Portal. Commander Abyss was killed by Leo in this way. No one expected it before the result appeared. Even Leo himself had never thought that using the law to control the hand of a demigod would be so powerful. Using the hand of a demigod once consumes a ridiculous amount of money. But for Leo, it is worth the effort to feel the power of the demigod personally. And the high consumption is not a problem for him. With the Oak Sage replenishing demons, and Lotheb swallowing a demon, and sneaking into the ground to replenish his physical strength while digesting it, Leo's recovery speed is definitely unmatched by others. Passonia and Caesarea can't walk just by supporting him. Within 30 seconds, it was obvious that Leo's physical condition was much better. Recovered so quickly. Pasonia was surprised. But everyone had their own secrets, so she didn't ask anything. Is everything set up? Leo asked Pasonia after smiling at Scarlet, who took the time to look at him, while leading the soldiers to fight against the devil. He smiled to indicate that he was fine, and then asked Pasonia. While asking, this kid held her hand dishonestly. Pasonia gently rubbed the hand that supported her. Pasonia rolled her eyes at the person who was taking advantage of her, and secretly kicked Leo's ankle with her toes while walking, causing him to grimace in pain. If you dare to take advantage of me, are you going to fight me? Leo read this message from Pasonia's eyes. But instead of letting go, he held her tighter, taking advantage of Pasonia openly. A fool would let go of such a rare opportunity. Pasonia, who had already expected Leo's rogue character, glared at him bitterly. But she did not take action again, but answered Leo's previous question. There are still 2 days until the Legion portal is destroyed. 100 breaths. Why didn't Pasonia show up before? If there are careful people among the demons who can carefully examine the Legion portal, they will find that there are many objects near it. The placement of these small objects is very secret and cannot be found without spending a lot of effort. That means we must evacuate within 200 breaths. Otherwise, we will have to withstand the energy storm generated after the Legion portal is destroyed. Leo understood what Pasonia meant, so he didn't dare to neglect it. Time was very tight to evacuate the army within 200 breaths. The sky-shaking dragon roar came from Naxxramas, and a skull dragon flew out of it. Even the tyrannical demon would be afraid under the suffocating dragon power. Thousands of bone dragons rushed out, and the demons who confronted the skeleton fighters in the air were the first to suffer. The bone dragons roared and sprayed out large swaths of dragon's breath. The demons in the air were instantly killed and injured. What's worse is that the attacks of these bone dragons were not limited to the dragon's breath. Just when the demons were tired of dealing with it, they had already rushed up. The group immediately started a bloody storm. The demons in the air fell down like raindrops. But this did not affect the battle on the ground at all. Witnessing Leo and others working together to kill the Abyss Commander, the soldiers suddenly became invigorated when they thought that such a huge creature was killed by their own strong men. With high morale, they frequently launched counterattacks, and once killed the numerically superior demon army until they retreated. Morale is available. But unfortunately the Dark Portal has an army of millions of demons, which we cannot afford. Leo secretly sighed in his heart. He had killed 1,000 enemies, and suffered 800 losses. His own team had too few people and high morale. But it could not make up for this disadvantage. Besides, time waits for no one. He must leave here before the Legion portal is destroyed. The demons in the air were defeated in 3 strikes. 5 divided by 2. And the bone dragon used half of its manpower to attack the demons on the ground. The dragon's breath and dragon flames hit the demon's head and face, causing heavy casualties to the demons. The soldiers who were already highly motivated were even more motivated to fight after receiving strong reinforcements. But just as they were about to pursue the pursuit, 2 strange sounds came from Naxxramas. Signal to retreat. Is that a mistake? The soldiers were puzzled until the retreat horn sounded again in Naxxramas before they retreated unwillingly. The demons who saw their opponents retreating and being beaten into disgrace were naturally unwilling to let their enemies leave. They rushed forward frantically regardless of the bone dragon's attack, trying to hold back the human and elven troops. Blah blah blah. Walls of white bone suddenly rose from the ground. The ferocious bone spurs on the bone walls were as sharp as knives. The demon at the front bumped into it, and was immediately stabbed into pieces. The emergence of the bone wall seriously hindered the demon's actions. Arathar's soldiers and the Sun Moxibustion Legion quickly broke away from the battle. The light of magic continued to appear in Naxxramas. The soldiers who survived the battle carried the weapons of their comrades on their backs. The corpses retreated back to the floating fortress city. With 30 breaths left, it would be nice to have a city in the sky that can carry out large-scale teleportation. The beam of light from Naxxramas shone. And Leo, Liadrin, and the others, who were the strong ones behind the break, could not resist the teleportation power of the magic circle, and disappeared from the ground without a trace under the eyes of the devil, who wanted to eat them. Nakos, you and Pelagian go and bring the 2 Griffin Knights over. I want to talk to them. Leo, who returned to Naxxramas, ordered the Bone Dragon army and skeleton fighter escorts to retreat into the distance from the city in the sky, while giving orders to Dragonakos, the Twilight Dragon, which did not perform at all in this battle, flew out of Naxxramas with the equally depressed Pelagian. However, because of their depression, the 2 of them did not show their true bodies, and instead summoned a bone each. The dragon came and flew them to Vivolo and Libil. No matter what. The troops who expedition to the world of Draenor are the elites of the Alliance. Leo feels that he still cannot give up such a powerful army. It may be a bit troublesome, but he must not stop doing it just because of the trouble. With Scarlet, the chances of genuine Lothar family descendants subduing them are very high. Vibelo and Libil were surprised at the sudden end of the ground war when they saw two skeletal dragons flying towards them, with a purple-haired man and a green-haired young man standing on the skeletons that reflected the metallic luster. The Griffin Knights immediately rushed forward. As members of the expeditionary force, how could they not recognize Arathar's battle flag? Her Majesty the Queen and Marshal Leo want to see you. Please come with us. After Dragonakos finished speaking, he let the bone dragon carry him and turned around to leave. Polishan had no choice but to become the leader of the two Griffin Knights. The Twilight Dragon, who was also sent out by Leo, can show off his temper, but Polishan cannot. Although it is the two of them, any Polishan can only take it by himself. This is how the dragons get along. Hongwug with the strength is respected. Vibelo and Libil were not angry because of Dragonakos' actions. They regarded the Twilight Dragon's purple hair as proof of its blood connection with the Lothar family. Out of respect for Grand Duke Lothar, if you respect them, they will naturally not feel resentful because of the other person's small actions. The two Griffin Knights were flying towards Naxxramas behind the bone dragon, and a huge change happened at this moment. Boom! A big explosion occurred in the Legion portal of the burning demons. The impact of the explosion instantly destroyed the magic nodes that constructed the portal. While the demons were still roaring at Naxxramas in the sky, the Legion portal they were guarding collapsed. Has been destroyed? Wow! Vibelo and Liverbill witnessed the whole process. The two Griffin Knights had also wondered why Leo and the others didn't destroy the Legion portal even though they had the ability. Now they knew that the other side had been prepared for a long time. The reason why it was not detonated was probably to kill the Abyss Demon. When the Legion portal was destroyed, a powerful energy storm blew up. The lost energy destroyed any object they touched. In an instant, tens of thousands of demons were torn apart by the violent energy. You have to get to a safe place before the energy storm blows up. The two Griffin Knights thought about it and urged their mounts to follow Polishan closely. In their opinion, it was not a problem for Naxxramas to block the energy storm. They could ensure safety as long as they entered it. Indeed, Vibelo and Libil were right. The energy storm generated after the Legion portal was destroyed could not affect Naxxramas at all. Not to mention that the demons near the Legion portal had already used their bodies to block it, destroyed most of the energy storm's lethality. After the energy storm blew, the protective shield in Naxxramas blessed by 50,000 skeleton mages just flashed and easily blocked it. The energy storm raging in the demon army even reached the edges of this city in the sky. None of them got hit. After entering Naxxramas, Vibelo and Liverbill met the person they expected to see for the first time under the guidance of Polishan. They looked at Ska, who was holding the sword of Ashkandi and wearing a judgment armor. Lee and the two Griffin Knights were very excited, wearing the jersey of the Kingdom of Arathar, with purple hair, purple eyes, and the ability to activate the judgment armor and the Ashkandi sword. This female paladin must be a descendant of Grand Duke Lothar. I'm surprised that dwarves can still be seen in this world. Before the two Griffin Knights could speak, a voice came over. The two of Vibelo followed the sound and saw that it was the one who spoke. Killing Abyss, the young human commander. The young man with black hair and black eyes looked at them and asked, I am Leo, the Marshal of the Kingdom of Arathar. Who are you? It turned out that this man was Marshal Leo mentioned by the green-haired young man who led the way. Vibelo and Liverbill knew each other's identities. The two people who witnessed Leo killing the Abyss commander knew that although the human man standing in front of them was young, he was extremely powerful. Out of respect for the strong, they first okay. After a salute, he answered Leo's question, Hello. We are the Griffin Knights, who followed General Corlin Wildhammer in his expedition to Draenor. Outland Expeditionary Force? You are still alive. Although Scarlet was prepared, she still couldn't help but exclaimed. And then she asked with a worried look, How are Archmage Khadgar and General Turalian doing? Archmage Khadgar and Paladin Turalian, heroes respected by the human race, are the right-hand men whom Grand Duke Lothar relies on. Turalian was Grand Duke Lothar's adjutant, and Khadgar was Grand Duke Lothar's liaison, and the most objective advisor to the mages of Dalaran. After Scarlet met the two Griffin Knights from the expeditionary force, she first asked about these two people without mentioning Danath Trobane, which shows the status of Khadgar and Turalian in her heart. Chapter 558. Let's find someone else who can make the decision. Scarlet asked about the situation of Khadgar and Turalian. and there was a trace of hesitation on the faces of Vibelo and Liverbill. The female paladin, who noticed this, had an unpleasant feeling in her heart. Did something happen to Turalian and Khadgar? The people present at this time were all smart people. They could tell from the expressions of the two Griffin Knights that something was wrong. And the atmosphere became much more solemn. There is a race called the Draenei in the world of Draenor. They have the power to use the holy light. After contacting us, we feel that we can cooperate with them. Archmage Khadgar is now trying to get through to Na with the Draenei envoys. Gran's Road. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere of the scene. Wibilio spoke first. Scarlet was relieved to hear that Archmage Khadgar was okay, but then became nervous again. The hesitation of the two Griffin Knights before told her that something bad must have happened. Now that Khadgar was fine, the chance of something happening to Turain was very high. General Turalian and Illyria, the ranger of the kingdom of Quel'Thalas, have not been seen for many years. Scarlet's face turned pale. What does it mean that she hasn't seen it for many years? Vibelo's words clearly meant that Turalian and Illyria, who had been missing for many years in the crisis-ridden world of Draenor, were in trouble. Liadrin, who was just watching, had a complicated expression on her face. Illyria Windrunner. This is the famous ranger of the kingdom of Quel'Thalas, the eldest of the three Windrunner sisters, Sylvanath's sister. If she could be found, it would be a great joy for the entire Blood Elf clan. But now, although hope has not been completely lost, the probability of finding her is extremely slim. Sighing silently, Liadrin began to worry about another thing. Vibelo mentioned just now that the Alliance Expeditionary Force in the world of Draenor had the intention of forming an alliance with the Draenei. And Khadgar even more. I went there in person and cooperated with the Draenei. This was originally nothing. But now that Scarlet and Leo are here, they have a close relationship with Khadgar's expeditionary force. The Blood Elves' plan to seize the Draenei Storm Fortress may be affected. Great hindrance. General Turalian and Illyria are missing, and Archmage Khadgar is with the Draenei. So who is leading you now? Kurand or Donnas? Scarlet spoke again after being silent for a long time. She couldn't do anything about Turalian's disappearance right now, so she had to figure out the situation of this expeditionary force. After closing the dark portal, we built a fortress in order to monitor the demon army gathered here. We named it Glory Castle, which is now commanded by Commander Donnas. General Curlin built a fortress in Shadow Moon Valley to monitor it. The devil. This time it was Liverbill who spoke. That means there is a fortress of our own nearby, where we can stay. Leo smiled kindly at the two dwarves. But Liadrin, who was familiar with him, found something unusual in it. Did he want to use Scarlet's identity to recruit this army? The Countess of Blood Elf smelled the atmosphere of conspiracy. But this time she was confident that it was not Leo but Scarlet. Speaking of this elite force sent by the Alliance to expedition to the world of Draenor, they were led by Turain, the general of the kingdom of Aratha. Although Turain had been missing for many years, Donnas, who took over his command of the army, was also an Arathorian. What's more, this army admires Lothar very much. As a descendant of Lothar, it will be difficult for Scarlet to recruit them without success. If Arathar gets this expeditionary force, his strength will definitely increase. If Leo takes them back, Arathar will be able to compete with the Kingdom of Stormwind. But the question is, will he do this? Liadrin thought about it carefully and came to the answer, no. Yes. No. Anyone with a strategic mind knows the importance of Draenor. The demons of the Burning Legion, the home world where humans live, cannot directly enter, but they can directly enter Draenor. Although powerful beings like Kil'jaeden cannot enter the broken Draenor, demons can use Draenor as a springboard to invade the world where humans live, just like they once did. The dark portal is now closed, but no one doubts that the Burning Legion has the ability to reopen it. Instead of waiting for the Burning Legion to invade your own world after everything is ready in the world of Draenor, it is better to drive a nail here, which will not only hinder the Burning Legion's plan, but also push the battlefield to this world to ensure the homeland. Safety. Liadrin quickly figured out the key. She understood that neither Leo nor Scarlet were short-sighted. Leo had the intention to control the expeditionary force, but he would never give up on the expeditionary force and work hard here. Foundation's idea of bringing them all back to Strongguard. Even if these troops who have lost contact with their hometown for many years are homesick, Leo will send Arathar's troops to take over their territory. Actually, when we discovered something strange here, we had already notified Glory Castle. Master Falentus had engraved a spell on the communication stone on us. They already knew your arrival through image magic. When Leo said that he was going to the Fort of Glory, Liverbill and Vibolo were delighted. The arrival of these people from their hometown would bring hope to the Fort of Glory under the dual threat of demons and orcs. For soldiers far away from home, Leo, their arrival is extremely exciting news. So that's it. But there is a magic barrier in Naxxramas. They won't know what happened after you come in. Now I have to trouble you to inform the 2 soldiers of Glory Castle. Her Majesty Scarlet of the Kingdom of Arathor and the allies of the Kingdom of Quel'Thalas are on their way to the Castle of Glory. As soon as Leo finished speaking, Ekta stood up and led Vibolo to the outside to use the magic communication stone to contact the Glory Castle. And Polician walked to Liverbill at Leo's signal. He signaled the latter to point out the correct direction of travel for Naxxramas and take him away. Watching the 2 dwarves walk out of the room that had been converted into a meeting hall, Lydrin knew that Leo was deliberately sending Wybelo and Liverbill away. Leo, what do you think about the alliance between the Outland Expeditionary Force and the Dreenii? Lydrin asked the question she was most concerned about. In the final analysis, it was Leo who started the matter. If his words in Stromgarde hadn't stimulated Kael'thas, who wanted to solve his magic addiction, the Blood Elves would. How could their army attack the last stronghold of the Dreenii regardless of casualties? Are you afraid that I will betray my trust because of the relationship between the Expeditionary Force and the Dreenii? Leo clicked his tongue and shook his head. This is how alliances are built, on interests. Once there are differences in interests, it is easy to fall into a state of mutual distrust. The Outland Expeditionary Force is an extremely powerful force. The soldiers who make up this army are all elites of the Alliance, who have experienced hundreds of battles. With them, Arathor's military strength will expand enough to fight against the Kingdom of Stormwind. Lydrin has this concern is not surprising. Lydrin said nothing. She just looked at Leo and waited for his answer. The reason why people keep their promises is because the price of betrayal is not enough. Do you think the sentence makes sense? Leo did not swear to say how noble his character was. But the Blood Elf Countess showed a relieved smile after some thought. Not to mention that the Expeditionary Force and the Dreenii have not officially become allies. Even if the 2 sides have already cooperated on a large scale, Leo cannot fall out with the Blood Elves because of this. After all, the Outland Expeditionary Force has been away from home for many years. They are all Scarlet's elders. Even if they are recruited, who can guarantee that this army will obey Scarlet's words? No matter how sharp a knife is, it is useless if it cannot be used. This kind of thing will happen no matter where you are. Besides, even if the Expeditionary Force obeys Scarlet's orders, they are just an army after all. Can they help Stromgarde as much as Silvermoon City? As qualified leaders, both Leo and Scarlet understand where their roots are. Only by developing and growing Arathor in their native plane can the rise of the kingdom be truly realized. Putting aside the above, even if it offends the Dreenii, the Outland Expeditionary Force may not accept Scarlet's recruitment. After all, the Dreenii are just a foreign race with little contact for most of the Expeditionary Force officers. How can they be the same compared to Scarlet, who holds the title of Queen Arathor? A descendant of Lothar? Leo decided to continue the alliance with the Blood Elves. Scarlet's recruitment of the Expeditionary Force may not be able to bring them all under her command. But those who reject Queen Arathor are destined to be only a handful. Maybe we can try to contact each other. The war between the Blood Elves and the Dreenii is not the only way. Scarlet did not agree with the conversation between Leo and Lydrin. In the opinion of the female knight, the 2 people's ideas were extreme, and she was not willing to see the Expeditionary Force, who admired Archduke Lothar, disagree because of her. Scarlet wants the Blood Elves to negotiate with the Dreenii. Leo found that he only focused on provoking a war between the Dreenii and the Blood Elves to make war profits, but ignored Scarlet's feelings, and he felt guilty in his heart. After all, the Sons of Lothar were an army led by the general of the Kingdom of Arathor. Scarlet naturally did not want to see them split, especially since the direct cause of the split was herself. This proposal is feasible to resolve disputes at the negotiating table. Leo rubbed his chin. Although it was the Blood Elves who started the war first, and the Dreenii hated these long years that robbed their energy ship, the current situation is that the Blood Elves are strong and the Dreenii are weak. And there is no such thing as the Battle of Storm Fortress happened. The Dreenii and the Blood Elves have not yet reached the point of mortal hatred, so it is not impossible to bring Velen to the negotiating table. Lydrin thought. The Blood Elves were in the stage of recovering their strength. It would be good if fewer people died. The news she received from Prince Kael'thas told her that the Dreenii's Storm Fortress was not easy to fight. If a war really broke out, the casualties among the Blood Elves would be high. I can't make the decision. Then let's find someone who can make the decision. Leo looked at Lydrin. If the Dreenii are willing to negotiate, Scarlet and I will be happy to be the middleman. Naxxramas welcomes Kaeldats at any time. The arrival of the prince. Chapter 559. I don't trust him. Liedran walked out of the room. The Blood Elf Countess wanted to find Ramath to contact Prince Kaeldats, who is in the Void Storm. And she believed that at this time, Leo and Scarlet must be left alone. Judging from the situation, Scarlet and Leo's opinions are not completely unified. For Liedran, such a situation is very dangerous because she doesn't know whether a Rother, an ally, will change her stance at the critical moment. Not firm. As soon as Liedran left, only Leo and Scarlet were left in the room, as well as Pasonia, who was hiding somewhere. Scarlet looked at Leo blankly, and when the latter was about to speak, he took out a long sword, and Leo's expression condensed. Tokarel. What was supposed to come came anyway. And with a wry smile, Leo also had a long sword in his hand, which was exactly the same as the Tokarel that Scarlet took out. The appearance of two legendary swords made the atmosphere in the room very heavy. Leo once exposed the Tokarel in his hand in order to deal with Zul'jin in the battle at the Temple of the Sun. Scarlet never asked about this matter, and Leo did not explain it because he wanted to delay it as long as he could. Now it seems that it can't be delayed any longer. To explain the Tokarel in his hand, he had to reveal the existence of Goldfinger. But that was Leo's biggest secret, so he naturally wouldn't tell it. So Leo was going to use the excuse he had already thought of to get through. Scarlet sighed suddenly and said before Leo spoke, "You know, Sister Pasonia told me that you will do some special tricks every time you lie. A special little move? It should be some habitual reaction that I don't know about." Leo scratched his face. He understood what Scarlet meant. The female knight had already seen that she was not ready to tell the truth. "Leo, I don't want you to lie to me." Scarlet looked at Leo with something called resentment in her eyes. "If you don't tell, I won't ask. It is said that Women Township is the tomb of heroes." Scarlet's resentment killed Leo in an instant. He gently hugged the female knight, and his heart was full of apologies. How could he easily tell others that the golden finger he brought when he traveled through time was what he needed to settle down and live? Besides, how long can the secret that Leo is from another world exist after Goldfinger is exposed? Leaning on Leo's chest, Scarlet punched her twice bitterly. After venting her resentment, she said to Leo, "I'll have to return it to Dana Tokarel when I see him. You used it. It's time to be careful." If Tokarel was seen by others when Leo took it out to use in Scarlet's hands, the female paladin could still say that she gave it to Leo. But if this sword was in Donna's hands, no one would help him smooth things over. Leo nodded to indicate that he understood, but his mind was not focused on it because from the name Scarlet just called Donna's, Leo heard that the female knight was interested in the expeditionary force that climbed to General Arothar's position by mercenaries. The commander didn't have much favorable impressions. Was it because Galen once wanted to kill her that affected Scarlet's attitude towards Danaeus? Leo was unpredictable. Based on his understanding of Scarlet, the female knight was not that kind of person. Do you feel it too? I don't trust Donna's. Sensing Leo's gaze, Scarlet expressed her thoughts, which made Leo even more confused. Donna's could allow the Trollbane family to be accepted as a royal member of Arothar. It stands to reason that the Lothar family would respect him. She should be very trusting. Even if Scarlet had opinions about the Trollbane family because of Galen, she would not say anything about distrusting Donna's. Why? Leo was curious as to why Scarlet distrusted Danaeus so much. "Leo, do you know the paladin?" Scarlet didn't answer Leo's question. Instead, she asked something that left Leo confused. Others think that to become a paladin, you must understand the meaning of the holy light, because Uther was just a warrior before becoming a paladin. After he got the help of Alonso's Fail and embarked on the path of the holy light, the knight was born. Scarlet started talking to herself without waiting for Leo to answer. And Leo did not interrupt her because he had a hunch that the female knight's words would involve a shocking secret. Originally I thought so too, but after receiving the recognition from the Judgment Armor, I discovered that this was not the case. Humans in the native world, even children, know that to become a paladin, you must first be a qualified warrior, and then see whether you can get the response of the holy light. Because of this, you can see many top knights at the Cathedral of the Holy Light. No one was surprised by a powerful warrior with the title of trainee paladin. This was also the reason why others were not surprised by Fusel's strength when she worked as an undercover agent for MI7. But now Scarlet seems to deny this. Everyone in the world is copying Uther's path to becoming a paladin. But they don't understand that other people's paths are not suitable for them. And Uther is not the strongest paladin. Scarlet said with bright eyes. His face was full of pride. The paladins of the Lothar family are the most powerful. There is no doubt that the paladins of the Lothar family are powerful. But why is Scarlet so sure that her family's paladins are better than others? Leo suddenly thought of something. Although Khadgar, Turan and others participated in the battle in Karazhan, only Grand Duke Lothar was fighting against Medivh. The aura given off by these two people when they fought it made both Khadgar and Turan tremble. Although this was what Leo read from an article introducing Yamaguchi Mountain before crossing over, the credibility is very high. To defeat Medivh in a duel, how terrifying would Archduke Lothar's strength be? Realizing this, Leo understood the source of Scarlet's confidence. Medivh was the son of the magic god Aegwin, a man destined to become a god even before he was born. In Medivh's era, all mages were under his spell hidden by the brilliance. It is said that this powerful man can cast any spell, including fire, ice, arcane spells, space spells, etc. He is an all-round genius who exists solely to undermine other people's self-confidence. But such a genius will eventually attract the jealousy of heaven. He was eventually possessed by the soul of Sardras and wanted to destroy the world. Fortunately, Medivh used his last bit of sanity to send a message to his apprentice Khadgar, and thus there was Luo-Duke Saul led a raid on Karazhan. However, this battle cost Archduke Lothar a heavy price. Lothar aged rapidly after killing Medivh, who was possessed by the soul of Sardras, and died in the decisive battle at Blackstone Mountain. Huh? After Grand Duke Lothar was killed in Blackstone Mountain, didn't he say that even the body was not found? Why are the judgment armor and the sword of Ashkandi in your hands? Leo realized something that he had ignored before. It was impossible for Grand Duke Lothar to go into battle without wearing armor and holding weapons. After he was killed in battle, the weapons might fall to the ground and be picked up. But what about the armor? Why not bring his body back since there was time for him to take off his armor? Leo, you are also doubting, right? Scarlet held Leo tightly, and the female knight was very excited. The judgment armor was found by Donas. But he who found it didn't. He told others that he didn't see the body of the armor owner. Others believed him. But I didn't believe it. Am I not clear that others don't know about the Lothar family's judgment armor? Leo narrowed his eyes, full of shock. You suspect that someone found Grand Duke Lothar. But the Grand Duke was not really dead at that time. Others have told me that Donas' character is trustworthy. But I just can't help but doubt him. There was a stubborn flame in Scarlet's eyes. After I obtained the judgment armor, I obtained the Lothar family. The real secret is that the reason why the paladins of our family are stronger than other paladins is because the source of our power is not the belief in the holy light, but the code of the source of order. The source of order? The name seems familiar. Wait a minute. Isn't the first set of epic quality suits of the paladin in Yamaguchi Mountain the source of order? Does Donas know the secret? Leo asked an important question. If Donas knew the secret of the Lothar family, then Scarlet's suspicion of him would be well founded. Shaking her head, Scarlet looked troubled. I don't know. This is difficult to do. Leo rubbed his chin. Scarlet was still a swaddled baby at the time. It was not surprising that she didn't know the specific situation. But it was just that it was difficult to confirm Danae's suspicion. No wonder Scarlet never showed it. If the suspicion is correct, it is undoubtedly the collapse of a hero. If her suspicion is wrong, it is an insult to the hero. Where is the code of the source of order now? Scarlet knew what Leo was worried about, and she only heard her explain. The source of order is the code of light left by the creation titan. People who are recognized by it can have powerful light power, but others don't know it. This code seems to outsiders to be a book that can be read, but its true appearance is a soulbound item. Except for us, the paladins of the Lothar family, who use the power of blood to inspire others, let alone others. They cannot use it. No trace of it can be found. Leo understood. Assuming that Scarlet's suspicion was correct, Donas found the dying Lothar during the battle at Blackstone Mountain. He rummaged through Lothar's body in order to find the source of order code. But he could not find him. Something he wanted. Because soulbound items usually exist in the owner's body unless summoned by the owner. In the end, in order to prevent people from knowing what he had done and to explain the period of time when he was missing during the war, Grand Duke Lothar brought back his judgment armor. And no one else doubted Donas out of trust in him. As for the body of Grand Duke Lothar, the place on Blackstone Mountain is connected to the molten core, and the boiling magma is the best assistant for destroying the body and eliminating traces. Thinking of this, Leo wondered if his psychology was too dark. Maybe Donas was not that kind of person. Maybe he was an outlier among the mercenaries, who were famous for their greed, cunning, cruelty, and profit-seeking. Chapter 560. Is this the descendant of Grand Duke Lothar? He can inspire the power of the Judgment Armor and the Ashcandy Sword at such a young age. He is truly worthy of being a paladin of the Lothar family. While Isidore, Donas and others marveled at Scarlet's youth, they were also pleased that Grand Duke Lothar had someone to follow him. After receiving the news from Vivolo, the officers of the Fort of Glory were delighted. After learning that this army indeed came from their hometown on the other side of the Dark Portal, and that they were led by descendants of the new Queen Lothar of the Kingdom of Arathar, the soldiers cheered in Fort Glory. Soldiers who originally thought they would never be able to return to their hometown in this life now find out that they can still go home one day. How can they not be excited? As a fortress city floated from the sky in the distance, Scarlet appeared in this castle built by the expeditionary force to fight against demons, and the atmosphere of Glory Castle reached its peak. In stark contrast to the bustle below, Naxxramas is deserted. After the army of the Kingdom of Arathar entered the Castle of Glory, only the Dragon Blood Guards, the Warlocks of the Summoner Legion, and the Sun Moxibustion of the Blood Elves were left. Legion. Leo, I have already contacted Prince Kael'datz. His Royal Highness does not want the tribe to suffer too much loss. He has no problem negotiating with the Draenei. Liadrin was talking to Leo in the council chambers of Naxxramas, with Archmage Ramath standing behind her. Leo did not follow Scarlet into the Castle of Glory. Scarlet, a descendant of Grand Duke Lothar, was enough to deal with it there. He had more important things to do. Kael'datz said that if he could sit at the negotiating table, the matter would have been mostly successful. The Blood Elves were unwilling to let the tribe suffer more casualties, and if Velen was a qualified leader, he would not refuse. Since Velen can become a prophet, from this point of view, this Draenei leader, who was once one of the 3 Eredar giants along with Archimonde and Kil'jaeden, is a smart man. The chance of him refusing to negotiate is very small. When it comes to negotiating with the Draenei, we know very little about this race, Liadrin said and looked at Leo. Although the Blood Elves have been in this world for a long time, they were either following Illidan to grab territory, or they were dealing with the demons of the Burning Legion. As for the Draenei, their knowledge of isolated races is limited. I don't know much about the Draenei, and the information may not be accurate. But if you want to hear it, I don't mind telling you. Leo saw Liadrin's listening look and knew that the Blood Elf was interested in listening. Just now, he continued, the Draenei are originally Eredar people. They live on a planet called Argus. At that time, they had 3 major leaders, Leo said, stretching out his finger and gesturing to Liadrin. One of them you already know is the current leader of the Draenei, Velen. As far as I know, he is a prophet. And the second one, you have also heard that it was Archimonde the Defiler who was plotted to death by Malfurion Stormrage. And the last one was Kil'jaeden the Deceiver. When they heard that Velen was a prophet, Liadrin and Ramath couldn't help showing a hint of surprise in their eyes. Anyone who can become a prophet is a person with great wisdom. Such existences are so rare that it is shocking. Look at where their hometown is. The world has existed for many years, but now there are only 2 prophets, Malfurion and Thrall. Oh, by the way, Leo is also included, for a total of only 3 prophets. Although the Scarlet Sage Dimitia claims to have the ability of a prophet, Liadrin, who has been in contact with her, knows that Dimitia is talented, but she is still far from becoming a prophet. Unexpectedly, the leader of the Draenei was actually a prophet. Liadrin was shocked at first, and then she felt a lot more relaxed. Since Velen is a prophet, it is inevitable to negotiate with Prince Kael'datz's consent. In this special period, fewer people will die. Good news for the Blood Elves. Sardra has discovered this race with great potential, so he tempted the Eredar with powerful power in exchange for their allegiance. Among Archimonde, Velen and Kil'jaeden, only Velen foreseeing that if they accepted Sardra's conditions, the Eredar would gain great power, but they would also become demons. So he led his supporters and escaped from the planet Argus with the help of the Naru, Archimonde, Kil'jaeden, and the Eredar, who accepted the power of Sardras, became the leaders and mid-level commanders of the Burning Legion. They are the famous Eredar demon General Velen. They regard them as traitors and have been hunting them down. Leo continued to provide Liadrin with more information, and the Naru mentioned in his words made Liadrin's eyes light up. Although Forasel's plan to go to Stormwind City to learn how to become a paladin was not completed, Astalar Bloodsworn, another archmage of the Blood Elves, developed another method. This method, although it is not the right path, It still allows the Blood Elves to possess the powerful melee warrior Blood Knight, who uses the power of the Holy Light. Asteller's plan is very feasible. The reason why the Blood Elves failed to put it into practice is because they lack something that can provide massive amounts of Holy Light energy. Isn't a creature like the Nara made of Holy Light the solution to the problem? A good candidate? Leo, can I understand that if we attack Storm Fortress, we are likely to encounter mysterious creatures like Naru? Liadrin asked urgently. If there were Naru in Storm Fortress, the negotiations with the Draenei might change. It's not possible. It's certain, Leo said, as he glanced at Ramath, who kept rubbing his hands. The Blood Elf Archmage's performance made him a little uneasy. Don't the Blood Elves still want to take advantage of Naru? You must know that the Blood Knights cultivated by Astero's Holy Light stealing plan come at the cost of losing their lives. The power of the Holy Light obtained by force corrodes the body in pain. But not everyone can tolerate it. The situation faced by the Blood Elves now is very different from before. There is no longer the threat of the Mark of Death. And there is no longer Darkhan's Dishon blocking contact with the outside world. In addition, Kel'Thuzad is under the control of Tyr. The defeat of the Scourge, which even lost Naxxramas, was not a big threat to the Blood Elves. Coupled with the early entry of the Goblins into the war, and the return of Frelin, who was good at training warriors, Asteler Blood, the revenue from the Holy Light stealing plan formulated by the Oath Sworn has shrunk many times compared to before. Is it really worth fighting the Draenei in order to implement this plan? Leo thought about it, but did not persuade him. It still depends on what Kael'thas thinks. Anyway, Leo will not lose anything no matter whether the Draenei and Blood Elves will fight or not. Humanity is already actively fighting, playing the role of middleman. When the time comes, no one else can say anything to them. Leo didn't dare to vouch for whether the Draenei were really kind-hearted beings. Coming to this chaotic world, he had seen the ugly side of intelligent creatures, and never hesitated to consider the worst-case scenario. If according to the saying that was once circulated in the Yamaguchi Mountains, the Eridar are the most evil race in the universe, and Sargeras was seduced by them and fell. However, because his power was too strong, he was killed by Archimonde and Kilgar. Donzuin is the master. Kil'jaeden found the blood-sucking demons, the Dreadlords, and Archimonde recruited demons. Sargeras, who had fallen from the Bronze Titan to the Dark Titan, killed his own people, robbed the Pantheon's prison, and released many evil races, including Noroth, and then the Burning Legion. If this statement is true, then the Draenei led by Velen are actually cheaters. It's just that Velen couldn't seize power, and found Sargeras as his backer. Archimonde and Kil'jaeden could only lead their men. He ran away, and then lurked into the Outer Realm, constantly accumulating strength. After meeting the Outland Expeditionary Force, he said that he was deceived by Justice and Holy Light, a protected race, and suddenly joined the Alliance's camp. Of course, the above statement is also full of doubts. Leo is just using the most malicious thoughts to speculate on the worst-case scenario. If the Eridar are really an evil race, then why are Holy Light creatures like the Naru in their Storm Fortress? Leo shook his head slightly. So what if the Eridar were really an evil race? With their current strength, what else could they do except pretend to be grandsons and be kind? Even if they use this to accumulate strength, how long will it take until they have enough strength? At that time, I, who had a golden finger, was no longer something they could compete with. Naru are said to be powerful creatures formed by the gathering of Holy Light. Some people even compare them to the incarnation of Holy Light and regard them as their beliefs. It's really funny to think about it, Leo said while looking at Liadrin. The Blood Elf Countess remained calm at all, as if she didn't care about creatures like Naru. But Leo's next words forced her to change her expression. Aster Bloodsworn's, the Holy Light stealing plan should have been completed. Now we only need an energy source to supply the Holy Light. I don't know if Prince Kael'thas will be tempted. It's really hard for me to think about. You know Asteler's plan to steal the Holy Light. Ramath almost jumped up in shock. Seeing his reaction, Leo smiled and winked at Liadrin. Meaning your teammates are very powerful. Liadrin was so angry that he glared at Ramath hatefully. With such a powerful companion who could be easily defrauded of information, Liadrin could no longer maintain her composure in front of Leo. Leo, since you already know about the Holy Light stealing plan, can you tell me your opinion? My opinion is that I have no opinion. Leo waved his hand to Liadrin, indicating that the latter should not be anxious. He still had something to say. There are some things that I can only make judgments after meeting Prince Kael'thas. Something? Don't worry, Liadrin. It won't be fun if things are revealed in advance, Leo said and walked out of the house. Kale, have you had any contact with Kil'jaeden now? I'm really looking forward to your arrival.